welcome to another edition of Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays here on Twitch TV. And for Last Minute Continue, it's kind of like a revisit this week, as I mentioned before. Another Code R, A Journey into Lost Memories. We're going to be playing with a new game. Created by Cing, back in, here's the box. One second, I forgot to mention this is the box. What was it? Created back in 2009. This story is dedicated to my late mother and... Oh, damn it, missed that line. Sorry. Point at the center... point in the center of the circle and press A. There we go. This is the startup for the DAS. User identification sequence initiated. Started facial recognition. Please look at the camera and center the frame over your face. There we go. Please center the frame over your face. Yeah. There we go. Scanning. Yeah, too bad DSs aren't this, advanced. Anyway. Username, Ashley Mizuki Robins. Date of birth, 25th of February, 1991. System unlocked. Displaying stored message. Dear Ashley, there's something I want to tell you about your mother. I knew that line. I'll be waiting for you at Lake Juliet. Dad. Duel another system. Start. Ta-da! And here's our main character, Ashley Mizuki Robins. Let's try my very fake female accent and try to be feminine here for this character. I'm sure for the YouTube version I'll get redubbed with an actual female voice. Probably not. Depends on how Kevin wants to handle it. Anyway. 2 years ago, I got a letter from my dad telling me to come to Blood Edward Island. After years of thinking he was dead, Dad finally came home with me. 2 years later, I'm 16 and in high school. And my dad's left me again. Again? Damn it! He's gone to work at some research lab called JC Valley over at Lake Juliet. I'll be back at weekends, I promise. Those were his last words to me when he went off to Lake Juliet. I should have known he wouldn't kept that promise. I haven't seen him in 6 months, not once. Then 3 days ago, a letter suddenly arrived from him. An invitation to a family camp. Kind of like a summer camp, except less screaming kids. He also sent me the newest model of the DAS. That little device he invented. I'll be waiting for you at Lake Juliet. Can you believe it? Come on, Dad. Seriously? I have a life too. How can you expect me to just drop everything? Lake Juliet, 21st of August, 2007. Sayoko. Hello to Super Joy, who's in the chat. 20th of January, 1994, JC Valley Labs. Sayoko Robins. Transfer complete. Ashley? Ashley Mizuki, 25th of August, 2007. Be the band! That's Ashley's aunt. There, for people who remember, obviously from the first game, you know, another Code 2 memories on the DS. But yes, this takes place. What was it, 2 years? 2 years after the events of Another Code. So Ashley's now 16. Yeah, because she turned 14 in the first game. Yeah, so. Oh, I get the same feeling, you know, with Ashley. Just daydream. 25th of February, 1994. Ashley's 3rd birthday. A birthday she would never forget. You betrayed Shima! Huh? Jump scare! Super Joy saying, do I watch anime? Yes, I do. I watch a lot, actually. Yeah. Anyway, Another Code R, A Journey into Lost Memories. It probably would have been called Trace Memory R, A Journey into Lost Memories, if it had a US release. Yes, this game only got a UK release and a Japanese release. It never came out in the US. So, yeah, a lot of people kind of like missed out. And this was one of the last games done by Cing. The other one being Last Window on the DS, which was a continuation from Hotel Dusk. And a mysterious black figure knocked over Ashley. There goes a car racing off. And there's that black figure who's stolen Ashley's bag. My, she was fast. And Ashley's like, damn it, I lost her! Oh, now I don't know where I am. Oh. Just my luck. Where'd they go? I can't believe someone stole my bag. Now what am I supposed to do? Why me? Why did I... Sorry. Why do I get hit with all the bad luck? All of my stuff was in that bag. My teddy bear, my picks, the song. I need to practice. And... oh no! Wait. Mom's pendant. That's still in your pocket. Phew. It was in my pouch. This pendant. Mom gave this to me. It's all I have left of her. Her name was Sayoko. She was Japanese. I'm sorry, it's like the exposition that we have to have in this game, because obviously a lot of people never played the first game, obviously, so we have to have a lot of exposition. Yeah, jeez. I remember her dark hair and eyes. She was a scientist who studied memory. Mom died when I was only 3 years old, so I don't remember much. You're carrying Sayoko's pendant. And the only other thing in the pouch is... the keys to my dorm room! No. This. Just the dash that Dad sent me. He invented it. I had one 2 years ago. But this one's a newer model. The DAS is connected to my dad's computer over some sort of network. Yeah. Yeah, no internet or anything like that. Yeah, no, it has no internet capabilities, no 3G. It's just connected to one computer on one network. Yeah. He can send messages to me on it. It also has a built-in camera function. Why'd he send it to me anyway?
Carrying DAS. And obviously DAS is short for Dual Another System. Of course, it was renamed. It was renamed something else in the US version of another code on the DS called Trace Memory. I think they called it the TAS. I think is it Trace Another Memory or something like that. But in this game, we already have another device that will be called the TAS later on. So anyway,
what a pain in the neck. What do I do now?
And then sudden flashback. Chapter 1, sudden flashback. Yes, the game is separated into chapters, obviously, so we will go through as many chapters through a 2-hour period and whatnot. So,
Jessica, I knew I shouldn't have come here.
Jessica being Ashley's aunt.
Jessica, I know you don't want to go and see your father, and I know how, and I know how you must feel about him right now. But this can't go on. The two of you need to sit down and talk to each other. Anyway, I've already let Richard know what time you'll be arriving, so he'll be waiting at the bus stop to pick you up.
Yeah.
He'll come to pick me up? Sorry, Jessica, but you just don't get it. Like he'd remember to come and get me. I'm sure he thinks I'll be totally fine on my own, like always.
And Red Titan's in the chat as well. Hey, hey man.
That's it.
Oh, sorry. I reacted that in the wrong way.
That's it. Forget this stupid camp. I'm going home right now. Except I can't.
Sorry, I can't. I can't. Sorry.
I guess I gotta go and meet Dad. I only have enough money for the bus trip here.
Yeah, she only had enough money to come to the bus. Well, take the bus to here, but never enough to go back. Or she didn't buy herself a return ticket. Seriously? Ugh. Anyway.
Maybe I shouldn't have blown all the money I was saving. No, it was worth it. I was dying to get that guitar. Oh well. Guess I should find them then.
Or him then, sorry. Alright, so now we can move. We actually simply just use the Wiimotes. That's the only controller format. And it's kind of like those kind of like point and click kind of like games. Where, you know, you can just interact with the people and whatnot. You can either use you know, the Wiimote cursor on the screen to move where you want to go, or you can use the D-pad on the control pad like I'm doing right now. Of course, if we go back, obviously Ashley will just mention that she can't go anywhere because, you know, she's lost and whatnot, or she doesn't have any money to go back. That's cool, Red Titan, that's fine. You know, we have to multitask somehow anyway. Anyway, this is an information board. It has a picture of the entire lake area.
Welcome to Lake Juliet, surrounded by the Romero Mountains.
Oh, Romeo, sorry. Romeo Mountains. Yeah, it makes sense, you know. Romeo, Juliet.
An oasis of natural beauty. The area around the campsite is full of spectacular hiking trails, ranging from easy beginner trails to those for experienced hikers. Or enjoy nature while out in a canoe or a boat on the lake.
Ugh. Can't enunciate. Enunciate, John, enunciate.
That might be fun.
If I cared. Ah, hello. Of course, certain sounds come out from the microphone for the Wiimote.
I got a message from Dad.
Message 2. Because obviously the first message was the message at the beginning of the game. Ashley... Sorry, I should put on my manly voice. Ashley, I'm sorry. Ashley, I'm sorry. Getting ready for camping has taken longer than I thought, so I can't pick you up. I'll wait at the campsite, so go ahead and check in at the guest house.
I'll wait at the campsite? I knew it! Like he'd come to get me. And where's this guest house anyway?
Oh well. We'll just have to work with it. Alright. We can also hold down the B button if we wanted to walk. You know? Kind of needless, I know, but hey, never mind. Anyway, so yeah, there's the Lake Juliet Resort. This is the guest house, I believe. Let me check here.
There's a signpost.
Sorry, my throat is just not working with me. There's a signpost for the guest house.
An ID card is required to enter the campsite. Please check in at the guest house to receive an ID card. I need an ID card to get to the campsite? So I guess this is the guest house.
Perfect observation there, Ashley. So, there we go. So we're here. There's the door. There's the door.
This must be the guest house.
Sit. Open!
It's locked. Now what?
Oh well. Seeing if it's locked, we might as well just wander around, see what we can do, where we can go. Oh, there's a guy over there. Let's go check him out.
There's a path off to the right. Huh?
There we go. I could talk to him, but what would happen if I go this way? Wait!
Huh?
That path is off limits. There was a fire down there, and the remains are still dangerous.
Understood.
Let's just walk over there. Okay, so yeah, we don't actually get an introduction. We just like get a warning from the stranger. There we go. Mighty fine, if I say so myself.
Excuse me?
Well, howdy. What can I do you for?
Is the guest house closed today?
Closed? Nope. They should be open today. If I'm working, why ain't they?
But I went there and the door was locked.
That's strange, miss. That's strange, miss. Ah, I know what it is. He's taking another break. That's what he's doing.
Huh? Taking another break? Sorry. Taking another break?
Yep. The guest house is run by some college boy working here part-time. He ain't a bad kid, but his heart's not really in it. As soon as the guests leave, he goofs off to hang out with his friends. Give it a while. He'll be back. You'll see.
Hope it's not too long. Ugh, what a pain. I get here and my bag's stolen. Nobody's at the guest house. Could today get any worse?
Ashley, hello? Excuse me, miss. You're kind of dozing off there. It's like you're kind of talking to yourself. What are you talking about? You okay? You look a bit like a rain cloud on this fine day. Why don't you tell me about it? I might be able to help.
I don't know.
Don't you worry, I work here as a forage ranger. You can trust me. The name's Dan Maxwell. Dan Maxwell. Occupation, forest ranger.
Ranger Maxwell.
Shucks. Just call me Dan. What might be your name be, miss? And this will be the first of many times where she'll say this.
Ashley Mizuki Robins.
So, just what happened to you, Ashley?
Someone stole my bag.
Your bag was stolen? Gadzooks!
Yeah, I still can't believe it.
Where'd this happen?
When I was getting off the bus, someone shoved me from behind. I dropped my bag and then they took it and ran off.
No doubt about it. That's a thief, all right.
Yeah,
Who pushed you?
I don't know. I saw the back of them as they ran away through.
Sorry. I'll say that line again.
I saw the back of them as they ran away though. I don't know. Why did I say through?
John, learn to fucking read spelling. Do you remember anything about them? Can you describe them?
It was a woman. I ran after her, but I lost her.
I see. What kind of bag was it? What size are we talking here? And this is what, and then we kind of like get these kind of like moments where you can try to describe it. Like you have like a choice of two options. You can either say a truth, a truthful kind of like opinion like option, or you can lie. So it's obviously a truth-lie kind of like system. Now, granted, you're not actually penalized for lying too often, but it's better to obviously be truthful in this game, obviously, because that way you're actually gonna get help and whatnot. I mean, I've never gone through this game and lied at every single point, so I'm not gonna start anywhere. So we're gonna say we're missing a big size bag, so
It was about this size.
that size, eh?
Yeah. It's white with pink around the edges. There's a big pocket on the outside with a picture of a rabbit on it.
A rabbit? An usagi? Cooey! An usagi! Well, sorry. I've been watching too much Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon Crystal and all that jazz. Yeah.
Yeah, Pinky Rabbit.
Ah, Pinky Rabbit. That sure brings back some old memories.
I've had that bag since I was a kid.
Are there any valuables in the bag?
There's a little money in it. But more importantly, my favorite teddy bear is in it. Then there's a pick case, band scores, lots of important stuff.
Alright then. I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll keep an eye out for your bag while I patrol. I'll soon find some clues about where it went.
Really?
Leave it to me. Oh yeah. You should also go to the guest house and file a missing items report. That way you're even more likely to get your bag back.
Okay.
By the way, Ashley, are you here by yourself?
I came here on my own, but my dad will be with me for the camp. He's at the campsite now, waiting for me.
Roger that. That's good to hear. I'm sure you're worried about your bag, but seeing your pops should make you feel better.
If only.
It'll be fine. Try to cheer up. It sounds like that it's good to have your pops here to look after you.
I guess.
Don't go camping with him a lot?
No, never. This is the first time we've gone camping together.
Is that so? In that case, you enjoy yourself today, okay? It's like we could either it's like maybe or right.
Yeah.
Now I mean, we could be untruthful and going maybe, or we can give Dan some confidence. But I mean, this one's not a major thing, but I'll give it a coin flip. I mean, it's definitely a coin flip kind of moment. Oh, I got 50 pence piece there. That's good enough. So, heads right, tails maybe. Oh, heads. Fair enough. We'll go with that. We'll be positive. Positive thinking.
Right. I'll try and have fun.
How about that? Your pops is quite the lucky one, you know.
Really? Why?
Well, my girl will be 5 this year, and I just hope that when she's the same age as you, she'll be able to enjoy going camping with me, just like you and you with your pops.
Sounds nice. Now that I think about it, I think every dad wants to go camping with his kids at some point.
Ha! You're right. I suppose they do. Ashley, give it a chance and enjoy the natural beauty of Lake Juliet. We might not have malls or cinemas here, but you can still enjoy yourself just as much.
I hope so.
And promise me something. When you're finished at the campsite,
I know. Clean up all of my trash, right?
well, I'll be. Exactly. You know, it'll be fine and dandy if all our visitors were like you. But unfortunately, we had some bother with a few troublesome visitors lately.
Huh?
And of course, certain phrases obviously being notified, where you can actually question the character on those, phrases that they mentioned. So we'll go in that in just a moment. Yep, turning out to be quite pain. I can tell you that for free. All it's doing is making more and more work for rangers like me. Work for the rangers. So we can question on these things that he's mentioned. So let's go ahead and question on them.
Troublesome visitors? Who?
Some pesky kids up to no good in the forest. Lately, they've been coming from nearby towns and getting together in the forest. They make a lot of racket in the middle of the night. Break branches, drop litter. Bad sign.
I suppose there are bad kids everywhere.
Everywhere? That's quite of an understatement. That's true indeed. Lately, they've been messing about with fire. Can you believe it? I'm starting to wonder whether or not the Villa fire was something to do with them.
The Villa fire.
That's something we could follow up on. Let's follow up on that.
There was a Villa fire?
Yep, there was a big villa at the end of this path, but it was burned down in a fire 3 days ago. Burned right down. I just put up a sign to warn people away from the Sorry. You see, I'm not a voice actor. You know that. I just put up a sign to warn people away from the remains, since they're still dangerous. That place ain't no playground, so make sure you keep away from it. You understand?
Got it.
So, talk about the work of the rangers.
What kind of work does a ranger do?
We patrol the forest, make sure that there are no accidents that would damage the area. We also arrest folks chopping down trees or lighting the illegal fires in the forest.
So you can arrest people?
Sure can. I have jurisdiction here. That's why I have a badge on my chest here.
That's pretty neat. This is the first time I've ever met a forest ranger.
First time? Really?
Yeah.
I shouldn't be surprised. I often hear from the city kids. Always the same thing about forest rangers. I only ever see them on TV. Anyway, the guest house staff should be back now. Or by now, even. Why don't you run along and take a look?
Okay. I'll head there now. Thanks for your help.
No problem, Missy. Alright, so let's get going. Back to the guest house. See if we can actually get anywhere. And yep, it was open enough, so, well, it was open, so, you know.
At least it's open now. But there's no one around. There's nobody here.
So yeah, we can interact with anything at all, you know, we do that, and whatnot. So we can interact with this area here. And apparently there's someone in the...
There's something behind those blinds.
We got a puzzle event. So we can actually either turn the knob here to turn the blinds, or we can sneak and pull back on one of the blinds.
Someone's there. Who's that? Who was that? Huh?
And here they come.
It opened. Egad!
Whoa. Hang on a second. Just gotta lock up here. Okay. Right, all good. Sure. Oh, we can talk to him now. Hi there. And welcome to Lake Juliet. The name's Tommy Harrison. I work here. Call me Tommy. Tommy Harrison. Occupation, guest house attendant. And freeloader.
I came before, but the door was locked. I thought you might be closed today.
Yeah, sorry about that. This place was dead, so I took a quick break.
It's really that quiet here?
Kinda. The lake is nice and all that, but beyond that, really not much to say about this place. So not many people find their way here.
I came here to camp. You're serious? I came here to camp. You're serious? There's nothing to do here?
No, it's not what I meant. The big selling point is that there's nothing here, no distractions. So it's a perfect place to get away from it all. Chill, camp out.
I wish.
Oh yeah, if you're camping you need to check in, right? Okay, sign your name. Right here. Fair enough. Right there, at the bottom.
Okay. Ashley Mizuki Robins.
Can we have a counter for how many times Ashley says her name in full throughout the game? I just want to have that right in the corner. It's like, Kevin, post editing. Counter, please. Counter for Ashley, because I want to know how many times she actually says that in the entire game. Thanks.
That okay?
Perfect. Oh, so you're Ashley.
Yeah, well, call me Ash.
Ash.
Anyway, you knew I was coming?
Doc Robbins told me. He said his daughter was coming along. Look after her and all that. Anyway, you're clear to have as much camping fun or whatever you want. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Whatever you like. Blah, blah, whatever. The reference, you know. Cha. You and your dad are the only ones booked for the camping today and all.
We're the only ones?
Oh yeah, take this with you.
What is that? What is it?
It's an ID card for the camp. There's a card lock by the camp gate, so use it to scan yourself in.
Got it.
Acquired campsite ID card. By the way, don't you have any bags or whatever with you? You're going camping, right? With nothing?
I did, but my bag got stolen.
Stolen? No way!
Yeah, at the bus stop.
What a total pain.
Oh yeah, Dan was telling me about something. Do you have a missing items report I can fill out?
Sure, hang on. Here, fill this in.
This is the report?
Yeah, you put down what you're missing, then we let the local sorry. Yeah, you put down what you're missing, then we let the local police know. To be honest, this probably won't make much difference. But hey, better than nothing, right? You're telling me.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows about this. You know, finding a missing report and whatever. It's like it's annoying.
Let's see. This okay?
Well, she was quite fast in filling that out. Yeah, oh good. I'll pass this on to the police.
Thanks.
Funny though, all this weird stuff keeps happening lately.
Weird stuff?
So, we're not the only ones. You said earlier we're not the only ones here. Or we're the only ones here, sorry. I thought the camp was some kind of family camp set up by my dad's lab, wasn't it? Yeah, this was the plan, but nobody was really interested. So the family camp got cancelled. But your dad wanted to do it anyway. So the only ones booked here today are the two of you. So it really is just us then? Well, you were the only ones booked, but one other person checked in. Weird guy. All on his own, wearing a suit. Who wears a suit in this weather? Guess you get all sorts. Sure. Have other strange things happened? Yeah, 3 days ago, that villa down by the campsite area burned down. And for some reason, food keeps disappearing from the stores out back. Or storage area. Or so. Then there's your bag. That's pretty messed up. Is this a bad area or something? Not the least. Boring place out in the sticks. Just the like this. Yeah, sorry. Boring place out in the sticks like this doesn't usually attract trouble. Not even if sorry. Not even had a bit of excitement since I started here. Until now, anyway. Do you work here all year? Nah, no way. This is the only part-time, a holiday job. I know the owner of the campsite, so he hooks me up with this job. But this year's my last. You're that bored? That and next year's graduation. So this is my last summer away from civilization. Well, that's the check-in all done. Have a good time at Lake Julia, Ash. Will do. Thanks, Tommy. Oh yeah. This is your first time here, right? Right. Take a look around the shop then. We sell souvenirs and drinks here. And take a look at that stone over there. It's magic. Take a picture of it and you'll see. Trust me, it's a rare stone straight from the local mine. Plus we have a sale going on for souvenirs. $5 off. $5 for everything on the shelf. I don't have any cash on me though. No problem. Just use your ID card to buy stuff. I could buy things with this? You bet. You want something? Use the ID card. It keeps a record of everything you buy. Then you can set up a check. Then you can set. Hello, tongue. Do you want to work today? Oh, Jesus. It keeps a record of everything you buy. Then you can settle up at checkout time. So go crazy. I bet your dad will cover it for you. Gotcha. Alright, I want to change the kind of like settings a bit. Where is it? Options. Is it options? Yeah, I believe it's options. Yeah, message speed. I'll put it to fast, so that way I don't skip and then I have to press the A button constantly. So yeah, so we can look around, look at items. We can buy an item. You know, a cap. I wonder what it would look like on. It's a nice cap. I think it looked pretty good on you. Am I right or what? Well, let's see. Looks like go for the choice. Heads yes, tails no. That's tails. So we'll go with no. Nope. Not right now. Let me think about it. Can I look around? Sure. Take all the time you need. Also got t-shirts there. A t-shirt. Maybe Jessica would like this. It's a nice t-shirt. You can only get those here. Alright. I think we got a lot of options here, so. Again, heads yes, tails no. That's tails again. All right. We're not gonna be picking up anything today.
No, I'll leave it. I'm just looking.
Okay. We've got lots of stuff, so take your time and look around. Sure.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of what Jessica said before I left. She wanted something cute to put in the kitchen. I wonder if she likes these guys.
Hey, good choice. Those two are the top sellers right now. We only have that one set left. All right. Should we get it for Jessica? Ooh, I don't know. Heads yes, tails no. That's a heads. So there we go. It's a matter of choice.
Okay, I'll go for it. One set of bear dolls, please.
They're yours.
So, do these bears have names?
Yeah, they do. The big one is L, and the little one is J.
Those are seriously lame names.
Acquired the J and L dolls. Also got a mug here.
Jessica would like this.
It's a nice mug. It's got the Lake Juliet logo, so you can only get it here. You want one? Again, let's consult to the coin. Ah, damn it. Heads yes, tails no. It's tails, so no mug for you.
No thanks. Just looking.
No sweat. We got lots of stuff, so take your time and look around. Okay, so we've got t-shirts there as well. There are t-shirts on the rack. Cardboard cutout of a bear. It has a J square on it.
Are these the Lake Juliet mascots or something?
It's got rolled up posters standing in a bin.
So what are they posters of?
So we're getting no explanation of that. Right. Ooh, we can, go into the freezer stuff here.
Hey, you've got Cool Pop.
Cool Pop. It could be worse. It could have been Cool Whip. Cool Whip. Why are you putting so much emphasis on the H?
Cool Pop.
Cool Pop.
I'll stick with my Pepsi Max for now. This is the best.
You want some? Oh, should we have some? Oh, I don't know. Let's let fate decide. Heads yes, tails no. Ah, tails. Oh, sorry, Ashley. Looks like you're gonna be suffering from dehydration. Sorry.
No thanks. Can I look around?
Sure. Take all the time you need. Yeah, sure.
Those crisps look good.
You want some?
God dang.
It's like, okay, I can sympathize with Tommy because obviously it's just his job. Anyway, heads, tails, yes. Heads, yes. Tails, no. And it's tails again, obviously. So no again.
Not right now. Let me think about it. Can I look around?
Sure. Take all the time you need. As I keep saying, I'm like a broken record. There's pamphlets on the stand. Take one if you want.
Right.
Gives us general information. There's a map of the whole area on it. You can now display the map. So yeah, that's just part of the thing. There's an old newspaper. It looks like someone just left it here. Yeah, it's not really much else here. Large books. They're about camping. There's some brochures. Guides of Lake Juliet. Poster of the boathouse on the wall. There's a sticker over it saying temporary closed.
Aw, that means there aren't any boats. I wanted to go out on the lake.
Oh. So here's this stone that was being talked about before. A large, strangely colored stone on the stand. So if we get our camera out, we can take a picture. I'll check the photo on the DAS. So let's check the photo on the DAS. And check photos. Here it is. It's a rainbow gem. Rainbow stone. Nice. Oh, we can talk to him again, I guess. Take a look around. Pick up some souvenirs. Maybe I don't want to pick up any more souvenirs. There's a card reader. Oh, let's just get out of here. Oh. Wait a second. I still don't know where our campsite is. I should ask Tommy. Back so soon? What's up? I forgot to ask. Where's my dad's tent set up? Are there a lot of campsites around? Oh yeah, totally skipped my mind. You guys are camping over... Huh? Gotta answer that. Hang on a second. No, you fool! You're supposed to talk to the customer who's in front of you, you idiot! Phone calls always have to be hold. Anyway. Hello? Oh, hey, what's up? Found it yet? Ah, what a pain. Forget it for now. Just come back. I'll keep an eye out for it. See ya. Drag, drag, drag. Today's just getting worse and worse. What do you mean by worse and worse? You heard the call, right? A friend of mine's off hunting for something she lost. And she's being a real drama queen about it. Whine, whine, help me whine. You know. Seriously, Ash, are all girls this pushy? Tommy, you're talking to a girl. You're an idiot. Oh, this is gonna be nice. Okay, fade off the flip. What was it? Heads. No way. And tails, kind of. You know, so we could be sympathetic, or we could just say, we could just accuse, you know, and whatnot. So heads, no way. Tails, kind of. Wow, shit! I blew the coin. Damn it! Where'd the coin? Ah, damn it! It landed heads on the floor, but that doesn't count. Okay. Heads, not really. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so... no way! We are not! Hey, sorry. Forgot who I was talking to for a second. There isn't just one type of girl out there. So don't think we're all the same, because we're not, okay? Okay. Not all the same. Yeah, got it. You'd better. Don't sweat it. I gotcha. Oh yeah, your campsite. Go through the gate. Take the first right, and you can't miss it. First right past the gate. Bingo. Hope you have a good time with your dad. Ah, okay. So away we go. Of course, now we have the map in our inventory, of course. So we've got like campsite, obviously. We've got get to the campsite gate. Then we've got Richard's campsite there. We've got the vacant campsite. Then we've got a shack for some reason. And whatnot. We can have the full map. This is like the big, massive kind of like area map. But there's tons of areas. we could venture to. There's an island there. We got that's the kind of like small little village community there. So, which I'm sure we'll venture to sometime down the line. You never know. So we'll get there eventually. And yeah, so all that cool stuff. Right, so we're at the campsite here. There's some kind of device on the pillar of the gate. It must be the ID card scanner. So let's have our aims, and we have our campsite card. So let's use this on the card here. I just need to hold my card up close to it, right? Here it goes. Here we go. So wave it. Right. It worked. Great. Huh? So, what the? Flash work. What just happened? You just had a flashback there, Ashley. I watched the gate open and suddenly remembered seeing Mom here. Where did that come from? Da-da-da. The campsite gate. Mom was right here in front of this gate. I know it. Da-da-da. So, memory remembered. You remembered the campsite gate. And it locks behind Joel. Oh, hello. Worst day ever. That music player, that music player I got, yeah, I totally can't find it. Bummer. Where do you lose it? If I knew that, then I wouldn't be lost, would it? Chill, shoot. Only trying to help. And it had my favorite song in it too. Okay. I guess, you know, whatever. Just ignore that. So this is our campsite here. Richard's campsite. Dad! Ashley! I wondered when you'd get here. It's good to see you. Richard Robins. Occupation, scientist. So, how have you been? I'm okay. Awkward silence. I haven't seen my dad in 6 months. He's a scientist studying memory. He works here at Lake Juliet in a lab called JC Valley that specializes in memory research. When he left to work here a year ago, he told me, "I'll be back at weekends, I promise." And he was for a while. But after that... Ashley, your father called today. He said he's sorry, but he can't make it back this weekend. Come on, Ashley, don't look like that. You know how busy he is with his work. And you know as well as I do that he hasn't forgotten you. Sorry, Jessica, but you're wrong. I know Dad cares about his research much more than me. There's nothing special about this camping trip. He just wants to make up for never coming home. The music was getting a little sinister there. Ashley? Huh? You're lost in your own world again. What's wrong? You don't look so happy. Did something happen?
Yeah, something did.
Well, what happened? Don't keep it bottled up. Don't keep it all bottled up. Tell me.
Isn't it obvious?
Obvious? You've gotten taller, right?
No.
Then, oh, I know. You're wearing new clothes.
Oh god, he's such an idiot. Come on, Dad. Why would either of those make me look unhappy? Look at me. Am I carrying anything?
Now that you mention it, didn't you bring anything with you?
Of course I brought stuff. I had the same pinky rabbit bag I always carry around.
Had?
Had. It was stolen.
What?
Someone stole my bag.
Ashley, was the DAS in that bag?
No, it wasn't stolen. Or that wasn't stolen, even. I kept the DAS and Mom's pendant in my pouch.
Ah, so you brought her pendant too.
Of course. I take it with me everywhere I go.
Except for that time when you went to Blood Edward Island. I see. Well, in any case, I'm glad the DAS is safe. Oh. Richard has his priorities, you know. It's like research, technology, her daughter. It's like right down there, right at the bottom.
You're glad the DAS is safe? Does the DAS mean that much to you? Dad, why did you send me the DAS with the camp invitation?
I made that DAS in the labs. I've updated its functions considerably based on the DAS I sent you 2 years ago. So what do you think? Do you like the new DAS?
Don't know.
Don't know?
Don't know. Don't know. Don't really care.
I see. Ashley, keep the DAS on you at all times while you're here. We can use it to communicate with each other.
Communicate?
That's right. No matter where you are, as long as you have the DAS with you, I can contact you.
Oh, so this is fine, but you still won't let me have my own cell phone.
Ashley, nobody your age carries around a cell phone with them. 2007, people. Yeah, 2007 was a time when no one at Ashley's age, of the age of 16, had a cell phone with them.
What decade are you living in? I'm the only one in my class without one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. Nobody had them 10 years ago, maybe, but they do now.
I see. Goodness me. Times have changed. Well, you should know, you're a fucking scientist! Okay, granted, you're a scientist in memory, but still, you're a scientist, and of course all this technology that you have. Hell, even the fucking, you know, the kind of like dual another system was advanced of it at its time in 2005. You know, jeez, fuck, Richard, honestly. So, Ashley.
What?
Are you hungry?
A bit.
I'm putting together a barbecue, so we can eat together. I'm almost finished, so just another few minutes, okay?
Seriously? It's still not ready?
Just a minute or two. Listen, I've left something for you to drink on the cooler box by the tent. Have a drink while you're waiting. Okay. Let's go to the cooler then. There's a can of Cool Pop on the cooler.
Oh, wow!
You like Cool Pop, right, Ashley? I got you the new orange flavored one.
Yeah, I've been waiting to try this.
Really? Well, it's fresh from the cooler, so drink it while it's cold.
Okay.
So, apparently she's fine, you know, she's not too fussed about it. So yeah, we can take the item, obviously, and we can drink it. Of course, Ashley doesn't have a health bar or anything. This is like a proper adventure title where obviously there's no health bars, there's no game overs or continues or whatever, essentially, you know. So,
This is great.
acquired empty orange cool pop can.
Dad, is the barbecue ready yet?
Another few minutes.
But I'm hungry now.
I've just cut the vegetables and they look decent enough. So next is...
Oh man, this is gonna take forever.
just a few minutes.
Really?
Oh, Ashley,
Yeah?
you should go and put that cool pop can in the recycler.
Recycler?
There are recycling machines all around the camp. You can put an empty can and it gives you a token in return.
A token?
Yes, you can swap the token for a gumball. I think they have a gumball dispenser in the guest house.
A gumball dispenser? I'll give it a shot. I'm gonna go put the empty can in the recycler then.
Go ahead. I'll come back when you're done. It's almost ready. Just a few minutes.
Okay.
Right. There's an empty can here.
Better do something with this.
Yep. Just double checking on things. Making sure that nothing's empty around here. Because that's one thing we can do as Ashley's, become an environmental person and clean up rubbish. Because if you don't give a hoot, who will?
I don't get it. I finally get a chance to talk with Dad, but all I want to do is yell at him. Must try harder, Ashley.
Well, must try harder, kind of like shouting at him, or must try harder to be more of a daughter, kind-hearted daughter. Okay, well this is a recycling bin, like the recycler here. So if we just take our items and we'll leave the orange one here. We'll use this to this.
Right, recycling time.
And then this little mini game. Put the can in the slot. Pull down on the lever. And there we go. And it gives us a token.
A token.
You acquired a token. But we'll keep the other one for another time. I'll recycle it. I'll recycle the can I just finished too. Damn it. Fine. It's like I was gonna, Right, you're getting recycled too. Right, you're getting recycled. Yeah, that's it. This can recycling machine was provided by JC Valley to protect the Earth's environment and to combat the degradation of the Lake Juliet area. Okay. You receive one special token for each can recycled here. Thank you for your cooperation. There we go. And that's another token for us. A token! Quite a token. There we go. So now we have 2 tokens. That's good. By the way, obviously you can put, if you're want to go into, you know, down on the, go into the into the foreground, like face forward. You can press down on the D-pad, but then you can also go down a path. And, well, you see me do it. It's quite easy. Yeah. It's very simple. Anyway. Oh no! What's wrong, Dad? I forgot to get charcoal for the barbecue. You what? This is a disaster. Okay, I've had it. Dad, we need to talk. What's wrong, Ashley? If it's about the charcoal, then I can easily just forget the charcoal. Then what's wrong? Look, just give me some money. Money? You want your allowance? No, I want my bus fare home. Oh, I can give you that when you leave. No, I want it now. Ashley, what are you trying to say? He's so dense. What I'm saying is that I'm leaving now. Leaving? Yes, leaving. Come now, Ashley, you just got here. And the barbecue won't take long to sort out, so we can eat and talk. I don't want to. I bet you're just as I bet you'd just be happy eating on your own. What? You know, I didn't even want to come on this stupid camping trip. Ashley, why would you say that? I was really looking forward to the two of us camping together, weren't you? Oh dear. You don't need to pretend. I know that I know that all you ever think about is your research. Ashley, that's not true at all. My research is definitely very important to me, but yours always be the most important thing in the world to me. I'm the most important? Okay. Well, let's talk a question about the camping together. Were you really looking forward to us camping together? Of course, I wanted to spend time with you. But only when it suits you, right? Only when you can fit it into your schedule. No, of course not. I had my own plans, you know. What plans? I had band practice. Band practice? Yeah. I'm in a band with a friend. And I need to practice my guitaring. Guitaring? These words are confusing me. The scientific mind cannot comprehend what's going on here. Ashley, I didn't know you played the guitar. That's quite something. There's a lot about me you don't know. Ashley. Anyway, I was supposed to go to band practice today. And I dropped that and came all the way here. Then my bag gets stolen. You're nowhere to be seen. Ashley, Then I go to the guest house and they tell me the family camp's been cancelled. And we're the only ones camping here today? Well, that's because... And the worst part of it is that you keep putting off telling me what I want to know. You still haven't told me the real reason you wanted me to come here. He's pondering. Dad, honestly, am I really the most important thing to you in the whole world? Of course, you're my daughter. Of course, don't you know anything about science? No. You don't need to lie to me, Dad. How could you say that? All you ever care about is your research. It always takes first place for you. That is not true. Stop lying! You care about your research more than me.
If you cared about me, you wouldn't leave me alone for 6 months.
Ashley.
Listen, I have something I care about too. Just like how your research takes first place, I have something important to me too.
Something you care about? What is it?
Duh!
She just mentioned it, obviously, with her talking about the band and thing. You know, band practice and whatnot. Music!
Duh! Hadoi!
See? I even called it.
Music.
Music? Well, everyone likes music. I mean, I like music too.
Not like that! I'm really serious about music. I want to be a pro musician in a band.
Really?
It's a dun.
Ashley, I had no idea that's what you want to do. Why did you keep it a secret? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't keep it a secret. I did try to tell you. I just never had the chance to. Because you were never around.
Ashley, the reason I asked you to come to Lake Juliet was...
Yeah?
I wanted to show you the lake again.
Again?
Yes, Ashley. When you were small, your mother brought you here to this lake.
Seriously? I've been here before?
Yes. You probably don't remember, but you were here before with your mother.
I was here with Mom? So that's why I suddenly remembered seeing her in front of the gate. It makes sense now.
What's wrong, Ashley?
Dad, I think I remember a little bit about when I was here.
What did you say? What you say?
Back when I was coming through the gate, I suddenly remembered Mom being here. Or there, even. I didn't understand why I remember her, since it was my first time being there. Or here.
Ah, God damn it, I keep saying the wrong things.
It made no sense, but now I understand. I was here before, and that's what I must have
been remembering.
Incredible. You remember being here at Lake Juliet 13 years ago? Oh, it was 13 years ago when we came here?
It was. You came here with Sayoko sometime before your 3rd birthday.
Were you here too?
No. I wasn't with you. Sayoko didn't tell me that she was coming here. Ah, the plot thickens. This is unusual, though. It's not uncommon for someone's memory to be triggered by something they saw in the past. But to suddenly remember dormant memories from when you were so young is unusual indeed. Ashley, did you remember when you saw the gate? Or what do you remember even?
I saw her face. She looked up at the gate. That's all. Just an image.
I see. I don't suppose you remember anything else.
That's all I remember.
Ashley, if you remember anything about your mother again, tell me. Your memories might be an important clue to what she was doing back then.
A clue?
Yes. Ashley, I want you to know why your mother came here. And what she was doing here.
What she was doing here?
That's right, Ashley. Right now, more than anything, I want to know why Sayoko was here.
You think she had a special reason?
Yes. And if I can just find that out,
then
there's no doubt I'll find out the truth about another. Of course. It's all about another.
Why did Mom bring me here and not tell you?
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. The truth about another? What does that mean? Well... Dad, tell me! Ashley, you remember another, don't you? Well, actually, we do, actually, from, you know, the... You know, second... I'm not gonna flip for this one, obviously, because this is all an obvious thing, because obviously Ashley knows about another because of the events in the previous game, so we know. So yeah. I'm not gonna do a coin flip for that. I remember. I couldn't forget it, even if I tried. Indeed. But I don't want to remember it anymore. I see. Dad, do you remember another? Do you still remember another? Actually, there's no way I can forget, is there? Because of another, Sayoko, your mother gave up her life to protect it. Dad... Actually, do you remember the night of your 3rd birthday? I wish I didn't. I still have nightmares about that night. I see. Ashley, listen to me. When your mother died, I made a promise to myself. I swore that I'd finish another, her legacy, the one she died for. And I left you in Jessica's care. I took the thesis that Sayoko and I wrote about another to Blood Edward Island. Oh, for God's sake, we're having this recap? Seriously? We know! We played the we played the first game! We played it on Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays! We don't need a recap! God damn it. Another was the combination of our joint research, a device to control memory. Its function was to replace real memories with false memories. Truly revolutionary. So I spent 11 years working alone to develop another. And then, right before you turned 14, I completed it. So I called you to Blood Edward Island. Remember, Ashley? When we met up again in that old mansion which I'd been living in for so long. And when I saw you all grown up, I couldn't believe it. Believe it. Yeah. Believe it or not. That was my daughter, standing there. I couldn't say or do anything. I just stared, like a creepy old man. For some reason. I was probably stoned at that time. And then we discovered something terrible. Right there on Blood Edward Island. The man who helped me for so long with the development of another. The man who wanted to take another and use it for his own purposes. He was the one who killed Sayoko. At that point, I thought that I understood the whole story behind another. And I should have been able to leave that all behind me and come home with you. Dad, didn't the whole thing with another end back on the island? That's what I thought until I came here. But it looks like I was mistaken. I didn't know anything about anything. Not another, not Sayoko, not about Sayoko. Dad. Ashley, I asked you to come here because I wanted to tell you all of this. Tonight, let's talk about your mother. It's been too long since we talked about her. Yeah, let's. Probably not, really. I mean, it's kind of upsetting kind of like subject, really, you know. Today is the first time I've talked to Dad about another since that day. The day we came back from Blood Edward Island. All of this time, Dad was thinking about Mom and another. Oh, Ashley. I have something here to give you. What is it? Do you have a music player? You know, so you can listen to music wherever you go. I want one, but I can't afford it at the moment. I just spent all my allowance on a guitar. Well then, this is perfect. Wait there a second. I'll just jimmy over here. Stroll in here to my little bag here. Oh, I love me some hand-me-downs. Hand-me-downs, haha. Here. What is it? What do you think? He was just talking about a music player, duh. Oh wow, it's the newest model. It's a white music player. Huh? This logo. JC Valley. This logo. I've seen it before. Ah, dear. There was a wall. It had a logo on it. Mom was standing in front of it, in a room. Ashley? Huh? Wake up, girl! Are you okay? You were just staring into space. Dad, what's this logo on this? What's the logo? What's the logo on this music player? That's the JC Valley logo. They gave out those music players as a gift on the anniversary of JC Valley's founding. Dad, I've seen this logo before. Really? Yeah, I remember it when I looked at the music player. Mom was standing in front of a wall with that logo on it, and she was talking to someone. Ashley, are you serious? So when you were with Sayoko 13 years ago, you saw the JC Valley logo? Yeah. Ashley, wait a minute. I want to show you something else. What is it? Just give me 2 seconds. Oh dear Marley. Oh jeez. Take a look at this. Do you remember anything when you look at it? Oh gee, I wonder what it looks like. Huh? Huh? I've never seen it before. Oh, you'll be seeing it very soon. I'm sure you will see it soon enough. Oh. Oh, hello. True, another system. TAS. Startup. Dad, something appeared on the display. What? I didn't do anything. It just turned on when I touched it. Dad, what is this thing? Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. What in the world is going on? Why did it respond to you? Dad, what's going on? What is it? Did it turn on because I touched it? Oh, sorry. If you just take that line out of context, oh god. It just turned on when it touched it. Oh god, I'm sorry guys. I'm just anyway. Oh god. Innuendo! Sorry. Yes, so it seems. It's responding to you. Stop making it! Stop doing this to me, game! It's like, I probably need to bite my tongue because you're giving me all these fucking lines. Honestly. Where did it come from? Did you build this as well? That device is called a TAS. A TAS? Yes, a TAS. The TAS, actually, it's the only one. How many times will we say TAS in one line? Well, 2 apparently. Ashley, I found that device among your mother's research materials. Mom had this? Yes. JC Valley was founded by a man called Judd Fitzgerald. He was also the director of MJ Labs, the place where Sayoko and I researched another. I knew that Judd had taken all of MJ Labs' research and materials to JC Valley, so I hunted through all the research materials that were stored in JC Valley. And then I found Sayoko's materials. And among all those materials was an envelope marked TAS, which had that device in it. Ashley, now I'm sure of it. You're sure of what? I'm sure Sayoko created that device. Mom made this? Yes, there's no doubt about it. The TAS activated when it came into contact with you. Only Sayoko could lock a device with your biometric data. Then, what does it do? I have no idea. I don't know why she made it, or what it's supposed to do. Mom made this, and only I can use it. So it seems. Hey, Dad. Do you mind if I hold on to this? What? Why? If I keep it with me, I might be able to remember more about Mom. I'm sure I will. Well, I'm not sure. Dad, please. I want to have it, because Mom made it. Okay, Ashley, okay. But don't show it to anyone. Not a single person. If you promise me that, you can have it. I promise. Acquired the task. Ashley. Yeah? Can I see your mother's pendant? Sure. To what good it'll do? Here. Sayoko gave you this pendant right before she died, didn't she? Yeah. When she put me in the closet, she put this in my hand. Even though we never saw that in the original game. The developer said, "Oh, she gave her this before she died." Well, no, it was, it's like it's an item that was never brought up in the first game, but we're gonna bring it up in here now, just for the sake of convenience. She told me that I wouldn't be afraid if I just held it tight, or tightly even. Can I borrow that pendant from you, just for today? Sure, I guess, but why? For the same reason you want to keep the task, your mother. I understand. Thanks. What the? Dad? Sorry, Ashley. That was my stomach. You were starving too. Yeah, to be honest, I haven't eaten all day. Right, let's fire up this barbecue. But what about the charcoal? I'll go and get some from the guest house. You wait here, okay? It's okay, I'll go. Are you sure? Trust me, I'll get it done quicker. Thanks, Ashley. You're an angel. Okay, I'll be back soon. Oh yeah, I have a music player now. I'll give it a listen. So we can go into our items and music player.
Right, let's give this thing a try.
Do 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 do.
Huh? It won't turn on. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with this? Huh? Maybe the battery has run out. I'll check the back of the music player.
There we go.
Now to take the cover off. What? There's no battery in the music player. Oh, come on, Dad.
Even though he's right in front of you, Ashley.
I wonder if I can find a battery somewhere. Let's take a look.
And sure enough, there's one right here on the kitchen, on the picnic table. There's a battery.
A battery? I might be able to use this for the music player.
So, and if we go into our items, we can combine this with the music player.
Put the battery in the music player.
And we're ready to rock. So yeah, and with that, obviously we can just listen.
Alright, let's give this thing a try.
I'm surprised I've had no other questions for this entire playthrough. But yeah, we can go through the listing, obviously. You can go through with the direction arrows and whatnot. Wow, there's like tons of tracks. There's 54 tracks in this game. Yeah. For the love of God, Nintendo, don't copyright any of this crap, okay? So yeah. So you can play any of this. So, gotta go back in time. No, it's not that. It's not that back in time track. But yeah, you can listen to this, and yeah, I think you can listen to this while you're on, while you're wandering around.
Okay, that's enough distractions for now.
Or maybe not. Who knows? I can't remember. Alright, let's head on over to the guest house and get some charcoal. Yeah, no animations in there and whatnot, so... I mean, I'm surprised that not many people picked up this game at all. Well, I don't think so anyway. Oh, hello.
What was that? Was that a dog barking? I could definitely hear something. Where's it coming from?
Seems to be something coming from there.
Maybe behind these blinds. Someone's there.
We gotta take a picture. Catch the culprits in the act.
That teddy bear is the same one that was in my bag. What's that kid doing with it? There's a card lock on the door, so I can't open the door. What do I do now? Huh? Eek! What is it this time? Was that the TAS? What was it responding to?
Well, if we get our TAS out, we use it, and use it on this.
Wait a second. Is the TAS responding to this?
Apparently so. Right. So obviously you have indications on the display for that. And, well, it's a puzzle, obviously. What's this? So, you just press the corresponding buttons to, obviously, what's being mentioned on the thing. So it's A, B, up, 1, plus. And that's unlocked the door.
That sound. That must have been the door unlocking.
So, through we go.
Nobody here. Where'd that kid go? There's some boxes of pictures of vegetables.
Maybe they're full of vegetables. No. There's a toolbox.
What? The door's open. He must have gone out through there. What's that? Footprints. They must have been. They must be that kid's footprints.
Need to take photographic evidence of this. Ashley Mizuki Robins, crime ace detective. Woof, well, woof. Yeah.
That must be from the dog. That must be the dog from inside.
Let's go this way then. Although, I just want to go here. It's like, I don't know what that's there for. Just a bug, like a spider, bug, beetle thing on a tree. Kind of odd. Anyway.
There he is! That kid! He must have gone through the gap in the fence. Well, so can I.
Woof. Woof, woof.
What? Hey, shoot! Scram!
Woof. There goes the kid.
Oh, shoot! Wait! Stop!
There's a big gap in the fence.
Okay, I can get through here. But not with the big dog in the way. What now?
There's some beef jerky on the ground.
Is this what the dog's after? There's no way I can get over this. I know. It's on the ground, so I may as well use it.
Okay, so after investigating the, you know, the thing. There we go.
Yes, he moved out of the way. Now I can get through.
I know I sound a little more boyish there. Hey!
Huh? Ah, dear.
Ashley! Ashley! What the heck are you doing?
Huh? I was moving that dog so I can get through the fence.
Dog?
Yeah, it's just over there.
Over where? Ashley, you're not seeing... I'm not seeing any dog.
It's gone. I swear there was a dog on the other side of the fence.
Whatever. More to the point, how did you get into the storeroom?
Huh?
You can't get here without going through the storeroom. I always lock up when I'm out. So Spill, how'd you unlock the door?
It was already open?
Come on, give me a break. I know I locked up.
I swear it was open.
My dad sent me to get charcoal and there was no one in the shop. Then I heard... Let me guess. You heard a weird noise from the storeroom. Exactly. I swear, there really was a weird noise. So I went in to check it out. And there was stuff all over the floor. The back door was open. I don't know if I believe you. Someone's been eating food from our stores too. That wasn't you, was it? No way! I wouldn't do something like that. Then who did? Someone had to. It was that kid who ran through the gap in the fence. The kid? And just where is he now? I'm not sure. Look, Ashley, if it wasn't you who stole the stuff, prove it. Well, we do have proof. You know? Because we can prove that we didn't do it because we do have photographic evidence. So, I'm not making a coin flip for this, so we gotta do this. We gotta do it! I'll show you the proof. Tass. I have a photo to prove it. A photo? Alright, show me. Here we go. Take a look at this. What is it? A picture of that kid in your store... sorry, wrong voice. A picture of that kid in your storeroom. Aha! Looks like you weren't the only one in the storeroom then. Okay, the photo convinced me. You weren't the one who messed up the stores. Phew, that's a relief. Well, at least you know I didn't do it. Yeah, my bad. Sorry for being harsh, but you understand why, right? No problem. I'm just glad it was sorted out. I wonder how that kid got into our storeroom though. The back door should have been locked. Good question. It's a card lock, just like the other door. Like the campsite gate? Well, kind of. The lock is a bit different. The card I gave you won't open that door. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, you came here for charcoal, right? Right, I almost forgot. My dad was trying to set up the barbecue and forgot the charcoal. Typical. Alright, I'll grab you some. Or I'll grab some for you. Wait out by the counter, okay? And we'll just have a scene transition to the counter. See? Flawless. There you are. Sorry, it took my time. Sorry it took so long. Here's your charcoal, Ash. Thanks. Acquire charcoal. Have fun with your dad. Thanks. Good luck in here. Luck? Yeah, I'll try not to die off boredom. Seriously though, gotta make sure the door's locked for sure next time. Can't have someone messing up the storeroom again. That wouldn't be cool. For sure. I think I'll stop heading off for walks too, and actually look after the place. Not just because the store's business, but since that villa burned down, I don't want this place to be next on their list. Right. The ranger said that there were suspicious people around who might have started the fire, messing around in the woods in the middle of the night. Yeah. If it turns out it was them, I'll be more than a little ticked off. Thanks to them, that villa got burnt down. I really liked that villa. It was nice. It was a nice architect. Fit the scene quite well.
You liked it?
Yeah, it was a bit old, but it had a nice atmosphere about it. You know, it was my favorite thing about this place.
Oh, that's a shame. I wish I was able to see it.
Got a photo right here. Want to see it?
Yeah.
Here you go. Had a red roof on it. Great place. Gotta dig that red roof.
Wait.
Flashback.
This place. I've seen it before. The villa where the fire was. Mom was there.
Da da da. Memory acquired. Hey, what's up?
Huh?
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for showing me the photo.
Okay, so we're out here.
Oh god,
This first episode has lasted quite a long time, actually. Oh boy. Dan's still working on that sign of his. Oh.
Dad?
Ashley,
Where are you going?
sorry, but I got an urgent call. I need to get back to the lab right away.
No way! What am I supposed to do?
My assistant at the lab, Gina, said she'd come to keep you company. Have your barbecue with her and wait until I get back, okay?
Fine. I'll wait here.
Okay, good. Oh, and don't show the DAS or the TAS to anyone. Understood?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back as soon as I can. And a mysterious man there just behind that tree. Okay, and he's off.
Oh man. Here we go again. So I guess I just have to wait here. I wonder what kind of person Gina is. Can't really imagine having a barbecue with someone I've just met. What a pain. I thought I'd get to sit down and talk with Dad. I had so much to tell him.
Oh well, no one around.
Alright. Everything that's happened here, everything I remembered about Mom, I have to go over it one more time. I have to remember.
And ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the kind of like chapter where we kind of recap of what happened during this game, and we have to answer questions. So it's kind of like a so it's like the game going. It's like, right, you've just played through this chapter of the game. We're gonna be giving you a quiz, and you gotta answer us truthfully. Okay? You better do it right, or else you're gonna fail. Anyway.
I haven't seen my dad in 6 months. He left home a year ago to come to Lake Juliet and work at JC Valley. Then I got a letter from him inviting me to a family camp here at Lake Juliet. What did he send me with the invitation?
It was the DAS. Correct.
Yes. He sent me the newest model of the DAS. Why did he send me the DAS again anyway? I came to Lake Juliet by bus. Then someone shoved me from behind at the bus stop and stole my bag. I was upset because Dad didn't show up. Who did I meet near the campsite gate?
It was Dan. Correct.
Yes. Dan, the forest ranger, was down near the campsite gate. I told him that my bag was stolen, and he said that he'd keep an eye out for it. I checked in at the guest house and finally met my dad at the campsite. I told him about how annoyed I was with him. Then we talked and I felt better. We didn't have any charcoal, so I went to the guest house to get some. Then I heard a strange noise, and I went into the storage room. Who did I see in the storage room?
It was a boy. It was a boy with a teddy bear.
Yeah, I saw a boy carrying the teddy bear that was in my bag, in my stolen bag. When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly remembered my mom. I need to assemble the fragments of memory that keep appearing. I need to remember her here 13 years ago. When I looked at the music player Dad gave me, I remembered Mom. Where was she?
She was in this area, because remember, she was looking at the logo of the JC Valley logo on the music player, so this is the scene. And it's correct.
That's right. She was in a room. The JC Valley logo was on the wall. I remember seeing her there. Mom, why did you come here 13 years ago without telling Dad? Why did you create the task? The memories of Mom are confusing me, but I'm slowly putting together the pieces.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of chapter 1. And we're going to save it there. So here we go. We're going to load into the next chapter. And we will have our continuation. There we go. Try to get my fake girly voice on. I suck at voice acting. At least I'm confident enough to admit that I suck at voice acting.
I went to the guest house and got charcoal for the barbecue, but on the way back, I ran into Dad, who got an urgent phone call and had to get back to the lab. Now I'm waiting for Gina, the person Dad sent to keep me company while I wait for him. Damn that father of mine.
Chapter 2, Matthew's story. Who the hell is Matthew? How does he fit into all this? Hello.
Huh?
Are you Ashley?
Yeah. Who are you?
I came instead of Gina. I'm here to have the barbecue with you.
Instead of Gina? Why didn't she come?
Gina said that Dr. Robins had asked her to keep you company. But unfortunately, she had some urgent work to attend to and was unable to come.
Urgent work? What happened?
I'm sorry. I don't know exactly what it was. In any case, she wasn't able to come here. And so I came in her place. I believe Gina has already informed Dr. Robins that I came here instead.
But...
You seem unsettled. Do I really seem so bad? Would I lie?
No, that's not it. It's just... I was just wondering, isn't having a barbecue with someone you just met kind of
Strange. isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose. Sorry, I'm forgetting what kind of voice I'm supposed to put for this character.
I suppose I feel the same way.
Really?
Yes, but even with something as unplanned as this, two strangers can talk and share their views on life. Perhaps that could make it enjoyable. Forgive me, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Ryan Gray. I'm a scientist at JC Valley, like your father.
Ryan Gray, scientist. And pretty boy of this game.
Nice to meet you. Wait!
Flashback. Insert the insert the face into the model. What is that man now? Sorry, I don't know what I was saying there.
I've seen this man before. Somewhere.
Try to remember, Ashley.
Ryan Gray. Where have I met you before?
Ashley,
Huh?
don't daydream in front of me. I'm a very impatient man.
Are you unwell? You look like you were about to pass out. Ryan.
Yes.
Have we
Have we?
have we met before?
Oh, thank God! I thought you were saying said have we had a relationship before? Oh, phew. He said I'm not that kind of guy.
No, not that I recall. This is the first time that we have met, to the best of my knowledge. However, it is not uncommon to meet someone and think that you've seen them somewhere before. No, I'm still sure I've seen you before somewhere.
Oh.
I remembered it when I saw you. I've definitely seen you somewhere before.
You recognize me from somewhere?
Yeah. I was here when my mom was with my mom 13 years ago. Maybe I met you back then.
I see.
Ashley, how old are you? I'm 16.
Which means that 13 years ago you were 3.
There's a theory regarding...
God damn it! Fucking scientific words. Line! It's like, damn it. Yeah. Also, the following line, obviously, or the following word is definitely gonna be totally butchered by how I pronounce it. Anyway, that's for sure.
There's a theory regarding
my mutilation. My inhalation? I don't know.
in the human hippocampus.
Sorry. God damn it.
State.
Sorry, I'll get back into character. Dead puppies. Damn it. Okay.
Stating that as this particular development is a slow process, the hippocampus is not fully formed until the age of 3 or 4 years old. If we consider the concept of implicit memory, where emotions, memory of basic tasks and facial recognition develop before the age of 3, it is not an impossibility for you to retain memories from 13 years ago. However, the majority of test subjects cannot recall episodes or events from their own childhood, which would imply that explicit I can't even, oh god. That explicit, that explicit memory has not developed by that stage. Sorry, I didn't understand a word of that.
I'm with you, Ashley. I did not understand a word of that either. And I was trying to read the fucking thing. And trying to perform it. See? Shitty voice actor. Because me English no good.
Why are you telling me? What I mean is that your recognition of my face may be due to ambiguous, unreliable memories. Why is that unreliable? Ambitious. Jesus Christ. Ambiguous, unreliable memories? But as soon as I arrived here, I suddenly started remembering my mom. Ashley, do you think that coming here may be a trigger that made you remember your mother? Yeah. Let me ask you something. Okay. Did you come here today by your own free will? By which I mean, did you yourself decide to come here? No. My dad called me here. So Dr. Robins invited you here, correct? Yeah. My dad knew that I'd been here with my mom 13 years ago. So he wanted to show me the place again. I see. Before I came here, I had no idea that I'd even been here, let alone with my mom. But when I came here and saw everything, I suddenly started remembering my mom and the last time I was here. And you also remembered something when... Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. And you also remembered something when you saw me, correct? Yeah. But if you ask me whether I'm completely sure that all the memories are true, I couldn't honestly say if I was sure. I see. Ashley, we call sudden memories like that flashbacks.
Sorry, use the finger quotes there.
Flashbacks. It unusual happens.
Oh wait, sorry. It usually happens. Sorry, I've read that wrong. Sorry. I was kind of like, what?
It usually happens when you have a traumatic experience or mental scarring, whatever. It's the same difference. Did anything like that happen to you 13 years ago? Yeah. On the night of my 3rd birthday, my mom died. She was killed 13 years ago. A great pity. Sayoko Robins was killed 13 years ago at the young age of 28. Wait, you know about my mom? Of course.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science? Sorry.
The death of Sayoko Robins was a great loss for the entire scientific community, especially for those of us focused on memory research. And now, after 13 years, I have the chance to meet her daughter. It is quite an unexpected opportunity.
And Ashley's gotta talk to herself, or talk to us. She's breaking the 4th wall, everybody! Don't worry, we're on top of it.
This guy knows about my mom. Someone here at Lake Juliet knows about my mom. I remember seeing him somewhere in my memories of her.
Well, Ashley, how about making a start on this barbecue? If you could light it up, please, I shall prepare the meat and vegetables. Oh my. I hope he's not talking about the meat and 2 veg that he has personally. I know, that was a bad joke. I'll slap myself for that. There we go. One more for good measure. There we go. Alright, okay. Let's pick up this cardboard flap. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe not at the moment. Right. So... So, that's the things he's doing. This is the barbecue. How about we put the charcoal... Use the charcoal in there. Okay, that's plenty of charcoal. There we go. Next up is lighting the barbecue. Right, so where do I find the... Oh, I know. And here we got some matches. These should come in handy. There we go. Right. There's a cardboard. Now, I already know of this puzzle ahead of time, so the cardboard flap is needed. So, right. So items, matches, use on charcoal. I use the matches to light this up. There we go. Of course, it kind of like burns. I lit it, but the fire's still pretty weak. How do I make it burn better? Over here. Cardboard flap. A flap from the cardboard box. This could come in handy. Cardboard flap. So there we go. Lots of soft drinks. Iced tea and water. This cooler box is pretty big. Hang on. These aren't even cold. Dad, you really are useless. Go ahead. Yeah, sure, Ashley. Just slag your father, obviously, as usual. Right, let's use the cardboard flap on here. Right, I'll use the cardboard flap. Right, so, we just... wave! It's like flap, 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 flap. There we go. Gameplay! Alright! The charcoal's really burning now. Ah, that looks like it's coming along nicely. I've also finished preparing the food. Time to skewer and grill the meat and vegetables, I think. Okay. Oh yeah, I should burn the cardboard flap too. Good idea, Ashley. They're cooked very well all over. Yeah, I can't wait. Not being very girly with my voice there. Don't want. Because I don't. It's like males should not voice young boys like grown men shouldn't voice young men, young boys. Although good credits to the guy who played Negi from Negima and whatnot. And girls in general. No disrespecting, obviously, Mike Pollock, who's voiced Elsa back in the day, but in Sonic X. But it's, you know, just like regular girls, like normal girls. Nah. So, it's like I'm only doing the voice because I want to be funny, or I want to try, and I will try at a miserable failure, like a jobber. Like Fandango. Anyway, let's get on with the story. How is it? Yeah, it's great. That's good to hear. Being here with you reminds me of Sayoko, actually. You bear quite a strong resemblance to her. I look like her? Hadoi! Yes. Your hair... Sorry, I hate saying that word. Honestly. Your hair is a different color, but your dark eyes are almost exactly like hers. You've met her? Yes, indeed. She is the one of the few people that I can never forget. She was exactly the same type of person as me. More questions? Say, Ryan. Yes? Can I ask you about my mom? Of course. Let's talk about her after we read. Please help yourself. Bon appetit. Okay. Ikitakimasu. That was really great. I don't know why, but eating outside makes it taste so much better. Or nicer, even. Nicer, better, same difference. Indeed. Hey, that's my line, Ryan. Shut up. It was quite delicious. I wish I had some Chianti and fava beans. Sorry, I think it's an obscure reference. Do you like barbecues? Yeah, I like them. But today's barbecue was totally amazing. I can't stand peppers. I even ate them. And so you hate a food, but you ate it anyway. Oh, kind of like me in Japan when I was eating, eating lettuce and so many vegetables when normally I don't. Out of pure courtesy. Courtesy. Yeah. Anyway. You don't like peppers? Nope. I can kind of eat them now, but when I was little I couldn't stand them at all. I'm the same. Really? No, I'm just saying that to make you feel better, of course. It is said the best way to overcome hatred of a food is by force of will and careful cooking. Perhaps today's barbecue helped you grow to enjoy peppers. You think? I do indeed. I'm so glad Ryan's keeping me company. I thought scientists were all like Dad, but Ryan's so open and talkative. I guess not all scientists are the same. Ashley, let's talk about Sayoko. You wanted to ask me about her, didn't you? Yeah. How do you know her? Before I was recruited at JC Valley, I was occasionally at MJ Labs. MJ Labs was where Mom worked? Sorry. That's it. I questioned that wrong. MJ Labs was where Mom worked, right? Yes. Dr. Robins and Sayoko were both researching another there. So you know about another? Yes, I do. And I knew Sayoko when she was working on another. Ah. So there are people at JC Valley who know about another? There are. Right, let's start with this question first. Always start with the first question. What did you mean when you said that Mom was someone you'd never forget? I meant that I remember her very well. Why? Excuse me.
When I started out in research, Sayoko was the first scientist I ever met. She taught me the very fundamentals of being a scientist. What kind of person was she? She was a truly incredible scientist. To this day, I have yet to meet someone that could even hope to surpass her. She was that good? Oh, absolutely. Most indefinitely. Indubitably. More random, positive words. If she were still alive today, I can only imagine what incredible things might have developed from her research. Let's continue on. What do you mean when you said she's the same type of person as you? Well, someone that's followed the path of research all their life, someone who you could say was born to be a scientist. Huh? My parents were both scientists. I started researching at university when I was 10 years old. 10? Yes. I didn't start proper research until I was 16. And then I was recruited to work at JC Valley, so here I am. You became a scientist at 16? Yes. That's amazing. You must be a real genius. I heard that Sayoko began at 18. Wow. Wow! Wow indeed, Ashley! Aren't you at that age where you begin to plan your future? What do you want to be? Well, we can obviously, you know, tell the truth, because that is obviously, you know, Ashley's calling, you know, being a musician. Or we could just lie and say I don't know, but yeah, let's be truthful too. A musician? Musician? Yeah, I want to be a musician. One day, I want to write my own songs. I really want to move people with my music. I think that'll be the best feeling of all. I see. I'm sure everyone dreams of becoming a musician when they are at a certain age. Although it is rather unlikely to become a reality, one is free to dream as one pleases. Ashley, I think I understand how you feel about the future. Just from that conversation? Yes. Very well, in fact. You know, on the surface you may look a lot like Sayoko, but on the inside, you're just like Dr. Robins. Like Dad? Exactly like him. Ryan. Yes? What's my dad like? Ah, yes. Your father is a very hard worker.
Do we really need to be continuing on from that question? We kind of already know that, you know, because he neglected Ashley for so long.
Yeah. Ashley. Yeah? May I ask you something? Go ahead. Do you often go camping with Dr. Robins? Never. I'm sure the camping trip was just an excuse to get me here. An excuse? Yeah. Dad hasn't been home for 6 months. Not even at weekends. He probably knew I was mad at him, so he needed to come up with an excuse to see me. I see. He's really selfish at times. It's like he lives life on his own terms. Which makes it really difficult when you're his daughter, right? Everything's short notice. Look what happened this time. What happened? My bag was stolen, all because I came here. Your bag was stolen? Yeah. I've never had my bag stolen before. Was there anything important in it? As I look at you with these shifty eyes. Clothes, my band scores, pick case, teddy bear, and a bit of money. Is that all? Yeah. I kept Mom's pendant in my pouch, so at least that was safe. Your Mom's pendant. It's all I have left of her. What kind of pendant is it? It's shaped like a tear, and it has some sort of liquid in it. It's beautiful. I couldn't take a look at it, could I? Well, I'd show you, but my dad has it at the moment. I see.
He's apparently so enthralled with that. That raised suspicions just a little bit, you know. I mean, you can't really, you know, show a random stranger. Well, even though he's a work colleague of your dad's, Ashley. I mean, just wanting to, you know, just thinking, you know, don't you think it would be a little awkward for him to ask about that and ask it to look at it and whatnot? You know, it just raises too many questions. Oh dear. What did you mean when you said Dad's a hard worker? Well, Dr. Robins is the kind of scientist who works extremely diligently at his job. He has an inquisitive mind and doesn't give up until he has his answers. He's the exact opposite of Sayoko and myself. Ashley. I'm going on a limb that this is a girl's voice, so... Ryan! Huh? I was right. Hi. Elizabeth. What are you doing here? Well, I asked Daddy and he told me you were here. I see. Do you need me for something? I've lost something. Lost something? The thing we got for JC Valley's anniversary thing or whatever. You got one too, right? It's that one. And... Ryan, won't you do me a favor? What is it? Help me find my music player. I should be more bratty, obviously, because I think it's a help me find my music player. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. What? Why? I can't leave until Dr. Robins comes back. And why not? I promised Dr. Robins that I'd stay here to keep Ashley company. Come on, Ryan! Just forget that promise. No one will know. Okay. Well, I guess we can just continue talking to Ryan. This is quite unexpected. Okay. Excuse me? What? Hi. Ellipses. Another one for the counter, Kev. I'm Ashley Mizuki Robins. I see. Should I care? Whee! Explanation point. Where did that come from? Who are you anyway? Elizabeth Alfred. Oh my god, she's an Alfred! Elizabeth Alfred. Bimbo. Professional bimbo, I guess. Okay, that was a little harsh. I'm sorry. There we go. You happy? Oh dear.
Elizabeth Alfred? You're not related to another Alfred that I know.
Actually, no. The Alfred is the last name, whilst the Alfreds that I kind of know are all first names, like Alfred Ashford, you know, the Ashfords in Resident Evil, and Alfred, you know, Batman. Yeah, totally yeah, totally wrong.
That's me.
That's nice. Sorry.
My dad runs JC Valley. He's Rex Alfred. Right. Should I care? Actually, you should. It means that your father works for mine. I just thought you should know that. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever. How old are you?
Ah. Oh dear. So we got the choice of Ashley lying that she's 18, and Ashley saying truthfully that she's 16. I'm sure I've got a 50p piece in here. Yeah. So yes, shall we be truthful or shall we lie? We will decide. Head. Normally heads is the first option, tails is the second, so it's actually come up as tails. So yeah, we'll be truthful, of course.
I'm 16. The same age as me? No way. So what? Sorry, but sorry, I just thought you were like 14. Ha, no way. I'm having problems believing it myself. There's no way you're the same age as me.
Anyway, let's ask her about the music player.
Where'd you lose your music player? Sorry, I wasn't talking to you about that. Or was I talking to you about that? Of course not. Cha. I was asking Ryan to help me look for it. So do kindly mind your own business. What's your problem? What problem? You know what I mean.
Ashley. Ashley. Sorry, he went a little lower than he said.
I'll go with Elizabeth and help her search. Huh? After listening to you ladies talking, I feel this is the best option. Ryan, are we going or not? Go ahead. To make my day. Like he needs your permission anyway. Sha. Ashley, I won't be long. Why don't you take a walk in the meantime? The area around here is full of greenery. I think you would like it.
Sure. Bye. Bye.
Let's go. Spoiled brat.
Oh, hello. Getting a notification. And it's from the DAS.
There's a message from Dad.
Are you enjoying the barbecue? I've got a few more things to do here. I'm really sorry, but I won't have time to go to the campsite now. Can you get my backpack and bring it back to the cottage for me, please? My cottage is past the covered bridge on the left. Or covered bridge? Okay, yeah, covered bridge. Your cottage? Okay, let's pick up his bag then, I guess. This is his backpack. I need to bring this to Dad's cottage. Which backpack? The hat. He even forgot his hat. I'll bring it back to him. Cowboy hat. That's not a cowboy hat, that's a ranger hat. There's a difference. Oh. It's Ryan's briefcase. He must have left it here when he went off with Elizabeth. What should I do? Maybe he's still around. I know. I'll give it to him before heading to Dad's cottage. Fair enough. Right. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, everything else has been tidied up and whatnot, so let's get going. Ba-ba. Gameplay! Ah, there's someone on the road. Ashley!
Huh?
I thought it was him.
Dan!
Did you find your pops?
Yeah.
Ah, good. I bet he was worried about your bag too, huh?
Kind of. I filed a missing items report at the guest house anyway.
I'm sure you're worried about getting it back, but try to enjoy the camping trip. Remember, I'm looking out for your bag while I patrol too.
Thanks. But I'm starting to worry if I'll ever see it again.
Don't give up. I'm sure someone will find it. Where's your campsite? I'll come and let you know if I find anything.
It's up ahead, but there's nobody there at the moment.
Nobody there?
My dad got an urgent phone call and had to go to his lab. And then he told me to go to his cottage.
Lab, you say? Ashley, your pops doesn't work for JC Valley, does he?
Yeah, he does.
Well, I'll be. Your pops is Dr. Robins then. He didn't think of that earlier? He didn't join the dots and say, "Oh, this girl's called her last name's Robins." I know a Dr. Robin. I know a Robins. Put two and two together. Idiot.
Dr. Robins? So you know my dad?
Yeah, I guess I do. I knew he had a little girl, but I didn't think that it would be you.
How do you know him?
Well, it must have been 2 months ago now. I helped your pops put the bait on his fishing line to up at the lake. Since then, we meet and chat sometimes while I'm out on patrol.
My dad fishes?
He sure does. Seems he started fairly recently though. But but he still hasn't caught anything big. They just keep eating his bait. Fool.
Sounds about right.
Then again, not many people have caught in the lake recently. Anyway, your pops is a really funny guy.
Funny? My dad?
Yep. As soon as he runs into something he's not familiar with, it's like looking at a little kid. The rest of the world might be long gone for all he knows. All he cares about is that one thing. He gets fascinated by a lot of strange little things, like that bug from last week. My God, he was looking at that for ages. Seems like he has taken a liking to Lake Juliet lately. Every time I run into him, he asks me a whole truckload of questions about the lake. Do you know your way? Sorry. Do you know the way to your pop's cottage?
Past the covered bridge, right?
Exactly. Turn right when you see the lake and follow the path to the covered bridge. There are a few cottages around here, but his is the first one on the left. Pretty convenient.
First on the left.
That's right. I'll let your pops know if I find your bag, okay?
Okay.
By the way, Ashley, I wanted to ask you something. Take a look at this photo. You haven't seen this boy wandering around, have you? Yeah, I've seen that blonde guy before. I'm gonna say that tacky green T-shirt is definitely out. Totally points him out. Actually, no, it's the it's the boy with the backpack, on one shoulder.
Yeah.
Really? Where did he go? Tell me. Give me details, woman.
Yeah. He was in the guest house. He got into the storage room and ate some food they had stored there.
Well, I'll be. I knew it. He must be around here then.
Why are you looking for him?
He's been reported as a missing person. And we'll probably follow up on that.
Why was he reported missing?
He ran away from home. Simple as that.
Ran away?
Yes, I just said that, Ashley. Listen with your ears, not with your mouth. Yep, a missing persons report was filed yesterday, but he's been gone for 3 days. On top of that, this isn't the first time he's run away either.
He's done it before?
He pulled the same trick last August too, but he was eventually found around this area. He's 13, and his name is Matthew Crusoe. Let me know if you see him again, okay?
Got it. Right.
Sorry, I almost said that in Dan's voice.
Right, I'll head for the cottage. Dad's probably waiting for me right by now.
Take care.
Will do.
Oh, I forgot to say. There's an old boathouse on the way to your pop's cottage. It's closed right now. Keep away from it.
Why?
Those troublesome types I was talking about before. They hang out around there. I saw a man in sunglasses there a while ago too. He might be in cahoots with them.
Understood. I'll keep away from the boathouse.
I'll take your word for it. Now you take care. You hear? Alright, okay, so let's go our way.
Who's there? Oh, it's Ryan and Elizabeth.
Yep, oh well. So go in here. Meet Ryan, give him his briefcase. Sorry.
Hey Ryan, were you with Daddy on Wednesday night?
Wednesday night?
No, I was with the director then. Right.
Hi.
Ryan,
Ashley, what is it? Did Dr. Robins return?
no, he said he won't be back.
He won't be back.
Yeah, he's still busy at work. So he said to head for his cottage.
I see.
So your camping trip has ended prematurely. I don't know. Probably.
I see.
It is a pity. I had hoped we could talk for a little longer. Me too. Oh, I brought your briefcase. There it is. Here.
Here. Take it with you. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Thank you. Ryan, was your briefcase that filthy before? Look at it. It's covered in someone's grubby little fingers.
What? this briefcase gets dirty very easily. The front is plastic coated, which makes it quite easy to leave finger marks on it.
Sorry for dirtying it.
Don't worry about it, Ashley.
Oh, did you find the music player?
Not yet. We searched all around here, but there's still no sign of it.
Ah,
Well, now that I no longer need to go back to the campsite, I'll stay here for a while to help Elizabeth search.
Ryan, are you done chatting? I'm sure talking to Ashley is riveting and all, but...
Elizabeth, please wait your turn. This is a merry-go-round. It's like, I am not Val Venus. I cannot handle more than one whiny girl at the same time. Dear. I shall help you once I have finished talking.
Fine.
Ashley, have you remembered anything else since we talked last?
Nothing. I want to remember everything from 13 years ago, but nothing's coming to me.
I see. You haven't remembered any more about Sayoko. Well, you were only 3 years old. Needless to say, remembering events from 13 years ago must be quite a difficult challenge.
Yeah. Hey Ryan, who's this Sayoko person?
You wouldn't know her, Elizabeth.
Oh.
I think it's time we went to look somewhere else.
Right.
Ashley, I hope we meet each other again while you're here. I'd like to talk to you more about Sayoko.
Definitely.
Be on your way! Alright, cool. Nothing on this side. Oh well, out the front door. Or gate, wherever. Alright, onward! Onward to adventure! To find my dad's cottage!
That lake. That must be Lake Juliet.
Flashback! Here we go again, we're gonna have a flashback now.
I remember now. I was here with my mom, looking out over the lake. Mom, every time I remember you, it's like a rush of 1,000 motions. Emotions, even, not motions. But I feel a bit happier. The only memory I had of you was the night of my 3rd birthday. But when I came here, I found out that there's so much more.
So much more than this. And I'm gonna try. Da 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 da. Yeah, sorry. That joke so flew over so many people's heads.
Mom.
Ah, dear.
The lake area. I was here with Mom.
Yes. Indeed you did.
Hey, that's... that kid! Hey, you!
I even knew the line before it actually came up. Huh?
Huh?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you. Why? What, you don't recognize me?
Huh?
Remember the fence behind the guest house?
Oh. Oh, shit.
Now I have something to ask you. That teddy bear you had. My teddy bear.
Oh, shit. Shit! 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 Shit!
Hey, wait!
Woof! I am dog. I am here to stop you.
Not you again.
Stand back, human.
Ah!
Grr. I will growl at you and, I will threaten to bite your legs off.
Don't bark at me. I don't have time to feed you. Oh, you were, I was wanting more foods.
Oh well.
Oh, he got away again. Right, I'm going after him.
Sure, let's go after him. Let's do this, Wolverines!
Someone's there. Oh, that man. Is he the one Dan was talking about? The man with the sunglasses?
Ooh, suspicious. I'm going on a limb here. I'm gonna say, Ashley? It's Ashley?
Huh?
It's Dan. Sorry. I should have gone Ashley. I keep forgetting who's who. Because obviously when they come up with the thing, it's like obviously Ashley doesn't know who it is. But never mind. Ashley, where are you going?
Dan!
Your pop's cottage isn't that way.
Well, yeah, but I just saw a suspicious man and I wanted to know where he was going.
A suspicious man?
Yeah, the one in the sunglasses. He was walking over that way.
The man in the sunglasses was? Ashley, that way leads to the old mines. Nobody goes near it there anymore. You shouldn't go up. You shouldn't go there either.
Oh, and I saw that kid again.
What? Where? Where? Lead me to him. I'm gonna beat the living shit out of him. I'm gonna give him a slobberknocker. Oh god.
Right by the lake, after I passed the campsites. But he ran off somewhere.
So he really is around here. Thanks for telling me, Ashley. I'll go and see what that man is doing. So you head right along to your pop's cottage. Understood?
Right.
Ah, dear. Oh well, just go to pop's cottage, I guess.
No, not this way. I need to go after that kid.
Okay, so we're on a mission. We're going after the kid. Okay, fine, whatever.
Huh? There's a path off to the left too.
Let's go this way then. Dan has not noticed us. So.
It's an old building. Is it a shack?
It's definitely not a caddy shack, that's for sure. Alright, let's go this way.
The entrance to the shack is closed off. Where'd that kid go? This is a dead end. Huh? The entrance is closed off, but the door's just leaning on the building.
Time to move it! With a minigame! Definitely Ashley has a lot of strength, obviously. Ow. It's like my fingers can't hold it on. Ow. There we go. That's wide enough for us to go through.
Got it. Now I can get in.
Good. Let's go in. Shack North.
This place seems deserted. Nobody here.
Hang on a second.
Huh? I think I heard something.
Let's go through. This is the south side.
Huh? That noise again.
Beef jerky. Packet of crisps. Bottles of water.
Was someone just here?
Of course. Let's go out this door here because there's no one here. So this leads us back out here. Of course, this is us. There's a large hole in the wire fence. I wonder if this has any relevance to what we heard. Ah, look! There's a teddy bear on the ground.
Ah! Snookums!
Okay, it's not Snook. Well, I don't think it has a name like Snookums, but hey.
I knew it. It's my teddy bear. I'm so glad I found it.
There we go. Ashley's teddy bear has been acquired, and just puts it in your back little knapsack. I don't think it's small enough for it, but hey.
Huh? There's that noise again. Where's it coming from?
What do you think? It's right there.
Help! It's coming from here. Is someone in here? Is someone in there? Help! Hold on a second. I'll get you out.
Okay, so
Hey, the cover moved.
it's just a case of just holding this and opening the door. And I said, ah, busted. Alright, finally got you.
Oh, phew. I thought I'd be stuck in there forever. Are you crazy? Hiding in there? But what? It's the only hiding place I could get to. You shouldn't even be hiding in the first place. Why were you taking food from the guest house store?
I was hungry.
I don't care how hungry you are. You shouldn't steal food. Sorry. I hadn't eaten since yesterday. I was starving. Well, you were asking for it by running away from home. What? How'd you know I ran away? I just do. I'm psychic. I know a few things, Matthew Crusoe.
Matthew Crusoe, runaway. A rebel without a cause.
How did you know my name? Who told you? I suppose I might as well tell you. But first, you might have to answer a few of my questions. Got it? Fine. Ask. First, where did you get that teddy bear you were carrying around? I found it. Found it? Yeah, over where that place got burned down. Second, how did you get into the guest house storage room? According to Tommy, the door's always locked. I just used my ID card to get in. And the last question, that dog that always stops me wherever I see you, Is it yours?
Nah, that just follows me around. I don't know why. I don't know why that stray just seems to like me. It's not mine. It's a stray. Okay, so we got 3 follow-up questions onto the answers that he gave me. So, so yeah, I can't really do, you know, I'll just do it in order, obviously.
What were you saying about that place that got burned down?
It's near the campsite gate.
Oh, where the villa used to be?
Yeah, I found that teddy bear there.
What was it doing there?
How should I know?
This is my teddy bear. I had it in my bag when I got here.
Your bag?
Yeah, a white bag with Pinky Rabbit on it. Anyway.
Pinky Rabbit?
Oh, that bag was there too.
What? You saw it?
Yeah, at the burned ruin place.
Check on the ID card.
Why do you have an ID card?
Found it. It got me into the storage room. I swear, it was just lying there with a music player.
A music player?
Yeah, I picked it up. I picked that up too. But the batteries were dead, so I just threw it away.
You said that dog's a stray.
Yeah.
I saw it wandering around when I got here yesterday. I gave it something to eat and then bam, it started following me.
Ah.
That all you wanted to ask? I guess.
Sorry, can't really change the tone from a small boy to you know, a young boy to a young girl easily. So I apologize for my shitty voice acting. Because as you know, my voice acting is shitty.
Right, my turn. You want to ask me something? First, what's your name?
Oh God, please don't ask her name. The counter will go higher. Damn it, Matthew, you had one job.
Ashley Mizuki Robins. Right, Ashley. How do you know I ran away? The ranger told me about you.
Huh?
He showed me a photo of you and asked me if I'd seen you around.
And did you tell him about me?
Of course.
What?
Oh, come on. I did see you. Why would I lie?
Would I lie?
But you think you can run away from home and not get reported missing? And you pulled the same stunt last year too.
Or that was more of a question rather than a statement.
You know about that too?
Sure do.
Sure do. So why did you run away? I bet your family's worried sick.
As if.
If my uncle cares so much about me, why doesn't he come and get me? He knows I'm here. Your uncle? My dad's brother. I live with him. What about your parents? My mom got sick and died. And my dad, he disappeared 5 years ago. Disappeared? Yeah, that's why I wanted to come here. You wanted to come here? Yeah. There's something I have to do here.
Something to prove. Sorry.
What do you have to do?
I'm looking for clues. I am a Crusoe, after all. I'm Dr. Crusoe. Nah, that's obviously that's not the case. Obviously. Clues? Clues to what? Or clues for what? Clues to help track down my dad. What do you mean? Ashley, can you keep a secret? A secret? Yeah, sure, why not? Right. I'll tell you if you don't tell anyone else. I'm looking for my dad because he was kidnapped. The kid's crazy. Kidnapped? Your dad was kidnapped? That's preposterous. Yeah. Ashley, my dad is really rich. Rich? Yeah, rolling in cash. And he was kidnapped here 5 years ago. Kidnapped by who? Kidnappers, obviously. Really bad people. Uh-huh. And they set this huge ransom for him. But my uncle wouldn't pay it, so my dad never came back. Then he was classed as missing. But he's alive somewhere. I know it. So you came here to find him. To find clues to tell you where he is. Bingo! So why didn't your uncle pay the ransom? Wasn't your dad rich? Yeah, my dad is, but my uncle isn't. And nobody but my dad had the keys to his safe. Listen, Matthew, I don't know if your dad was rich or whatever, but I understand why you came here. I swear, my dad's a rich man who got kidnapped. And I'm trying to find him. My dad's super rich. Okay, I got it. Your dad's rich. Yeah. Ashley, do you believe me? Oh, we're definitely gonna have a flip for this one. Heads, well, let's see. Heads, I believe you, and tails, not a word. Ooh, let's find out. Heads, yes. Tails, no. It's tails. Oh dear. We'll have to tell him the truth. Not a word of it. Why not? A rich dad, kidnappers, a ransom? Come on, you have to admit, it does sound kind of ridiculous. Ellipses. Okay, you got me. No, can't admit that, sadly. Ashley, how old are you? I'm 16. Ah, 16. What about it? Just wondering if everyone gets like that when they turn 16. Like that? What's that supposed to mean? As soon as I open my mouth, you instantly decide I'm lying. I don't want to be like that. I don't ever want to be 16. Huh? It's fine. I don't care if you believe me or not. I'm out of here. Matthew. Gotta speak, kid. Maybe I should have given him a Sonic voice. Nah. He doesn't deserve it. I don't care if you believe me or not. What a rude kid. I don't care what he thinks about me. But he did tell me where my bag was. Might as well investigate. Loading. Oh, it's the dog.
Whoa! A dog again!
Alright, what's the dog saying?
What are you doing sitting around there? Here. Come on. Here, boy.
Oof, I'm a girl, you fool!
Huh? He's ignoring me. Hey, look at me.
I don't take orders from you, bitch!
What's wrong? Something over there?
Let's find out. Something's lying between the boxes.
That thing. It's a pink music player. Almost exactly like the one Dad gave me.
No shit, Sherlock! That's what the dog's saying.
Ah, that's what you want. What's it doing in there? Hang on. I'll get it out. It's no good. The gap is too small to reach it in and grab it. If I could move the crate, maybe someone could get it for me. It's too heavy. I can't hold on anymore. No use. I can lift up the top one, but I need both hands. Sorry, doggy. I can't get the thing out.
Actually, is there any items there that I can use? I don't know. Gloves, what's that? Hard hat, bottles, oil. Ooh, there's a pipe. Iron bar.
Maybe I can use this.
Goes the iron bar on the this.
Right, I'll use it. I'll try using the bar to get the music player out of there. Nope, the iron bar won't reach in there. I don't think I can do this on my own.
Dogs wolfing and oh,
You've given up too? Right, I better go check out the remains of that villa.
sure, why not? And away we go. An adventure to find our missing bag. Go this way. There we go. This way.
Dan warned me not to go this way. While my bag's in there. I have to.
There's a gate in front.
So this is the burnt villa. Looks like there's nothing left standing. I wonder if Matthew did find my bag here. One way to find out. The gate's locked. What now? Huh? That was the task. The task is responding to something again.
No, sir. Head away. Alright, let's get the IM task. Use. There we go. Didn't learn from our previous incursion of using the tasks, did we, Ashley? Oh boy.
Right. I'll try using the task on this.
It's on the way. Okay. Ooh, hello. Ooh. Error. 1, 2. BA. Plus minus. There we go. I was pressing the two buttons that in in combination. So
That noise. That must have been the gate unlocking.
there we go. So let's go through. Haha. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Sorry.
Villa remains. It's all burnt down. The fire must have been really bad.
There's a band score.
Hey! This is the band score for my bag. Which means my bag really must have been here. Matthew was telling the truth.
Band score.
Huh? There's something under the sheets. What's this? A door knocker? It's got 2 lion heads on it.
Flashback. Knock, knock, knocking on the villa's door. Ha.
I remember now. Yeah. Mom was standing in front of the door that this door knocker was attached to. A door with the door knocker on it. Or this door knocker even. I was there in front of it with Mom.
And now that's recorded to your memory.
Ashley? Huh?
Hey, Matthew.
Matthew! What are you doing here? I knew you were telling the truth, so I came to find my bag.
You're a good liar, you know that?
You only came here to see if I was telling lies, didn't you? Come on, give me a break. You just assume I'm lying as soon as I've opened my mouth.
And you know what you know, and that's why you should never assume, Matthew, because you will make an ass out of you and me. Okay, never mind.
Didn't you say you hated people who do that?
I don't recall saying that.
Anyway, the bag isn't here. But it was here when you came here before.
It's too many places of the word here, okay? It's like,
Anyway, the bag isn't here, but it was here when you came here before, right?
did you need to use the word here so many times? Jeez.
Open. Yeah, work on your vocabulary game, Jesus. I'm just bad. You shouldn't be taking lessons from me. Really? I suck. I suck at English. Yeah. Well, I believe you, but it's not here anymore. I found the band score for my bag lying around here, but no sign of the bag itself. Matthew, how did you get in here before? Wasn't the gate locked?
Yeah, it was.
I climbed over the railings to get in.
as any normal person would. That's not limited to the game's environment.
Ah. So you're looking for your bag? Yeah. Someone stole my bag at the bus stop.
Someone stole it?
Yeah. I came here to see my dad, since I hadn't seen him in 6 months. And as soon as I got off the bus, someone grabbed my bag and ran off with it. Ah. That's why I was so surprised when I saw you with the teddy bear from my bag.
So that's why you chased me.
Yeah. Is the bag that important? Is it that way you were so upset that it wasn't here? And why are you staring into space like that? I just have these moments in time when I talk to myself. She just tilts her head and let her mind soar free like an eagle. Staring into space?
Yeah. When I called you, you were just standing there, staring. Yeah. You're like that one guy from that show on Comedy Central.
No, I had a flashback of my mom.
A flashback of your mom? What's that supposed to mean? You're talking crazy, woman!
I was here at Lake Juliet with my mom 13 years ago.
13 years ago? I was only being born then.
I didn't remember a thing about being here. But as soon as I came here, I started having these flashbacks about before. Like when I was looking for my bag, I remembered her.
Remembered? Don't you live with your mom? Oh,
No, she's not here anymore.
not here? Why?
She died on my 3rd birthday.
Ah, sorry. I was kind of being a dick there, so sorry about that.
How'd she die?
Don't ask him her questions like that! Jesus! Honestly, what is it with characters and being nonchalant with with asking about things? Honestly, jeez. Oh, okay. Well, we can either tell him outright, or we can keep it to ourselves. Okay, heads for we'll tell him, and tails we won't. Right. That's tails. You're not gonna get the answers from us, Matthew. Sorry. Tails. Ellipses.
I don't really want to talk about it.
Why?
What difference does it make talking about how she died?
I knew it. She's not really dead, is she?
Huh?
You're lying to me, Ashley. You heard that my mom was dead, so you decided, oh, I'll say mine is too. She's alive, isn't she? Oh, fucking idiot.
No, Matthew, she's not. I just don't want to have to tell you how she died. That's why I said I don't want to talk about it.
Come on, how did she die? Stop being an incompetent fucking asshole, okay?
Matthew, my mom, she was murdered.
Murdered? My gosh! Fucking asshole. It's like just like a typical kid. Obviously, you can see, keep pounding away until something gives. You know, idiot.
Yeah.
Why? Why was she killed?
My mom was a scientist studying memory. The man who shot her wanted to steal her thesis, her research. I was with her at that time. I was with her at the time, but she hid me in a closet. She protected me.
You saw her getting killed? You want me to believe that?
I'm serious. Matthew, do you believe me? This time I'm the one asking. Do you believe me?
Okay, I believe you.
Matthew, you douche. Thanks. That means a lot.
Well, never be like that kid again. Okay, Matthew? Make that promise to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Where? Hoo-hoo.
I was 3 when she died, so I don't really remember her at all. And whenever I do remember her here, it's a real surprise. But no matter what, I just want to remember more and more about her. Just like you're searching for your dad, I'm searching for my memories of 13 years ago, of being here with my mom.
Hey, Ashley, about your mom, do your friends know about what happened? Okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. No, that's correct wording and phrasing and whatnot. So I think that's right. Again, failure at English.
No. I've never told them.
Me neither. I've never told my friends the truth about why my dad disappeared.
Oh?
Ashley, I'm sorry I lied. My dad wasn't kidnapped. Not really.
Matthew?
But it's true. My dad did disappear 5 years ago. Jesus, so many D's. Matthew has all the D's. Idiot. Oh god.
I believe you. Do you know why he disappeared?
Oh, now she believes him. Okay, fine. Right. All right, Ashley. Sure.
He came here to
Sorry. He came here to Lake Juliet for work, and he never came back.
He never came back?
Yeah. I don't know why he never came back, but he promised me something before he left.
What did he promise you?
He said he'd go cycling with me. This is Matthew's kind of like expositions flashback. Before he disappeared, he was teaching me how to ride a bike. Ah, good times. Good old wholesome family values.
All I did was fall off it over and over. But then he taught me the trick to do it. And after that, I got 10 times better. Actually, the day before he left, he said to me, "Matt, let's go cycling together this Sunday." Then he went off to work and never came back. I waited for him every day. I waited for him. My mom yelled at me, but I ignored her. I just kept waiting. But then she started crying when she was yelling at me. So I stopped waiting for him. A while later, my mom got sick and she had to go to hospital. She never came home. And after she died, I promised myself. I promised I'd find my dad. So that's how it really happened. Yeah. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm going to find my dad. Okay, Matt. I understand why you came here, but that doesn't make running away any better. Like I said before, your uncle's probably worried sick about you.
No way.
I'm sure. Whoa! What's wrong? Ashley, look at this. These footprints are huge. Wow, they really are.
Change the subject.
They definitely belong to that guy. What guy? The guy I saw when I came here before. There was a man in sunglasses.
Ah, gotta be the sunglasses.
A man in sunglasses? Was he tall and dressed in a suit and stuff? Yeah. Really suspicious looking. So he was here too. Huh?
Get a message on our desk.
There's a message from Dad.
Ashley, where are you? I'm back at the cottage now. I thought you'd be here already. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you here, so hurry.
Oh, I almost forgot. I have to go to the cottage. Hey, Matt disappeared. Where'd he go?
He's probably around here somewhere. Music wanting to start up again. Oh, the loading times of this thing. Ashley! Generic voice. Ashley.
Huh?
Ah, it's these guys.
Tommy!
Hey! Where'd you been?
Down there, where the fire was.
Ha! What's left of the director's villa, right? You know that's off limits.
Well, yeah. But I just wanted to take a look.
Find anything interesting? Like some pot?
Nope.
Oh, hey, your dad called. He had to head back to his cottage, so he asked me to tidy away your camp stuff. So I just got back from doing that. Sorry it got called off.
Ah. Yeah, my dad got an urgent call, so he had to dash back to work. Then he told me to meet him at his cottage.
Right. Gotta be a pain to have a workaholic dad.
You don't know the half of it.
Right. Trying to think of a good voice for this guy. Because I wasn't really putting that much of a voice back when we kind of first saw him with Elizabeth earlier, in the first chapter. Hey Tommy, are you gonna introduce me or not?
Oh yeah. Ash Robins, meet my friend, Sam Hillman.
Sam Hillman, trucker. It's the hat. Obviously, it gives him that. Hey Ash, sup?
Hey Sam.
Did I see you here before?
I think so. You were with Elizabeth, right?
Oh yeah.
Are you three all friends?
Yeah. We're all in the band together. God, I hate these voices. Gotta enter the contest real soon. Alright, let's talk about the director's villa first.
Hey, did you say it was the director's villa that got burned down?
Yeah, the director of JC Valley.
You mean Elizabeth's dad?
Nah, the one before him. I didn't know you knew Elizabeth so well, Ash.
Yeah, I saw her with Sam before, and she showed up at my campsite too.
Aha.
But yeah, who was the last director?
Judd Fitzgerald, famous scientist, set up in JC Valley. Died 6 years ago, though.
So you guys are in a band?
Yeah. 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 Sure.
I don't know what voices I'm doing for these characters now. I got so many characters, so little time. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I play guitar. Sam's on drums.
And Elizabeth?
Keyboard and vocals. It's nothing serious or anything. We're just playing around. Lies. Tommy guitars like a pro. Top notch. All our band's fans have huge crushes on it. Don't you start with that.
So you're entering a contest? You're not talking about the be the band, are you?
Bang on. That contest is a far shortcut to the big time. Pro debut, here we come. You really want to do that? Course. Sha.
I don't believe it. They're entering the contest I was thinking of going for. With Elizabeth, too.
Hey, Ash. We're gonna take off now. See ya. See ya, Ash. Yeah.
See you. Bye.
I wave my hand back and forth. Oh god, that was a terrible reference. I'm so sorry. I'll slap myself for that. There we go. Much deserved. I actually hurt. I actually got myself an ear. Oh god. Let's go to the cottage then. So, Ashley, running at the speed of sound. And here we go. This is a new area.
Oh. There's a clock tower over there.
Oh,
I didn't think they have something like that here.
flashback. Sayoko, look out behind you! It's Scissors Man!
I remember now. Mom was in front of the clock tower. Mom. The clock tower. I was there with Mom.
Oh, she came out of that quite easily.
I'll go there later. I might remember something about Mom.
Right, let's get going. Continue on our way to the cottage. Oh, it's Matthew.
Hey! Matt! Matt! Huh? So this is where you ran off to. You just disappeared on me back there. What are you doing here? Nothing. Yet. Yet? Okay, what are you planning to do here?
I'm gonna look for clues about my dad in the boathouse. Excuse me.
That's pressure on that. You're looking for clues about your dad? So you're looking for clues about your dad, huh? Yeah. I was planning to come here last year when I ran away then, but it was locked. I couldn't get in. Dad said it's not used anymore, so it's probably still locked. Yeah, but I have my ID card now. That'll get us in. Didn't you pick that up somewhere? You should think about handing that in. Plus, Dan, that ranger guy, warned me about this place. He said there was some bad people hanging around here.
Bad people?
Yeah, like that guy in the sunglasses you saw earlier.
He was here too?
Looks like it.
Then we really do have to go in. If there's bad people hanging around, it means that there has to be something in there.
They might even be looking for clues about my dad too. Well, you shouldn't go in. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Sorry, I had to do that.
What if something happens to you? Well, if you come with me, then I won't be alone, will I? Go in with you? Why do I have to go in with you? Fine, never mind. I'll go in on my own. I'll be fine by myself. Anyway. Matt. Oh, excuse me. What?
What? What? What? You gotta tackle me to the ground, Ashley? Huh? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Ashley? Huh?
If you want me to go in with you, then just say so.
If I do, will you?
Only one way to find out. Okay, Ash, you can come in with me if you want to. Bah, that's not asking me either. But whatever, let's go.
Right. Sure, whatever. Alright, so door's locked.
It's got the same
Yeah, sorry.
It's got the same card lock as the guest house storage room. Yeah. Hang on. I'll try opening it with my ID card. Here we go.
Access denied.
What? The card won't open it. That card probably doesn't work on this door. Huh? What's up? The task just beeped.
The what?
I knew it.
What's that, Ash?
Oh,
What's it do? Ooh. It's secrets. Okay, we're gonna lie either way, but which one will be the best lie to use? Let's flip for it. Oh, that. Try that again. Ooh, nice flip there. Heads, it's a secret. It's a secret to everyone. It's like, or tails, nothing. So let's find out. Ah, it's heads. Yeah. Let's tell them that it's a secret. It'll be a secret to everyone.
it's a secret.
A secret?
Yeah. So I can't tell you what it does.
I've actually seen something like that on TV. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, because Nintendo was all the rage. Yeah, because it is 2009 that this game takes place. And whatnot. So yeah, whatever. Okay. Or is it 2007? I can't remember. Excuse me. Yeah. Anyway.
On TV?
Yeah. And my favorite TV show I watch. The main character uses that on a door, and beep, the door is unlocked.
A TV show. Right. Ashley, I want to go inside. How do we open this door?
Oh, we got another decision. Take a look around. Close your eyes. Okay. Again, another flip. Damn it. Losing my coins. Okay. That was kind of a bad flip there, but anyway. Heads, look around. Tails, close your eyes. That's Tails! Oh, joy of all joys.
Matt, I want you to close your eyes. Close your eyes. And think happy thoughts.
My eyes?
Yeah, just for a sec. If you close your eyes, you'll open the door. Yep. Seriously? Just close your eyes. Fine. Okay, they're closed. Okay. Okay? Right. Right. While his eyes are closed. Ash? No peeking! Sorry. I don't really like having my eyes closed. Yeah. Hey, Ash. The key might be stashed around here somewhere. Back at home.
We always hide the key under a bucket or by the garage. Good idea. Let's take a look. Right. I'll take a look around this door. Matt, you try around there, okay? Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, you know, we had that stupid moment where he couldn't close his eyes, and of course he was uncomfortable with having his eyes closed. It's not like Ashley was gonna do anything to him. I mean, come on, Matt. Ashley's not that kind of girl. So chill. It's a superstitious lot he is. A superstitious, cowardly lot. Sorry. Now that Matt's out of the way, I can use the TAS. Right, let's get the TAS. TAS. Luck. Right, TAS time. It's TAS time! Right, okay, here we go. 1, 2, A, B, 3. Okay. So with this one, simple. 1, 2, A, B. Now, how you do 3 is this. You press 1 plus on the plus symbol on the controller, plus, and then 2, and there you go. That adds up to 3. Oh, these ingenious puzzles! Don't worry, they get harder as we go along. Got it. Should be okay to call Matt now. Hey, Matt! Yoo-hoo! Ash, did you find something? Yeah, I found the key card. The door's open. Let's go. Right. Small sign, typically closed. Let's open the door. Go through. Alright, boathouse reception. Nobody here. Is it me or does this place stink of mold? Yuck. Ugh, yeah. Alright, so there's a life ring on the floor. Corkboard. There's such a wonderful time. Back here next year. Looks like thank you letters from some happy campers. Magazines. Nothing major. Oh, hello. It's an empty can. I better recycle this. Doing our good for the fate of the planet. It's a form. Today's bookings. It's completely blank. It's a call bell. Ring, ring, ring goes the bell. Nothing else important on this. We're open all year round. You can rent a boat for as little as an hour. Or 1 hour even. Got footprints. Large footprints left on the floor. Someone was here before us. They lead to the pier. Okay. Files on the floor. Why are they on the floor? Looks like someone was searching through them. Could be. Some files in there. Was someone looking for something here? There's a drawer. It's empty. Okay. Let's try the other drawer. It's empty too. Let's open up the cupboard. It's empty. It's all empty! There's a locker. Won't open. Okay. Let's go through here. See if there's anything in the storage room. Old rope. That could be handy. Open paint.
motorboat. This water must actually be the lake.
Doesn't look like anything more of interest, so let's go to the pier. See what we can find here. So pier. Right.
Nobody around.
Yeah. Hi.
Huh?
I'm just a bag in the middle of the river, so middle of the lake. I just conveniently popped out of the from the bottom of the lake to just make my appearance. Hello, little missy. Could you, by any chance, take me across to your pier?
Look, that bag's constantly talking in a very stupid voice. What? That's my bag.
No, it's not. Where?
Out there.
No, it's not, Ashley.
Floating, look.
No, it's not. That's not your bag. That's beige. It's clearly beige. Your eyesight is bad. You must have glasses. Ashley, use my glasses. Seriously. You cannot fucking see. Honestly.
Oh yeah, I see it. Are you sure that's your bag? I think so, but it's too far. But it's too far to know for sure. Yeah, I can't tell either. Hey Ash, let's pull it. Let's pull it over here. Pull it over? How? Well, this is a boathouse, isn't it? They have to have something in here that we can use. Right. Let's take a look. Okay.
Well, kind of obvious, obviously, because I saw a life ring, obviously. That's one, and I saw some rope. So that's two. So kind of makes sense.
A life ring. This might come in handy. Huh? There's something underneath it. Is this a bracelet? A fish design. That's pretty rare.
Flashback. Da 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 da.
I remember now. Someone gave something to Mom. Mom. The man wearing this bracelet. He gave something to Mom.
Ashley, what's up?
Huh?
You were off with the fairies again.
Yeah, I guess.
Did you remember something?
Yeah.
What was it?
Were you here with your mom? No idea.
But didn't you say you started to remember your mom after coming to Lake Juliet?
Could be, but maybe not. I just have these sudden flashes.
These sudden flashes. Oh, don't talk to me about your flashes, okay, Ashley? We don't want to be talking about that, okay?
And it's mostly just fragments.
Fragments?
Just bits and pieces here and there. They don't seem to make any sense by themselves.
Ah. Hey, Ash. Hey, Ash, what you playing? That's a very dated joke.
You really want to remember your mom? You really want to remember your mom, right? Yeah. Maybe that's why I'm remembering her.
Why does it only work for you?
Huh? I'm always thinking that too. I want to remember my dad. I want to remember everything I can about him. But I can barely remember him.
Because you're not trying hard enough. That's why.
You can barely remember your dad? Yeah. I don't really remember much from when he disappeared. And it was only 5 years ago, too. You can remember things from over 13 years ago. But me, I just can't remember. How am I supposed to find him if I can't remember him? Matt.
Ellipses.
Hey Matt, what you playing?
Okay, sorry. Didn't mean to do that.
You want to find your dad, don't you? Really? Yeah. I'll find him. I know I will. Then that's all that matters. You know you'll remember him. I know you'll find clues about him. Really? Definitely. A couple of years ago, I was searching for my dad, too. I wanted to see him. I really did. And because I kept telling myself that, I found him in the end. Okay. Hey, do you want to see a photo of my dad? You have one? Yeah. Just a sec. Here. That's my dad. His name's Michael Crusoe. And beside him is my mom. Her name's Emily. And in front of her is my kid sister, Kelly. And in front of Dad, you, right? Right. When my dad disappeared, I found this photograph in his room. And since then, I've always carried it around with me. Thanks for showing me your family. Your dad looks really kind. Yeah. He's really strong and really kind. He taught me everything I wanted to know. Oh. What's wrong? Ash, I remember now. Remember what? I was here on a boat with my dad. Really? Yeah. Dad taught me how to row here. Looks like you got your wish about remembering your dad. Yeah. I can't believe it. I was here on a boat with Dad. I'm glad you remembered him, Matt. Me too.
Jeez, I know the dialogue is just so riveting, isn't it?
So, it looks like Matt's remembering things too. I hope I can remember stuff about Mom.
Anyway, let's continue on. Find a piece of rope. Find this here. There's the old rope.
A rope? It's pretty long. It might just reach that bag.
Right. Onward. Back through the thingies. Through the rooms. Back to the pier. So we'll go into our items. We will combine that with the life rig and life ring with rope, and we will use that on this. I'll tie this to the rope.
I hope this works.
Fingers crossed. Right, so minigame again. We just pick up the life ring. And... flick! Damn it.
Well, that was a fail.
Thanks, Ashley. Right, and fling! Shut up! Shut up, bitch! There we go.
Alright, I got the bag.
Third time's the charm, I guess. Right, let's reel this in. There we go.
Got it.
Sweet. Okay, and we will realize that this is not her bag.
This isn't my bag.
Yeah, it's not the one I saw where the fire was either.
It's not the same at all. No way! Matt, what's wrong? Ash, that bag looks just like the one my dad had. Your dad? Oh, it does look like the one in the photo you showed me. But what would your dad's bag be doing out here?
Dunno.
Okay then, let's open it up. Huh? If we open it up and look inside, we might find some sort of clue about your dad. Yeah!
So, Matt will have his attempt at it first. It's kind of obvious. It's obviously keypad locked. You know, it's one of those old style kind of like bags, but it has the keypads on it. So we'll have to find a number for it. And Matt doesn't know it.
It won't open. There's a lock on it. Here, you try. I'm on it.
Oh wait, probably not. Okay. There's a bag. There's a logo.
I wonder what it is.
It's off Lake Juliet.
It's got Lake Juliet written on it. Must be the campsite logo.
So, and that's your clue.
We can't look in the bag unless we open the combination lock. There's 4 dials. Matt, any ideas?
Not a clue. Well, I've got the clue. Basically, the logo there is obviously your clue, and it's 4. Obviously, it's 4 dials, and they're all lettered rather than numbered. So, what was the 4-letter word on the bag? L. A. I'm probably spelling this wrong. Lake. L-A-K-E.
Cracked it. You got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yep. You're a genius, Ash.
Nah, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a genius. I'm just a puzzle solver. In fact, actually, nah, she's not a genius. She's a gentleman. Because, as a true gentleman knows, it's right to do things the right way. That didn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm sorry.
Ash, what's in it? Is this a floppy disk?
Apparently so.
A floppy disk? It's probably got some data stored on it. But with all that water, I don't think it'll work anymore. Maybe this logo could be a clue. Maybe this logo could be a clue, though. Hey! Matt, you remember something else? Ash, that logo. It's my dad's company logo. Your dad's company? Yeah. Is there anything else in the bag? There's documents, letters, but the water's ruined them. I can't read a word. Oh. And then we have... Oh, this is odd. What did you find? A toy car. A toy car? What? What? That's mine. Yours? Yeah.
God damn it, will you stop it with your one-line dialogue. Jesus. We get it. Stop being reactive all the time. Jay, fuck.
Why was it in your dad's bag?
Acquired toy car.
Oh, hang on. There's something else here. What's this? The box is all dirty. It's difficult to make out. Easy water analysis kit.
Water analysis?
Yeah, there's a test tube and 2 small bottles inside. I think it's for testing pH. Testing pH or something. And lastly we have a full album. The photos inside are still kind of clear. Yeah, that's my dad. Look, in the top one. The top one?
Flashback. Because of the door. Bloody doors.
I remember now. I've seen the door in this picture somewhere before. A door with that crest on it. Mom was standing in front of it.
Earth to Ashley. Come in, Ashley.
Huh?
Did you remember something again?
Yeah.
What was it?
My mom was in front of that door. Matt, do you know where that door is?
No idea.
Oh, okay. Huh.
What?
Matt, look at the bottom. Look at the bottom picture. What's that? What's that a photo of?
Not a clue.
These look like my mom's pendant.
Your mom's pendant?
Yeah, the things in the... Is that a test tube rack? Someone's coming. Huh?
Zoom out! Zoom out!
Matt!
Da da dun 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 dun. Whee! Ashley!
Dan!
Ashley, didn't I tell you to keep away from the boathouse?
Yeah, but...
So what are you doing here?
Oh, crap. Oh, crab baskets. What do I tell him? If he finds Matt...
Ashley?
Huh?
How'd you get in?
The door... It was open.
Well, that is mighty strange. This place should always be locked up.
Really?
Yeah, JC Valley owns the buildings around here. So they put one in their own card locks on the door.
Does the boathouse belong to JC Valley too?
It sure does. By the way, Ashley, just what were you doing here anyway? Ooh. I found a bag. Nothing. Okay. Let us decide on the coin. Heads, we found a bag. Tails, we didn't. Ooh, it's tails. We have to do a little fibbing.
Nothing. Nothing. I just wanted to walk out to the pier so I could see the lake properly.
It's a mighty fine day to come and look at the lake. Oh. He knows the bag. What have we here? I say, what we have here? Ashley, what's this bag doing here?
It was floating out on the lake.
Floating on the lake, and it floated on again. Did it just float on again? Oh, gosh. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I'll slap myself for that. There we go. Okay. Moving on. And you pulled it in?
Yeah, I thought it was my bag, but it's not.
I wonder whose it could be. Sneaking, and run away! Did you hear something?
No, not a thing. Must be me, I guess.
Sorry, must be me. Must be me, I guess. Ashley, what are you looking at?
Oh, nothing.
Is that so?
Oh, Dan! Have you found that runaway kid?
No luck yet.
What will you do when you find him?
I have to hand him over to the police.
The police will take him away?
Well, yeah. But don't you worry now. His family will be along to pick him up. Although maybe in this case.
In his case?
Last year when we picked him up and told him his family was coming for him, he started hollering about how he didn't want to go back. I'll tell you, I didn't envy the officer in charge of looking after him.
Where did you find him last year?
In an old cottage near here.
An old cottage.
I wonder where he's got to this year. He's leading us on a merry dance, that boy.
What should I do about the bag? It has letters and a floppy disk in it.
A floppy disk, huh? Looks like it's from Crusoe Resort. Alright, so let's ask him on those questions.
Where's the old cottage?
It's on the right, past the boathouse. It's vacant now, but a photographer used to live there.
A photographer?
Yep, he was quite famous. He moved here from New York 9 years ago. Apparently he lived there and then just upped and left 5 years ago. And ever since then, it's been vacant. Crusoe Resort.
Dan, what's Crusoe Resort?
I said Russo, but God, don't want any Russo around in this game, that's for sure. The Antichrist of wrestling, Jesus. Ugh. Damn that Russo. Anyway, it's the name of the resort development company that was set up here. It closed 5 years ago.
A resort development company?
Yeah, their plan was to buy up all of the land around here and build cottages and campsites. They wanted to turn Lake Juliet into some kind of tourist destination. Unfortunately for them, it didn't go as planned, and the company collapsed. All that's left of them is their old office building near JC Valley.
Really?
Yep, this boathouse here used to belong to Crusoe Resort too. It seems that the resort company collapsed. JC Valley inherited this place. But because of a certain rumor, the boathouse ended up being closed. Also, I heard that the Crusoe Resort Company was working on the resort development. They tried to buy that old clock tower and use it to bring in the tourists, but that didn't go so swell for them. for them either, of course. And they couldn't get in. Or they couldn't get it. Couldn't get it at all. In any case, the clock up there has stopped. So it won't do much. It won't do anyone much good anyway.
More questions. Questions. What rumors do you mean? Were there rumors about the boathouse?
They say a ghost lives there.
A ghost?
Hey, it's just a rumor. You know how folks are. The story gets bigger every time someone tells it. Well, you know, Ashley's had her fair share of ghosts in her life, of course.
Why did the clock stop?
No idea. All I know is that it stopped 5 years ago.
So it still stopped?
Pah. There I go getting carried away again. I need to get back to my patrol. Ashley, you better head on to your pop's cottage. And no distractions this time, understood?
Got it.
I better take this bag in.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll just bend down here and pick it up. Yeah. Oh god, my back. Right, I'm off. Take care now.
Bye. So long, sucker.
Oh god. I'm sure we're coming close to the end of this chapter now. Jesus.
Where did Matt go? Matt. Come on, Matt. Where'd you go? I still have the toy car from your dad's bag. Oh well. I guess this is a good enough time for me to remember stuff now. Right. I have to go over everything that happened. I have to remember.
Right, question time. Answer along if you can, people. Right, so.
After having the barbecue with Ryan at the campsite, I got a message from Dad, and I headed for his cottage. On the way, I ran into Dan, the ranger. He showed me a picture of a kid who had my teddy bear. Then he told me the kid's name. What was it?
Was it A, Richard, B, Matthew, or C, Sam?
You have 5 seconds to answer.
The correct answer was Matthew.
Yes. The kid's name was Matthew Crusoe. He ran away last year too. He's searching for his dad. Matthew told me his story in the shack, and I went to the villa remains to look for my bag. I didn't find it, but I found something else instead. What did I find at the villa remains?
Was it A, Twin Lion Door Knocker, B, a pink music player, or C, a gumball? The correct answer was A, a Twin Lion Door Knocker.
Yes. I found a Twin Lion door knocker at the villa remains. And when I saw it, I remember Mom again. I went with Matt to the boathouse to find clues about his dad. And he saw something floating in the lake. What was floating in the lake?
Was it A, a bracelet, B, a life ring, or C, Matt's dad's bag? The correct answer was C, Matt's dad's bag.
Yes, Matt and I found his dad's bag. We used a rope and a life ring to pull the bag in, but Dan showed up before we could check out everything in the bag. When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly remembered my mom. I need to assemble the fragments of memory I keep appearing. I need to remember her here 13 years ago.
Okay.
We found a picture of Matt's dad's bag, and I suddenly remembered Mom. Where was she?
Well, we have multiple things, multiple locations. However, obviously, the obvious one was the first one that was already highlighted. So there you go. Here we go.
Yes! She was standing in front of a door with a crest on it. Mom, you visit the house with the twin lion door knocker. Who were you visiting? And then you were standing in front of a different door. Where's the door? Where's the door with that crest? Mom, ever since I came here, I've been remembering you, but I still know so little.
And with that is the end of chapter 2. And we will save it accordingly. And we will save it in... What is it? Yeah, we'll save it in this part here. Save it on file 2. Or file 1 even. And there we go. Alright, so with that now saved, and that's the end of chapter 2, that's the end of tonight's stream. My god, I'm going on for like 2.5 hours. Jesus. Some of these chapters can be really long, so yeah, sorry about that. We're at the end of Matthew's story, or Matt, wherever he likes to call. So let's continue with that. Load this file, yes. This is our kind of like text recap of it. I'm not going to read it out, you can read it yourself. I don't need to put my voice to that, because by the time it loads up, you know, I wouldn't be finished. So actually I could read it, but yeah. I choose not to. You know what happened last time. Anyway, time for my shitty girl voice. I'm not even ready.
I'm searching for memories of my mom, who was here 13 years ago. Matt's searching for his dad, who disappeared 5 years ago. We pulled his
Sorry.
We pulled his dad's bag out from the lake and found some of his dad's stuff in it. But when Dan showed up, and Matt had to run and hide. Matt, where did you go?
Where did you go, oh poor Matt? Where did you go, my dear? Chapter 3. I want you to know. I want you to know that the water is not clean. Do not drink it. Right, so let's move on. Let's get out of here. Just leave the boathouse here. Alright, so now obviously in the last chapter Dan talked to us about a, cabin. And I'm sure actually, well, apparently we can go this way, so let's go this way.
Oh! Dan's there. He'll just send me on to the cottage. I should go and find Matt before I talk to Dan.
Alright, well there you go. Our path is blocked off, so we must find Matt. And when we know it, we kind of know where Matt is, this area here. Nice clear lake. Large puddle. Surrounded by trees. Are reflected in the surface. Don't know why we have an interest in that. But we have interest in this.
Oh! There's a house out here. Could this be the old cottage that the photographer used to live in? The door's open.
Let's go check it out. Old cottage, living room. Oh, Daniel Bryan would love this place. Topical!
Huh?
Yes, it's a cottage.
Nobody's home.
Oh, you don't want to be saying that now, Ashley. I mean, it's a cabin in the woods. Just whatever you do, don't go to the cellar. Let's see what we've got here. There's a book on the table. It's about photography.
Hey, what's this? Let's have a look inside.
So apparently, the photographer left some books. Apparently. Gilbert's amazing photos.
Amazing? Exactly what is supposed to be amazing?
Well, first of all, look at the front cover there, Ashley. He's a guy. You know, the guy is leaning on top of the clock tower, apparently. Well, let's read into this more. There are two photographs, then one.
Oh, I see. You make a new photo out of those two.
You say, presto! We call that Photoshop. Now it's your turn to guess.
Guess?
What will it become? What will it become? There are two photographs, then...
Wait, the last page is torn out. What could have been on that last page? If I use the dash, maybe I can find out.
Well, let's find out then. So let us take first thing here. Take out the camera. Take a photograph. And then go here. Take another photograph. Take another snapshot. Go back. Go into the DS. Actually, we'll go to the next page and get the DS out, because I'm sure Ashley will want to exclaim this in some weird fashion. Right, so we got the first page in here, and then we superimpose with another photograph. So we'll do it with the other one, and there you go.
See, look at that. It's a heart. It's a heart. It's a how nice.
Of course, you can move it slightly and whatnot, but yeah, but still, it's a heart. You kind of get it, and that's obviously a clue for certain things. For certain things, you know, certain puzzles down the line. So
Keep that in mind.
I was just going to say,
What a strange book.
oh, trust me, Ashley. There are stranger books out there. Okay, it's that you have not yet seen Twilight or 50 Shades of Grey. I'll tell you that. Super Joey, hello. I hope you're doing all right. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Right. Really, nothing else to take into interest. Small picture frame. There's a layer of white dust. It's the clock tower. It's a great observation there, Ashley. What's that? Framed award. Looks like a photography award. Actually, what's in this? Wooden box. containing some paintbrushes. The bristles are gone hard and brittle. There's a wooden box full of hardened glue. Of course, there's some footprints.
And Alok made these. Who was here? Who was here?
Who knows, Ashley? But we know these small footprints are made of.
These look like a child's footprints. They look fresh too.
Well, they lead to this door, so might as well go this way. Alright. We're in a bedroom. Oh no. Ashley! Ashley, I think we've stumbled across something very bad. Very bad here. Where's Ash? Actually, she is Ash! It's like, Ash! You're not ready! Go back! Go back! Go back outside! Get yourself a chainsaw! Oh god. Don't let the trees get you! Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh. I watch too many horror movies. Trapdoor by the bed.
What's this? There's a handle on it. It won't open.
Obviously. There's a photograph taken on the lakeshore. Lots of bottles and whatnot. Camera tripod. There's some newspaper cuttings.
Huh? Who's he?
Gilbert Moss. Let's read this article. Gilbert Moss, New York, NY artist. It's obviously New York artist. To be Lake Juliet resident. Gilbert Moss, the renowned photographer and youngest ever recipient of the National Photographic Prize for Animals in Nature in 1996, is known for his flamboyant New York social life. But the big news for Lake Juliet residents is that he's bought a cottage here. The old cottage has been vacant since the previous tenant, Lou's tourist photo studio. Who's Lou? Okay. Went out of business. Mr. Moss moved in before Christmas. I can't read the rest of it, so. Lake Juliet Herald, 1998 Christmas edition. Gilbert Moss, New York artist, to be Lake Juliet's resident. The renowned photographer and youngest ever recipient of... Yeah, I've already said this. Known for his fanboy, blah 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 blah. I've already said this.
So this is the photographer who lived here.
Yep. So more, obviously, there's more newspaper clippings, but we can't read the rest of them, which is kind of stupid. Right, sunset. Ooh, this one's interesting. Photograph of a woman.
Wow, that's beautiful. I wonder who she is. She looks so happy, surrounded by all those flowers.
Yes, but only a picture can hide the ugly truths. Alright, so there's nothing really much here. There's something in the bag. No. Well, of course the footprints come to here, so let's check if there's anything in the drawers. Nope. So in the cupboard, it's empty. In the other cupboard, it's empty. I wonder if we can interact with the trapdoor again. Okay, maybe not. Oh well. Trying to remember where to go. There's the kitchen here. Kettle. It's cupboard. Pots in the pan. Ooh, there's lever. There's lever in the cupboard.
What's this for? Maybe I should try it.
No! Ashley, don't! Jesus!
What was that noise?
Oh my! Oh! You're gonna die! You're all gonna die!
What the hell is that noise?
This is CCW.
Oh, God damn it.
Honestly, Joe. What's up with your references? Jesus! At least I'm making the noises and Kevin doesn't have to edit them in another day. The trapdoor's open.
Oh, it's open. That must have been the sound when I pulled the lever.
No, that was just a man going, Jesus! I should have had the app ready for that. You know, if you're probably wondering what I mean by that, watch. If you've ever watched Botchamania, and you know the CZW promo, I've forgotten who the wrestler was, but it was like an interview. It was like a kind of like a pre-recorded promo and whatnot of this bloodied wrestler, and he's like, and he goes on. He's obviously pissed off that something bad happened in his match, and obviously, and he's bloodied, and he can say, it's like, and he goes, Jesus, and it's, it's kind of funny, and it's used in Botchamania a lot, especially when levers are being pulled. So, anyway,
there's a staircase. Must be a basement or cellar down there. I'll go down for a look.
No, Ashley, don't! No! Hi! Oh well, she's boned.
Ash! Huh? So this is where you ran off to. I was looking for you everywhere. Sorry. But nice job finding me here. Or finding me in here. Actually, Dan helped. He said this is where they found you last year. Dan? That guy in the uniform? Yeah. He's the ranger, the one looking for you. Ash. You didn't tell him about me, did you? He did ask, but I said I hadn't seen you. Thanks, Ash. And please, don't tell him about me. If he finds me, I'll be shipped back to my uncle's house. And I really don't want to go back there.
That raises a question.
So please, don't tell him about me. Yeah, no problem. Thanks. Hey, Matt. This house is empty, right? Yeah, nobody lives here. A guy doing roadworks or something here last year told me about this place. The photographer used to live here because he liked taking photos of the lake. But then he just disappeared, leaving all this stuff behind. I see. Oh, Matt. This is yours, right?
It's the car! It's the toy car. And he just takes it without saying thank you. Well, he says thank you after. Duh.
Thanks, Ash. My dad My dad brought me this car for my birthday. So why was it in his bag? I told him I didn't want it.
So many questions, so little time. Right, let's start at the top then.
Why don't you want to go back? I went looking for my dad once before too. And because I live with my aunt, I think I know how you're feeling. But I also know your uncle must be worried about you.
No way. He doesn't care about me at all.
Matt,
He hates me. Why else? Why else would he ship me off to a boarding school? Ugh. Boarding school. Oh, the terrible things. Let's follow up on that question.
what do you mean they're shipping you off to boarding school?
I'm transferring to a school in London starting next month.
London? What, in England?
Yeah.
Why are they sending you so far away?
My uncle decided to send me there. He said something about it turning me into the best man I could be, or something. But everyone who goes there lives there the whole time. The whole time, yeah. I can't come home until I graduate.
No way.
He said, yeah way.
That's why I need to find my dad. I need to find clues, traces, anything that'll get me to him. Because if it brings me back to my uncle this time, I'll never be able to come here again. I understand. But Matt, I want you to promise me something. If you don't find any clues by the end of the day, you'll go back to your uncle's. Why do you want me to promise that? Matt, you can't keep on going like this. You're just searching and searching. And what if you never find any clues? What then?
Well, what? I can't believe they can't just put in what will you do, but it's what'll you do. I hate that. I hate that in grammar sometimes, you know. Needless combining words.
What will you do? I'll keep looking for him. Forever.
Forever! Forever!
As long as you live?
Of course. Of course! Don't you know anything about searching for your father? Yes, I know. My jokes are getting lame, I know. There you go. I slapped myself. You happy?
Then why not tell your uncle that? Tell him how much you want to find your dad. How much it means to you.
Why?
I'm sure he'll understand. If he knows how important it is to you, trust me.
Okay, Ash. When I go home, I'll tell him that I'm gonna find Dad no matter what. So I promise, I'll search for clues till the end of the day. That's it.
Good.
Alright, let's carry on with these other questions.
Why did the man living here... Why did the man living here disappear?
Don't know. Maybe he got spirited away.
Not a clue.
I just know his name. It's Gilbert Moss.
Gilbert.
Gilbert. Sorry.
There's a newspaper clipping about him upstairs by the desk.
We already know about that, so makes sense.
Why did you say you didn't want that toy car?
It wasn't the one I wanted. So I got mad and told him I wanted a cooler one. I said that if it wasn't the exact one I asked for, I didn't want it. Then he looked sad and told me, "You've grown up more quickly than I thought, Matt."
Did he get you the one you wanted?
Yeah. But I got bored with it really quickly and left it somewhere.
So he kept the toy car you didn't want and held on to it ever since. Dad. Are you okay, Matt? Yeah, I'm okay. But what now? I can't just leave you on your own. To ponder and ponder. Hey, Ash, what you playing? Yeah, whatever happened to that show, really? Sorry, I'm breaking the story for the moment. It's like, what happened to Hey Ash, what you playing? I think that just kind of like fell into obscurity. I think. I mean, it was kind of like a good like comedy skit show where obviously the female known as Ash or Ashley or whatever was playing a game, and then they took whatever she was playing and twisted it into their kind of like real life and whatnot. As Ash was one of these crazy characters, you know. Whatever happened to that show? Yeah. Hey, you know. Anyway, back to the story. Want to see a treasure map? A treasure map? Want to see my secret treasure map? You have one? Yeah. I drew one last year. When I ran away before, I buried some treasure here so nobody would find it. Then I drew a map so I wouldn't forget. It's actually right in this room. I'll show it to you, and only you. Whoa, Matthew, it's like, it's like, I'll show it to you while we're in this, you know, cellar bathroom place. You know, it's like, no one will know. Chemical City's enjoying it, so that's good. Take a look. It's in that drawer. Fair enough. Look at that. Look at Matthews. All I'm expecting him to go is going. Like in the Invasion of the Body Snatchers or whatever. I think it was the Invasions of the Body Snatchers. Like the 1980s version. Was it 1980s or 1990s? I can't remember. But yeah, it was like. Anyway, obscure references over. Right, so let's see what's in this drawer. Here it is. There's a sheet of drawing paper in the drawer. Matt, this isn't the map you drew, is it? Yeah, it is. You really drew it on this? Yeah, that's the one. Matt, it's blank. Come on, Ash. Stop ribbing me, Ash. I drew it right on that paper. Look, I used this pen and the ink right there, or right here. Well, guess what, Matt? The ink was light pink, so it was a bit awkward to draw with it. Light pink? No way! What's wrong? I knew it. Matt, this is invisible ink. Invisible ink? Yeah, you know, invisible ink, you know, one of those kind of like novelty items where obviously everything you know, whatever you write down, you know, becomes invisible, and then you have to find a way of, you know, revealing what was said and whatnot. Yes. Convenient that a photographer had invisible ink, you know, in his, you know, in his place in his living place for some reason. Chemical City bringing up the notion that he feels that every Japanese game has a girl named Ashley in it. Probably not too far off. I mean, granted, Resident Evil 4 has Ashley in it, or has a character named Ashley in it. Though probably not every single Japanese game, you know. Probably not. You know. But anyway, this is no ordinary Ashley. This is Ashley Mizuki Robins, who's her full title. We have a counter for that. Anyway.
back in the story.
Yeah. When this ink dries, everything you've written with it disappears. And you can't see it again unless you heat it up.
Heat it up? Heat it up. Okay.
So my map dried up and disappeared? Just like a real secret treasure map. Oh, it's like one of my childhood animes. Oh god, what am I doing with the references today? Honestly, it's just like one of my animes. Ah, what the fuck are you talking about? This isn't an anime thing. Anyway. Looks like it. Ash, you have to find some way to make it visible again. Will do. I'm gonna take the drawing paper. Although it's kind of ridiculous how... I wonder if this will still work. Yeah, so we use that hot pot. But yeah, since when does invisible ink appear when you heat it up? Okay, I've heard of invisible ink appearing on wet paper. I mean, see the kind of like letter from Star Tropics for that. You know, the like physical letter that you got from the game, the NES game Star Tropics, and it's like, you know, you dip it, just keep it in dipped water, and then you reveal it, and then it reveals like a little message on the letter and whatnot. Yeah. Nice little idea back in the 80s, but yeah, but heating it, you know, you're more of a chance of burning it rather than, you know, revealing anything. But anyway, let's get the paper and use this on a hot plate. Chemical City saying it's National Treasure National Treasure 2 all over again. There's invisible ink behind the Declaration of Independence. Really? Oh god. You see, I've never watched any of the, you know, the National Treasure films, but because it's a Disney property, isn't it? I'm sure it's a Disney property, and with Disney property kind of like adventure style kind of like films, yeah, it's gotta be dumb moments like that. So thanks for bringing that up, Chemical City. Awesome. All right, so let's turn on this. Heat up the ring here. Now, just move the thingy here. Make sure it doesn't overheat. There we go. Yeah, you just like move it normally. Oh. Whoa! Whoa! Blackout! Who turns the lights out? Whoa! Oh god. Who turned the lights out? Who? Damn it, John! Stop it with your stupid fucking references. Must be a power cut. No, I think it's just the breaker. Why would the breaker trip? Trust me, I've lived in my parents' house, and trust me, if you ever have a shower for too long, the breaker will trip. Trust me, I've been in so many bad situations where I've been in a cold shower. It's never pretty. Probably because you use the hot plate. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Too much electricity. Really? Well, old stuff uses tons of power. Does it now? Maybe? I don't know. Probably it's a good possibility. Although I don't know. Here's a question: Would a Sega Mega Drive be able to use up the
would be using more power than a Xbox One. You know, like in terms of electrical power. I mean, it's a good question. I mean, granted, obviously, the Mega Drive had those box transformer plugs, you know, that you had to plug in and whatnot, but no, those Xbox Ones have those bricks. So, no. I think, obviously, newer technology uses a lot more power, I think. Anyway, you know. I'm probably wrong on that. As usual. Turbo is wrong about everything! That's what Dad told me. Oh, okay, so your father told you that. Okay. Alright. Got nothing on that. A parent told a child that was the case, so I'm not gonna argue with that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Ashley being sympathetic. So can you turn it back on?
Where's the breaker for this room?
Should be by the stairs.
Where are the stairs?
Right next to me, pretty!
What the hell's that?
Your mother sucks cocks in hell! Sorry, wrong reference again. But anyway.
Behind you!
No, that's not Matthew just saying behind you about where the breaker is. And she's like, no, behind you! There's a creepy monster!
Okay, over here. Ow! You okay? Yeah, just hit my head. Where the heck is it?
Ooh, actually he almost said as hell. Ooh, touchy.
Maybe around here?
Okay, so we're in a thing here. Obviously, we've got Ashley there. She's in darkness, but we need to feel around to see where the switch is. So, just so we're just kind of like, there we go. Oh, did we get it? No. There we go.
Got it. The lights came back. Phew, that was a shock.
Yeah.
I'm good now, though. How about you? I'm fine. I just hit my head on something. Huh? This picture.
What's up? It's obviously this picture right here. It's old photograph stuck to the wall.
It's Mom and Dad. I wonder where this was taken.
Flashback. There we go.
I remember now. I saw Mom in the place that picture was taken. She was looking at something and laughing. That statue in the photo. Mom was in front of it.
So it's a very sad look there.
Ash.
Earth to Ash.
Huh?
Wakey wakey. Oh, we acquired the photo. Interesting. You really need to stop spacing out on me. Did you remember something?
Yeah. I remember when I looked at the photo by the breaker.
Which photo?
This one. That's the mermaid statue, isn't it? Mermaid statue? Yeah, there's a mermaid statue down by the clock tower. This photo was taken in front of it. I wonder when it was taken. Look, it has 1988 in the corner.
So it was taken then, right? 1988. That's like 19 years ago. 3 years before I was born. Hang on. What's up? You don't have to stare so hard. It's just an old photo. This photo is of... Aha! Aha! Eureka! What? What? I've seen that person before. Huh? Who? You can't mean Mom. Mom? That's your mom, Ash? Yeah. And the man in the photo is my dad. Dad? This guy's your dad? This square? Look at this guy. Look at that cheesy smile. It's like I can't smile properly. I'm nervous. I can't. Hi, Sunrose. How you doing? Glad for you to join us. Well, yeah, I've seen him before. Where? Same places in the photo. The mermaid statue. Dad was at the mermaid statue? Yeah. He was down near it, checking something. Checking something? Checking what? Let's find out. What was he checking? No idea. I think he was testing the lake water. He had some water in a test tube and he was checking something out with it. That sounds like something he'd do. Oh, Matt. I almost forgot. The treasure map. Here. Thanks. Hey, what did you bury anyway? And why didn't you want anyone to find it? Wanna know? You wanna know? Wanna see a dead body? It's like, last time I was here, I had to kill someone so they couldn't find me, and then I buried his corpse. I'm a psycho. No, he's not. He's not really. Yeah, kinda. Sorry, it's a secret. Oh. Well, anyway, I need to head off. Where to? My dad's cottage. Your dad lives around here? Yeah. He works at a lab around here called JC Valley. He actually invited me here for family camp, but then work got in the way. So the camp was called off, and now I have to go back to this cottage. Called off? That sucks. Hey, Matt. Why not come back to the cottage with me? What, me? Yeah, who else? I bet Dan will come here to look for you. You don't want to get caught, right? And if you go with me to my dad's cottage, we can keep looking for clues together. Right. Then let's go. Alright. Actually, I was gonna check the items. It's a shame there's nothing on the back there. Okay, never mind. Right, I mean, we could check the other. Drat, it's so dark. It's so dark. I can't see what it's supposed to be. Yeah, so this was obviously used as a dark room. But yeah, the other photos don't mean anything. So let us go back. Get on out of here. Now, oh, hello. Getting a call on our desk.
There's a message from Dad.
Ashley, where are you? I'm coming to meet you at the covered bridge, so wait for me there.
He's coming to the covered bridge to meet me. Oh. The covered bridge is... Oh yeah. Dad said it was right. Said it's on the right side of the lake. I better hurry.
Fair enough. Let's get going.
Ba-ba.
Oh, loading. Gotta love those loading bits. I mean, even though it's a very simple kind of like video game. Oh no! Ashley! We got our Missy here.
Elizabeth!
Why are you doing that here?
What do you mean? I'm just about to head to Dad's cottage, if you really must know.
Just about to? You mean you still haven't gotten there yet?
I've had stuff to do.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you need to be moving your lips by going mm-hmm there, Elizabeth. Chemical City. Is it Cafe? Cafe? Oh my god! Cafe! Oh my Joey Styles? Jesus.
Anyway, what are you doing hanging out here by yourself?
I'm waiting for someone. As usual, she's waiting for someone. So who's the kid? Never seen him around here before. Is he your brother?
No, he's a friend.
Your friend? That runt?
Yeah, my friend.
It's like Matt's just standing there. It's like, I'm standing here, you know. You don't have to. Don't call me a runt, bitch.
Actually, we met today, but still.
Oh dear.
Yes? Is something wrong?
Oh. I had no idea you were that desperate, Ashley.
Oh god damn it.
How's she interpreting this? Ugh.
Who are you waiting for?
My cousin. She's up here for the weekend to hang out or whatever, so I came here to meet her. Ah. Sure.
That desperate? And just what is that supposed to mean?
You mean you meet some dirty little kid at the campsite and then suddenly you're all like best friends?
What do you mean, dirty? Don't be so horrible.
Horrible? Seriously, Ashley, open your eyes a bit. He's filthy. Look, mud stains all over his clothes.
Well, he's got a bit dirty. He's got a bit of mud on him, but...
Leave it, Ash.
I will not. How dare she... How dare she talk about you like that?
Look, I'm fine. I don't care. She's just a bitch. She's just a bitch. Leave her alone. She doesn't need the attention. She's a fucking troll. Yeah, she's a valley girl. Let's just go on. Let's go on to your dad's cottage, okay? Oh please, don't let me stop you. I'd love if you could stay and chat and all, but I have better things to do. Like farm my nails, or watch paint dry, or anything else really. Actually not too pleased.
You know, I can't imagine why anyone would want to meet you here. Elizabeth?
What?
You know that music player you were looking for? Isn't it? It's in a shack at the back of the campsite.
A shack? What in the world would it be doing there?
The music player in the shack? Oh, that was yours?
Wait, how do you know about it?
I found it over by the mines. I brought it back to the shack to listen to some music, but there was no battery in it. So I started throwing it around, and it fell behind some boxes.
You what?
I'm pretty sure it's yours.
And how do you know that?
Because I got the same kind of music player from my dad.
Oh really? And what's it look like? Oh, we could lie, obviously. We can lie with that, yeah. But yeah, that's obviously the truthful thing. Yeah, I know, Chemical City. I was totally, you know, at first, obviously, you know, Elizabeth has that attitude of being the, you know, typical Valley Girl cheerleader bitchy type. Yeah. It's like that's how she was written for the English version. Anyway, that's for sure. Anyway, right. So we could lie, or we could tell the truth. Should I do it? Maybe I should do a coin flip for it. Maybe. Yeah, sure. Let's do a coin flip. Heads truthful, tails will lie. Ah, it's heads. So truth it is. Truthhood. Which is this. Obviously it's this is a small thing.
Like this.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm sure it's yours. Well, that's all I have to say. Come on, Matt, let's go.
Hold on.
What?
You're lying.
Lying? Me? Lying? Phew, that's definitely not the thing.
I've never been near the mines. Why the heck would my music player be over there?
I swear I found it by the mines.
Listen, kid, I don't trust you. How do I know that you didn't steal it from me? You did, didn't you?
I didn't. Elizabeth, how dare you? I don't steal things.
Oh, you Matt, you stupid fucker. You lying piece of shit. You were stealing it. Hell, we caught you red-handed stealing stuff from the, you know, storeroom of the registration office of the campsite. Fool! I'm sure Ashley's going to question him on that. So what's your name? Where are you from? Awkward. Thought so. Won't even tell me your name. Sorry, I don't believe a word you say.
There's a reason he can't say.
Oh, just tell the truth already. Then we could just forget this whole thing.
I'm telling the truth. I found it.
Matt didn't steal it. Sorry, that went out of character for a bit.
Matt didn't steal it.
So, Ashley! Ah, Mr. Robins.
Dad.
So this is.
I forgot what I was saying as him before. Trying to be sciencey,
Trying to go nerdy. Or sciencey. More sciencey, not nerdy. So, this is where you were. I was wondering what was taking you so long. Oh, Dr. Robins, how nice to see you. Hello, Elizabeth. Actually, I didn't know you made friends with Elizabeth. As if I'd be friends with her. What? But you were standing there talking together. I thought you'd all make friends. I really do need... Sorry. I really do not need friends like her. Friends like her? Ashley, why are you being so rude? It's alright, Dr. Robins. You don't need to scold Ashley. Elizabeth, I'm sorry. She's not usually this rude to people. I can't imagine what's gotten into her. I understand, Dr. Robins. She's just started associating with a conniving, sorry. She's just starting to associate with a conniving little boy she just met at the campsite. I can only imagine how much he's poisoned her mind against me. What? Richard, you gullible fool, you! Some child's manipulating Ashley? I must go into father mode! Defensive father, activate! Ashley, is this true? Oh, we can either say yeah or no. Okay, we're gonna do another coin flip for this. Heads, yes. Tails, no. Oh, that. Try that again. Nope. That wasn't good enough flip. Apparently it went heads, so best 2 out of 3. God damn it. God damn it. Losing the coin. Okay, tails. Well, okay. Last time. Okay, it's heads. Fine, whatever. So, yes.
Yeah, it is.
What?
Seriously, Dad.
Obviously, yeah, Ashley being sarcastic. Obviously, and she's just saying, yeah, obviously tricking with her dad.
Seriously, Dad, no. You really think that'd happen?
Well, no, but damn it, she got me.
Dad, just listen to me. Matt's not a liar.
Matt? Who's Matt?
Me.
Oh, you're Matt?
Yeah, he's my friend. And Elizabeth's given him the 3rd degree on everything he says.
3rd degree? Sorry, Ashley, I'm a scientist, not a law enforcer. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a doctor. Of science! Matt, have you done anything to warrant this 3rd degree?
I haven't done anything.
Dr. Robins, that child stole my music player.
He what?
That's right, he stole it. He stole my music player, and now he's lying about it. I told him I'd forgive him if he were to apologize, but he refuses.
Matt, is this true?
Look at him, he won't answer. I'm sure a sure sign of guilt.
Well, Matt. Well, if you don't say anything, I won't know if you're telling the truth or not.
Matt, stop using ellipses and just fucking answer him. Just say no.
Dad, just shut up.
Ashley? Why are you believing everything Elizabeth says and attacking Matt? He hasn't done anything wrong. Ashley, I'm not attacking him. I just want to...
You're always the same.
What?
You never listen to anyone. You never keep a single promise.
Ashley, just calm down for a second. I know we can be reasonable here. It's like, I know you're having one of these girly moments. So, I'm a scientist, I know this thing. Actually, I don't.
I come to see you, and then you disappear off again. You're the worst dad in the entire world.
Ashley! That's enough! Oh dear, how embarrassing. Shut up, bitch! I can't stand here. I told you to shut up! I can't stand here while you two have a big father-daughter row. Awkward. I think it's my cue to depart. Fine, fuck off, bitch. Ugh. Ugh. Ashley. You can let it go now. I don't want you to fight with your dad.
But...
Oh, bye, Matt. See ya.
Matt!
Ashley. Brian! Well, I thought we were just naming names. Yeah. Paul! John! Sonic! Am I winning yet?
What do I do now?
Ellipses. Ashley.
What?
I'm sorry I shouted at you.
It's okay. I think I went a bit too far as well.
When did you meet that boy?
After the barbecue.
I see. I think I've wronged that boy.
Yeah.
I should apologize to him. And to you for running off and leaving you again. Hey, sup, Wolf?
Dad.
Oh, Ashley. So, or, actually, no, it was... Oh, Ashley. Oh, Ashley. Oh. Did you have fun at the barbecue? Actually, we could do. So, okay, heads, yes. Tails, no. Ah, heads was a yes. There we go. Is that kind of... Yeah. The more positive reaction.
Yeah, it was great. I haven't had a barbecue in ages. So it was really great eating outside again.
That's good to hear. I must thank Gina for looking after you.
Gina? Dad, Gina didn't come.
Huh?
Ryan came instead of her.
Ryan?
Yeah. He said she had something urgent to look after, so he came instead.
And...
We had the barbecue, then when we were done eating, Elizabeth showed up. She lost her music player and demanded that Ryan go and help her find it. So I was on my own again.
I see.
Then I met Matt, and he said he'd found that same music player. We told Elizabeth about it, but then she accused Matt of stealing it. Yeah. Then we started arguing, and you came along.
I see. I understand now, Ashley. I really do have to apologize to Matt now. I'm such a douche.
I wonder where he ran off to.
Go and find him, Ashley. Then bring him back to the cottage.
Right.
I'll go on ahead and wait for the two of you there.
Okay.
Apparently Wolf's bored. Well, you come to the right place for entertainment. Well, subpar entertainment. Or no entertainment at all. I might not be actually very entertaining in any way, shape, or form because I'm just me. Yeah. I try to be funny and I'm never funny. Hey! Anyway. Got a recycling area here. So, still got... one. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep that to myself. Oh, whoops. Went a little too far. Loading. But there's Matt. Walling in his own self-pity.
Oh, there he is. Matt! He hasn't seen me. Wait. Oh no. He's crying.
Chemical City saying that I'm hilarious. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's just how I feel about myself. You know, I feel like I'm not. I try to be entertaining, but sometimes I feel I'm not. You know, so yeah. I mean, I'm funny to certain people, and that's okay. You know, it's just sometimes I don't think I'm funny all the time, and that's always been the case, really, in my life. I mean, I've never made everyone just laugh out loud. You know, like I'm some like walking comedian. You know. But yeah, Sunrose was asking, do I ever mention about your Twitch channel on your radio shows? Yes, I do, actually, Sunrose. Though, granted, not many people who listen to my podcast on Sega Sonic Radio don't watch my Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays on the Saturdays. So, you know, it's just people's taste. It's like if a person likes to see another person play and obviously interact with other people while playing a game and doing this, that, and the next thing, you know, people like that. Some people just like me talking on a radio show for an hour and, you know, talking about certain events and stuff like that. You know, that's just me. Or that's how I think. Yeah, that's how I think people. You know, people have their taste for like entertainment and whatnot. Some people like live podcasts. Some people like you know, live Let's Plays and whatnot. People like entertaining shows. I mean, heck, I love The Completionist. I love stuff from Screw Attack. I like stuff from you know, various other things and whatnot. So yeah, kind of the thing. I know, Sunrose. I know you still like me. Yeah. Anyway, back to the story.
Matt!
Huh? Ah, here he comes.
So this is where you ran off to. You just disappeared again. You keep doing that. Maybe you should take up being the Dark Knight. But I didn't want you to want you all to see me. I was about to burst into tears.
Oh, trust me, man. We all burst into tears because of certain things. Hello. Oh, thanks, Sunrose, for the retweet. So.
Well, Elizabeth's just a horrible spoiled brat. Accusing you out of nowhere like that? My dad was way out of line too. Just taking Elizabeth's story as law. Does your dad think I stole the music player? Nah, not anymore. I talked to him after. He knows you didn't do anything wrong. Okay. You know, maybe we wouldn't have been better off just not telling her about the music player. Yeah. I can't stand her.
Of course you can't stand her. She's a bitch. Anyway, let's question him further on the bursting into tears thing.
Why were you about to cry? Well, Elizabeth was going on and getting me really upset. And then... Your dad's voice, it sounded just like my dad. And it made me remember Dad. And then the tears started coming. Sorry for running away all the time. No problem, Matt. You get less annoyed about these things when you hit 16. Really? You bet. Hey, Matt, what was your dad like?
It's like Ashley has that kind of like Tommy Wiseau kind of style of talking, I guess, or conversation. You know, she talks about one thing and then goes straight into talking about the thing that Matthew was trying not to remember, or like he was remembering and it made him upset. So why ask him about the thing that he was remembering about? My God, my brain, ow.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, sorry.
Really kind. But when I did something bad, his voice would always hit the roof. Matt, stop that right now. I hate his angry voice, but it's weird. I kind of want to hear him yell at me again.
Oh dear, it's one of these kids. Oh Jesus. Sorry guys, just taking a little break from watching TV. Eyes tearing up. And while I'm doing that, I'll probably answer this question. Sunrose is asking, she misses the radio show on the Fridays because of work. Does the station work on an iPod? Well, you can either do one of two things. You can either A, listen to, if you've got like an iPod Touch, or, you know, an iPod that you can install apps, I would highly recommend installing TuneIn Radio and paying for the online, paying for TuneIn Radio. It's only about like £3 or something like that. I paid for it, and it's a nice little thing to kind of like listen to live streams on the internet and whatnot. And Sega Sonic Radio is available on TuneIn Radio, so you can listen to the live stream live. However, if you're ever wanting to download a Turbo Drive Live episode, I always do on the radio.sonicstadium.org website. If you go to radio.sonicstadium.org, that is the Sega Sonic Radio website, and every Saturday I always post up a Turbo Drive Live recap, or a TDL recap, of the previous night's episode, so you can always re-listen to the episode that you just listened to on the Friday night. Or if you missed it completely, you can download it onto your iPod or any audio device, or on your computer and whatnot, and you can listen back to the previous night's episode. So there you go. So go check that out, you know, if you want to, while you're listening to this. just go to radio.sonicstadium.org and you'll see a ton. I'm the only person who actually uploads on that, does an entry on there every week. You'll see TDL recap and then a date, and the date is in how we use it in the UK, day, month, year. So as for like yesterday, it was like the 22nd of August 2014, and that's the episode that is available right now. And of course, if you scroll down the page, there's more stuff and whatnot. So there you go. Anyway, enough about that. Let's continue with the show, or let's continue with the story. Right. But yeah, questioning Matt on him wanting to. it's like he wants to hear his dad yell at him again, and he's like, "Really? You're that kind of kid?" I don't think you really want to have that happen. I mean, that could be very troublesome to, to the psyche of one's person, mind, whatever. Anyway, moving on. Matt, why can't you? I think that's an error there. Matt, why can't stand? Oh god, translators, you fucking idiots. It's like, why did you need to use can't in the same word, in the same sentence? You could have just said, Matt, why can't you stand Elizabeth? Instead of, Matt, why can't stand Elizabeth? I mean, granted, I failed well, I wouldn't say I failed English, but it's like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, I mean, even me with my limited English, like writing skills and grammar kind of like knowledge and all that. Even I would have just written that as, Matt, why can't you stand Elizabeth? Why can't you stand Elizabeth? Not put in can't twice between the U and having the U between the two can'ts. Oh god. Oh dear. And my eyes really working up now. Oh god. I think my eyes just saying it's like Turbo, look away! You can't. It's the poor grammar. You can't handle it. Jesus. Oh god. Oh. Anyway. She just seems so rude and nasty. And she's a bitch too. Don't forget the bitch. You're right. She's mean and selfish too. Right. Forgot you keep forgetting the bitch part. I bet she's never been yelled at. Never had to apologize to anyone. Yeah, I bet. Hey Ash, this tree's pretty huge, isn't it? Changing the subject again. Yeah, I guess it is. And she just tries to look over Matt. Oh god. Oh, Jesus. They call it the Lonely Oak. I used to play around here when I was little. Really? Time for a behind-the-scenes flashback. Yeah. I played hide and seek, went back bug catching, the works. Dad was the only one who told me about this place. He always said that this was his favorite place, where you could just sit and watch the lake. He was always busy with work, and sometimes he'd get real stressed and scary. But as soon as he came here, he'd be back to the old kind, smiling dad. So I grew to love this place too. I used to come here with Kelly as well. She adored me.
So she followed me around everywhere. And she always carried around the same little doll she had since she was a baby. She was really cute, but she was a real crybaby too.
Coming from the guy who was about to turn on the waterworks, as he's just about to say this.
As soon as she turned on the waterworks, Mom started yelling at me. So I was always telling her, "Don't cry, Kelly, don't cry." Is Kelly Is Kelly with you at your uncle's? No. My uncle said she went somewhere far away, so I never get to see her. Oh, that's too bad. You know what that means, right? Okay, just journey with me, okay? So you won't be surprised later, okay? Good. Perfect. We're on the same wavelength, you and I. Do you miss her? Yeah, I do. Must be nice. What? I always wanted a brother or sister.
Guess it's more fun when you have someone to play with.
Yeah. Hey Ash, remember the treasure map? The one in the invisible ink? Yeah, that one. It's a map of this place. Really? That is
Sorry, I need to put on my pirate voice here.
That it is, that it is, lass. So if I give ye me map, think ye can find me treasure?
Of course I can, Captain.
Oh god.
Be ye sure?
Savvy, Captain.
Arr. Arr, here you go then. Find me buried treasure if ye can, matey.
Jesus Christ.
Shiver me timbers. Oh god.
Ashley, you're 16 for fuck's sake. When I was 16, I was more mature than you.
I need to use this map as a guide to find the buried treasure.
Good. Right. Okay then. Let's sure. Yeah, I thought there was something written on the back of it as well, but no, that's not the case. Looks like I can't use it here. Okay. Alright.
Me treasure be around here, me hearty. Off ye go and bring it to me. I'll be here counting me pieces of 8 till ye return.
Pieces of 8? When did you have money on you? Matt, honestly.
I'll be back in a jiffy, Captain. Captain? Oh god damn it. Right.
Chemical City saying, Pirates of another code. No. Pirates of another code. Arr! Pirates of another code. Arr! God damn it. Anyway, let's move on. Right, so if we look at this, we need to be like 16. I'm guessing that's 16 paces. To the left. Or not? So let's go that way. So if we hold down the B button, we can move Ashley at a slower pace, so we can count our steps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Or maybe not. I'm sure. Oh. I'm just holding down the up arrow. Okay, so well, actually, I'm in constant walk mode apparently. So where you be going, lass? Be treasure be around here. Ah, God. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
this should be the spot.
No, don't want to be having the DAX open.
Got the arm bar. Ashley, look at that rock. I'm sure it's the rock. Actually, no. If we, what was it? If we go back, obviously. If we take out the map. Oh, it's full map. Okay, no. Nope, can't combine those. Nope. God damn it. Ah, there we go. We got there eventually. Jesus. I knew it was the rock. It only just started to glint, you know. Yeah, honestly. I never thought that would be a hard bit. Yeah, jeez.
It has to be around here. Where'd he bury it?
Under the rock, Ashley.
Here we go. Someone's definitely buried something here. Matt, over here.
Nice one, Ash. You found it.
Oh, fuck. Yo ho ho and a can of Cool Pop. No sweat.
Ugh.
Hey Ash, look at that. Huh? That's the rabbit I drew on the map.
Ah, okay.
I spotted it when I was burying my treasure, so I used it as a landmark. Oh yeah, I see it. Pretty neat, huh?
Wait here a sec. I'll dig up the treasure.
Okay.
Even though you had like 16 paces written on the blasted map, I just went by that.
Got it?
Chemical City. Going, Ashley, the greatest treasure hunter who ever lived. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's a lair.
Take a look, Ash.
Okay. Looks like a lair that's very personal.
This is your treasure?
Yep. It's a letter from my mom.
A letter from your mom?
The last letter she ever wrote me. It's my very own treasure.
Her last letter. My dear Matthew, I'm sorry I can't be with you now. Matthew, listen to your uncle and be a good boy. If you're a good, Daddy will come back. For sure. Do you remember the promise you made to me? Never go to the clock tower by the lake. Love, Mom.
After Dad disappeared, Mom spent every day worrying about him. And then the worrying made her get sick. She worried herself sick. Yeah, sure. She started getting thinner and thinner. And barely left her bed. She kept getting worse, so in the end I got sent off to my uncle. I kept saying I wanted to see her, but he always told me she wasn't well enough. He gave me this letter from her. And then she died before I could see her again. Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, Matt, it's not as bad as you seem. I mean, you know, it's not as bad as the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. I mean, now that is depressing, and very bad. That what happens afterwards. Trust me. I mean, if you've seen Guardians of the Galaxy and you saw that opening bit, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, Matt. So that's why this letter's your treasure.
Yeah.
But why bury your mom's lair here?
Last summer, when I decided to find clues about my dad and ran away, I was all alone during the nights, and when I read Mom's letter, I would start crying. I decided that I couldn't go looking for clues like that. I needed to be strong, so I buried the letter here.
Ah.
You know, I've never told anyone about this until now. I wonder why.
Because we're friends, right?
Friends? Why is that important? Friends? Why? What is this term you say? When I have a good friend, I feel like I want to tell them everything. I want them to know more about me. I guess that's what friends are for.
Oh, Matt, before I forget, let's go get the music player.
Elizabeth's one? Why?
Well, if we don't, Elizabeth will tell everyone you stole it. Let's bring it back to make her apologize, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah! Let's do it!
Ash, I swear, I did find it down by the mines. The player and the ID card were there, covered in a hanky thing.
Hanky thing.
A handkerchief? Yeah. Actually, when we met Elizabeth back there, I was thinking, that hanky looked a lot like Elizabeth's bandana. Where's the handkerchief now? I didn't take it with me. So it should still be by the mines. Let's go get it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, your map. Here you go.
Thanks. By the way, Chemical City, if you're... granted, yes, this entire... you know, game, like the two games, there was obviously another code, 2 memories for the DS, otherwise known as Trace Memory, in the US, if you've ever heard about it. I actually did a playthrough of another code, 2 memories, the UK version of Trace Memory, on my playthrough. If you want to, after this playthrough, go check it out. It's available. It's still available on my Twitch, page. If you check the past broadcasts, it should still be up. Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays another code. So, you know, if you think this is sad, play that. Play that, because that's got some really sad material in that too. So, in fact, well, that game and this game is very sad. You know, I mean, it does have some sad kind of like material to it and whatnot. But yeah. Anyway, let's go to the mines first. Find that handkerchief.
Hey! It's that big hairy dog again. There's a strange stone.
We know what that stone's all about. There's a wooden box.
It's in there, Ash. In that box. In here?
There it is. There's a handkerchief in the box.
Why would anyone put a handkerchief in here, anyway? But it's definitely the same brand as the bandana she was wearing.
So, woof. Of course.
Dog again. I wonder what his name is. Well, what's your name, Poochie? What's your name, Poochie?
Poochie? Oh, Ashley, you dumbass. Seriously, what kind of weird name is Poochie? Don't knock about Poochie, he was a 90s icon! I think Ashley's been watching too much Simpsons. Ah, good to know about that, Sunrose. Yeah. Granted, I've fully completed Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, 3 times? Well, Sonic Adventure 2 in general, 3 times. Once on the Dreamcast, once on the GameCube, and once on the Xbox 360 re-release. So, I know how experienced I can be on that game, anyway. I'm not gonna showcase it on here because that'd be just too cliche. I'm more of an artiste let's player. I'd like to showcase the games that never get any time or any shine on the daylight and whatnot. Yeah, that was totally unpoetic in any way. Sorry about that. But no, I like playing games or showcasing games that not many people know about, and and just doing it out of my own enjoyment. That's always been the case. So. Anyway,
it's not that weird. It's a pretty common dog name.
Really?
It's a pretty common dog name in Japan.
Is it now? Poochie? Really? I don't know about that, Ashley. Well, I'm not gonna bother bringing up the research on that.
In Japan? People call their dogs that in Japan? Yep, Dad told me. There's a legend about a famous dog called Poochie in Japan.
Probably not Poochie. Was he called? Well, the only dog that I can think of that was obviously a famous dog back in the day in Japan was the what was it? The what was it? This Christ! I was in Japan as well, and it's like I actually was at this dog statue that memorializes the dog in question, but I've forgotten its name. Damn it! I's an idiot.
Your dad sure knows a lot about Japan. Well, yeah. My mom was Japanese after all, so I'm half Japanese.
Ah, right. Well, anyway, she's not called Poochie, obviously. Her name's Princess. There we go, a reaction. Princess, dog, Shaggy. Possibly like Scooby Snacks. Right, Princess? I'll take that as a yes. Sunrose is talking about hearing that the ports, the recent HD ports of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle has audio issues. Yes, it does. It does have. Basically, the audio mixing is a lot bad. It is a lot worse in those versions than it is in previous editions, like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle on the GameCube. Like the audio, the background audio for the kind of like music and whatnot is a lot higher than it was in previous iterations. But anyway.
The dog's called Princess?
Yep. Look, there's a collar around her neck. The tag says Princess.
Princess? So you're a girl, right?
Yes. Dog says yes. Princess said yes.
Hey Ash,
What you playing?
you like dogs? Yeah. I wanted a dog when I was little, but we lived in an apartment, so we couldn't have one. I always used to pass by this one house on my walk home, so I could see the dog they had.
You really like dogs, huh? It was huge. Sorry.
It was huge, just like Princess. Hey Princess, wanna be friends?
Princess says yes. Here's a treat, or good girl. Okay, let's have a coin flip for this. I don't think I have any treats to give her, actually. Oh, well, that was a very bad spin. So heads, pet her, tell her she's a good girl, or give her a treat. Ah, damn it, fucking coin flips. Ah, I keep fucking these coin flips. There we go. That was a better one. That's heads, so tell her that she's a good girl and give her a pat on the head.
Good girl.
Princess is happy.
I think she likes me. Okay, Princess. Matt and I are heading off to get the music player now. See you later.
Princess says goodbye. Okay, let's move on. Get on our way. Yeah, the only voice acting that's in this video game is that of a dog going woof. That's your voice acting. That's the only voice I don't need to do in this game. The dog is covered. Everyone else doesn't have a voice, but the dog is covered. Alright, so here we are back at where the music player was. So
It's that thing in the back, right?
yeah.
Right. I'll lift the top box and you reach in and grab it.
Gotcha. Okay. Holding this up.
Matt, hurry up. I'm trying just a bit longer. I can't hold on. I can't hold this much longer. I got it.
Yeah, she's very athletic, Chemical City. It's like she's been she's obviously playing a lot of Sonic games, you know. Well, actually, she's very thin, you know, so she's very athletic, you know. Even though she wants to be a musician, she's very athletic. Anyway,
Got it.
there we go, pink music player.
Let's Let's head for Dad's cottage now.
Okay. Oh, we didn't need that bar. There's the iron bar. I mean, we picked that up earlier. And apparently we didn't even need to use it. So, yeah. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, because there are some items where you think they might be useful and whatnot, but tend to not be useful at all, so you just carry on. Anyway. Yep. See, it's good that in this kind of like, it's almost like it's an escort mission, ain't it? You know, Ashley's escorting Matt with her and whatnot. But unlike any other escort mission, Matt can actually keep up. Oh, hello. There's a suited man over there.
Someone's there. It's that man, Mr. Sunglasses.
That's not his name, Ashley. You know, that's being rude.
The one I saw going into the mines. Where's he going?
Should we follow him? Maybe not.
No, not this way. I need to go back after that man. I need to go after that man.
Oh god. Oh, well, fair enough. Need to go.
Ash!
Where are you going? This is.
Are you going to the clock tower? Yeah. Come on, Matt. Let's go. Let's have a look.
Yeah. My girly voice is not working again.
I can't be a girly. Gotta get again.
Yeah. I need a drink, I think. I've been talking so much.
That was the good. Alright. I'm not going. I promised my mom. I promised my mom, remember? Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Ash. I'll wait here for you. Go ahead, Ash. I'll wait here for you. To be sure, to be sure.
Are you sure? Yeah, no problem.
Or no problem.
But if you're out here on your own, Dad might see you. I know. There's a little cabin just ahead. Wait in there for me, okay?
Sure. Bye, Matt. Don't get yourself caught. Alright, let's go in. Let's go this way. There he is.
There he is.
You just said my line, Ashley. Thanks.
Where's he going?
Well, I can't.
What's with the man? What's the man? What's what's the man in the sunglasses come here for?
I guess I have to follow him there. Actually, you're getting a little too close for comfort.
There he is. What's he doing? Wait.
Flashback.
I remember now. There was a man here wearing a cap. A man in a cap. He was here.
And sadly, your daydreaming got yourself caught, Ashley. Hey, kid.
Huh?
You were just standing there with a vacant look on your face. Are you sick?
No, it's nothing. I just remembered being here before.
you remember being here. This isn't your first time here, then.
No, it's not.
You must be Ashley Mizuki Robins, correct?
Huh? You know me?
Yes, I also know that you're the daughter of Dr. Richard Robins.
Wait, who are you?
My name is John Smith. John Smith. Obvious name for any person to use. Most generic name of all time. Yeah, John Smith. Yeah, that's really your name there, man. Of course. Dear. I smell lies!
Mr. Smith? How do you know my name?
How indeed. And now he's just called John. Great, now we're gonna confuse him with me. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. How indeed.
What? Wait, you can't tell me?
I don't really want to say no.
What's that supposed to mean? Coming here in a suit, renting a campsite without camping? Wandering around everywhere? You know everyone's calling you a weirdo, right?
Being very blunt there, aren't you, Ashley? Weirdo? You certainly don't pull your punches. But don't worry yourself. I'm not here to do anyone any harm.
Then tell me, what are you doing here and why are you sounding very awkward?
Research. And by the way, this is my voice actor's way of this is just the voice actor's way of differentiating. I know I didn't say that right. Me from the rest of the pack. I could have been Christopher Walken with him, but nah, I can't do a really good Christopher Walken. Is it?
Research? You a scientist or something?
No, I'm a journalist. I'm researching what happened here 5 years ago. I was trying to be like a the agent in the Matrix trilogy, Smith. Yeah, well, obviously it's the same character, Mr. Smith. But I was trying to do that. It's like Mrs. Robbins, Miss Robbins. So glad to see you back. But obviously I can't do that voice very well.
Mr. Smith, what happened here 5 years ago?
If I knew, I wouldn't be here. It's an unsolved case.
Unsolved case?
That's correct. Something happened 5 years ago at Lake Juliet. I'm here to get to the bottom of it.
What happened?
It's none of your concern. I'd advise you not to pry. I'd advise you not to pry into it.
I'm not prying. My friend's dad disappeared here 5 years ago. And he's looking for him now. So I was wondering if that's connected to what happened here.
Your friend's looking for his father?
Yeah, we just met today. His name's Matt. His dad was Michael Crusoe.
Really? Michael Crusoe?
Mr. Smith, the case you're researching, does it have anything to do with Matt's dad?
Ellipses. Ashley, has your friend Matt been to the clock tower?
No, he doesn't want to go. He promised his mom he'd stay away from it.
How wise.
Mr. Smith, what happened here 5 years ago? Please tell me something.
Ashley, I won't tell you again. You're prying into matters that have nothing to do with you. So keep out of it. You do well to listen to Matt's mother, too. Keep away from that clock tower. Mr. Scissors will be there to cut your head off. Friday the 13th plot? Really? Okay. Didn't really think this was a Friday the 13th plot. I mean, we had Evil Dead earlier in the cottage.
Mr. Smith?
or like,
Mr. Smith.
alright. Well, we got the stone pedestal here, the plaque. This is what it says. To watch over the eternal beauty and bounty of Lake Juliet, most precious clear waters of our hometown, this statue of a mermaid was erected by Benjamin Graham on the 20th of July, 1959. Dedicated with all of my love to my daughter Charlotte and wife Lily, who supported their father and husband as he took up his sword, while the family was blessed with the calm of the moon and surrounded by love as if it by the fragrance of flowers, just as depicted in the Graham family crest. Just look at this actual statue of the mermaid. And there we go. Nothing much. Nothing much more of that. Okay. So let's go to the clock tower, actually. So, screw the rules! Screw the rules! I've got white hair! Crest in the middle.
That crest. I remember. I saw Mom in front of this door.
Well, at least she's not having this sudden flashback. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. She's having this sudden flashback.
So that was it. This place with the crest was the clock tower door.
Oh, well, fair enough. Nothing more to that. Yeah. Alright, let's go find Matt. Hey, Matt. You in here? Hey, how you doing, Matt?
Matt! You done? Yep. Right, let's go.
Let's get out of here. Oh, hello. The gate to the bridge is locked.
Hey, it's closed. Oh, drat. It won't open.
Ash, this is really weird. The gate is always open.
Yeah. My dad wouldn't have told me to come through if it was locked.
Someone must have locked it.
Well, what now?
It has the same card lock as the storage room in the guest house.
Maybe my ID card will work.
Open sesame!
No luck. It won't open it. How about that card you found at the boathouse? Huh? I left it at the boathouse. Ah, shoot. Huh? What was that? There it goes again. Yeah.
So this is gonna be awkward for you, Ashley, if you don't reveal it. Because if it's just something that makes a little noise and it's, you know, kind of like this, it's gonna raise some questions.
If I use the TAS, I can open the gate. What should I do now? The TAS is responding again. The sound came from this.
That's the secret thing you showed me back at the boathouse, right?
Yeah, it's called a TAS.
A TAS?
It's a device my mom invented.
Ah, yeah, your mom was a scientist, right? She made that?
Yeah. And I think I can use it to unlock this gate.
Just like in the TV show. Come on then, open the gate.
I want to, but
You can't use it?
I promised Dad I wouldn't show it to anyone.
So it's like totally a secret, isn't it?
Can you keep it a secret?
No problem. I won't say a word to anyone.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, I have no trouble with using it in front of him, man. Okay, so let's go. TAS use on door lock.
Right, I'll use the TAS. Let's get the gate open.
Who would ever close it again? I have no idea. Anyway. So it's one of these kind of like locks where you have to tilt the thing and press the corresponding button, and there we go. It's kind of like a key. There we go. Very simple puzzle, that one.
That was the unlocking sound.
And thus the door shall open.
It opened. Nice, Ash. Thanks.
Right, on we go. So it's just it just loaded to have us in that part. Fair enough.
Dad's cottage is the first one after the covered bridge.
Which is this one. There's an intercom at the door. Who is it?
It's me, Dad.
Ashley! I'll open the door right away. Okay, come in.
Okay.
There we go. Richard's cottage, living room.
Sorry it took so long, Dad.
No problem, Ashley.
Oh yeah, I brought your bag for you. I've been carrying this all day.
Thanks.
I brought your hat too. You left it at the campsite.
Ah, thanks, Ashley. I was wondering where I'd left it.
Hello.
Oh, Matt, nice to see you. I'd like to apologize for before. I think I went a bit over the top.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
That's good. That's good. So, all is forgiven?
Yeah.
By the way, Matt, do you live around here?
Nope. My house is really far away.
So you're here camping with someone?
No, I came here on my own.
On your own?
Yeah. I ran away from home.
You what?
Stupid!
You're so stupid! No, it's okay. Ash knows I ran away. That doesn't make any... That doesn't make it any better, Matt! Shut the fuck up! But why would you run away?
I'm looking for my dad.
Looking for your dad?
Yeah, he disappeared 5 years ago here at Lake Juliet.
Disappeared?
Yeah, so I came here to find clues about what happened to him. But my uncle reported me missing.
Oh, so you have family?
Yeah, my dad's brother. I live with him, but he refuses to look for my dad. So I ran away to find him myself.
I understand why you did it, but it's really not good to run away, Matthew. You could tell your uncle the whole story and look for your dad together.
Ash told me that too. And Dan the ranger's out looking for me too. But if I go home, I'll be shipped off to school in England. Then I won't be able to come back for years and years.
I see.
Yeah, so I made a promise to Ashley. I'll spend today, and only today, searching for clues about my dad. Then if I don't find anything, I'll go home. And Ash said she won't tell Dan about me today. So she's helping me find him.
I understand, Matt. Thanks for telling me your story.
No problem.
But this is a fine mess. What should a father do in this situation? Maybe I can consult to my science. Ah, yes. I know just the thing. Tell me, Matt. Do you like Cool Pop?
Yeah, I love it.
Fantastic. Well, I have some in the fridge, so why don't you go and help yourself?
Okay.
Tuh, gullible fool. Little does he know I spiked it so he'll fall asleep and then I can report him to the authorities. I'm an evil scientist. No, he doesn't do that, of course not. He's too dumb to do that.
Dad?
Ashley, that was quite a story from Matt. How old is he?
He's 13.
Ah, 13. The same age as you when you came to Blood Edward Island.
Yeah, it was the day before my 14th birthday.
Ashley, tell me one thing. Did you become friends with him because he's searching for his father?
Well, there's that. But not just that. He reminds me of someone.
Who?
The first real friend I ever had. So I can't just ignore him.
Ashley, who was your first real friend? Chemical saying, I think he was relating to my Richard's plan. Though he says in the Twitch chat, "Lol, the perfect pan." You forgot that L there. Although granted, we're playing a game where we had the sentence, you can't stand Elizabeth earlier today, so it's understandable if anyone is making any other spelling mistakes or grammar mistakes, because this game has given us quite the bad trauma of bad spelling mistakes or bad grammar. That's for sure, or whatever. Maybe it is good grammar, maybe it isn't. I don't know. Fuck it. Anyway, so Ashley, who was your first real friend?
Well, if you played the first game, if you see the Turbo Drive Live Another Code 2 Memories Let's Play, you'll understand who Ashley's first real friend is. I'm not gonna spoil it for you.
Do I know them?
No, It's not somebody you know. Someone I don't know? There's so much I don't know about you, Ashley. Well, yeah. There's a lot I don't know about you, too. Indeed.
And awkward silence. Ashley, next time...
Next time, what?
Next time you make a close friend, could you introduce me? Ooh. So we got like, what was it? Dunno or sure. Okay. So, heads, dunno, tails, sure. That's a heads! Sorry, Richard, I don't know. Ooh.
I don't know.
You don't want to introduce me?
It's not that, but you're always busy, right?
If it's to meet a friend of yours, I'll free up my day for it. Definitely. Indubitably.
Really?
Really. Trust me. You lying piece of shit. Richard, you're a liar. You are a liar, sir. You, my friend, are a liar.
Okay.
And Ashley's just buying it. Gullible? Gullible you are, Ashley.
Then I'll definitely tell you next time I'll make a close friend.
Thank you, Ashley.
Oh yeah, Dad.
What is it, Ashley?
I've remembered things about Mom again since last time I saw you. From when she was here.
Ashley, you remember more about 13 years ago?
Yeah,
What did you remember?
I was at the clock tower with Mom.
You were there with Sayoko?
Yeah, and we were down by the mermaid statue.
Oh, there too?
Yeah,
Ashley. You don't have to force yourself to remember Sayoko.
Dad, I'm not forcing anything. I want to remember her.
Ashley. When you told me you remembered coming here 13 years ago, to be honest, I was hoping you could remember things from me. But I was being selfish. I was wrong.
Wrong?
Ashley, the bits and pieces you remember of your mother are important to you. They are special things which you should cherish deep in your heart. They're not just there for me to find out more about another.
Dad,
So don't force yourself to remember things.
I understand. But one thing. Mom came to meet someone here, didn't she?
Ashley. Yes, I believe she was here to meet someone. And apparently that raises a question. So let's answer about it.
Someone? Who was she here to meet?
I don't know. But Sayoko had a reason for coming here 13 years ago.
A reason?
Yes. She had to, otherwise she wouldn't have kept it a secret from me.
How did you know she was here anyway?
Her name was on the visitors list at JC Valley. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I couldn't believe she'd secretly come here so many years ago.
Why did she go to JC Valley?
I don't know. I had no idea why she came here. Once I knew she'd come, I went hunting to find out why. I still don't know. And then that whole thing at JC Valley happened. What would that be?
That whole thing? Did something happen at JC Valley? Oh. No, it's nothing. Nothing for you to be worried about anyway. Huh?
Phone call! Ring, 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 phone call, ring, 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 phone call.
Ah, phone call. Richard Robins? Ah, Gina. What's wrong? What? What? And where's Ryan? Understood. I'll be right there. Let Rex know too. Okay? Yes. I'm on my way. Ashley, I'm really sorry. That was from JC Valley. I have to get back right away. Did something happen? There's a problem with the security system. The security inside JC Valley? No, the system's running the security cameras around here. Security cameras?
Sorry, pause. Chemical City's loving the Pokemon reference that I made earlier, so... yeah. I'm that kind of guy. It's like, I was old school. I was watching the Pokemon TV show back in the day. Yeah. When it was on STV Live. Or... yeah, it was STV? Yeah, STV Live, I think. Was it STV? Was it? No. That's Scottish television. Sorry. What was that? What was that program on Saturday mornings done by Ant and Dec back in the day on ITV? Oh, I can't remember. It had those stupid Pokemon segments as well. It was totally ridiculous. Honestly, Ant and Dec. It's like totally regretting all that. Yeah. But no, Pokemon was on that, and I was watching that a lot. So yeah, terrestrial TV Pokemon, yay! Anyway, back to the story.
JC Valley has a number of security cameras installed around here. Given our work, we can't let people know where JC Valley is based. There's a lot of sensitive information in there, so the security cameras were installed around the area to make sure nobody tries to get in. And if they stop working, who knows what could happen. That sounds pretty bad. Ashley, wait here for me. Okay. I might be a while, but I'll definitely be back. Then we can talk more about your mother. How does that sound? Sounds okay. I'm sorry about this, but I'll be back.
Don't say you'll be right back, or else you're gonna be dead, Richard.
Oh, if you're hungry, there's a diner around here. There's a diner around here that does takeout. A diner? Yes, it's right by the roundabout. You can't miss it. Tell the owner who you are. He'll put it on my tab. And sorry again. See you soon. See you.
Bye. Bye, Richard. Again. Honestly, that's like the third time he's done that. Ugh. Anyway.
Wow, Dad really is busy. I was hoping we could talk about what I remembered Mom doing here.
Was that a proper sentence? I don't know. My brain checked out like ages ago after that last one. After the stupid that I had to deal with.
I hope he comes back soon.
Alright. Hey Ash! Hey Ash, what you playing? God damn it, Brent! Stop using that fucking reference.
Where'd your dad go? He had to go back to the lab. He said they were having some problems with the security system.
He's really busy, isn't he?
Yeah, I wanted to talk to him about stuff.
Will he be back soon?
He said he'd be back soon, but as soon as he could. But I'm guessing it'll be a while.
Yeah. Hey Ash, what you playing? God. Stop doing that!
Is there a computer in the house? A computer? There should be.
Sorry.
And it's connected to the internet, right? I guess so. Then can I use it? What for? To look up my dad. There might be something on the internet about him. My uncle wouldn't let me use the computer back at home. Yeah, good idea. I'm sure he has a computer in his room. Let's give it a shot. Yeah.
Let's go. Upstairs.
Oh dear.
And of course there's just this bedroom here, so that's good.
This must be Dad's room. Oh, there's a computer. Yeah. Yeah. Let's use it then.
I hope parental controls are. I hope Richard put on parental controls, or else something bad will happen.
Right.
Let's check the desk here. Oh, there's another empty can of Cool Pop.
I better recycle this.
Yeah. Wooden pen holder. Some plasters. Oh, small origami set.
Did Dad make these? That's a bird. And that one... Actually, I have no idea what that's supposed to be. A squid?
Check this drawer here. Oh, little thing there. Yeah, there's a laptop. Computer.
So Dad has a laptop. Well, we'll just borrow it for a bit.
Okay. Oh, please insert DAS. Okay.
Please insert DAS? Wait, that means you need a DAS to use this computer.
Oh, well, let's cancel this. And let's get our DAS. Where's our DAS? There we go. And use that on this.
There's a slot on the side of the computer. Maybe I should put the DAS in.
No!
Now it should work. Let's look up Matt's dad.
Loading. DAS accepted.
Okay, looks like it's working now.
Let's look at the internet. So I click on the internet.
So I clicked on the internet icon. Okay, I've got to search. I've got a search engine page. So I need to type the keyword I want to search for here. First, let's try Michael Crusoe.
It's good thinking I'm not needing to type this in myself. Take me forever. Okay.
Setting up a company with his lottery win. Michael Crusoe, who won a staggering $3 million in the 1999 lottery grand prize draw, has decided to use his money to show all of America the beauty of his hometown, Lake Juliet. He set up the Crusoe Resort Development Company to do just that. Let's hope he has the same good luck with this company as he did with the lottery. Wow! So Matt's dad was totally loaded. And he used the money from winning the lottery to set up his company. Okay, next up. Let's try searching for Crusoe Resort.
Do that. But this is just automatic, obviously. We're in autoplay mode here, people.
Looks like Crusoe Resort has its own website. Huh? What's this on the page?
News 8th of March 2002. We are no longer able to accept any communication by email. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause for our customers.
That's from back in 2002. So this website hasn't been updated for 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Chemical City and Cing said, "Gross, she's using Internet Explorer. Get Google Chrome, Ashley." Nice, nice. Well, it's not her. Actually, blame her dad. Her dad set up the setup, so yeah, his dad's still in the old days of Internet Explorer.
Your dad's company was called Crusoe Resort, right? They have a website, but it hasn't been updated in 5 years.
Well, my dad disappeared then, so the company must have fallen apart.
That's what it looks like. Do you remember anything about his company?
Not really.
I guess you were pretty young then. Looks like there aren't many clues about your dad on the internet.
Yeah.
Ash, have you used this computer before? No, never.
Wow. Then you're a natural at it. Do you use them a lot?
Kind of.
Oh, phone call. Ring, ring, ring. No, I've already used that joke. Sorry.
The phone. Should I answer it? Dad's not home. I'll answer it. Hope it'll be okay.
It's not on the desk there. Let's pick it up, Ashley.
Hello? Robins? Ashley! Is that you? Jessica! Oh, good. I'm glad you made it there safely. Yeah, no problem. Is Richard there with you? No, he's off at the lab.
I know, I'm just using the same voice for both of them. I don't care because Jessica's not that kind of like character that's a recurring character in this storyline, so fuck it. Let's get on with it.
Back at the lab? Oh dear. You finally go see him and he goes off to work. Yeah. So I have to wait here until he gets back. Ashley, are you alright on your own? Don't worry, I'm fine. Are you really though? I've been worried about you ever since I had to practically push you onto the bus. I was wondering if maybe it wasn't such a good idea to put you two together. Jessica, did he come and pick you up at the bus stop? Nope. I don't believe it. Now he's just left you there while he goes off to work. Ashley, I know it might be hard to believe, but he really does want to talk to you. It's okay. We've been talking. Really? I told him all about how frustrated I was with him. I kind of didn't pull any punches. So we argued for a bit, but then I told him all about the band. And he explained why he'd asked me here. Ugh.
Yes, I can't deliver lines that well. To sue me.
Oh, that is good to hear. Yeah. Hey, Jessica, did you know that I've been here before? No, Richard never told me that. He said that I've been here with Mom 13 years ago. He didn't know about it either. He only found out about it when he came to JC Valley. Oh, I see. Yeah. And then there are people at JC Valley who know about Mom, and about another. Ashley, when Richard told me about he decided to go and work at JC Valley, I asked him the obvious question, why are you doing this to Ashley again?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the obvious question.
After we came back from that island 2 years ago, he swore he'd never be a scientist again. So I was upset when he was just leaving you here again and going off to JC Valley. And he answered, there's more to Sayoko's death than I realized. So I'm going to JC Valley to find out why Sayoko really died and the real truth behind another. More of my mom's death than he realized? That was the reason why he went to JC Valley? But what made him think that in the first place? I'm not sure why either. Or maybe what? Jessica, if you know something, tell me. A while after coming back from that island, Richard told me he'd received an anonymous email. Anonymous?
Yes, anonymous. We are Legion.
Typical!
Yeah, I know.
And he started acting strangely after that. Then a man called Rex Alfred started calling him. He called more and more all the time. After that, Richard decided to go and work at JC Valley.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh. Ashley, I'm almost positive that the reason he invited you there was because he wanted to tell you something. When he comes back, make sure you two have a good long talk about Sayoko, okay? Okay. Oh, by the way, I sent your guitar off to the concert venue. Oh, thanks. Alright, I have to run and let you go for now. Say hi to Richard for me. And see you when you get home. Bye.
Ashley, you insensitive idiot. You didn't say bye to Ashley. Anyway. No, Ashley, you didn't say bye to Jessica. Jesus. Anyway. And after all that shit you had in the first game, honestly.
Who was that on the phone, Ash? It was Jessica.
Who's that?
She's my aunt. She took me in and raised me after my mom died. She knows me better than anyone else in the whole world.
So she's like your mom?
No, she's not my mom. She's just Jessica.
It would be weird if she was mom. If it was my mom and then obviously my dad. He's like, oh, the troubles.
I don't follow. It's okay. You don't need to understand it.
Yeah, Matthew, you don't need to understand.
Anyway, what do you want to do now?
Let's take another look on the computer.
Well, it's not like he has any games on it.
Weren't there lots of icons on the screen? You know, ones like water and notes.
Water and notes.
Well, what do you think they are? Well, let's look into it.
There's a laptop. Let's pop our DAS back in there. Alright, let's take a look at this. Notes. Ashley really is the most precious thing in my life. But what does she think about me now? How can I be what she needs from a father? When I left Bloodred Island, I wanted nothing more than to make up for all the time we've been apart. And now here I am, separated from her once again. Even if I knew everything about why I'm doing this,
would she forgive me?
Dad, why didn't you just say something? It says notes, but this is like Dad's diary.
That's a good thing. We can get some backstory out of this. See why he's here. It's been a year since I received that strange anonymous email. At first, I thought it was some kind of sick joke, but as the days go by, I find myself thinking about it more and more. If what it says is true, Sayoko, what should I do? It hurts so much every time I think about you.
An anonymous email? What is he talking about?
Note 3. I got a hold of a water testing kit and took samples from different places around the lake. What Dan feared has come true. The pollution that plagued Lake Juliet 5 years ago has returned. But why?
So Dad was looking into the pollution at the lake as well.
What pollution? I don't think we even knew about this.
I think we skipped ahead somewhere.
2nd of August 2007. Sayoko, not a single night goes by when I don't think about you. Don't think of you. And it's only when I think of you that I can't forget that you're not with me anymore. Sayoko, Ashley looks so much like you, especially her eyes. Whenever I see them, I remember the day we first met, and then I realize your last act was to protect Ashley. What I have to do now is make sure she's happy. Yeah, I thought that was gonna go into the bad turn there, you know, like Ashley's dad having some weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna ditch that thought right now. There we go.
Dad.
Alright, let's close that. Close that. Talk about water here. Okay.
Hey, that's a photo of the lake. Where exactly was this taken?
Well, we kind of know because that's the statue there of the mermaid statue. So that's one area.
I'm sure I've seen this place before.
Yep, that's behind the boathouse.
Did Dad take this?
Yep, and this is behind that shed where we found the music player. So. Now we got the mail here.
That's Dad's email. I don't think I need to look at that.
Oh, do we now? Okay, fine. We don't need to look at the internet? Yeah, sure. Alright, fair enough.
I wonder what my dad's put this stuff in folders.
Oh, hello.
An email. I wonder who it's from. Oh yeah, Jessica was saying Dad started working at JC Valley because of an email he got. I wonder who wrote it. I know I shouldn't, but I really want to know what's in it.
Alright. Ah, we need a password.
Oh great, it's password protected.
So yeah, we can't go into it normally.
I need a password. I wonder what password he'd use.
Well, we kind of have an idea with what's here. So if we look at this,
This couldn't be it, could it?
puzzle time. Okay, and apparently it changed color, or maybe it was. Ah, there we go. So, nope, nope. Nope, nope. Okay. Nope. Okay. Here we go. Fold that there, and then fold that there. There we go. The password is 123. Yeah, sure, Chemical. Say it was that simple. No, actually, no. The password would have been 12345.
If you fold it like this, you can see numbers.
So 0691.
This could be...
So let's use our DAS again. Insert it to the computer. Try putting in the password.
The password to open the folder is
0691.
Oop. Oh great, that's not the right password.
Well, it's the other way around then. So 1960 1960. Okay, maybe not. Did I write that? Did I read that right? Or maybe I did that wrong. Maybe it's 0961. No, okay. 0691. Okay. Have I got this wrong? That is 0691, right? It's just, yeah. It's like 0691 or 1690 16 60, maybe 1690. Let's try that. Oh, sorry.
I can see numbers.
Woo. Too many attempts. You're now locked out for 15 minutes. Damn it! I don't have 15 minutes. I need to get this done. 0 6 9 1. Okay, I've already tried this before. Okay. So 1690. There we go. 1690. That was it.
Okay, I'm past the password.
DAS Connect Startup.
DAS Connect Startup. What? What's going on?
Dr. Robins, sorry to bother you on your day off. Do you remember the magazine that asked you to do an article on us last week? They need an answer today. I have the director's permission to photograph the lab, so are you able to do an interview? Please let me know. Mike.
Who's Mike?
That's so. There's an email from Jessica Robins.
Richard, please call me as soon as you can get this. When are you coming home? Ashley's doing well, but she's always seems little bit lonely probably because she hasn't seen you for so long. She's at an awkward age now. She spends so much time locked up in her room, and she doesn't talk to me as freely as she used to. I know you're busy, but your work, with your work, but come to see us soon. Ashley misses you, Jessica.
So Jessica was sorry.
So Jessica was giving Dad a hard time? She never mentioned anything to me.
Well, maybe you were being too bitchy about it.
Okay. So Rex Alfred. JC Valley. Richard, I'm delighted you've accepted the position at JC Valley. Honestly, I didn't think we'd have a chance to work together again. If you're here with us, I'm sure we can successfully complete that last project of Judd's. We await your speedy revival, Rex. Sorry, I'll say that again. This has got to be the email from Rex that Jessica mentioned on the phone. So Dad came to work at JC Valley after being invited up here by this guy. Wait a minute, Rex? No way! That's Elizabeth's dad.
Good observation there, Ashley there. Right, unknown sender. What a great way to start an email, eh? To the blissfully ignorant fool. Did you know that someone orchestrated Sayoko's murder from behind the scenes? There are others responsible for her death.
An email with no name from the sender. This is the email that Jessica was talking about.
Right. Well, I think that's it. That's all we got from the computer, so only makes sense.
Oh man, I went and read all of them.
Oh, hello. Got something on the desk.
Huh? What was that sound? It wasn't a message from Dad.
Oh, we have a new entry. We have a new feature on our DAS. It's called the Connect.
Lake Juliet campsite. Mine entrance. Lake Juliet. Mermaid statue. What are these images? Ashley, that's the guy, Mr. Sunglasses. Oh yeah, it's Mr. Smith. Someone must have taken a photo of him. Yeah, I wonder who. Maybe. Yeah. It's the feed from the security cameras.
Security cameras? I didn't even know there were any here.
Yeah. Dad said that JC Valley set them up. The desk must be able to check the feeds from them.
Chemical City being very observant, saying that is the DAS a Nintendo DS? Yes, it is. In fact, this model is the Nintendo DSi. Yes, because that was the recent model. This is the new one. If you watch the original playthrough that I had, she also has a DAS in that one as well. Yes. Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays. Another code, 2 memories. Go watch it. Should be available now.
Sorry, Dad. Sorry I used your computer and read all your emails without your permission. But I found out some important stuff. The anonymous email you got. The fact that you were testing the water at Lake Juliet. And that I used the DAS... And that I can use the DAS to look at security camera feeds.
And with that, I think we've come to the end of our chapter.
Right. I have to go over everything that's happened. I have to remember.
Right. So you can play along, people, and with this section of the chapter. Of course, if you don't know about this, after every chapter has come to its conclusion, we get to have a multiple choice questionarium thing. So here we go.
I went looking for Matt after he ran away from the boathouse. Then I reached an old cottage by the lake. It's empty now, but a photographer from the city used to live there. What was his name?
Well, his name was not Dan Maxwell, because that's the ranger, and it's not John Smith. It was Gilbert Moss. Yes, it was. Congratulations if you got that right.
Yes. The man who lived there was a photographer called Gilbert Moss. He moved here from New York. I went to Dad's cottage with Matt, but on the way there I found myself at the place where I'd seen Mom in a flashback. She was in front of a door with a crest on it. Where was the door? Where was the door with the crest?
Where was the door with the crest? Was that the boathouse, the old cottage, or the clock tower? Yes, it was the clock tower. Congratulations.
You're being very observant. Yes, the door with the crest was the clock tower door. Mom was in front of that door. When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly remembered my mom.
And if you're probably asking the question, you're probably thinking, yeah, Matt's just looking at her, and he's just looking at her, and he's going, Ashley, why are you talking to yourself? Who are you talking to? Ashley, what are you doing?
When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly remembered my mom. I need to assemble the fragments of memory that I keep preparing. I need to remember her here 13 years ago.
Okay.
When I went down to the basement in the old cottage, I saw an old photograph. I remember her standing somewhere and smiling. Where was it?
It was... Not any of those. It was here, at the mermaid statue. So.
Yes, it was in front of the mermaid statue. When I was at the mermaid statue, I remembered a man standing there. Who was at the mermaid statue?
It wasn't Ryan. That's Ryan. And it wasn't the guy holding something. It was this guy. The guy in the cap.
Yes, I remember seeing a man in a cap at the mermaid statue. Mom, what were you doing by the mermaid statue? And who was there with you? Mom, ever since I came here, I've been remembering you, but I still know so little.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of Chapter 3 of Another Code R. So, thanks very much for watching. Another Code R, A Journey into Lost Memories, Chapter 4. We're on to Chapter 4 now. Where were we last off? We were just looking up information on Matt's dad, knowing that he was a lottery winner. He set up the Crusoe Resort, and then his sudden disappearance and all that. And now that the daddy's away, so the kids will play play scientists, supposedly. So yes, that's what the following chapter is gonna be like. So we will go on to that now. So changing TV screens. And of course, if you're in the Twitch chat, you're more than welcome to give your little comments and commentary and whatnot, because I always appreciate it. Anyways, so we last finished Chapter 3, so we're going to load up this file. Well, I could read this recap then, I guess, for people who want me to read the recaps.
After using Dad's computer to look for clues about Matt's father, I noticed that the DAS has a new function. There's a new option called Connect.
Spelt correctly, of course.
That lets me see feeds from security cameras, and I saw Mr. Sunglasses, John Smith, down by the mermaid statue. What is he up to now?
So that's where we're going now. Actually, move this over here. Get the mic a little closer to me. Sorry.
I used Dad's computer to look up info on Matt's dad. I looked at the files on the computer and found out that my dad was studying the lake water, and that he was here at JC Valley trying to find out the truth behind Mom's death. When I put the DAS in Dad's computer, it activated a function which lets me look at feeds from the security cameras all around. Why would Dad put something like that in the DAS?
And we have our title, Chapter 4, Secret of the Lake. Are we gonna find a lady in the lake? Or maybe a pink hedgehog? References that'll go over way too many people.
Hey, Matt. You know the whole security camera thing my dad built into the DAS? I want to try it out.
I forgot how I'm so tired. I've forgotten how Matt talks. I think I just used my regular voice.
Oh, excuse me. How about we go to the mermaid statue? Right. Actually, something you said before has been eating at me.
Eating at you? What was taking large chunks of it? Is it a zombie by any chance, Ashley? Yeah, because it might be quite bad. I know it's a figure of speech, of course.
Something I said? When we looked at the picture of my mom and dad in the basement of that cottage, you said you saw my dad at the mermaid statue checking something out. Yeah, he had some water in a test tube, and he was testing something with a little kit. I wonder. I'm going to ponder on this.
You think the test tube kit might be here in this room? Well, it is, because we actually saw it here. It's in this drawer here. It's a blue box.
What's this?
What's this?
I'll take a look. There's something written on the inside. Easy water analysis kit MS100P. This kit is designed to indicate the pH value of a water sample. The supplied reagent fluid, will determine if the water is acidic or alkaline. So it's a water pH testing kit. Fill to the grey line with water, add the reagent, whatever, up to the red line, shake gently. Pink indicates alkalinity, red indicates acidity. Deep red indicates strong acidity. If there is no change in color, the sample is pH neutral. Too much reagent can result in unreliable results. Please retest the sample in this case. It's got a test tube and a small ball in it.
And we've taken it with us. Found something, Ash?
Yeah, there was a water testing kit in the drawer here.
So we can use it. So we can use that to check the lake water.
Yep. Come on. Let's head for the mermaid statue.
Right. But remember, I promise not to go to the clock tower. Sure. Aye, whatever. Of course, we can actually check the drawing here. This is the map.
Did Dad draw this? What are those red circles for?
Obviously, it's kind of it's kind of obvious. Obviously, it's like there's the location of where the mermaid statue is, right next to the clock tower. There's another location that Ashley's dad was going to test to, but he hasn't gotten to yet. And that's another testing point he wanted to check out as well, which is that little stream next to that barn thing, whatever, just behind the storehouse. But yeah, that's the dock of the boathouse, so we'll go to that as well. So we'll go to those places. Oh look,
this is from 2 years ago. at my birthday party.
Hey.
I didn't think you'd have this picture up here, Dad. We had fun that day.
We had fun? That's not how I saw it. I saw it a different way, Ashley. Alright, so let's head on downstairs. But before we go out, just double checking that there's bottles of cool pop there. Nice. Just checking this place, so no other kind of things. Right, away we go. Yeah, obviously, the kind of like transitions are like that of a pop-up book per se, yeah. Which I think it's you know, it's kind of right because, or kind of fitting, you know. Anyway, here we are at the mermaid statue.
There it is.
What? Where?
There, the white pole.
You think that's the security camera?
Has to be.
Hey. What? This, Ash? Yes. Yes, this.
That must be one of the security cameras my dad's is connected to.
You think? You think? I think Matt was being very sarcastic there. Oh, you think, Ashley? Jeez. Honestly.
Yeah, I think I think so, yeah.
I said it the other way.
I know.
What?
What? Matt, go stand by the statue. Then I'll check the desk and see if it's taken a picture of you standing there.
Gotcha.
Okay, ready. Stay there, Matt. Right, I'll check the connection function on the DAS. Okay, so get my DAS out. Connect. And we've got a new photo there. And yep, that's himself there. I can see you! So Connect really does bring up pictures from the security cameras. It's okay now, Matt. Well? Yep, I saw you from the security camera. Have a look. Oh yeah, that's me. Awesome. Your dad's machine can do anything.
Oh, except play games, you know, it's the one thing it should be designed for.
Okay, now you go stand by the statue. Sure.
To go through this whole automatic feature here.
Ash!
Hey Ash, what you playing? I promised myself I would not do that joke, honestly.
Try looking at the DAS. It should have you this time. Yeah, I'll check the Connect feed.
It's connected. Let's check the Connect feed. And accessing database. And looky.
Huh?
Well,
that's really weird. I'm not in it.
Huh? Yeah, definitely not there. That's totally weird. Weird. Why didn't it take my picture? Did the DAS feed not just not update? Matt, can you try standing over there again? I just want to see if it stopped updating the feed. Yeah, sure. Go for it, Ash! Okay, hold on. Right, I'll check the Connect feed again. Yes, it's a. This game does have a lot of going back and forth with its dialogue and stuff like that. So there we go. He's right there. All clear, Matt. Well, yeah, it showed you again. Look. Yeah, there I am. Why didn't it take a picture of me? Maybe your DAS just wasn't getting anything. You think? Hey Ash. Look, Matt, for the love of God, please not stop using that line, because I'm trying so desperately not to make the same joke over and over and over again. I got it. Yeah? I figured out why it didn't take any pictures of you. Really? It must be the DAS. I bet it sends out some kind of interference to stop the camera taking your picture. Interference? What makes you think that? Oh, I saw it in a movie once. It's a TV show, of course. It's always TV shows, never movies. It was in this TV show I saw. A TV show? Yeah. The hero was sneaking into the bad guy's hideout, right? And he had this thing that sent out interference waves. So the security cameras didn't show him at all. So the bad guy didn't see him, and... Interference waves. For sure. That's what it is. Ask your dad when he gets back. Yeah, I should. Anyway, now that you've worked out the Connect thing, let's check out the water with the testing kit. Right. Yep, so let's do that. But yeah, so I was gonna make that explanation and whatnot. Well, I didn't mention that line, obviously, because I'm an idiot. Alright, okay. Put some water in the test tube. Now add the chemical to the red line. Right, so... that should be enough. Okay, that's it. Now to hold the test tube upright. Now shake it gently. So, like a test tube, obviously you just shake it nice and gentle, like. See, this is gameplay, people. Gameplay. So this water is acidic. Ash, how'd it go? Matt, I think the lake water's been polluted. Really? I think so. It looks clean, but the test definitely shows a reaction. Why has it been polluted? No idea. But whatever we do, we can't say this to Captain Planet.
or Ted Turner for that matter. He might come and bust some heads. But sorry. But Dan was saying that the lake water is famous for being clean. Does everyone know that there's all this stuff in the water? Ash, what do we do now? How about we take the kit and test the water somewhere else? Okay. But first, let's look at that water again. There's an empty can floating in it. I wish people would stop littering. There we go. So that's another doing our duty to help Mother Nature. Ashley Mizuki Robins, the Green Fighter, whatever. I don't know. Although granted, many people should have that aspect, you know, for the, you know, for the environment and whatnot, you know, it's like keep places tidy and whatnot. Oh, granted, there's a lot of lazy assholes out there, so let's get a test tube here. I'll test the wire here. Right. Right, another test tube of water. That's one in the test tube, now to add a chemical. There we go. Yep. Like this. That's acidic here as well. So this water is acidic too. Wow. Well, it's polluted here too. Hello. Getting a notification on our DAS. There's a message from Dad. Ashley, someone found your stolen bag. I just got a call from Dan. He says he'll bring it to the cottage for you. Oh, he found my bag. My dad heard from Dan. They found my bag. He's gonna bring it to the cottage. The ranger's coming to your dad's cottage? Yeah, so I have to get back. Okay. I wanted to take another look around, but it's okay. We can come back once we get my bag. Really? Yeah, why not? Come on, let's get back to the cottage and hide you somewhere. Okay, so I was gonna go to the stream, but because we found our bag and whatnot, you know, we can just you know, we can just go back to the cottage and whatnot. So our light jogging exercises with Ashley Mizuki Robins. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 1,000 kilometer run. As Ashley is about to sprint on ahead. And she's about to go into warp drive. Oh, look at her go. Man, let's get back into this cottage. Right. I'm pretty tired. Me too. Hey, stop using that line, Matt. Yeah? Someone's here. Ashley, are you home?
It's me, Dan Maxwell.
Come on in, Dan. Come on in.
Howdy, Ashley.
Hi.
Did your pops tell you why I'm here?
Yep. You found my bag?
Yeah, I sure did. Is this your bag, Ashley? I'll just get it out of my side pocket here.
Yeah. That's it.
Great. I'll leave it with you then.
Okay. I'll put it here on the table.
Obviously, that Pinky Rabbit character on it, it looks familiar, doesn't it? Yes.
I kind of given up on it, to be honest. I thought it'd never be found. Thanks so much, Dan.
Hey, I'm just glad it turned up. Now, can you just check and make sure everything's in there?
Sure.
My bag.
I'm so glad I got this back.
Right. Okay, so we got a wallet.
Wow, my wallet's still here.
Student ID. With 20 bucks!
Phew. I'm glad my student ID is still here.
Dude! I'd be more concerned about the 20 bucks in the wallet than it is. Than that, you know. Still, obviously this obviously for the localization they do make it take place in like in America and whatnot. Yeah. Although granted, I would think. No, I don't know actually. It's hard to say. I mean, the guys at Cing really didn't mention whether or not in like localization they actually made the game be set in Japan more so than America, but I don't know. Probably it was originally set in Japan, so probably she had like 20,000 yen in her pocket or something. I don't know. Anyway, what else we got here?
A contest flyer.
Yeah, it's the Be the Band contest flyer. Want to be a rock star? Want your songs to change the world? Then write a song that will stop time and space. Really? Write a song that will stop time and space? If we do that, then the world will end. We don't want the world to end, right?
Actually, I think this is a very sinister plan. I don't think this is a good idea to go.
Take the world by storm.
I'm there. I bought this
brought.
I brought this T-shirt as a change of clothes. There's a worn and faded T-shirt. This is one of my favorites. I haven't worn it in ages.
In fact, I believe that is the T-shirt that Ashley wore in the original game, I believe.
And what else?
I'm sure Ashley's gonna find out.
What the? What the fuck? My pick case is gone. Oh man, just my luck. That was the one thing that would go missing.
Nice pouch, some hairspray. I'm surprised we don't we can't check everything. But anyway, let's use. Looks like a what? No, put it inside the fucking thing, not use it. Anyway, let's talk to Dan. Tell him that our pick case is missing. Ashley, is everything in there?
Not everything.
What's missing?
My pick case is gone.
Your pick case, you say? Well, ain't that a bother. So there was something missing after all.
Dan, where did you find my bag?
In an empty lot around here.
An empty lot?
Yeah, I never thought your bag would end up somewhere like that, though. To tell you the truth, it wasn't actually the one who I wasn't the one who actually found your bag. It was Bob. Bob the Blob.
So, somewhere like where? Somewhere like where? Is there something special about where you found my bag?
It was on the ground by the half-built cottage. Kind of odd anyone would be around there. Let's follow up on that.
Why is there a half-built cottage?
Remember when I told you about the resort company that was here?
Cruiser Resort, right?
That's right. When the company shut down, some cottages were still only half built. There's one around here still covered in scaffolding, and your bag was just lying there beside it. And who's this Bob?
Who's Bob?
Well, he's this guy who travels the internet as a guardian, and he has this thing called glitch on his arm, yeah. Again, nobody's gonna get that at all, except me and Kev. We grew up in the 90s. Well, I grew up in the 90s. He owns the local diner. He picked up your bag and let me know he'd found it.
That's not the diner over by the roundabout, is it?
That's the one. They do some of the finest burgers you'll ever have. Even your pops is a regular there. I still don't understand why the thief took your bag. Maybe they were after the pick case? Ashley, you have any bright ideas?
Not a clue, sorry.
Not to worry. Well, I'll take a look around for your pick case. But I must say, miss, I don't know how much luck I'll have.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
Right, Ashley. I better be on my way.
Okay. And Dan, thanks for bringing back my bag.
No problem, Ashley. Just doing my job. I am a ranger, after all. Right, okay. Right! I'm sorry, Ashley, but going like that... it's almost like you were about to, like, punch someone. And you said, right!
I'll put my stuff down here.
Okay, fair enough. So you got your music sheet. Okay.
My teddy bear's gotten pretty dirty.
So teddy bear down there. Cool. And your song sheets.
Gotta practice some more for the contest.
There we go.
I hope you like this, Jessica.
Right.
Oh, better tell Matt that Dan's gone.
And well, he's just gone into the bathroom here.
Hey, Matt! Is he gone? Good, because frankly, Ashley, I didn't want to stay in there for a second longer. There's a weird smell coming out from there. Yeah, I got my bag back. Awesome!
No, wait, sorry.
Awesome! I came to play!
Sorry. Fuck you, Miz. Just awkward references is awkward. Who was the thief then? Did they catch him?
Not a clue. They found the bag over by a half-built cottage.
Right. What was it doing there? Weird, huh? So Ashley, Ashley, resist the urge to monologue about it.
This is so weird. Why was my bag stolen in the first place? And why did the thief leave my wallet behind? Were they after something else?
Ashley, stop pondering to yourself.
Huh?
Really getting worried about those blackouts of yours. Anyway, where's your bag?
Over by the table. What blackouts?
Ah, there it is. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I saw. Yeah, you don't have to go over there and touch it, Matt. Jesus.
Yep, this is the same bag I saw over at the burned down place. I'm glad you found it. Me too, but
what?
my pick case is still missing.
Your pick case?
Seriously, I need it. I'm entering a contest as soon as I get back, and I need my guitar picks.
What kind of contest?
It's called Be the Band. It's like a big battle of the bands.
Be the band. You're in a band?
Yep,
What kind of band is it? A guitar piano duo? Great, because that's a great combination.
although granted,
Hang on a second. Guitar piano duo? Or maybe a guitar piano like act. Just like a certain talented man I know that has performed with guitars and pianos before.
I'll leave you to figure that out.
A guitar piano duo? Which means, no way! Don't tell me you're the guitarist. So, why are you so shocked about that?
Yeah, I'm the guitarist. A guy from another class is in my school's on the piano.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing, it's piano, not keyboard. You know, it's like, yeah, they couldn't say keyboard, electro guitar. No, just piano. Okay. A guy on the piano. He's awesome. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry.
He's awesome at arranging songs. He's really set on making it big as a musician.
You guys been playing together long?
We only started playing together for the contest. He wrote the song and I wrote the lyrics.
Is the contest big?
Pretty huge. Whoever wins has the chance to make their major debut on the big stage. I really want to be a musician, so I'm giving it my all.
For real?
For real.
Is that really?
I want everyone in the world to hear my songs. And one day, I want to be on a huge stage and perform in front of thousands.
I didn't know you were a dreamer.
Huh?
It's like a dreamer, eh? Oh, we've had our fair share of dreamers on Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays, haven't we? Yeah. Even ones of furry, rabbit, bunny, hybrid, cute characters that are in dreams that are dreaming. Anyway.
Matt, something you said bothers me. What do you mean, don't tell me you're the guitarist?
Well, duh. You just don't really look like the guitar type.
The guitar type?
What's that supposed to mean? What, you try to be sexist or something like that? Jesus Christ, man.
I bet you'd think twice if you heard me play.
Are you that good?
Maybe. You'll have to see.
Look at that facial expression. It's like, yeah. It's like, you'll have to see. That's like Ashley's troll face, and it's like, honestly, let's question him on me being a dreamer.
You think dreams don't come true?
Dream. I wonder if that's a subtle reference to anything. or yeah. It's like dreams do come true, or dreams come true, definitely.
Well, it's not easy to become a pro musician. You want to be like those famous ones? They're all over TV. Dunno. Maybe.
Then no way. Dreams like that never come true. Wow, what a stick in the mud.
Ouch, Matt. That's pretty nasty. Where'd that come from? Dad said so. Your dad? What'd he say?
He told me one day, dead serious, he told me his dream wouldn't come true. Wow, talk about your parents being blunt.
Oh, come on. I believe any dream can come true if you want it enough.
Yes, that's the whole case of dreams, people. If you want it hard enough, you'll make it come true. Although, granted, me myself, obviously, one of my dreams was being able to travel to Japan, and the only way I was able to travel to Japan was actually saving up the money for it. It's not really wanting it hard enough, it's to get the value, it's getting the funds to do it.
They won't come true. They can, Matt. Say, Matt.
Yeah?
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Huh?
There has to be something. Come on.
I don't really want to say.
Come on. I told you what I wanted to be. A baseball player, a pilot, an astronaut.
That's being a little adventurous, Those are very adventurous kind of like suggestions there, Ashley. I mean, me? Fuck, I just wanted to be a game tester. And because I couldn't get beyond that, I couldn't even get to that because, it would require me to relocate somewhere, which, of course, relocating to another place can be very costly. So I did not have the funds to do that. So the next best thing, retail. Gaming retail, that's where it's at. Actually, it's not really.
Just telling you that out right now. It's like gaming retail. Not all that's cracked up to be.
It has its good points.
It just doesn't outweigh the bad.
Ugh, no way.
Then what?
I want to be a scientist.
A scientist!
Anyway, let's talk about his dad's dream.
What was your dad's dream?
He wanted to make Lake Juliet into a place that everyone would love. A beautiful place. He wanted to expand his company and earn lots of money so he could make us happy. But before he disappeared, he told me, Matt, I'm sorry. My dream isn't going to come true. And I'm sorry for putting everyone through all of this for nothing.
Oh, Matt.
So tough. It's just one of those tough times.
You want to be a scientist?
Yeah. I want to be a great scientist and win the Nobel Prize. That's being adventurous.
Wow, that's really something.
Yeah, it is. So that's why I know it won't come true.
Don't be like that, Matt. Of course it will.
Huh?
You never know until you try and make it happen. Just because your dad's dream didn't come true doesn't mean yours won't. Yeah, but... Listen, Matt. I'm going to be a musician. I know it's a hard path, but I don't care. I'll try my hardest and I'll believe that it's going to come true. There's lots of things in the world you can do if you put your mind to it, right?
Yeah, so that sounds like a... Jesus, I'm sorry. Being a Sonic fan, I'm reading some of these lines and it's just giving me flashbacks of certain songs. Jesus. Maybe.
Definitely. I know you can do it, Matt. You'll be a scientist and you'll get that Nobel Prize.
Though granted, I don't know if there'll be anything else, anything to kind of like, discover as a scientist nowadays.
Ash? Yeah? Sorry about earlier. I guess it was pretty mean to say you weren't the guitar type. No problem. Don't worry about it. To be honest, you might be right anyway.
What do you mean?
People tell me stuff like that from time to time. You don't look like a guitarist, or the guitar doesn't suit me.
Really?
So that's why I'm practicing so hard to play it like a pro.
Then don't give up.
I think Matt's been watching too much WWE.
Not in a million years.
And I guess I shouldn't either. I should study hard so I could be a scientist. But first, I need to find my dad.
Look at me, Matt. Huh? If you don't give it your all, how are you ever going to find him? We're searching for clues together, right?
Right.
Okay, Matt. Let's list off all the places you've already searched for clues.
Let's see. The shack in the mines, the old cottage I hid in, the mermaid statue, and the boathouse we checked out earlier.
So what's left?
I tried to go to my dad's old office building last year.
Where's that?
It's a good bit on past the cottages. I wanted to go there yesterday, but there was a landslide blocking the way.
But you searched it last year.
I couldn't. There was a big fence around it. I couldn't get past. And then there's a clock tower.
And where else? Oh, I know. How about the place my bag was found?
Huh? Where was that again?
That half-built cottage, remember? The one Crusoe Resort never finished work on.
You mean my dad's company?
Yeah, so there might be some sort of clue around there. Plus,
yeah?
My pick case might be around there too.
Good idea.
Right, let's go.
Okay. Onward to find the pick case! Yeah, forget about the water and all that jazz. Yeah, there's the landslide of the... Although, granted, you can't... Come on, guys. You can't just, like, walk over that. Even I would be able to walk over that. Jeez. Ugh, video game logic. Honestly.
Hey, someone's there. Hey! That's the guy in front of the mermaid statue. Mr. Sunglasses. No, wait. John Smith.
Hmm? Yeah.
Oh, wait. How did I voice him again?
Yeah. It's me.
I wonder who he's talking to. Ash, what's up? Shh. Matt, let's hide over here so he doesn't see us.
Cool. Even though you exclaimed, you know, shouting, hey, you know, like Navi. Jesus. Ah, Mike. What is it? Oh, you're having problems with the security system? Quite a fix. And Dr. Robins has returned to the lab. What is happening at JC Valley? I see. Yes, understood. No, there is still no clear connection to Crusoe Resort. Let me know if something happens. I should have made him voice like Christopher Walken. It would have been hilarious. I can see you, you know.
Wait here, Matt. I want to talk to him.
Okay. It's like, I'm being stealthy! And I suck at it.
Mr. Smith, I heard you on the phone.
Ashley.
You were talking about Crusoe Resort, weren't you?
What of it? How do you know about that?
It's the company Matt's dad set up. You do know something about his dad, don't you? Come on, Mr. Smith. What does the incident from 5 years ago have to do with Matt's dad?
Ashley, is that boy Matt?
Yeah? He's the one looking for his dad.
Then tell him something for me. Tell him to go home.
Huh?
There's no chance of him finding Michael Crusoe. Ever. Hard truths.
Ash! Sorry for making you wait over there.
No probs. What was that guy from the mermaid statue? That was the mermaid guy. That was the mermaid guy. No. That was the guy from the mermaid statue, right?
Yeah, he calls himself John Smith. More like FBI Agent Smith. With that look. He says he's investigating the incident from 5 years ago.
I remember now.
Huh? Remember what?
I've seen that man before.
He came to see my dad. Ash, that guy knows something about my dad. I know he does. Come on, let's go after him.
It's like, Matt! Ashley turning on the hyperdrive again to catch up with Matt.
Oh, there you are. Ash! What is it with you and running off? Did you find Mr. Smith?
No sign of him.
He said he was researching around here. Though, so we'll probably see him again.
Ash, I know he knows something about my dad.
I just know. I got that sixth sense. Yeah, that's the first thing we...
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's the first thing we'll grill him on.
Grill him on? Oh, whoa! Ash is getting all, like hard-boiled cop on us. So yeah, that'll be the first thing we'll grill him on. And then he said, we'll play good cop, bad cop. I'll be the bad cop.
That'll be the first thing we'll grill him on next time we'll see him.
Yeah.
Matt, what's wrong? I feel like I've been here before. Really?
Hey, you two! I know who it is. I played this game before. Oh, hold on there. I'm coming. I'm taking my sweet time. This is my property, you hear? I don't like it when people trespass around here.
We're sorry.
And what's your business here anyway? Nope, that's it. We got a choice. We're either lost or we're looking for someone. Okay. Oh, two easily acceptable answers. So, heads, we're lost. Tails, we're looking for someone. Ah, tails, we're looking for someone. God. Oh, that's honest truth.
We're looking for someone.
Oh, and who might that be?
Well, a man in sunglasses. You haven't seen him around here, have you?
A man in sunglasses? What kind of place do you think this is? I haven't seen anyone like that around here. Well, if you've finished poking your noses around, I suggest you turn around and go away.
Sorry, Ash. It was my fault we got yelled at. Can't argue with that. But yeah, can't blame her for getting mad at us for coming into our garden. Anyway, did you find the pick case? No, I haven't started looking yet. Right, then let's get going. And quickly, so we don't get the 3rd degree again. Right, good call.
Okay, bye. Ah, crazy old grandma's gonna kill us. Run away! Run away! Okay, so let's check in here. There's a drain. And looky here. There's a red case.
Hey, look! That's my pick case. I'll just reach through the bars. I can't reach it. How do I get it out?
Oh, one way of doing things. Let's see what's here. Ah, we got a hose. There's an old hose.
This is pretty long. Maybe I can use it.
Right. It's a start. And we got a tap there, so let's just take the hose. Use the hose.
I'll try using that whole old hose.
Okay. Damn it. There we go. Oh!
Eek! Eek the cat! No luck. The hose is full of holes.
Alright. Well, seems like we need an old trusty friend. Let's go around here. This is Bob's Diner. Or Bob's Food Hut, as it's known. So let's go back home. Let's go back to the cottage here. And I'm sure if we go back upstairs and up to, you know, well, it says Richard's cottage, and you say, you know, I'm surprised it's not called Dad's cottage because we're playing as from Ashley's perspective, isn't it? There's a adhesive tape in the drawer. Ooh, so Ashley go ooh, so, ooh, ooh, ooh. Going like Stan from American Dad and sings woo.
Tape is always useful.
Yep, and it will be because if we combine it, there we go, taped up holes. Oh,
Hey Matt,
what's up? Let's get that pickup. Wow, all this running around is making me hungry. Sure, Matt. Don't worry, we'll get something to eat eventually. You know.
Oh, Ash, I'm pooped out. What's wrong? I'm just so hungry. feel like I can't move. Alright, you wait here then. I'll go get my pick case. Once I've got that, I'll swing by the diner and get you some food. On the way back.
Okay, don't be long. And thus we have ditched Matt. Ba-da-ba. There's the Bob's Food Hut. Items. Yours on pause. I didn't bother reading that line, obviously, because it's it's the obvious line. Oh, no. Come on. Fit. There we go. Oh, going the wrong way again. There we go. And water filling up the drain. Good thing it's a closed off drain and it's not doesn't lead into the sewer system of any kind.
Perfect. It floated up. And picked it up.
And we got the pick case.
At last, I got my pick case back. Now I just need to grab something at the diner and head back.
Cool. That's so hard. So off to the diner. I know it's kind of like one set piece after another, isn't it?
Huh? That's a guitar. It's coming from the diner.
Oh yeah! Gotta love those jams. I want a horn and a shooting and a rain, a horn Elvis Presley is in Bob's Food Hut. Oh yeah. Or the honky tonk man. Oh god. Sorry. Diner. Oh, if it isn't Ash.
Tommy, what are you doing here?
Just practicing my guitaring. You know, gotta keep it sharp.
So that guitar I heard outside, that was you?
Yeah, that was me. Practicing with Sam here. Contest is coming up soon and all. I can't remember why I call him. I'm just gonna make him like some other kind of thing. Although, granted, I wish I could imitate the Wild Stallions for these two, you know, because it's almost like the Wild Stallions, ain't it? Almost.
But isn't this a diner? Are you allowed practice in here?
Yeah, we know the owner, you see. He's good with us using it as a practice room when the diner's closed.
That's pretty cool. So wait, the owner's out?
Yep, off delivering. This place does incredible food, but not many people have been coming in lately. So he does deliveries. He was saying he had no choice or the place would shut down completely. Yeah, I'll keep ahead of it. Cut it out, Sam. Don't say stuff like that. Yeah.
That song you were playing.
The one Tommy was jamming out.
Yeah, is that yours?
Yeah, Tommy wrote it. Original.
Is that the one you guys are bringing to this big stage?
Nah, I don't want to make it a big thing or anything. It's just something fun to do over the summer. Come on, Tommy. Don't go all Elizabeth on us.
Oh yeah, where's Elizabeth? Doesn't she practice with you?
She'll be here later. She said she'd be late. She said she'd be late. Something about picking up her cousin Janet.
Okay. So many questions. This place is going to shut down?
Nah, it's fine. Bob's just being dramatic. But then again, this place is known for using clean water and ingredients from Lake Julia area. But lately, it's been kind of hard to get the clean water and other stuff around here.
No clean water? Did he say anything about that specifically?
Beats me. Just something he said the other day.
I wonder what happened.
Not a clue. That's just what I heard from Bob.
The contest just something fun to do? I suppose you get people like that in everything. Not taking it seriously. Got no drive to win.
Nothing wrong with that, is there? I'm putting my whole life and soul into this. It's the most important thing in my life ever. Seriously, no. We just want to enjoy the atmosphere, no more. Ash, you seem to know a lot about the contest. You're not thinking of entering too, are you?
You bet. My band's gonna be there.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Hey Sam, this fires things up a bit, doesn't it? Sure does. I can't really determine what I'm doing for voices in any of these two characters because I don't give two fucks about them. So Ash, are you gonna do this now, Tommy? Jesus. Ugh. You know this means war, right?
Oh yeah, bring it up, bring it.
Just bring it. Ashley's on team bring it. Awesome. Good to see your confidence. So who's in your band?
We're a guitar piano duo.
Which one are you?
I'm on the guitar.
Oh wow, a female guitarist. You singing too?
Nope. The pianist is also the lead vocalist.
Another girl, right?
No, a guy.
This should be fun. Well, Tommy, looks like we got ourselves some rivals for the competition. Guess it does. Interesting facts, interesting facts.
What's Elizabeth's cousin like?
Janet? Same age as Elizabeth. She's a junior in Liberty Town High School. Several miles away from Liberty City, I believe.
Liberty Town. Lib High? Seriously?
You know it?
Yeah, that's where I go.
No way. Oh man, what a coincidence.
And even better, we have a Janet in our class. Couldn't be her, could it? Anyway, I'll take off.
Hold on, Ash. Now I know you're entering. There's something I really want to hear.
What?
Isn't it obvious? Let's see your guitar skills. How about it? We could either say you're on or don't think so. Okay, heads, you're on, and tails, don't think so. It's heads! Bring it on! Ashley, come on down! Play some skills.
You're on.
Okay, use my guitar.
Where is it?
Over there.
Oh wait, you use a solid body? Mine's electroacoustic.
Electroacoustic. You use effects?
Nope.
Guess you won't be able to handle my guitar then. Mine's all about the guitar's technique.
Hey, don't start... don't start that till you hear me play.
Go on then. Bring it! Hey, somebody's at the door. Honey, I'm home! Sup, Bob? Howdy, superstar. You done with practice? Yeah, just finished up. That's me. Always got perfect timing. Yeah, real cool timing. Hey, Tommy, who's the lady? Hey, Tommy, who's the lady? It's a new band member?
No. My name's Ashley Mizuki Robins.
Ding! She's Doc Robbins' daughter, you know, from JC Valley. Our Dr. Robbins? Of course. Ash, this is Bob, the owner of this place. Oh, we're not gonna get an introduction to Bob at the moment. Ah, phone call.
Ring, 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 phone call, phone call.
I already made that joke earlier in this playthrough. Yeah? Oh, hi Elizabeth. What's up? You're not coming? Seriously? You could have said sooner. Fine, see you later then. Well, that blows. I'll just walk back over here again, back into my position. Sup, Tommy? Elizabeth's not coming. What? I'll never fight with her dad, apparently. Go on, Sam, let's split.
Banana split! Kumquats! I don't know.
Aw, man, but... Sam, if you're done practicing, then off you go. I need to get this place ready for opening up. Sorry we couldn't hear you play, Ash. Guess we'll hear you on stage at the concert.
You bet.
Okay. And there go the troublemakers.
You're really nice to them.
Nice? Me?
Yeah. You're giving them a place to practice and all. Not many people will be willing to lend out their diner for that.
Haha. Those people obviously haven't tried watching a band practice. I look at them play and I guess I can't resist doing them a favor. I was the same as them when I was young. Obnoxious as heck, but devoted to what I did. By the way, I'm Bob Fox, the owner of this here diner. Call me Bob.
Bob Fox, entrepreneur, diner owner, and wearer of bear t-shirts. Hi, Bob. Say, does my dad come here a lot?
Oh yeah, Doc Robbins is one of my regulars. He loves the food here, so he's always in and out. Sometimes he orders deliveries too.
No wonder his kitchen was so clean.
A bunch of JC Valetierians.
Valetieri?
Okay, Valetieri. Are regulars here. But your dad's the one I chat with the most. We're both heavy into our music and all. Heavy into our music, eh? Is the doc himself back at home?
No, he's at the lab. I come here to see him, then off he goes to work, leaving me as his house sitter.
Ah, not the best visit ever, I imagine. You know, I came back from over JC Valley way. Today's supposed to be a day off, right? But they're all working like crazy over there. I know I've given two like a big hick American accents for two characters, but Bob is the obvious, you know, he has to say, "Hey, dude, oh yeah." Look, now I've changed his voice. He's like, "Oh yeah, looks like I forgot that this place was too." Actually, let's do it with that voice. Are you hungry? You want something to eat? Are we hungry? We want something to eat? Let's go. Heads for yes, tails for no. Tails. So which one's the no one? It's kind of a lie, actually.
Nah, I'm not really that hungry.
No wonder, you're so skinny. Well, if your belly decides otherwise, you know where to come. Ashley, do you know what this diner's specialty is?
You have a specialty?
Yep, the one thing everyone knows you can only get at Bob's Food Hut. I keep changing the fucking voice.
What's that? What is it?
I call it the Salaman. I call it the salmon rice burger.
God damn. Can you order it to go?
Of course you can. You could order the whole menu to go if you felt like carrying it all. So many questions to answer.
Heavy into music? You mean you talk about music with my dad? Are we talking about the same person?
Yeah, of course. Your dad and I were the same as you when we were kids. Mad about guitars. Had them everywhere we went. That was all we talk about. Heh.
You're kidding. My dad played the guitar?
Hey, don't look so shocked. We were teenagers too. We weren't born adults, you know.
Dad's never said a word about that.
Well, you see, that's the dad thing. Unless you ask them directly, like, they'll never talk about those kind of things. Especially ones like the doc. Moving on.
So they're working hard over at the lab?
Yeah, your dad's usually the only crazy workaholic there at weekends. And then there's a lot of people there today. Maybe an emergency came up or something. Maybe an experiment of theirs escaped.
Well, Dad said there was some problem with the security system over there.
Ah, that explains it. That they were going on about security system, this, cameras that.
All those cameras and things are a bit weird.
Actually, this isn't just cause they're my best customers or anything, but JC Valley's been great for us. Thanks to their security cameras, there's almost no crime around here. And they're dead set on protecting the environment at Lake Juliet. They were the ones who set up the cans recyclers.
Oh yeah, the token dispensers.
Bingo! And I do my bit for that too. I've got a gumball machine in here that takes those tokens. Have you picked up any tokens from the recyclers?
Yep. Yep.
Well, there's something that you might not know. Sometimes the recyclers give out special tokens.
Special tokens?
Mm-hmm. What are these special tokens?
Special tokens?
Yeah, they have a unique design on them. You can't use them in the gumball machines, but they are a great collector's item.
They sound pretty rare.
Kinda. You might get one from the recycler in front of my diner. Give it a shot sometime.
Will do.
Hint, hint.
What's a salmon rice burger?
Well, I use rice patties instead of burger buns, and I use a grilled salmon, what the fuck? Is it salmon? Is it? I believe it's salmon. Salmon fillet the filling. Then on goes my special sauce, and voila! Salmon rice burger.
Is it really that nice?
You bet it is. One bite and you're on the one-way trip to Cloud 9. It's your dad's favorite, kid.
Oh yeah, Bob.
Yeah?
Can I have a salmon rice burger to go?
Oh, your stomach decides it wants to get fed.
No, I have a friend waiting for me at my dad's cottage. It's for him.
Rightio, one SRB coming right up. Just wait there a while. Look around if you want.
Okay.
Cool, fair enough. So let's wander around. Well, we got the gumball machine, so we do have a token. So let's use a token and.
Oh, there's loads of different colored gumballs. Wonder which flavor I'll get.
Alright. Let's see what we're gonna get. And goes the thing. Then we turn it. And we turn it again. And hey, we got a red one. My assumption would be strawberry. Even Ashley's making that same assumption.
Red. Maybe it's strawberry.
Let's see if we can get another one.
Da-da-da-da-da.
It's one token. There we go. Now we got another strawberry one. 2 strawberries.
Yes, strawberry.
There's a photograph. It shows a man grinning boldly as he holds up a huge black bass.
Hey, this must be Bob when he was younger. Oh, that's Bob. I wonder when this was taken. It looks pretty young. I've seen that food cart before. Wait!
Flashback. You know you can flash me back to the past.
I remember now. Mom was given a bag in front of that cart. It was a hamburger bag. Mom took it from someone.
Someone? Duh, put 2 and 2 together. You saw it clearly. It's clear as day. Ashley?
Huh?
That's me in that photo. Well, a younger me. Much better looking too. Right?
When was it taken?
13 years ago.
13 years ago? Really?
Yeah, that was back before I had the diner. See that food cart in the photo? That was where I all started. I started doing the hamburger cart thing about 13 years ago. I set it up as a prime tourist spot, and I was selling hamburgers there every single day.
What kind of hamburgers?
You know, the usual kind. The customers like them all. You know, like them and all. You know, just burgers. No hot dogs. We don't take too kindly on hot dogs around here. But they never had that look. The one you get when you just tried something amazing. Changing accent again, Jesus. This is man, runny nose. So I wanted something revolutionary, something that make my place really stand out.
Let me guess. The salmon rice burger, right?
You're Doc Robins' dog. You're Doc Robins' daughter, all right. Truth is, the salmon rice burger only came about thanks to that woman. To that woman. Putting the emphasis on the that, I guess.
Which woman was that?
She was a tourist. I met her at the mermaid statue. Actually, she had real dark eyes, like you, Ashley. She gave me an idea that eventually gave birth to the salmon rice burger. Follow up on that?
What kind of idea?
A really good one. Was lucky she didn't go and do it herself first. I didn't want to keep my customers waiting while I served them. But if I made some burgers in advance and kept them, I could hand them out instantly, right? But problem was, they'd go cold and nobody would go near them. So I was trying to figure out if there was any way to sell good burgers without the wait. And then she showed up. A Japanese lady looking for a burger, so...
Japanese? Really?
Yeah, anyway, back to my story. Don't interrupt me again, bitch. I asked her if there's anything in Japan that's still good when it's cold. She said, we have something in Japan that's hot when you make it, but still lovely cold. It's called onigiri or something. That's sushi. Yeah, well, onigiri sushi and all that. You know, I've had it.
Onigiri?
Yeah, rice molded into a circular shape like a burger bun. Is that really what onigiri is? Kevin, look that up. So then it occurred to me. If I use rice, I can make burgers that stay good even when they're cold.
Sorry, but do you remember her name?
Well, in truth, I never thought to ask. She did have a little girl with her, though. Oh yeah, I remember. She said she was waiting for someone, so she was just killing time. I'm surprised Bob hasn't had this conversation with Dr. Robins.
Do you know who she was waiting for?
No. She said she was meeting someone at the clock tower.
Who?
I told you, kid. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Well, let me see. Oh, wait. She said she was meeting an old acquaintance. Someone she'd known for a long time. I just suddenly remembered that out of spontaneous remembrance. 13-year-old memory and all that.
It was definitely Mom. That gave him that burger hint. But an old acquaintance? Who was she waiting for?
Ashley, the burger's ready. It's good when it's cold, but it's even better when it's hot. So get it to your friends soon. Here you go. It just disappeared out of my hand. I have telepathy powers. I can make things. I'm a magician. I can make things disappear out of my hand. It's one of my favorite tricks.
Thanks, Bob.
There we go.
See you.
No problem, kid. Come back again.
You bet.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Ooh, hello. Another can.
I wish people would stop littering.
There we go. So that can need to be done. Right, let's Let's recycle. Let's recycle this can here. And you never know, we might get that special token that he was talking about earlier. Hey, there we go. Oh, ain't we lucky?
Alright! I got 2 tokens? Wow, this is the one Bob told me about.
Alright, cool.
That might come into play soon.
Right, back to the cottage.
I'm back! Matt? Don't tell me he's run off again. Matt! Matt! You better not be on that computer! Matt! Huh? I can hear noise coming from upstairs. What's he doing in Dad's room?
I think he's looking for something special, Ashley. I don't think we want to go in there.
Shield your eyes!
So this is where you were hiding.
Ah, hey Ash.
Stop that! What are you doing? There are books all over the place.
I was reading them.
What? All of them? Ash, you don't understand. Your dad has lots of really cool books. Interesting books. On my dad's bookcase? Are you sick?
Depends on what he was reading.
I'm pretty sure he's never read an interesting book in his life.
No way. Your dad's books are pretty difficult, but the stuff is in them that's really interesting.
I think you're crazy.
Say, Ash, did you find your pet case?
Yep.
Cool.
Oh yeah. I brought back something really good for you.
You really want me to do this joke again?
Awesome! I came to play.
Sorry. Why do I keep doing this, mate? Why do I keep using that stupid reference? Oh yeah, because I'm unoriginal and, you know, no one cares about me.
Here you go.
It popped up. Here you go. Open sesame.
Is this a burger?
Burger.
It's a salmon rice burger.
A what? How's that work? I've never heard of that. And I'm not great about eating fish.
Come on, don't be such a baby. Just have a bite already. Just have a bite already.
Yum, 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 yum. Heavy like good food. Heavy like fish.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, this is great.
Told you. When you're done eating, clean up the books, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
That was amazing. Salmon and rice go really well together. Ash, where did you get this? There's a diner near here my dad goes to. I got it there.
Did he have other types of rice burger there? You know, with cheese or whatever?
I don't know. I think that's the only one.
Aww. I wanted a cheese salmon burger, rice burger. Sorry, I missed out the line, sorry. It wasn't that important. Or maybe it was.
Really? Must tell Bob that. I'll tell him that you wanted cheese on your burger next time. Even though no one cares about the burger. It's not a plot point.
It's like you say, everyone's probably right here in the comments and gonna say, Turbo, you forgot to say the line that Matt was saying. It could have been crucial to the plot. And it's like, no, it's only Matt just talking about fucking putting cheese on a fucking rice burger or a salmon rice burger. It's like, you know, it's not crucial to the plot.
Anyway, on to tidying up duty.
Gotcha.
Right here.
While you're doing that, I'll take a drink. Thank you very much. Let's clean up the shit.
Neurology? What's this?
Neurology Monthly. A special feature, a new JC Valley.
There's an article about JC Valley?
Let's read. Do-do-do-do.
So where's this article on JC Valley?
It's in here somewhere. Let's find out. There we go. Aha. A new JC Valley. The curse left upon us by Judd Fitzgerald, the man who contributed so much to the study of memory mechanisms, has finally been lifted. JC Valley has continued its research into the study of brain and memory, and is welcoming the coming of a new decade. Already, they have discovered a new medium for.
This is Dad's company. The guy on the bottom must be the writer of the article. What? That's Mr. Smith. But here he's called Greg Davis. So Mr. Sunglasses, is this your real name?
Greg. He's Greg Davis. John Smith is actually Greg Davis. Sorry, that's a very, again, another joke. Right over everyone's head.
Alright, let's get these tidied up. I'll take these ones. You take those ones, okay?
Okay. Tidying up the room, tidying up the room. Don't, whatever you do, don't read the black book. Yeah. It's a good thinking Richard is a wholesome father and whatnot, and he's not one of those lonely types.
All done.
Yeah.
All done. Oh, someone's at the door.
Who is it?
Hang on, I'll go check.
Okay.
Walking down the door, going to the door, answering the door. Who's there?
It's me, Ryan.
Oh, come on in. Hi, Ryan.
Good afternoon, Ashley. Is Dr. Robins at home?
No, he's got a call and had to go back to the lab.
I thought he had come back from there. Did he go out again?
Yeah, there was some sort of security system trouble there, apparently.
Security system trouble? I see. The scientist's work never ends.
Did you want Dad for something?
Yes, but it can wait. There's no rush.
Oh, okay then.
So, are you on your own here?
No, I've got a friend here with me.
A friend? Who?
His name's Matt Crusoe.
Crusoe? I've heard of that name before.
Actually, do you know about the Crusoe Resort?
Yes, indeed. The resort company that shut down 5 years ago, correct?
Yeah, Matt's dad ran the company.
Intriguing. Tell me, Ashley, how exactly do you know this person?
We met when I was looking for my bag.
Ashley, I don't want to sound malicious, but it's not a good idea to be friends with that boy.
Huh? Why wouldn't it be?
Well, Matt is connected to Crusoe Resort, and anyone connected to JC Valley, as you are, through your father, should not become friendly with those people connected to Crusoe Resort.
Why?
There's a very good reason, but I'd rather not explain it here.
What? Why?
It is something I'd prefer your friend Matt did not hear. Ashley, if you want to know the story of JC Valley and Crusoe Resort, you're welcome at my cottage. Then I can tell you everything. And we can continue our little chat about Sayoko too.
You sure you don't mind?
Of course. No, of course not. I also have something I want to show you.
You do?
Okay, you know, I'm just gonna have the phone on standby, you know, just got child serve, you know, like the police on standby, just in the case, you know, because yeah, just keep that in mind. Yes. To get to my cottage, walk past the roundabout and take the next right. It has the light green walls. You can't mistake it. Right, I think I shall head back. I trust I'll see you later, Ashley. To Ashley, you can say, "Bye, Ryan!"
And he's like, what a charming person.
Who was that?
Huh. Oh, Matt, I didn't see you there.
I'm Batman.
Who was it? He's called Ryan. He works with my dad.
Which means he's a JC Valley scientist too, right?
Yeah. He's a genius. He became a scientist when he was only 16.
Cool.
Ryan knew my mom. He says I look a lot like her.
Cool. Everyone says I look like my mom too, but I think they're just saying that. Yeah, being that you're a guy is, you know, you're a boy. Okay,
Hey, Matt.
Yeah?
I'm gonna go over to Ryan's for a while.
Over to Ryan's place? Why?
Ryan knows something about your dad's company, and he said he'd tell me more about Mom. You want to come too?
No way. That guy gives me the creeps. Now, Matt is a sensible person.
Really? Why? You never even talked to him.
He just has a really cold voice. I know, I gave it to him. For good reason.
A cold voice?
I hate how he speaks. I heard him from upstairs. It doesn't sound nice at all. It sounds too cold.
No, Matt. Ryan's a top-class scientist. They're always calm like that.
But Ash, your dad doesn't talk like that. And isn't he a top-level scientist too?
My dad's the exception.
I'll bet there aren't many scientists like him. Well, go on to Ryan's then. I don't mind.
You sure?
Well, you have something you want to talk to him about, right?
Yeah. Alright, I'll be back soon. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay. I'll have the police on standby just in case. You know. Oh boy. this one here. Intercom at the door. Who is it?
Hi, it's Ashley.
Ah, Ashley. Just a minute, please. It's unlocked now. Come in.
Thanks.
Ugh, my eye. He's got green walls on the outside, but it's all plain on the inside. Just like the cold man he is. It's good to see you, Ashley.
Wow, your cottage is really tiny.
It is. I've never really thought about it. I'm not very good at interior decoration, so I just leave it as it is. I'm also not here very much, which probably explains why it's so clean.
So you're just as busy as Dad is?
I think I'm in the lab a similar amount of time to Dr. Robins, but busy? I've never said that to describe my work. I do spend a lot of time in the lab, but that's because I enjoy my research a great deal.
Ah, you're definitely in the right job then. So Ryan, you're...
Ashley, please, enough about me. Isn't there something more important we should be talking about? Yes, like that device you have in your hand.
Something more important?
Yes, you came here to ask about some things, didn't you?
Ah, yeah, I guess so.
So, which should we talk about first? About Crusoe Resorts? Or about Sayoko? Actually, let's have a flip on this. Yeah. What's more important? Crusoe Resort or Sayoko? So, heads, Crusoe, tails, Sayoko. That's a terrible flip. Yeah. Tails, Sayoko. Go for the obvious one first.
I want to know about my mom.
What would you like to know about her?
I want to know why she brought me here 13 years ago. Why did she come here? Why did she have to do that? What did she have to do that was so important?
Ah, yes. I think I can shed some light on that matter. I know why she came to Lake Juliet. And what she was worried about. So, more follow-up questions to that, so let's talk about those.
Why did she come here?
13 years ago, Sayoko left the lab so that she could raise you. But she heard that JC Valley had been built here at Lake Juliet, so she came here to see it.
She wanted to see JC Valley? Why would she want to?
Well, it was probably because her old boss, Judd Fitzgerald, set up to research memory. Your mother was also a scientist, so I imagine she would have been at least curious.
Judd Fitzgerald? I've heard that name before.
He was an exceptional scientist. He was also like a mentor to Sayoko. It was their research together that allowed Sayoko to complete her thesis on another.
Huh? But Mom and Dad worked together to write the thesis on another, didn't they?
Did Dr. Robins tell you that?
Yeah.
Then I won't try to convince you otherwise. Alright, let's continue with the next follow-up question.
What was my mom worried about?
She had to make a very difficult choice. Whether to live as a mother to you, or whether to live as a scientist and leave her mark on human history.
Mom.
Ashley, I met Sayoko 13 years ago and she explained her worries to me. I told her she should return to being a scientist.
And what did she say?
Nothing. Not a word to me. And she passed away soon after that, so I never did get that answer. Alright, let's continue with talking about Crusoe.
I want to know about Crusoe Resort.
Very well. Ashley, let me explain why the company went bankrupt 5 years ago. Crusoe Resort bought up the land around Lake Juliet. They were using questionable methods to turn the area into a tourist resort. And they didn't care about the consequences of their actions on the environment.
What's that mean?
Thanks to their development activities, the lake itself became polluted.
Polluted? No way.
The Lake Juliet residents discovered the pollution and blamed the resort development. But Crusoe Resort continued to deny its involvement in the pollution. And so the water and greenery continued to be devastated.
I can't believe that they did that. That's terrible.
Indeed. But rest assured, they didn't get away with it. 5 years ago, JC Valley reported Crusoe Resort's activities to the media. The resort received a lot of negative attention from all sides, and so they went bankrupt.
That's pretty bad.
Now do you understand? Your friend is the son of the man JC Valley reported.
Mom was making the biggest decision of her life. She gave up being a scientist to look after me. And she died protecting me.
Ashley,
Huh? You said before that there was something you wanted to show me.
ah yes, this way please. No, don't follow him. Don't follow him. Don't say, Ashley, get the hell out of there. Come on. You know he's got that cold eye and silver hair and so he said, well, and he just disappeared into his own Ah, fuck it. Let's go on.
This room is really clean.
Ashley, it's on the shelving unit beside me.
What's this? Is it a kaleidoscope? There's a cherry blossom pattern on it. Flashback, a magical flashback, and you will know what it is. I remember now. Mom had one like Mom had one like this. A kaleidoscope. Mom was holding this. Mom.
Is something wrong?
Huh?
You know, Ashley, you're gonna be taken advantage of if you ever keep doing that. Still got on standby.
Ashley.
Sorry.
Ashley. Sayoko gave me this kaleidoscope. Really?
Yes.
She said that she got it when she entered university in Japan and brought it over. Then she gave it to me when I was 17. When you were 17?
Yes, before you were born. Please, take a look through the eyepiece. So yeah. Here we go. So, obviously, in this puzzle, obviously, you just turn. There we go. Just turn the Wiimote in front of you, you know. Just like if you were looking through a real kaleidoscope.
It's so pretty.
It is lovely, is it not? Sayoko said that her mother gave her that kaleidoscope, and she told me that no matter how lonely she felt, looking at that made her warm inside. Wow. Very discreet. Yeah, he should be more slimy when saying that. He said, made her feel warm inside, or something like that.
That's really nice. I could look at this for hours.
When I met you, I instantly thought of this kaleidoscope. Please, you should have this.
For real? Are you sure?
Yes, I insist.
Thanks, Ryan. This means a lot.
There we go. Oh, the phone. I best get that before it gets to my answering machine. Excuse me for 1 second. I hope it's not fucking telecells. I fucking hate those bastards. Ryan Gray speaking. Yes. Yes. Yes! 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 No, sorry. Understood. I shall go directly. Oh, dear. I'm sorry, Ashley. I apologize for the abruptness of this, but I must return to the lab right now. Or right away, even. I have to leave right now, so do you mind going home?
No problem. I understand.
And fade to black. Oh dear, my eye. I'll go back to the lab now. See you again, Ashley.
See you.
Jesus. Oh, God. I think we're coming close to the end of this chapter, I think. Anyway.
I don't know what it is about Ryan. How does he know so much about Mom?
Oh, we're not finished with this chapter yet? Jesus Christ. Hey, Ash. I don't know who that is.
Huh?
Oh, Christ. Yes, new character, need a new voice for this. Fuck. Jesus. Always keep forgetting where these new characters come out of. The new characters come out of the woodwork.
Yeah. I knew it was you, Ashley. Or Ash, even. What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Oh, Janet.
Janet Rice, student at Liberty Town High, knows Ashley, apparently. Sorry, just clean the glasses.
You're kidding, Janet. You know Ashley? Yeah. We're in the same class. She's your classmate? No way. I'm totally surprised. I had no idea you were Elizabeth's cousin, Janet.
For sure.
I totally didn't expect to see you out here either. So, how come you're here? I always spend the last weekend of summer with Liz. Oh, right. I'm staying in my dad's college here.
Her dad works it for my dad at JC Valley.
Oh, wow. Hey Ash, the band contest coming up. I take it coming out here means you're all set to hit the stage.
Ready to hit the stage? With what? A sledgehammer?
Actually, Dad's invitation came out of nowhere. So I haven't been able to practice as much as I wanted to. Ah. Well, hope it's okay.
Wait, Ashley, you're in a band?
Yeah, I am. I'm entering the same contest as you guys.
Seriously? The same contest as us?
Yep.
What a shocker.
Hey Ash. Ugh, God damn it.
You too, Janet? Seriously, god damn it. Stop using that word. It's like I'm breaking into hives because I can't make the joke that often. You know, Jesus.
Are those new earrings? Oh, you noticed. Of course, they're gorgeous. I love the pink hearts. I've been working all summer for these. They were on my must-buy at all costs lists.
Or list.
Where were you working? You know, the mall at our school. In the CD store there. CD store? That sounds just like you. Wait a minute. What? Ash, you didn't, did you? What? What? Didn't you get a boyfriend over the summer?
Get a boyfriend over. Ooh, okay. Well, yes or no, essentially. So, heads. Well, heads. No way. Tails, maybe. It's tails! Actually, maybe have a boyfriend!
Maybe. Oh my gosh, you totally did. Hey, you don't have to be that surprised. Seriously, this is a big blip on the social grid. I have to let everyone know right now. Come on, give me a break.
Sorry to be a bore, but are you done talking with her, Janet? I do have stuff I want to do at home.
Yeah, sure. See you around, Ash. See ya.
Sure, whatever. Okay, fair enough. Into the college. Hey, Matt. Welcome back, Ash.
Hi. So, did he tell you what you wanted to know? Yeah, we chatted about a lot of stuff. So, you know more about your mom now? A little. But more importantly, he told me a lot about your dad's company.
Really?
Like what? Well...
Oh, saved by the phone.
Oh, phone call.
No, I want to know what he told you. It's like, don't fucking, Hey, Ashley, come back here. Don't pick up that phone, Ashley. Don't pick. Ah, fuck.
Hello? Ash. Janet? Hi there. I got your dad's number from Liz. Are you busy right now? Want to come hang out here at Liz? At Liz's? I don't know. I actually wanted to ask you about something. About what? Well, it just occurred to me when I ran into you. I thought, yeah, Ash is like perfect for this. For what? Can't stay on the phone. Tell you when you get here. All right, I'm on my way. Great. See you in a few. Ugh.
Yeah, I know. It's like I'm not being very creative with Janet's voice because, well, you know, I'm not a very good voice actor. Did you not know that?
That was weird.
Hey, fuck it now. Who was on that? Who was that on the phone?
Janet, Elizabeth's cousin. She's actually in my class. It was a real shock. I just ran into her outside. And now she wants me to go over there so she can talk to me about something. She's always being so pushy like that. It's kind of annoying.
You may as well head over to Elizabeth's then.
I don't know. I think I'll give it a miss.
You need to give Elizabeth back the music player and the hanky thingy, don't you?
Oh yeah, those. I almost forgot. Plus I need to get her to apologize to you for accusing you of stealing. Right, I'll go over then.
Okay, good luck. Sorry.
Good luck.
Oh yeah. You better take the ID card I've been using too. It's probably hers. Here. Gotcha.
Guest card.
Oh. What were you talking about before the phone rang? You said that you heard something about Dad's company from that Ryan guy? Well, Yeah?
Come on, Ashley, give it to me.
Forget it, Matt. It was nothing important. Nothing that we could use to find your dad anyway.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Matt. Don't worry. We'll keep looking for him, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, I'll be back soon. Sit tight.
Finally, we got to the. We're at the end of the chapter. Thank God. I know it's the chapter end. I know now, because you know, by God, we've gone for like the last 2 hours. Yeah.
I couldn't tell Matt and what Ryan told me about Crusoe Resort. But what if it is all true? I can't believe that Matt's dad would poison the lake.
All right.
Right. I have to go over everything that's happened. I have to remember. Dan found my bag and brought it to me at Dad's cottage. I looked inside and the teddy bear obviously wasn't there, but something else was missing. What was missing from the bag?
Ladies and gentlemen, you have 5 seconds to choose what was missing from the bag. Was it the pick case, a salmon rice burger, or a t-shirt? The correct answer was a pick case.
Yeah, that was it. My pick case was missing, with all of my guitar picks in it. It was lying in a drain by a half-built cottage. I went to Ryan's cottage to hear what he had to tell me. He told me about Mom and Crusoe Resort, then showed me something. What did he show me?
What did Ryan show to Ashley? Was it a guitar, a kaleidoscope, or a scientific journal? You have 5 seconds to decide. The correct answer was a kaleidoscope.
Yeah, that's right. Ryan showed me a kaleidoscope. It brought back memories of Mom. When I was on my way back from Ryan's cottage, I ran into Elizabeth and someone else. Who was the other person?
Who was the other person that Ashley met with Elizabeth? Was it Janet, Sam, or Bob? The correct answer was Janet.
Yes, it was Janet from my class. Janet is Elizabeth's cousin. She came here to hang out with Aunt Elizabeth. When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly started remembering my mom. I need to assemble the fragments of memory that keep appearing. I need to remember her here 13 years ago.
Alright, so what is this?
I remember Mom when I was in Ryan's cottage. What was she holding?
Well, we only have 2 items here. We've got the, the hamburger bag or the kaleidoscope. Kind of obvious, obviously. It was the kaleidoscope.
Yeah, that's right. She was holding the kaleidoscope.
Apparently that was the only flashback we needed to know. Oh well.
Mom, I remember seeing you hold that kaleidoscope. Why did you give it to Ryan? Mom, ever since I came here, I've been remembering you, but I still know so little.
And that is the end of chapter 4. There we go. So we will go into chapter 5.
After making sure that the new Connect function was linked to the security cameras, I used Dad's water testing kit and found out that the lake water is polluted. Ryan invited me to his place and told me how Crusoe Resort went bankrupt and about Mom's dilemma. On the way back, I ran into Elizabeth and Janet.
Right. Continuing on. Sorry.
I ran into my classmate Janet on the way back from Ryan's college. I was really surprised when I found out she was Elizabeth's cousin. Then Janet called and asked me to go round to Elizabeth's house. I said I'd go, but it's really just to make Elizabeth apologize for the music player fiasco.
And our titles is Chapter 5,
Silent Clock Tower.
Oh no, we're gonna... Oh, Clock Tower? Oh shit. So I don't think we're gonna find Mr. Scissors, are we? I hope not. Alright, so as we've learned from the last episode, we are going to Elizabeth's to talk about the... make her apologize for the thingy fiasco, and this is her house here. So let's use the intercom here. Ding dong. How is it?
It's Ashley.
Ah, Ashley. 1 second. It's open now.
Okay, thank you.
Through we go. Alfred Residence Hall.
Hi.
Welcome to Alfred Residence. Well, don't just stand there. Come in. Oh, someone else is at the door. I wonder who it could be. It better not be your little friend, Ashley. Sorry, I'm saying my own breath is choking me. How is it?
It's me, Tommy.
Jump cuts always work. Tommy.
Elizabeth, you got a few minutes?
What's up?
It's about the band, our band. Sure. I forgot how I voiced Janet before.
I think I just didn't even pull on a voice.
It's like, hey Liz, mind if we head upstairs? We'll wait for you in your room.
Yeah, go on. Go on. I will be long.
Come on, Ash. Let's head up. Let's upstairs. Up the stairs.
Okay. Although I could go elsewhere, but, you know, I don't want to be pissing off Elizabeth. Hey, Ash. Please, stop leading me into that joke. I've run it into the ground last time, okay? Jeez.
Yeah? What are Liz and Tommy talking about? I don't know. Oh, great. You didn't hear anything? Or you didn't hear anything. You're still useless, Ashley. You think there's something up with those two? Yeah. Those two have known each other since they were kids. So it's pretty obvious. What is? This totally has the hots for Tommy. You didn't notice? She's got a thing for taller guys.
Another Kodar, a journey into lost memories, where girls flirt and talk about other people's relationships. Jesus Christ. That's the only one drawback here.
Seriously? What's Tommy think of her? Well, he likes her too, but in more of a kid sister way, not in a will you be my girlfriend way. Ah, that's pretty tough. I totally didn't notice anything at all. It's so obvious when you look at them together. You're totally blind, Ash. Ash? Hey! I'm not that bad. Anyway, come on. Liz's room is over there. Or here, even. Here, there, and everywhere. Up and down and all around.
Right. Just follow our lead.
So this is where Elizabeth's room... So this is what Elizabeth's room looks like? Yep. I don't think I've ever seen so much pink in one place before. Get this, Ash. Liz said that everything in this room was custom made. For real? Hey, that dress is huge. Was that custom made too? You bet. I bet nobody in our class... Ugh, sorry. I bet nobody in our class has one like that. I knew it. Elizabeth's got loads of makeup and accessories. Yeah. What do you expect? This is all about Bella Regne. Regne?
What? Belladonna, whatever. I don't fucking care.
You know that huge brand with huge prices? Oh yeah, her bandana is that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna fucking attempt anymore.
Yeah, and so her clothes, sandals, bracelet, the whole lot. Even her sandals? Oh. She's a nut job. She's crazy. She's bonkers for Bella. Totally. Her dad buys her whatever she wants. No way! That's unbelievable. Wish my dad was like that. I bet she loves her dad to bits. If only. She can't stand him. It's really awkward.
Awkward parent-child relationships? Ugh, it's not like we haven't seen that before.
She doesn't like her dad? Not one bit. She says every word that comes out of his mouth makes her want to hurl. Ouch. That's pretty harsh. To be honest, Ash, that's why I asked you over. Liz's dad is the one who asked me to come here. He's having real problems because he can't even have a conversation with her. So he asked me to come and ask her what her problem is with him. Did you try talking to her? Not yet. It's a real difficult thing to bring up. So I asked you over. Your family is you and your dad, right? So you must have some idea of what she's going through.
Yeah, sure. Alright. Well, really, Ashley's problems and Ashley and her dad's problems is not the same as Elizabeth's and her dad's problems.
Have you ever gotten mad with at your dad? I don't think it's quite as bad as Elizabeth. But yeah, I've gotten pretty mad at him a few times. Like when? Well, he always thinks it's fine to leave me on my own. You don't like that? I don't know. He doesn't mean anything bad by it, but he really only thinks about himself. It's all about the science with him, and I always get ditched for his work. I'm okay on my own, and I can do whatever I have to, but when he goes and says I'll be fine on my own without even thinking about me, it just makes my blood boil. Aha! I don't know how much help it'll be though, since my dad's really weird. Yeah, maybe you weren't the savior I was hoping for. Is Elizabeth's mom not around either? Her parents divorced 4 years ago. She acts selfish and all, but it's just a front. She's actually really lonely. I think she's upset about her mom too.
More development.
Upset about her mom? Yeah. She misses her, but she never gets to see her. Why not? She hasn't contacted Liz since the divorce, not once. And that's really hit Liz hard. What's her mom like?
I know I'm just speaking the same soft tone voice for both characters because I can't be bothered to make a different voice for Janet, okay? Male voices, fair enough. Girl voices, don't care. Yeah. I've done enough as it is. Maybe if there's like an older woman later in the game, I'll do a more mature kind of like seductive voice or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I don't care.
She's really beautiful. She works in fashion. Liz was always so proud of her. Why'd they get divorced? No idea. They used to fight like cats and dogs. At least that's what Liz said. When they divorced, her dad threw out everything that belonged to her mother. And the only thing left is that music box.
The music box? What music box?
What music box?
So yeah, just filling in the word for all these characters.
Look over in the dresser. That fancy wooden box. That's the one. Oh yeah? It's really old, but the music is lovely. Really romantic. Yeah. Yeah? I really like music boxes. You think I can take a listen? Go on then. Why not? You sure? Liz isn't here yet. Go for it.
Okay. Sure. Guessing this is it here.
It's really pretty. I wonder how it sounds.
Well, let's give it a shot.
Give the thing a turn.
You didn't have to pick it up, Ashley.
Wow, this is beautiful. Oops.
Oh, Butterfingers.
Ash, you dropped it! Oh no. What do I do? Ash? Is it broken? I don't know. I hope not. What now?
Puzzle time.
I've got to fix that cover slip. Quickly. Huh? Something catches when I try to put it back in. Wait, there's something stuck to the back of this.
Slowly peel this off. There we go.
It's all fixed now. Oh, phew.
What are you two doing?
Huh?
You know fine who that is. That's my music box. Don't you dare lay a finger on it.
Elizabeth. Liz, relax. Don't get so angry. We just took a little look at it.
How dare you let her touch my stuff?
What did you just say? Stop. Janet, don't fight with her.
Just get out. Get out of my room right now. Out, out!
What a pain. She didn't need to lose it like that.
You two, Janet, out! I gotta love those automatic doors in 2007.
She's nothing but a selfish priss.
I would have used another word for her, but you know, apparently the game doesn't want me to. The game doesn't want to use that word, so I'll use it for it.
She's nothing but a selfish bitch.
What's all the shouting about?
Oh, hello.
Hello there. Do I know you?
I'm a classmate of Janet's.
Ah, I'm Elizabeth's dad.
Huh?
And another flashback. Look at that mustache.
Wait, I've seen him before. But where? Elizabeth's dad. I know him from somewhere.
Of course.
Uncle Rex! Huh?
Ah, Janet. I see you arrived safely.
Yeah, thanks.
It's been a while. Still full of life, I see.
Liz said you were working today. Are you back already?
No, work never ends. But I knew you were coming today, so I came to see you. See how things were and all.
So you're going back to the lab?
Yes, I am. Say, where's Elizabeth? I didn't see her downstairs.
She's locked herself in her room.
Did something happen?
Just classic Liz. She threw us out.
That girl.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure she'll calm down sooner or later.
Or soon enough, you. Well, in any case, I'm sorry, Janet. By the way, this girl here, is she a friend of yours?
Yeah, we ran into each other here totally by accident. Her name's Ashley Mizuki Robins.
Ashley Mizuki Robins. Wait, I need to add that to the counter. There we go.
Her dad works at JC Valley, right?
Yes, indeed. So, you're Richard's girl. Pleasure to meet you, Ashley. I'm Rex Alfred. Rex Alfred, president of JC Valley.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Alfred.
Janet, would you mind making some tea down in the kitchen? Ashley's a guest. Ashley's a guest after all. Yeah.
Sure thing. I'll go do it now.
Janet, are you still there? No, Elizabeth, she's not. Oh, you're back. Janet came all the way to see you. Why did you chase her out of your room? It's her own fault. Oh, Elizabeth. You know you shouldn't blame other folks all the time. You should try being nice to them, talking to them, even try talking to me. I have nothing to say to you. Elizabeth! Don't you still have work to do? Go do it! Elizabeth. I'm sorry you had to see that bit of family drama.
No problem. I fight a lot with my dad too, so I'm used to it.
Perhaps all fathers and daughters have the same problems.
Well, we had a fight today, but I think I kind of need that energy, otherwise we'd never talk.
I think you could be right. Ashley, please try and be friends with Elizabeth. You're about the same age as her, right?
Yeah.
I've been friends with Richard since before you were born. We go back a long way. So how long is that?
Really? How long have you known each other?
After I graduated, I went to work at a lab. I met him there.
You mean MJ Labs?
That's right. I'm surprised you know about that, Ashley.
My mom was there too, right?
Sayoko? She was indeed. She was working on the EC project. Or working on the EC project there. What, the Emerald Coast project? I thought that was Phil's domain. At least until you were born.
What's the EC project?
It was... Never mind, it doesn't concern you.
No, I want to know. I want to know what kind of stuff she was working on. Ryan told me about it too. She came here 13 years ago to visit JC Valley, right?
Ellipses.
Mr. Alfred? Did you meet her when she came here 13 years ago? I think I remember seeing you somewhere.
No. I didn't see her.
But...
Ashley, I told you I didn't see her. Don't argue with me. Wayne? I should go back to the lab now. But make yourself at home here, Ashley. Oh dear, that girl was asking too many questions.
Tea's ready! Janet's done then. I should head down.
Yeah, don't bother with Elizabeth. Ah. Ashley.
Yes?
Tell Janet I've gone back to the lab, will you? And make yourself at home, like I said.
Let's have a nosy in this room.
Oh, maybe not. I shouldn't just wander into other people's room. Okay, fair enough. Apparently, Ashley has morals. Well, sometimes.
Janet, Elizabeth's dad just went back to work. He said to let you know. Ah, okay. Elizabeth didn't come out of her room even when her dad came back. I told you so. They really don't talk at all, do they?
Well, more shouting rather than talking.
Not a bit. It's really bad, right? Sorry I wasn't more help. Hey, wait. I just had a great idea.
What is it?
What is it? There has to be some reason Elizabeth doesn't want to talk to her dad. And I bet there's someone in the know that we can get the info from. And then we can tell her dad, and they can start talking again. Well, I don't know the reason. No, but she might have told one of her friends from the band. Tommy and Sam? Bingo! People like her. People like her are usually much more open with guys than with girls.
Really? I don't know about that. Could be either or.
I bet she told one of them why she doesn't get on with her dad. Yeah, that might just work. So, who do we grill for the info?
Ooh, it's like Tommy or Sam. Let's find out. Okay, coin flip time. Heads Tommy, tails Sam. Oh, apparently it's tails, so we're gonna ask Sam.
Sam, the drummer. Why Sam? I bet she thinks Sam is easier to talk to. Talking to Tommy would be difficult, since he puts on the cool front. So he's probably more difficult to be open with. Yeah, Sam's probably the better choice. Alright, I'll go quiz him in a bit. She's still up there. Yeah. I thought she'd have cooled down by now. You can go up and get her, could you? Yeah, sure.
Sure, let's go. Let's be the nice humanitarian that we are. Ooh, there's a crack in the door. Ah, it's Elizabeth.
So here you are. Janet made tea for everyone.
Oh, that's nice.
What's up? You look down. This isn't like you.
We all have our moments, Ashley.
You know, your dad's worried about you.
Him worried about me? That's easy for him to say.
Come on, don't be like that. You know he really cares for you.
Mind your own business, okay? Like you could never understand what I'm going through. My dad's hiding something from me. So I always get depressed whenever I think about him. He doesn't know a single thing about me. Not a thing. Scientists are just the worst. It's like hiding something, eh?
He's hiding something? Like what?
He won't tell me why Mom never comes to see me. And he's even planning on getting married again. Hasn't told me a thing about it.
He's getting married again? Do you know who to?
To ellipses.
You hate scientists?
Yeah, I do. All they care about are their systems and their research and results. I don't have a single thing in common with my dad.
Elizabeth, you wouldn't believe it, but I'm in the same boat as you.
No way! Do you even think that you and I are in the same boat? Because we're not even close.
Elizabeth, why not just talk to your dad about this? Best to get off your chest. Chest, whatever. I can't remember. It's a... Yeah, anyway.
Like, I need your advice.
Hey, it's up to you.
Right. I don't need people like you telling me what to do or how to live my life. So see, what am I what am I about to do? Don't even try to talk me out of it.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna look through my dad's stuff, that's what. I saw him. He's been putting letters in these drawers. I bet they're from that woman he's going out with.
Elizabeth, you really shouldn't do that. That's really bad.
Not in my book. Now just shut up and stop distracting me. It was definitely this one. Huh? It won't open. What are these? No. No way. I don't believe it. Dad, how could you?
Elizabeth! What shocked her so badly? She was looking at these letters. These are letters scattered on the floor. I should fix this. There we go. There's a photograph on the floor. Who's this?
Wow.
It's a girl and a puppy. Elizabeth Alfred, age 8. This is Elizabeth? Huh. I'll put this back in the drawer. There we go.
Well, at least she didn't make any observations in that photo. There's another photograph.
This is Elizabeth's dad. That bracelet. That bracelet Elizabeth's dad's is wearing in the photo. It's the same one that as the one I saw at the boathouse. I remember now. The guy wearing the bracelet was Elizabeth's dad.
The plot thickens.
So her dad fishes too? I'll put this back in the drawer. There we go.
And we might as well clean up these letters.
Wow, there are lots of letters. This is the one Elizabeth was looking at.
The letters are addressed to Elizabeth Alfred from Kate.
Who's Kate? I'll put these back in the drawer. There we go. I wonder how Elizabeth's doing. I'll go check on her.
Might as well. Actually, there was another item there that we could have investigated. Actually, well, notebook. We couldn't go that way. Look at this photo frame.
This must be an Alfred family photo.
Yeah, as you can see there, obviously. Although it's, probably taken when, Elizabeth was like 13, maybe. Go up the stair. Gotta talk to Elizabeth again. At least her door's open. Oh, she's not around here. Have a photo for it?
Wonder who that is.
Of course. Well, it's her mother, duh. Let's look at this again. There's a note card. This is the note card that was taken off of the music box. And we never had it. Well. Oh, we can't look at it properly. It was written by Elizabeth's mother. Okay, fair enough. Ah, jeez. I'm sure Elizabeth is with. Oh, yep, here they are. Here's the trouble. Oh, dear.
Elizabeth's crying. Ash, what did you say to her?
I didn't say anything. Yeah. Who said, who, me? Let's do a flip on this. Heads, nothing. Tails, who, me? That was a shit flip. There we go. That's a better flip. There we go. Heads. It's like I hate it when the coin flips and hits me on the chest. That doesn't count.
Nothing. Come on, she's crying. What happened, Ash? The truth is, she went into her dad's room and found some letters in the drawers. What was she looking at for? Or what was she doing that for? Anyway, what letters? They were sent by someone called Kate. There were lots of them, all addressed to Elizabeth. They were in her dad's drawer. Ash, Kate is Liz's mom. For real? Probably best if you head home, Ash. I'll look after Liz. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Probably for the best. Hey, these were for her. Can you take them? Take what?
What was it? Her handkerchief. Well, if we just choose one of the items, obviously it'll bundle all of them together.
A music player, a handkerchief, and an ID card. They're all Elizabeth's. Here. Okay, I'll pass them on. Right, I'll take off. See you.
Oh well. Said, run, Ashley! Get away!
Phew. That took a while. I should go check on Matt.
Sure. Let's do that, shall we, people?
Huh? Oh, where's he gone to now? Matt? Maybe he's upstairs.
Like last time.
You better not be going through Dad's stuff again, Matt.
Ooh. It's Matthew's bag. There's a note.
Matt wrote this. Looking for Dad. Matt, where'd you run off to this time?
I guess Matt had a little rest and, did his own thing. Before we go, let's check that notes. See if there's actually anything else to it. No? Okay, fair enough. At least we'll know where to go with this cutscene. Hey, Ashley. I don't know who it is, so really, it's been a while.
Huh? Oh, Bob, hi.
Hey, kid. Off to see your dad? Sorry. I didn't even know who it was until he comes on the screen, because obviously the game doesn't tell you who it is. Because Ashley can't remember an accent.
Nope. My friends wandered off somewhere. So I'm heading to the lake to look for him.
Is that so? I'm just on my way back from delivering to Elizabeth's house.
Let me guess. A salmon rice burger delivery?
Nah, she doesn't eat burgers. Roast beef and Caesar salad. Same order she always gets. Or gives. Whatever.
You deliver roast beef too?
Yep, it's the most expensive item on the delivery menu. But no matter how extravagant the order is, it's still pretty sad to have to eat on your own. Poor girl's dad is always busy, you see. So she always orders food and eats it on her own. Pretty sad, huh?
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
At least she's not on her own today, since that cousin of hers is here visiting. Oh yeah, did your friend eat the salmon rice burger you brought back?
Sure did.
And what did he say? Oh, well, he kind of liked it, you know. I mean, we could be truthful, but I'm gonna leave the decision to the coin flip. So, you know, heads that he liked it, tails she didn't.
Damn it. Fucking coins.
That was a shit flip. There we go. Tails. Okay.
Not bad, but
But
he said there was one little thing missing to make it perfect.
oh, and what was that?
Cheese. he said it'd be absolutely perfect if there was cheese added to the burger.
Cheese. I see. Oh yeah. One thing. That kid that ate the burger. Can you tell me more about him?
Why do you want to know more about him? What?
Okay, Ashley, just be. You don't question him on that fact, you know, or that thing, you know. Just answer him. All right. Yeah, okay, fine, whatever.
His name's Matt.
And how old is he?
He's 13.
13. Gotcha. That's good to hear.
Good to hear.
You bet. It's good to hear, Missy. It means that if this Matt kid likes the salmon rice burger, then it's a good bet that it'd be a big hit with the 13-year-old male demographic. Viral marketing data. You remember that, kid?
What? Marketing data?
See, kid, market analyst is the first step to making a profit. You just need to make. You just give me the courage to start up a new business.
or my new business. You know, if I start that up and get my foot in, I might even be able to sell the diner while there's still someone interested in it.
So what new business is he talking about? What's your new business?
Ashley, my salmon rice burgers are going to make their debut on the World Wide Web. This newfangled internet that's been going around.
Really? You're gonna sell them on the internet?
You said it, kid. Bob's famous salmon rice burger will be available for all to buy. Young, old boys, girls, everyone all over the country can enjoy my burgers. Get this, kid. The SRB can even be frozen and it won't lose its unique taste. And then you can just pop it in the microwave and enjoy it anytime. What'd you think? Pretty perfect plan, eh?
I don't think rice burgers work that way.
I don't think it can I mean, you know, salmon rice, I mean, fair enough. It's obviously an idea that he aped it from a Japanese, you know, concept. But really, in all honesty, you know, selling it on the internet, I don't know. I mean, granted, there's worse things that you can sell on the internet, can you? Oh well, Ashley's totally optimistic for it.
Yay! Sounds awesome.
You said it, kid. This'll sell millions. No, it won't. Now I got the courage to finally give the online store a kickstart. Now you should use that website as well then, Kickstarter. Oh wait, this game came out before Kickstarter was implemented. My bad.
Is that all you're going to sell in the online store, though?
I thought of just going with the SRB at first, you know, for impact. But now you mention it, I should probably think of putting in other stuff too. I just don't know if it'll be a hit. That's all. Gotta get more marketing data.
What other stuff?
It's a secret, kid, so don't tell anybody. It's a secret to everyone, don't you know? But my special beef jerky might just do it.
What's that?
You see, Sorry, I was going into Cosby there. Well, you see, with the beef jerky and the number one... Sorry. You see, I'm sorry. You see, beef jerky... Beef jerky has always been my number one favorite food. But sometimes something's missing from the stuff you get in stores. So I started making my own. I use my own blend of seasonings, then dry it and smoke it. Takes time and effort, kid. But the payoff is great. You'd be surprised how something so small can pack so much juice.
That does sound good.
Don't take my word for it, kid. Stop by the diner sometime and see for yourself.
Will do.
No, we won't.
So, someone wants to buy your diner?
Yeah, they're offering a mighty fine price too.
Who is it?
None other than Rex Alfred, director of JC Valley.
You mean Elizabeth's dad?
That's the one, kid.
Why would he be interested in buying your diner?
Rex says he wants to use the land to build more cottages for JC Valley staff. Apparently they're looking to hire a lot of new staff next year. So they want to buy it all off all the land around to these parts. Looks like I'm not the only one going places. Said he's even got an eye on Charlotte's cottage, or Charlotte's house. It's like nobody's safe.
Where's Charlotte's house?
Down past his cottages. She's the crusty old biddy who lives down there.
Oh, that old woman who owns the greenhouse?
That's right, kid. She lives in a big house. Something surrounded by fields. Lots of fields. She lives alone out there. Good job she does too. She's lived here a long time, you see. Unlike us, blow-ins. Unlike us, blow-ins. She's part of the scenery now. She wouldn't sell up when the resort company were after her land either. So even though Rex will try it, just between you and me, he won't get far with her. Not 1 inch. Okay, kid, I better get back. Gotta start the online thing sometime, eh?
Hey, Bob. When were you delivering to Elizabeth? You didn't see a boy in a blue t-shirt, did you?
Can't say I did. Just a huge mutt. I bet that mutt's after my food, too. Anyway, see you later, Ashley. Swing by the diner again before you go.
You bet.
Oh, it's a dog noise.
That's Princess. Where is she? Huh?
Ah, there she is.
Princess!
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Ashley. Hi.
Oh, damn it. Went back into the cottage. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway. Yeah. Meant to talk to her.
Hey, Princess. Have you seen Matt?
Guess that's a no.
Guess not. You know, Princess, you're pretty cute when you're not demanding snacks and stuff.
So, woof? So, what's that supposed to mean?
I always wanted a big dog like you when I was a kid.
Oh, that's touching, kid. That's a touching thing.
Seriously. A few days before my 14th birthday, I thought I was going to be alone again. No mom or dad. So I was kind of lonely and I really wanted to have a friend there with me. But I was living in an apartment with Jessica, so dogs were a definite no-go.
Oh. It's like, Princess does not approve of this story.
Say, you like Matt, right?
So, yeah, definitely.
Thought so. I think he likes you too. He does stuff before he thinks, and he's a little selfish, but I guess he's just lonely too. So lonely he ran away from home. That's why I think, anyway. I think he kept looking for his dad because you were with him.
So, question mark? So, how come, Ashley?
And maybe I carried on because I had Matt with me. Maybe that's why I've been remembering Mom being here. Hey, Princess, wanna go find Matt?
Princess says yes.
Awesome.
Wait. Okay, I already used that joke in the last chapter. I'm not gonna continue doing that joke.
But how do I find him?
Well, we got some items, so let. Oh, we don't have. Well, I've got that thing. Oh, I know. Stay there, Princess. I'll be right back. Right. Oh, was he reading that again? Yeah, I already knew that.
Some plasters. Oh well. Thought Matt had something else on the table there, but hey, never mind. What's Matt's bag? Can't I use Matt's bag? I would think that would be a good enough thing to use. Ugh, Jesus. I mean, what's the other item I can think of that's related to Matt? Oh dear. I'm just thinking. Oh, I have to talk with Princess again to bring the idea to Ashley. Great. Oh yeah, you have a better sense of smell than me, right? Princess, can you use Matt's scent to find him? Princess says yes. Hang on a second, I'll get you something with his scent. This should have Matt's scent on it. Actually, no, it should have more of a scent of the colors, you know, from. And granted, it'll work. Right, let's go. Oh. Not this way? Okay. Not this. Not that way? Okay, fine. Guess we're going all the way back to the boathouse. Oh. Huh? Oh, I get you. Not this way? Cool, so this way then, I guess. I'm guessing not that way either. To the statue. Oh wait. Ah, Princess has got the scent. Ah, there he is. It's Matt. What the hell is that? Thank you, Princess. Good girl, Princess. Thanks for finding Matt. Bye, Princess. Matt. Huh? Ash. So this is where you were. Yeah. Were you looking for me? Nope, Princess... Nope, Princess helped, so I found you pretty quickly. But I didn't think you would be here. Didn't you say you'd never come here? Mom made me promise I wouldn't be here, get here, or be here, or go here, or whatever. She wrote about that promise in her letter, right? Yeah. I didn't come here though. Didn't come here near here, but go on. While I was waiting in the cottage for you, I had loads of time to think about it. And I was wondering why she said that. Why I had to stay away. And then I remembered something.
did you remember, Matt?
What did you remember? I've been to the clock tower with Mom before. Really? Yeah. Mom brought me here. She was crying. She was crying? Yeah. Mom used to cry all the time.
I guess she was quite the crybaby, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe she was Asagi. Any reason? Well, whenever she argued with Dad, she'd be crying. When Dad disappeared, she was crying for weeks. Was your mom a crybaby too?
Okay, well, what's our options? No. Don't know. Okay, let's do a coin flip for that. Not a shit flip.
Ah, damn it!
What's with me and my coin flipping today? There we go, that's a better one. Heads, so that is no way.
No way. Really? Yeah. I don't remember ever seeing her cry. She always looked at me with the kindest face in the world.
Ah, guess that's pretty cool.
I just remember her kind face when she looked at me. And that worried face when she was looking at that man. I really don't know what kind of person she was.
Ash, anyone home? Stop dazing off! Anyway. Anyway, I've got your attention now. Focus on me.
Do you know what the symbol thingy on the clock tower door is? Symbol? Oh, you mean the crest? Yeah, Mom said it was a crest too.
Bet you don't know what it is. Well, a crest, you know, family crest, you know, family logo per se, you know.
You know what it is?
Yep. It's a family crest.
Really?
Yeah. She said it was a family crest of the guy that built the tower.
What, like his personal family crest?
Yeah, pretty neat, huh?
So who built it?
I don't know his name, but Mom said it was the same guy that built the mermaid statue.
For real?
Yep, Mom said his name was written on the mermaid statue too. Hey Ash, stop saying that, Matt. Everyone, it's like, can I just get everyone to stop calling, you know, trying to raise Ashley's, attention by saying, "Hey Ash," you know, because it just hurts me because obviously it's gotta run into the same joke I want to use every single time, and I don't want to overuse a bloody joke. Ugh. Anyway,
What?
is it me or did it just get dark?
It's gone all cloudy. Yeah, I think it's gonna rain. Come on, let's get back to Dad's before we get soaked. Achoo! You okay? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really have any kind of like weather effects in this game, although it has gotten darker. Ah, here we go.
Yikes! It's raining.
Oh man, this is so not cool.
Come on, let's hurry.
Right. Keep up. Keep it up, Matt. Just keep it up.
Phew. Let's stay here and see if it'll clear up.
Oh, cool.
Matt, you don't look so good.
Gee, thanks, Ash.
Are you feeling sick?
I don't know. Game's loading.
Hey, looks like it's clearing up.
That was a quick storm. So we were having thunder, rain, and lightning, and it just passed by. So okay, enough time has passed.
Yeah. Lucky for us.
Lucky.
What's wrong?
Wrong.
Okay, Matt, you don't sound good at all. Come on, let's get you back to the cottage.
Cottage. It's like just repeat the last word that Ashley said. It's like cottage. Ellipses. Ash. Look.
Huh?
A rainbow. Not a double rainbow, sadly.
Oh yeah, great. It's totally awesome. I've never seen a real rainbow before. This is my second.
You seen one before?
Yeah, a long time ago, when I was a kid, with Jessica.
Jessica? Jessica was on the one on the phone, right?
That's right. I was crying because I wanted to be with my mom. And then Jessica pointed and told me to look, and there was a big rainbow in the sky.
Was that rainbow as cool as this one?
Yeah, it was brilliant. So I asked Jessica, well...
What? Tell me!
I must know! I asked her to get it for me.
No way! That's impossible!
Yeah. So she got in the car with me and we drove after it. We drove for ages, really, really far.
Ah.
Achoo! There you go again. Come on, let's get back so you can rest.
Yeah. Ugh. I really need a nice warm cup of cocoa.
Okay. Phew, made it. I'm totally soaked though. Matt, are you okay?
Yeah. No sweat.
Matt?
Ugh. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Game over. Oh well, Matt's dead. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Sorry.
Matt! Hey, Matt! Wake up! Matt!
Ash. Where am I?
In my dad's bedroom.
Was I asleep?
You got soaked and collapsed. I think you have a fever too.
Is that why I feel like I'm burning up?
Probably. Honestly, Matt, why didn't you just say that you were feeling bad on our way back?
I wasn't that bad.
I don't know. Maybe I should get you a doctor.
No.
Huh?
If I go to a doctor, they'll call the police. They'll take me back to my uncle's. It's like he's like Batman with Alfred, and he's like, no police, no doctors. I can't go. They'll know who I am.
Matt,
Ash, you promised.
you said you'd spend one day helping me find clues about my dad. But Please, Ash. I'll be okay. Don't take me to the doctor. Okay, Matt. I won't take you to the doctor. Really? Just wait here. There has to be medicine or something in the cottage somewhere. I'll look around. I'm gonna get some ice to cool you down, too. Okay. Just stay here. And try not to run off. Huh? Or, hmm?
Yeah, it's like if he actually did die, then fair enough, you know, it's, make things easier on us. Yeah, less subplots. Okay, let's check if we got any ice around here.
Here we go. Huh? Is this all the ice we have? I can't cool him down with this. Better try somewhere else.
Check the fridge. I know this is kind of like awkward. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find ice in the bathroom, but hey. It's washing. Scours. Yeah, I'm totally looking in the wrong place, so let's try somewhere.
Maybe there's medicine in here somewhere. I'll take a look.
No. Okay, let's go back into the bathroom then. And check the drawers.
Is there any medicine here?
Unused bar of soap. Dental care. Nope.
None in here.
Gotta check the tops up there. Actually, what's that up there? No, it's just saucepans. Oh dear. Well. Now many other places in, you know, Richard's drawers.
Batteries. I might be able to use one for the music player.
But don't I already have one for the music player?
Darn. No medicine. Nowhere near enough ice. What now? Maybe I can get somewhere else.
The clock is ticking, Ashley. Yeah, just take your time, just wandering around. Yeah. Right. Let's go to the diner, see if find something. Maybe we can ask for ice. Hey, if it isn't Ashley, out and about again.
Bob, please, I need your help.
Whoa, what's wrong, kid? Has something happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. I don't think someone panicking is someone seeing a ghost. More like someone's on the brink of dying, maybe.
I need ice.
Ice? What do you need ice for? Cool something down. To put it in a drink. Let's flip for this. We could either lie or say the truth. Okay, so heads, We tell the truth, tails will lie. It's heads! Yep. So say... to cool someone down.
To cool someone down. Matt's running a fever, so I need to cool him down with some ice.
Matt? Wait, he's that friend of yours who liked the SRB, right?
Yeah, he got soaked in the rain and now he's got fever.
That sounds pretty bad, kid.
It is.
I got you, Ashley. Just wait here. Just wait there. Gotta save the 13-year-old male demographic. My future business is at stake. So, he just thinks he's a businessman rather than say, it's best for business. No way. You gotta be kidding me.
Huh?
My ass machine's gonna bust again.
What? Seriously?
No doubt about it. Should be in the scrap heap. Somehow I've kept it going, but it looks like it's run out of juice. I'm really sorry, Ashley.
It's okay. But what do I do now?
Well, have you given him any medicine?
No. We don't have any at home, and he doesn't want to go to the doctor.
A doctor phobe, eh?
Yeah, I guess.
I know how he feels. Doctors can't stand him. Hope I never have to see one. You and me both, but sadly I have to go to the doctor sometimes. And I'm getting really sick and tired of them.
What should I do about him?
I have a great idea. What idea would that be?
What is it?
Remember when we were talking what we were talking about before? About Charlotte, the old woman who lives in the middle of those fields?
Yeah?
She has hundreds of herbs growing in her garden. She got them all from this city back in the midwestern town called, I can't remember, something about raccoons or something, I don't know. She's pretty famous for her medicines around these parts. I tell you that, kid. You drink one of her herbal brews, you're right as rain in no time, no matter how sick you are.
Really?
You bet. It's worked on my friends before too, almost like magic or witchcraft or something.
How do I get some medicine?
Well, kid, ain't no way but to go out there and ask her to her face. Problem is, Charlotte's a bit of a moody thing, you see. You catch her in a bad mood and, well, it's like trying to get blood out of a stone. Charlotte lives just past that half-built cottage.
Got it. I'll head there now. Thanks so much, Bob.
No problem, kid. Hope you get your medicine. Oh, off we go. Will Ashley make it in time? Find out right now. Okay. So past the greenhouse. Garden shed there. Knock knock.
Hello? No answer. Hey! The door has the same crest as the clock tower. Hello? Hello? No answer.
Maybe she's in the greenhouse. Hey! Hey, you!
Huh?
This is my greenhouse, girl. I don't take kindly to people who just wander in. This ain't no free house, you know.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. You were here earlier, weren't you? What do you want this time, huh?
Excuse me, ma'am. Are you Charlotte?
Yeah, that's me.
My name's Ashley Mizuki Robins. I actually came here to see you, Charlotte.
That's another Ashley Mizuki Robins counter gag.
You got some kind of business with me?
Yeah.
Well, you can stop with the Charlotte. Kids, no respect these days.
Huh?
Nobody but my own family is allowed to call me Charlotte. My name is Charlotte Graham. Mrs. Graham to you.
Charlotte Graham, old woman, and witch, apparently, to some people.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Graham?
Better. What is it?
I have to ask you. I have something to ask you.
Well, spill it out now. Ain't got all day, you know.
My friend's come down with a fever.
Fever? Ha! Common cold, no doubt. And?
I was hoping you could let me have some of your herbal medicine.
Well, that is a tall order. Tell me one thing, Ashley Mizuki Robins. What blabbermouth told you about my herbal medicines?
Bob, the owner of the diner.
Well, I'll be. So I guess you don't have much of a choice, do I? Or I don't have much of a choice. I can't remember. What am I saying again? I don't know what's going on anymore.
I know I'm using a more female version of the hick voice I did for Bob, but they're no relation, by the way. Okay? Yeah, I'm just doing it because, well, it's easy for me to do.
I can't say no if it was Bob who told you to come to me.
Why can't you say no?
Charlotte? Oh, sorry. Mrs. Graham, are you friends with Bob?
Friends with that salmon-obsessed buffoon? Not a chance. But I owe him a great debt.
A great debt?
That's what I said. A great debt. One day I forgot how long ago I slipped in the rain and fell. My hip hit the ground hard. I couldn't move, let alone get back up. Blasted thing locked up. Then that big lug appeared. He took me up and carried me back home.
Ah, I had no idea.
So, because of what Bob did for me, I can't just go and ignore your request after he sent you, can I? Even if I want to. Now, girl, stop all your yapping and tell me when your friend became feverish.
Well, it was raining a while ago. He was outside and got drenched. Then he started burning up.
I see. And how is he now? Describe his condition.
Easy enough, isn't it?
He was sneezing.
Sorry.
He was sneezing.
Seizing? He was seizing up. I don't know. It was that bad.
He was sneezing even before it started pouring. Then he got soaked. We ran home, and when we got in, he just collapsed.
So it was a sudden fever.
Yeah,
And what is he doing now?
he's lying in bed.
How old is he?
He's 13. He's the one that was here with me before.
Ah, yes, that runt. I remember. What's his name?
Matt Crusoe.
Say what? Matt Crusoe? You say?
Yeah, do you know him, Mrs. Graham?
No, you mind your own business. Wait here for a minute, Ashley.
Oh dear.
Time passes. Don't know how long Ashley was actually standing there. It's a good thing she didn't just sit on the bench, or the fence even.
Ah, Mrs. Graham.
Don't worry, dear, I'm coming. Ashley, take this with you.
What is it?
It's a piece of paper, Ashley. It's a medicine recipe. It's a recipe for fever medicine.
A recipe?
A recipe, girl? Haven't you ever cooked? It has the ingredients and preparation method. Just prepare the medicine like the recipe says. You can read, can't you?
I need to prepare the medicine?
Stop pattering, girl, and listen to me. It's easy. Even you can do it. There are only 2 ingredients, red herbs and pure water. Red herbs? Don't we need to have green and red herbs to make the combination? Yeah. So, yeah, red herbs.
Red herbs? What are they?
It's the herb you need. It's the herb you need. You'll need to make your friend's medicine. There are some herbs with red leaves in my greenhouse. You can pick those and take them with you, but only take as many as you need.
Okay. And pure water. What do you mean by pure water?
If you want your friend to get better, you best use clean water. It's a basic for medicine.
What kind of water is pure water?
God damn it, Ashley. It's like, what kind of water is pure water? Oh, I don't know. The water that's pure, that's running down streams. You know. It has to be clean and crystal clear, full of minerals. If it isn't, forget it.
Clean, transparent, full of minerals. Where can I find water like that?
There's plenty around this area. Just look around.
So I need a container for the water.
You have a kettle in your house, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do.
Then use that.
Okay.
Also, you can borrow this.
Huh?
Good old herbal medicine pot. You know, or as it's known, a mortar and a pestle. Or pestle, whatever.
Mrs. Graham, what's this?
But the game just told us. Damn it. Now she's got to berate at us. Jesus. Don't they teach children anything these days? Back in my day, I tell you. It's a mortar and a pestle. You use it to crush the herbs. Then you put them in a pot and boil them in the pure water. You're getting this all?
Ah, okay, I get it.
And now it's up to you. Get the herbs from my greenhouse and go back the way you came.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Graham.
So now we are on our quest to find herbs and pure water. Starting with the greenhouse here, simple enough.
This place is full of herbs. I need red herbs for Matt's medicine.
Here we go.
Is this it? Yeah, this has to be the red herb. Right. time to get back to the cottage and make some medicine.
Well, first one's down, of course. Yeah. Although, yeah. Yeah, sadly we can't have Resident Evil logic where we just smash herbs together, you know, and just, you know, make a concoction that's good enough to just ingest dry, you know. Okay. Oh, sure. Sorry I'm yawning there, guys. Or guys and gals. Because gals do watch this as well.
Right, time to make a start on this medicine. First I need a container for the water.
There we go.
Perfect! I can put the water I need into this.
Well, many people would just think, oh, I could just use...
I'll put this water in the kettle.
Oh, can't use the PhD and that and whatnot.
So I put the water in the pot. I'll do it like Mrs. Green explained.
Yeah, smoking a herb in Resident Evil, you know, get healed. Yeah, of course. Essentially, that's the case. I'm not done yet. Jeez.
There we go.
Crushed herbs.
So I put the red herbs in the pot. That's the herbs and the water. Now I just need to boil it.
And...
Wonder how it looks. Oh! It's got a funny color. Guess that didn't work. I guess the water wasn't pure enough.
Oh well. Well, we still have our crushed herbs there, so we still have enough.
But where are we gonna get fresh water?
Wait a minute. There was that one place that we forgot to check if the pH levels were clear. Maybe it's a good time to go check it out. Because we know that the lake water is completely unusable, whatnot, because we've tested the areas at the boathouse and the mermaid statue. So there was one other section that we never checked that was also on you know, Dr. Robins, kind of like you know, information thing on his computer, and on his little written map that he had done and whatnot. And that's over this way. And it's this little stream right here. And just to be sure that this is actually...
I wonder if this water is clean. Let's test it to see.
We have to test it, like, you know. Have to be sure.
Put some water in the test tube and add the chemical to the red line. That should be enough. Okay, that's it. Now hold the test tube upright. And now shake it gently.
Aha! pH neutral.
So this water is neutral. Perfect! This water is exactly what I need for the medicine. So let us get our kettle and use our kettle on the water. Right. I'll use this water.
Of course, it wouldn't be too. It's it'd be too simple to be clear water. Yeah, it's nature.
Yeah, you know. Oh dear.
Anyway, we gotta have, while we're having this little jog back to our cottage, I'll just have this little drink here.
Delish.
Right, here we go. Okay, so let's fill the kettle with, or fill the pot, sorry.
Water.
With clear water. And then we use the crush medicine. Put the red herbs in the pot. That's the herbs in the water. Now you need to boil it. Aha.
And voila! Wonder how it looks. Oh, it's done! This is perfect! That water was just what I needed. I'll put some in the mug.
Medicine in a mug.
Now I just need to get Matt to drink it.
Yeah, very nonchalant there, Ashley. Okay. Hey, Matt. We got something for you. Or, I can't really give it to you right now for some reason, so I have to talk to you first.
Matt!
There's gerbils. There's cows and metal. Oh, Ash, it's you. Sorry, I was just talking gibberish.
Matt, I brought you some medicine.
Medicine? Really?
Yeah, medicine. Can you drink it?
Oh god, my body feels so bad.
How are you feeling?
For itchy tasty.
Here, drink it up.
Okay. Do I have to?
Yes, Matt. Now drink it all up, okay?
Just popped into his head.
Haha.
This is totally gross.
I know, but you have to drink it to get better.
Tastes like some weird tea.
Yeah, I made it.
Oh. Oh, it's your own medicine? Is it safe? It's like, I'm trying to save your life, you bastard! Be grateful!
No, it's not my medicine.
Huh?
A nice old lady told me how to make it. So I just followed the instructions and made it for you.
Ah. Still pretty gross though.
Matt, just drink it up and when you're done, lie back down, okay? Okay.
I'm done now, so. Oh, God.
How are you feeling, Matt?
I just lied down, you idiot. I haven't gotten better instantly. But I'm not too bad.
Hey, Ash. Oh, God, shut up, Matt. Yeah?
How'd you make the medicine?
I got some red herbs and pure water. Then I followed the recipe.
There's a recipe?
Hang on, I'll show you.
Oh, that means I need to get back up again. Oh, not good for me.
Here's the recipe. It has the instructions for making the medicine.
This is what you used to make it?
Yep. It's all written here. Or there, even.
It says you need pure water.
Yeah, you can't use dirty water or it won't work.
Where did you get the water from?
A little stream down by the shack.
Oh, wow.
You went that far? Wasn't the river water enough? No.
Even though she said no, but she went. It's like wrong animation there, guys. Sorry, just point that out. When Ashley going like this doesn't mean no. It's like, ugh. Anyway, never mind.
It had to be pure, transparent, and full of minerals. Then I used Mrs. Graham's red herbs.
Who's Mrs. Graham?
The old lady who told me how to make the medicine. Remember when you were chasing Mr. Smith and got lost? She lives up there. She was the one who yelled at us. But she's really nice.
Oh, her? She seemed really cranky. Wait.
What's wrong, Matt? I remember now. Remember what? I was at that house before, ages ago. Huh? You've been to Mrs. Graham's house before? Seriously? Yeah. I was there with Dad. Really? What for? I just remember Dad saying the family who built the clock tower lived there. Yeah. Her house does have the crest from the clock tower on the door. See? I told you. I bet she knows something about the clock tower, Ash. I'll go ask her. Oh no. You're not going anywhere.
Aw, come on. Yeah, come on. Let me go. I'm feeling better, honest. That miracle cure worked.
I'll go ask her about it for you. You need to stay here and get better.
Okay. Oh, God, what a pushy little bitch she is.
I'll be back. Wait here, okay?
Okay. Jeez. Damn that Ashley, not letting me do my job.
I'm supposed to look for clues about my father, not her. Good, Matt's asleep.
Let's go. Alright, go this way. Actually, you know what? We haven't actually looked at the connect thing for our DAS in a while. Let's see what's going around with all the cameras. Oh, there's a new picture there. Someone was coming out of that gate there. Abandoned building. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Change little things. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. We must continue with we must continue with the plot. Even though the chapter is called the Silent Clock Tower, we really haven't actually discussed about the clock tower that often in this. Oh.
Is that someone talking?
I think it might be a female's voice. I don't know. Fine, be like that. See if I care. I'm done looking after you.
Who is it? Oh.
Oh, it's a woman. Alright. Sorry, I thought... Man, woman, I can't remember.
Hello there. Are you lost? The only thing up ahead is the Graham house. I don't think you want to go there. No. I'm actually here to see Mrs. Graham. Mrs. Graham? And who are you? My name's Ashley Mizuki Robins. Ding! Mrs. Graham told me how to make medicine for my friend. He had a fever, so I came here to thank her. That sounds just like her. Seems my moody old aunt still has a soft spot for kids. Your aunt? That's right. I'm Lucy Graham. I'm Charlotte's niece. Lucy Graham. Niece to Mrs. Graham. That's all we got. I get ever so worried about the old woman out here on her own, so I come to see her, see how she is. And then all she does is tell me to go away, and not a word of gratitude. Shocking, isn't it? Did something happen? Not that I know about. But she just sends me away without even a cup of tea for a visit. Can you believe it? Maybe. I don't know if there's a problem or if it's just because she's a crockety old woman. But you know, she wasn't always like this. She used to be quite nice, believe it or not. Really? Absolutely. She was very different. That was a long time ago, though. You said your name was Ashley, didn't you? Yeah. Well, Ashley, if you are going to see my old aunt, there are a few things I should warn you about before you go. Bullet points. Listen to me, and you won't be walking away cursing like I am.
You were cursing? Didn't sound like it. If you were cursing, you'd probably be saying a lot more F-bombs.
What do I need to know?
Well, firstly, never call her Charlotte.
Oh, I know that one. I've already had the third degree on that.
Oh, bad luck, dear.
Next point. Never ever talk about Olivia.
Who's Olivia?
Who's Olivia?
I'm just filling up Ashley's dialogue, Jesus.
Her daughter. She eloped 5 years ago and left the old woman all on her own in the house. Oh dear. What does eloped mean? You don't know? Oh boy. Clearly, education isn't what it used to be.
Of course. I'm sorry, even in my time, in 1998, in secondary school, we weren't learning about what elope means, Hell, not even in the English classes that I was in. Jesus.
Well, don't worry, dear. I'll explain anyway. Eloping means running away to get married to someone who your parents disapprove of. Where do people who elope run away to? Maybe running away wasn't the right phrase. More like they go into hiding far away. Go into hiding? Yes, so that their parents can't find them. So Mrs. Graham doesn't know where her daughter is. In a nutshell, yes. Sounds kind of messy. So the old woman's been on her own for the last 5 years. Why didn't Mrs. Graham want her daughter to get married? Well, Olivia had a failed marriage behind her. She was too nice, poor thing. After the divorce, she went back to her mother. Olivia was in a real state. Charlotte was so upset. And then Olivia went off and fell in love with a guy like that. A guy like who? You think she made a mistake? Yeah, well, she picked herself a real strange one. He passed himself off as a famous New York photographer, but I think he was just a strange guy living in an old cottage by the lake. In any case, my aunt didn't manage to stop their marriage. I'll be careful not to mention it. Anyway, there's one last thing you should know. There's more? Yes, one more thing. One more thing you must never mention. The clock tower.
And why should we not talk about the clock tower?
Why shouldn't I mention the clock tower?
She has a lot of bad memories about that clock tower.
Bad memories?
You might already know this, but it was her father who built the clock tower. He was a top-notch clockmaker, one of the best.
Ah, right. So Benjamin Graham was...
her dad. That's right. But after a rumor spread about the clock tower, things got so bad that she felt she had to stop the clock. She never got over it. So believe me when I tell you that it's not a topic you want to bring up.
But what was that rumor all about? What kind of rumor was there?
You really don't want to know about the rumor. I've gone and opened my big mouth, haven't I? Well, they say someone fell off the top of the clock tower 5 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. Someone saw it happen in the middle of the night.
Who was it that fell?
That's the mystery. Nobody knows. They searched all around the clock tower in the morning, but they never found a body. They said the witness must have been mistaken. But it takes more than that to stop a rumor.
That's really bad.
Charlotte was so upset when all that happened. Poor thing. Up until then, the clock tower was open for all to see. But then she just went and stopped the clock and locked the door. Oh, look at me, standing here gossiping. I really should dash home now. Goodbye, Ashley.
Bye.
Oh well. Now that we were given our, you know, kind of like, you know, 3 things to not do. Lucy, again? Just get yourself home, why don't you? I don't need you poking your hooter into my business. I'm not alone. I'm not lonely enough to want to see you. So go on, shoo!
Mrs. Graham, it's me, Ashley.
Ashley? Oh, I thought it was someone else. Just a minute. Okay, you can come in now.
Okay. Well, here it goes.
Nice little cottage here. Very peaceful and tranquil.
Until she starts up and going up and whatnot.
I'll stay here, sitting here. I'll stay sitting here, if you don't mind. Dang hip again, playing up. Even though I was able to get up and get to the door, apparently it played up just as I was getting up. Poor thing of me. Please, make yourself at home. Okay.
Your house is awesome, Mrs. Graham.
Awesome? What's that supposed to mean?
It's like it's a real antique feeling about it. Everything in this room looks handmade.
You kids got marbles in your head instead of eyes. Watch too much TV. That's what it is. They don't just look handmade. Everything here is handmade.
For real?
Of course. Of course. Don't you know about craftsmanship? Okay, there we go. That's the slap for that bad joke there. I apologize.
Wow, that's amazing.
Anyway, what did you want me for, Ashley?
I came to say thanks for your medicine.
So you managed to make it then?
Yeah. Finding really pure water was kind of hard, but I got it all together in the end. And Matt drank it all up.
Of course he did. Still, that's good to hear. Little Runt's fever should be gone before long. That's my recipe for you.
I'm really grateful for your help, Mrs. Graham. Oh, yeah, thanks for letting me use this too.
You're welcome, child. I'll have it back, thank you. I will use my teleportation powers.
Mrs. Graham, I actually have something I want to ask you.
You want to ask me something?
Yeah.
Well, ask away.
Really?
But first, I'd like you to talk to you for a little while, if you don't mind.
Sure.
How old are you, Ashley?
I'm 16.
And that boy, Matt, he's 13.
Yeah. We just met each other here today.
Wait, Ashley. You came here to get medicine for some child you just met today?
Well, yeah. He's all alone. I couldn't just leave him.
What do you mean he's all alone?
He came here by himself.
What? You to play or something?
No, not to play. He's searching for his dad. He says this is where he disappeared.
I see.
I made him a promise that he'd spend today looking for clues. And if he doesn't find anything, he'll go back to his uncle's house.
His uncle's house? Don't you mean... No, well, sorry. You don't mean to tell me that boy's lost both his parents?
Well, his mom died in hospital and his sister Kelly got taken away somewhere.
Good grief! What a poor boy.
Ashley, seems you've got involved in a very difficult situation.
A difficult situation?
I mean, that Matt boy searching for his father? Searching for someone who disappeared? It's a difficult situation, Ashley. Full of sticky nonsense and nasty business. You should stay clear of things beyond your control. This Matt's search for his father, it's impossible. You should keep out of it, girl. You hear me? Sorry, I'm changing the voice as I go along. Jesus. Oh, God. Of course, my eyes are acting up as usual.
What do you mean by beyond my control?
Or
Beyond my control.
Ashley, listen to me. You may have been born yesterday, but I certainly wasn't. Do you honestly think that you can just waltz along and help this boy find his father?
Huh?
It's always the same. I know that you heard his story and took pity on him. But don't you think you're getting a bit carried away? Thinking you can do something?
It's not pity. He's really putting his all into finding his dad. And that's why I'm helping him.
If that's how you feel...
It's not impossible. I'm sure Matt can find his dad. Why do you think it's impossible?
I'm telling you it's impossible because it's impossible, girl.
It's not impossible.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's impossible, girl. Don't be so darn stubborn.
It is not impossible. Huh?
Ashley, you're certainly an interesting little one. I like you. You got guts. You got guts? Let's see what they look like. I'm a creepy old woman. Sorry. Maybe someone like you could even make the impossible a possibility. Who knows? Ellipses. Ashley, just tell me one thing.
What?
Why are you so dead set on helping Matt find his father? Sounds like you have some special reason. What is it?
I know exactly how he feels.
You do? How?
2 years ago, I went looking for my dad all by myself. And then there's Matt's mom, who died when he was just a kid. Same as mine.
Sounds like you've had it tough too.
Yeah. So I know exactly how he feels. He might be selfish and rash, but I know how lonely he is on the inside. He's only 13 years old anyway. Shouldn't someone be there for him?
So that someone is you?
Yeah. I'll be there for him.
I'll be there for him. There's a song in there. I know it. Well, I'm sure having you around will help him in many ways.
Yeah, I hope so. You live here alone, don't you, Mrs. Graham?
Yep, that I do.
Aren't you ever lonely? Haven't you ever wanted someone to be there for you?
Well, I'll be fibbing if I said I was never lonely. But then again...
But...
when I'm here, in the house, I feel like I'm not really alone.
What do you mean?
You're still too young, Ashley. You won't understand. Maybe when you're older. But folks live with their memories every minute of the day. Of every day, and every week, and every month, and every year. And so on and so forth until we die.
Their memories?
That's right. Well, I think I've wasted enough of your time. What was it you wanted to ask me?
Well, I wanted to ask you for a favor, actually.
Yes?
I wanted to look inside the clock tower.
The clock tower?
Yeah,
What on earth do you want to do in a place like that?
I want to find out about 5 years ago. I want to find out what happened 13 years ago. Okay. Let's go with it. So heads 5, tails 13.
damn it.
It's heads. So yeah, we're gonna lie essentially.
I want to find out what happened 5 years ago. We think that there might be some clues about Matt's dad's disappearance.
Actually, no. That is the reason why we want to do that. So yeah, that's correct.
He disappeared 5 years ago, you say?
Yeah. His mom said that he should never go to the clock tower. But we think there has to be a reason for that. Maybe something happened.
You might be right.
Huh?
Ashley, say you do go and look inside, and Matt finds out something he didn't want to know, then what?
What do you mean?
Don't you know why the clock tower stopped?
Yeah, Lucy told me.
Then maybe you shouldn't go in there. What if the rumor is true and it turns out that Matt's father was the one who fell?
Mrs. Graham, even so, I want to go in there.
And why is that?
2 years ago, I had no idea why Mom had died, and I was scared of finding out. But when I found out, I understood. Finding out the truth is really scary, sure, but it's better than the other option. I think that the worst thing is never knowing the truth, no matter how hard it is.
Ashley.
That's why I want to go in there.
Okay, Ashley. I suppose you can go into the clock tower then.
For real? Thank you so much, Mrs. Graham.
You better take the 3 clock tower keys with you before I change my mind.
There are 3 keys?
Yep. These 3 keys belong to the Graham family.
So, are they yours?
No. They're meant to be passed down through the generations. Each family member of the family takes 1 key and looks after it. And then they get passed on to the other 3 people. When my father died, the 3 keys were held by me, my husband, Robin, and my daughter, Olivia, but my husband passed away 8 years ago, and Olivia left the family home. So nobody's left to look after the keys.
So, where are they now?
2 of them are in the shed.
The shed outside here?
That's the one. Anyway, my husband used it as a workshop before he passed on. 2 of the keys are there, so go and get them. There's the key. Here's the key to the shed. Don't you dare lose that now.
I'll just materialize.
I shall materialize this in my hand, and then it'll transport into yours. Magical mind powers activate.
Thanks.
Shed key acquired. My husband was a clockmaker, and he liked his little tricks. So the keys are in an awkward place, but I'm sure you'll be able to get them.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, well, let's go our way and open up the keys and whatnot. Okay, so get our items out. We got that and that. There.
This must be the shed. I'll use the key Mrs. Graham lent me. It opened.
Well, duh, Ashley. I mean, it's not like you would go turn the key and it's like, oh shit, the key doesn't work. Yeah.
Wow. There's loads of old clocks.
Whatever you do, don't let Captain Hook know about this place.
Then this must be where he made all them all. Meh.
Okay, so what we got here? We get random stuff. Contains a few different weights. Okay. Something that looks like a small machine. There's a cloth-covered device on the desk.
Sword and moon keys. Just like the crest. Huh? I can't get them out. They're connected to something. How do I get them out?
Ah.
Gah. The keys are stuck. I can't get them out. It's not heavy enough yet.
So here's our puzzle here.
It's not heavy enough. If I had something else.
If we go here,
There are weights in the case. These should be perfect.
do-do-do-do. So if we take those weights and use them here.
If I use these weights.
There we go. Here's another puzzle here, but of course we'll just mess around with them for a while.
It's not heavy enough yet. Oops. Looks like it was too heavy. I better try again. Wait. What's that button in the middle?
That resets it.
Tiny bit more, I think.
So yeah, we kind of know that we don't have enough, or like we have too much in order to work with. So yeah, so a lot of people will be constantly going, but this is the only things I have, you know. And it's like, yeah, but it's, that wee tiny little thing is too much. So what we have to do, okay?
What do I do now?
Now, remember that little story that's that Bob gave us not too long ago, where yeah, this was like a couple of chapters ago, where he talked about like this little token thing that and you know, we just won it in that or we got it through that token collecting thing, but we got the souvenir token here. Yeah. Yeah, it's shiny, but we can't use it in the gumball machine. Yeah. So. Put two and two together, people. Yeah, this is what you. This is where you need to use this token.
If I use the souvenir token,
It's like it's weighted. It's weighty enough. So let's give it a shot.
it's not heavy enough.
There we go. Just a tiny bit more, and
Maybe I can get the keys now. There.
come on, come on, come on. There we go.
Finally got them out.
There we go.
That's 2 of the clock tower keys. Now I better give the shed key back to Mrs. Graham.
There we go. Yeah. So yeah, you just use that souvenir token for that puzzle. So yeah. And you know what? I never knew how to do that first. That was the first puzzle in my original playthrough where I actually got stumped. So yeah, you know, happens. But now you know, and knowing's half the battle. Yeah, of course. Anyway.
Thanks for the shed key, Mrs. Graham. Here you go.
No problem, girl. You didn't break anything, did you? Good. Now, there's only one key left. It's my daughter's key. It should be somewhere in her room.
Your daughter's room?
Yeah. My girl didn't think much of her mother. She went 5 years ago and left me here. I used her room as a storage room now, but all of her things are still there. I'm sure her key is still in there too. Ashley, would you please go in and find it?
Okay.
Off we go then, I guess. Mm-hmm.
So this was Olivia's room.
Sure, this desk here. Small box.
I don't believe it. Even these are handmade.
So it's just a matchbox. Okay. And cabin. Dusty book.
What's this? A photo album? It's really dusty. I wonder if I should look inside.
Let's find out.
Time stands still. Trouble over calm waters. Morning mist over Lake Juliet. At the foot of the bridge, dappled afternoon light. My gracious Olivia. Olivia? But wasn't Charlotte's daughter called Olivia?
Put two and two together, Ashley. Remember those photos at that little small cottage? It was Gilbert Moss.
Lake Juliet. Photographs by Gilbert Moss. That's the man who lived in the old cottage. The one Matt was hiding in. So that must be Mrs. Graham's daughter. And what's this? There's something in the cover. It's an envelope. It's to Charlotte Graham. from Olivia. So it's from Mrs. Graham. It's still sealed. I wonder if Mrs. Graham knew it was here. There's something hidden in it, I think. I'll take it to Mrs. Graham.
And that's where the key is, so let's go back then. Let's talk to her.
Mrs. Graham?
Did you get the key? Yep. Well, didn't find the key yet.
I didn't find the key, but I did find this. It was in a photo album in the cupboard. This envelope was tucked in the cover.
An envelope? I had no idea there was anything in that album.
I think it's for you. It has your name on it.
Ashley, I can't open this. Could you open it for me, please?
Are you sure?
Yes.
There's a letter and a key inside.
You couldn't read that letter to me, could you? I've broken my glasses, so I wouldn't be able to make out the letters.
To my dearest Mom, I'm leaving this letter behind with the hope that one day you'll read it. Mom, I'm so sorry for making you worry so much about me. I know that you were just really worried about me because I fell in love again after the divorce. And I'm really grateful and lucky to have you there for me like that. But with Gilbert, this time I know it's not just a fling or a fantasy. My feelings are real, and I'm determined to spend the rest of my life with him. I left this letter in his album with the hope that you'll look at his photos and understand how I feel. Mom, no matter how far away I go, I will never ever forget the sound of the clock tower ringing, the sound you loved so much. I pray that one day you'll find it in your heart to forgive us and accept me and Gilbert. All of my love, your daughter, Olivia.
Ellipses.
Maybe you should have this. Here.
Thank you, Ashley.
Oh, Mrs. Graham, is this the first time you've read this letter?
Yes. I've had no idea she wrote me a letter back then, let alone that she'd leave it here. Why in the world would she even put it in that man's album? I tell you, the girl really has no idea sometimes.
Oh dear. What do you mean?
Well, I was always dead against her getting married to that photographer man. And still, she wanted me to see his photos. So she went and left an album of his in her room. Silly girl. Should have known that I wouldn't go near that cabinet with his stuff in the way. Or stuff in it. Not even a thought spared about her mother's feelings. She's still being a bitty old fool.
What do you mean? Didn't she write you that letter?
Well, there's not a mother in this world who doesn't want their child to be happy.
Yeah.
When she came back home after her first marriage collapsed, the poor thing was in tatters. She didn't trust a soul. Not even me, her own mother. But then, surrounded by the natural beauty of Lake Juliet, she slowly started to heal. And finally, she would stand on her own 2 feet. I was so happy. And then that man came. He went and fell in love with her. At first, she wouldn't even give him the time of day. And darn right too. She had no more faith in love, or being loved.
But he wouldn't quit, and somehow, she grew to love him back.
Why didn't you want them to get married?
I didn't want to see Olivia in that state again. I didn't want her to give up on life. I wouldn't let myself trust that man. I couldn't let myself trust him. A man like that, who had just who just tired of his city life and come here on a whim.
Right.
Oh, what a foolish girl. Olivia. I thought you didn't understand a thing. Maybe I was wrong. I gave birth to you, girl. I know how you think, how you feel, everything. Don't I?
No. Giving birth to a child doesn't mean that you know them inside and out. Trust me. Yeah. It's like nobody knows what I'm like. Well, except for watching these playthroughs and listening to Turbo Drive Live, and then you can get a sort of idea of what I'm like. Yeah.
My darling Olivia, just forget your old mother. You've always been so bad at finding happiness. And now that you've finally found it, please don't lose it again. Oh, Olivia. Ashley, thank you for finding this letter. You're a kind soul.
You're welcome.
Here, Olivia's flower key was in the envelope. Take it with you.
Okay.
There we go. So we now have the 3 keys.
Thanks, Mrs. Graham. Now I can get into the clock tower, right?
Yes, the sword key will get you in, and all 3 together will start the clock.
They make the clock run?
That they do. And so, I have something to ask of you, too, Ashley.
What is it, Mrs. Graham?
Ashley, I want you to start that old clock again.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, I am. Then the bell will ring once more. Ashley, I understand now from reading Olivia's letter. That clock tower bell. It was that sound that brought us together. Ashley, please. Let this old woman hear that bell one more time.
I promise, Mrs. Graham. Awesome! Mrs. Graham let me have all 3 of the keys. Matt, I know we'll find something about your dad in there. And my mom.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the end of the chapter quiz.
Right. I have to go over everything that's happened. I have to remember.
Here we go, quiz time. So follow along if you want.
Janet called me over to Elizabeth's house. She told me that Elizabeth doesn't want to talk to her dad. Then Elizabeth got all mad at us because I touched something. What was it?
Ladies and gentlemen, please answer with the following choices. The music box, the music player, or letters from her mother. If you answered the music box, you are correct.
Yes. She got mad because I touched the music box. She got that from her mom. So she treasures it. Elizabeth said her dad was hiding something from her. She went into his room and looked for letters, then pulled out a drawer. It had letters to Elizabeth from her mom inside it. There were also a picture of a young Elizabeth. What else was there?
There was a picture of a young Elizabeth What else was there? Was there a sword key, a fishing photo, or a handkerchief?
Yeah, 5 seconds to decide.
If you said fishing photo, you are correct.
Yeah, there was a fishing photo in the drawer. I'd seen one of the men in the photo before, when I remembered something about Mom. Matt got soaked and ran a fever, so I went to Mrs. Graham to get medicine. I heard that the clock tower belonged to her family, and that something happened there 5 years ago. I wanted to get in, so Mrs. Graham let me have the free keys. Where did I find Olivia's flower key?
Where did we find Olivia's flower key? Well, we've just recently had that moment, so here's your decision, obviously. Was it in Gilbert Moss's photo album, in the shed, or in the greenhouse?
You have 5 seconds to decide.
The correct answer was in Gilbert Moss's photo album.
Yes. Elizabeth's flower key was in Gilbert Moss's photo album, along with a letter to her mom. When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly remembered my mom. I need to assemble fragments of memory that keep appearing. I need to remember her here 13 years ago. I met Elizabeth's dad at her house, and then I remembered the man who was wearing the bracelet. Who was it?
Well, we only have two choices, and it's sure as hell not Ryan here, so it is obviously that of Rex Alford. So here we go.
Yes, it was Elizabeth's dad, Rex Alfred. Mom, you met Elizabeth's dad here. Just what did he give you? Mom, since coming here I remember more about you, bit by bit.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is chapter end for tonight. So, what will happen? What will Ashley find at the clock tower? What will Matt find at the clock tower? Will we find anything of use to understanding the disappearance of Matt's dad 5 years ago? Find out next week on Another Code R, A Journey into Lesser Memories, here on Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays.
While he was looking for clues about his dad, Matt came down with a fever and collapsed. Bob told me about Mrs. Graham, and I went to see her to learn how to make her medicine. Matt wanted to know more about the clock tower, and Mrs. Graham lent us the keys on the condition that we make the bell ring again.
We will make that promise to her. Indeed. Right. Back into my fake girly voice.
I asked Mrs. Graham to let me go into the clock tower. I found the free keys, so she let me borrow them. Matt, we can look around in the clock tower now. Maybe we can find some answers in there.
And with that, our chapter 6 title is Uncovering the Truth. The truth shall set you free. Immediate dialogue afterwards. Sorry, I'm just gonna move the mic, so excuse the noise. There we go. Yeah, this is better. Anyway.
Mrs. Graham, how do you start the clock tower? Or how do you start the clock running?
I wouldn't know something like that, dear.
You don't know?
It's a Graham family secret. So it's not just told to anyone who wants to know. My father, Benjamin, passed on the secret to my husband. And he passed it on to Olivia. So
so it completely skipped me. I don't know how to start it up.
So how am I supposed to make it work?
I'm sure that my father left the instructions written down somewhere in the clock tower. So if you do find them, you can work out how to start the clock again yourself.
I hope so.
Ashley, you're a plucky one. I know you can do it. And remember, the sword key is the one that opens the clock tower door.
Got it. Alright. I'll go there right now.
Good luck, dear. Best wishes. Ha ha ha. All the best. I will be sitting here, and I'll probably go to my upstairs window and watch you from afar.
I wonder how Matt is. I hope his fever's gone down. I best drop by and check on him.
So yeah, so we might as well. I mean, it's not like we were gonna investigate the clock tower without him, because it, you know, the clock tower is his dealio, not our dealio. Sorry.
Ah! Ash! Matt! You shouldn't be up. My fever's gone.
The fever's gone. Yeah. Sorry.
Seriously?
Totally. Totally. It's going all, you know, dude on us. It's like, dude.
I woke up and my headache was gone. I wasn't burning up anymore. No way. Seriously. Your medicine was top notch. Like I said, it was Mrs. Graham's recipe. She told me how to make it. Maybe you were a bit out of it when I told you before.
Must be hanging around with you too much. So wasn't it hard to make? And wasn't it a pain having to do everything on your own?
Not at all.
What? Not even a bit.
Nope. I was doing fine without you. But actually...
Yeah?
I guess... maybe...
Maybe what? Come on, spell it already!
I missed you a bit.
Seriously? Really? Really, really? Really, really, really? Really, 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 really? You're not pulling my leg. No, I'm not pulling any appendage on you, okay?
Just a little. Tiny bit. Barely at all.
You lie, Ashley. You're the most terrible liar on the planet. Hey, Ash. Did you go to that cranky old Charlotte's place? The cranky old Charlotte's.
Mrs. Graham, Matt. She doesn't like it when we call her Charlotte.
Seriously? I need to learn more words in your vocabulary, Matt. You know, seriously. Seriously? Seriously. Although, granted, the whole script needs a little, you know, more in its dialogue.
Yeah. She doesn't let anyone outside of her own family call her Charlotte.
Whoa.
She sounds pretty scary. No way. She's just a bit scary at first, but when you get past that, she's really nice. It kind of felt like I was talking to my own grandma after a while.
Really?
Yeah. If I had a grandma, would she be like that? That kind of thing.
You don't have a grandma?
Not one that I've ever met. My dad's parents died in a airplane accident when I was 18.
Oh, wait. When he was 18. Sorry. God, I need to read. Jesus. Although with my eyes, look at me. I'm blind as a bat. And yet I still wear glasses and it still doesn't help.
My dad's parents died in an airplane accident when he was 18.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 stole this idea. Well, not when, Spider-Man was 8, or Peter Parker was 18,
My mom's parents are somewhere in Japan, but I've yet never met them. How about you?
My uncle said I have a grandma in Chicago. Yeah! She's probably straight edge, man. The cult of personality. Sorry. But I've never met her either.
Guess we're in the same boat then.
Oh, did you ask about the clock tower?
Yep. Mrs. Graham said it was her father who built the clock tower. She stopped it 5 years ago and, oh yeah, there are 3 keys for it.
3?
Yeah, a moon key, a sword key, and a flower key. Mrs. Graham said I could borrow them.
No way! You're the best. So, we can look around?
You bet. But there's something we have to do there.
What is it?
Just something Mrs. Graham asked me to do.
And that is...
to get the clock running again.
Ash, can you do that?
I don't know. But I can try.
Ash, let's head to the clock tower.
No, I'll go and you'll stay here.
What? Why?
You just got over a fever. You shouldn't be going out again so soon.
I'm fine.
Really, I am.
Look at me. I'm right as a fiddle. Fit as rain. All that. Come on.
I believe, sir, it's fit as a fiddle and right as rain. A mechanoid droid of my caliber even knows that.
Need I remind you, Crichton, of Space Corps Directive 227751?
227751. Never take out the garbage at noon during a lockdown.
I know, a very bad attempt of doing a Space Corps Directive joke. I apologize. I'll slap myself for that. There we go.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Sure. Just to be sure, to be sure. Going all rightish. To be sure, to be sure. There, Ashley. Ho ho. Let's go find my pot of gold.
Alright then, let's get going.
Let's do that.
Backwards the way we came, and off to the clock tower we go.
So yeah, being topical for today, obviously. Yeah, all the Smash Brothers stuff that's happening. I mean, like I said, I'm really disappointed with the people's impatience of getting as much information about Smash I really am disappointed in all these people because they really need to, you know, get their act together and just, you know, have some patience for fuck's sake. I mean, people even imported the Japanese version because they couldn't fucking wait. Okay, they have a Japanese machine and they imported the Japanese version and they had to get it. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, let's use the keys. Use keys on door.
Okay, Mrs. Graham said it was the sword key that opened up the door. Let's try it out.
I know that wasn't the line, but improvisation is better. My interpretation was better, don't you think?
The door opened.
And through we go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're inside the clock tower. And it's the hardest. It's one of the hardest puzzles in the game. Yeah. I did a video on YouTube not too long ago where I classified the top 3 hardest puzzles in a Never Code R Journey into Lost Memories, and I believe this ranked in at number 1. I think the entire clock tower, and it was really difficult at the first time playthrough. I had no idea what to do. So, but anyway, we know what to do here. So, well, yeah, it's been a while, but I'm sure I know. I'm sure I know here. Okay. Right. Dialogue.
It's pretty old and musty in here.
Yeah, there's dust everywhere.
So this is the clock tower. Whoa, it's really tall.
Just like Space Mountain. Heyo.
Well, yeah, it's a clock tower. Matt, are you getting any feelings about being here before?
Not really.
Right, let's take a look around.
Right, okay. So, yeah. So we got these steps here. They're broken.
I can't climb these. What do I do?
Let's look around here. We've got like things that we can open up. What's that? That's a chisel. What's in the box? What's in the box? It's full of cogs.
Maybe it's off the clock tower.
Yeah, of course. Diagrams. Small steel cabinet. Nothing in there. Let's try in this. Ah, toolbox. Trusty toolbox. There's a hammer in a toolbox.
This might come in handy.
What time is it? What time is it?
If I just had some nails, I could fix those stairs.
Alright, so let's look for some nails.
Wonder what's in here.
Ah, that's just a book. That's not important at the moment. A can of liquid.
It says lubricating oil. Weird.
Back instructions. I think some nails will probably be in one of these drawers here. There's just a bunch of papers. Ooh, nails.
Maybe I can use these.
Of course you can use them. What's in the other drawers anyway?
Small mechanism.
Interesting.
This looks part of a clock.
What's at the top? Oh, it's empty. The drawer's empty. Okay. So now we've got this. Let's well, can we combine the hammer and nails? No, of course not. Well, let's use the hammer on this.
Right, I'll use the hammer and nails to fix the stairs.
I was gonna say we were just gonna use you know, the what was it? The hammer. So I was thinking we were just gonna go Jeremy Clarkson on this, but hey, never mind. Ah, damn it! Oh, hit the.
Oh no, hit the nail too hard.
Damn it!
Drat, the nail bent.
Let's try again. We got plenty more nails. Ashley. So yeah, it's just a simple light tap. Come on. There we go.
Come on. Come on.
There we go. You have to be very light first time and then just keep going.
Great. Now we can use the stairs. Matt, let's head to the top.
Right.
Do we have to?
You bet. Stop saying you bet. You're ugh. Just say yes or that's correct. Indeed. Oh, right.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong. Fine, whatever. It's like body motions. The book of the sword. Anyway, let's look at before we go upstairs. Let's look at this book here. It's an old diary. Benjamin Graham is written on the front.
Benjamin Graham? That's Mrs. Graham's father.
So let's try. Let's see what this is all about. Yeah, open up a page. Open up to a random page.
Is this the book that Charlotte told me about? The one written by her father?
Seems like it. The Graham family creed. At war, taking up the sword inflinchingly. Inflinchingly? Is that even a word? Okay. At home, surround the family with the gentle light of the moon and protect them with love as sweet as the fragrance of flowers. I find that my thoughts are constantly with my dearly departed wife, Lily. I have even begun to tire of my daily duties at the clock tower. All that remains is for me to hand over the care of this clock, which did not stop even for the great world wars, to my son-in-law, Robin. Robin, eh? Did he ever become friends with Bruce Wayne? Hey. And even if it should somehow stop, so long as the Graham family bonds remain strong, I'm sure that it will start again. I've made it such that if the three keys, Moonflower and Sword, from the Graham family crest are brought here, it will be possible to hear the clock tower bell. May 1991, Benjamin Graham. If you can find the three keys from the Graham family crest, you can hear my bell. How? The answer lies within my clock tower. All you need to do is offer up the keys in the same order as the clock marks time. And their position on the clock face will tell you how many times to turn them. So there you go. Obviously, there's a clue there. Where that's like a 5, and that's the sword key, I believe it is. I believe that's a sword key. So that's a good clue. That's a clue of what that's all about. So we'll work with that.
I wonder what that picture was supposed to be of.
Well, seeing that there's a picture there, There's also some picture frames up here. There's one there, and one in the corner over here. So, if we look at this, there's a picture hanging on the wall. Picture is yellow with numbers written inside of a circle. What's this supposed to be? These are numbers running all the way around the circle. Pretty weird picture. But you see, young Ashley. I mean, well, past me as well. You know, back in the day. Say like about like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when this game was first out. Obviously, I didn't know what the hell I was supposed to be doing, but I eventually found out that there was a technique earlier in the game that I was practicing that gave me the idea I needed to do. So, first of all, we get our DAS out. Actually, no, we don't take our DAS out. We use the camera function of our DAS and take a picture of this face here. There we go. So we take a picture of that, come out of there, and go over to here. There's a picture hanging on the wall. The picture is blue and looks like flowing water.
Pretty abstract. Cool.
But yes, we'll take another picture of this. And there you go. Now, as you can see in this, you see that hand there? That's our clue. You know, from the book. Because that's the same kind of like symbol that was in the book. So, if we come out of all this and access our DAS, and we go into our photos, we got obviously the photos of these two kings. Now, obviously back here, in that kind of like photo book that we had earlier in the game, where we superimposed one photo on top of another, we will do this for these two here, and we will see our results. So, if we superimpose with this area here. Now, at first, many people would think, "Oh, that's our answer." However, that's incorrect. So, what we need to do is to have that number to be number 5. There we go. So there you go. And then, with this, obviously that hand being at the number 5, which was in the book, okay? That means we have the moon at 1, the sword at 4, and the rose, or flower in this case, at 6. Meaning, and obviously this will be, mentioned, put into, kind of like into the puzzle upstairs, because we'll be going upstairs in just a moment, where we need to turn the keys with the moon 1 time, the sword 4 times, and the flower 6 times. Okay? So, let us come out of this. And let us go up the stairs. Hey, almost like Resident Evil. Almost like Resident Evil.
Wow, we're inside the clock.
Ash?
What's up?
I've never been this high before. My legs won't move. Ah! Ah! Help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
Matt! Matt!
I'm scared, Ash. I can't stand up.
Okay, just hold on there.
Alright, so... Alright, but before we go there, just want to check this area here, and apparently there's something interesting here. There's something on the floor by the shelves.
What's this?
JC Valley badge.
It's a badge. It's got the same logo as the music player on it. It must be from JC Valley. There's something on the back. What's this number for?
003. Interesting. I'm sure that'll come into fruition sometime down the line. So, but before that, let's go up here.
This is really high up.
Yeah, just be careful, Ashley. You don't want to be falling here.
So this is the bell chamber, huh? Wow. Look at that view. You can see the whole lake from up here. I'm glad Matt didn't come up. He'd probably have gotten scared and fallen off.
That's not the kind of thing that you need to, you should be saying there, Ashley. Let's look at the bell here.
I hope this doesn't start ringing while I'm up here.
Well, you've got all the keys, Ashley, so I don't think that'll be the case. And of course, our attention is brought to this part of the chamber.
That's correct. What could have happened?
Yeah. We can't go, we can't look at anything else there, so. It's like, Matt, are you still gonna be sitting there? You still scared? Okay. Fine, whatever. Alright, so here's the clock tower mechanism. Right here.
What's this? I wonder if it'll open.
And it does.
Hey, it opened.
Clever girl. Right. There's a crest embossed into the side of the machine. It has the moon, sword, and flower emblems, and the keyholes.
Let's see. It's the same crest as the one on the clock tower door.
Right. Okay. So, obviously, the sword key would go into there, in that slot there. The moon key would go into that slot, and the flower key would go into that slot. Okay. So. Just double checking. It's like 416, I believe the amount of turns and the correlation of what the keys need to go into.
Right. I'll use the 3 clock tower keys.
Yeah. This is a very difficult puzzle if you're playing this for the first time. Okay, so sword key in that one, moon key in that one, and flower key in that one. No?
Why won't the keys go in?
I thought that was right. Do I have to put them in order? Or? Because I'm sure this is correct. No? So, moon, sword, flower? Ah, there we go. Okay, moon, sword, flower. Ah, so it's a specific way you needed to go put them in. Okay, so moon, 1 turn. Sword was 4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the flower was 6, I believe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go! Aha! Got it.
It's working.
You okay, Matt? Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm okay, Ashley. Oh, I'll just run over here. Huh? Hey, it's working. Neat. Ash, look. Matt? I thought you couldn't move because you were scared of heights. Whoa, you're right. Don't tell me you forgot you were scared of heights. I guess I did. The clock started running and my legs just started working again. Like magic! You're so weird. I guess I am. Hilarity. Well, looks like you got over your fear, Matt. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, Ash. God damn it. Take a look inside this machine. There's something in it. There is? Oh yeah. In between the gears. And why are you all sad all of a sudden, Matt? I bet it's the puzzle box. Puzzle box? Excuse me, Matt? Care to elaborate on that, Matt? He's like, what's a puzzle? Ashley? What's a puzzle box? I mean, I think the question is, what puzzle box? Not what's a puzzle box. Ashley, come on. It's common sense, girl. Anyway. What's a puzzle box? It's a toy. Dad bought one for Kelly. It's the same one? I think so. You turn it and it makes noises. You play with it by spinning it around over and over. Are you sure? Yeah. And that means Ash! That means my dad was here! Your dad? Up here? It's not rocket science, Ash. Granted. Of course not. If the puzzle box is here, it means my dad was here, right? Which means Kelly was here too. Yeah, maybe. Ash, can you get the puzzle box out for me? Sure. Yikes! That looks dangerous. Better not risk it. Yeah, you can't just simply, put your finger in there. Put your hand in there and just pick it up. Maybe I should use something to get it out. Well, how about we got, I don't know, a brush, a tablecloth, or buckets. How about... There's a wiper. This should do the trick. Apparently a wiper will do the trick. Sure, why not? Use it in there. Okay, here it goes. Just use the end. Yeah. How do I do this? Bounce back. Got no time. Gotta time this right. There we go. I've almost got it. Yeah, give me another sec. Damn it. Damn it. There we go. Timing is the key. I got it. Puzzle box. Matt, I did it. Awesome. Oh, God. One sec.
Here. Thanks. Does it open up? Yeah. I remember seeing Dad open it. It's really easy. Watch and learn, Ash. I think he did this. No, it was definitely this. Oh yeah. It's actually like this. Yeah, Ash, I don't know how to open this.
Ah. So, you know that anime, kind of like Fall, where obviously all the characters just fall onto the ground based on someone's stupidity, and whatnot. Yeah, I just wanted to do that. It's like, whoop!
No luck, huh? Do you mind holding on onto it for me? Sure. Oh dear. What was that box doing in the clockwork anyway? Why would Matt's dad put it there?
Ash. Hello, Ash.
Huh?
Welcome back to the world of the living, Ash. I remembered something.
What? I remember turning the cube over and over, like I was doing just there. Where? In my dad's office.
To your dad's office.
So you've been to your dad's office? Yeah. I just remembered something else too. I went there with Dad. Do you remember what you were doing there? Yeah, about that.
No idea. Sorry.
Matt. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You don't need to remember everything all at once.
I guess. Hey Ash, what you playing?
Ugh. Yeah.
Have you remembered anything about your mom? Oh, let's have a flip for that. Although, really, in all honesty, we haven't. But let's give it a flip anyway. It's like, what we got? We got I wish. Nope. Oh, so they're both negative anyway. So let's see how we could either be rude or not rude, or whatever. I don't know. So. Heads for I wish, tails for nope. Oh, tails for nope. Alright. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
Nope. Not a bit.
Really?
I don't know. When I came here, I was remembering her a lot, but now, not at all. I wonder why.
I bet it's because of me.
What? Why would you say that, Matt?
Well, you've been running all over the place because of me. You don't have time to think about your mom.
Matt, it's not you. Don't worry.
You sure?
Yeah. Say, I just had a thought. Didn't you say you couldn't look into your dad?
Yeah, sorry.
Didn't you say you couldn't look in your dad's old office last time you were here?
Yeah, there's a fence all around it.
Let's go take a look. Maybe the two of us can find a way in somewhere.
Okay. Sure, why not? Why not? Alright, so let's go down the stairs then. Oh dear. Sorry, I just want to check something before. Yep. Everything's fine and dandy. Alright, moving on. Oh.
What the? That's the bell ringing. It must be the clock tower bell.
Ring, 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 ring.
Ah. I've heard that bell before. Yeah. I was in the car and I saw Mom. That pendant. Someone was giving that pendant to Mom.
That'll be a flashback to remember. You know, Ash, your face goes a funny shade of pink when you have those blackouts.
Huh? Matt, I just remembered something.
What was it?
The sound of the clock tower bell brought it back to me. Mom was in front of the clock tower and someone was giving her the pendant.
Wait, what pendant?
The one she gave me right before she died. It's the only thing I have left of her.
So it's pretty special, huh? 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 Going to old Tommy Wiseau here, man. Huh?
Yeah, it's in the shape of a tear, and it has some sort of liquid in it. I usually carry it around everywhere, but I let Dad borrow it for a while.
Right. Oh, hello. Message on the dash.
There's a message from Dad.
Ashley, I'm so sorry. I thought I'd be able to come home earlier, but it looks like I'll be quite late. I may not be back until tomorrow morning. If you don't want to wait, please go on home.
If you don't want to wait, please go on home? What the heck? Where did that come from?
It's like, what's wrong, Ash?
I got a weird message from Dad.
Weird how? What did it say?
He just told me to go. Totally out of the blue.
Go where? Go home. What do you think? Go. What? Go to a bar? Go to a nightclub? No. It's blatantly just said go home. Leave! Leave my humble abode! Leave!
Home. Yeah, home.
What? Back to his cottage?
No, back to my real home. To Jessica.
Ash, that really is weird. I didn't think your dad would say something like that.
Yeah, it's not like him at all. Anyway, I almost forgot. Dan said your dad's old office is near JC Valley.
Really?
Yeah, let's go to the office. Then we can go check out JC Valley.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I want to ask Dad what he was thinking, sending me that message.
Right. So, yeah. Although, granted, it's not really too problematic. Like, with him. Oh, hello. Oh, God, it's Elizabeth. Ashley!
Elizabeth!
I had the bell ringing. You heard it, right?
Yeah, of course we did.
It wasn't what I think it was it?
The clock tower bell? Yeah.
I knew it.
Huh? What? You've heard the clock tower bell before?
Yeah. When Mom and Dad first brought me here. When they were still together, the clock was still going. I wonder who made the clock start again. Oh well, we could either be truthful or just say lie. We could say it was me, or say no. So heads, yes, it was us, or tails, no, it wasn't. It wasn't any of us. God damn it! Damn it! I lost my fucking coin again. God damn it! Coin! Coin, my friend! Where have you gone? And because it's a bronze coin, kind of like it blends with the carpet. Ah, Jesus! Where the fuck is it? I can't see it! Damn it! I'm blinded as a bat. Excuse me, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Where the hell did it go? I don't see it at all. It's like, did it go straight under the carpet? Straight under the thing? I don't know. Did it? Oh well. Oh no, there it is. It's like I'm moving stuff for no reason. Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'll just need to reposition myself. Oh god. That's one for the bloopers, hey Kevin! Ah! That'll be a funny laugh! Oh god. Anyway, let's finally get fucking flipped. So anyway, heads yes, we did it. Tails no, we don't know. It's tails, we don't know. Oh no, we don't know. We don't know who did it. I don't know. I thought so. And then obviously Matt being the the idiot. Saying, "Come on, Ash, stand up for yourself. She was the one who fixed it. She was the one who fixed it, Elizabeth." What? How did she do that? She got the keys from Mrs. Graham. Went up, opened it, and fixed it. It's not rocket science. He keeps using that word. You keep using that phrase. I don't think you know what that means. Probably he does, but still. You overuse it too much. Just like I do. And who is this Mrs. Graham? She lives down past the cottages in a really old house. Her father built the clock tower. Wait. You don't mean that scary old bat, do you? You really went to her house? My god. Yeah. I went to her and asked her to let me go into the clock tower. That's weird. Why would anyone want to go in there anyway? Ash did it for me. She did it for me, damn it! For my needs! Yo! Yeah, me! What you gotta do about it, Ashley? Huh? Oh, sorry, Ashley. I mean, what you gotta do about it, Elizabeth? Huh? Come at me, bitch! Ash is helping me find my dad. He disappeared 5 years ago. Disappeared? Yeah, he went missing. Why is he missing? I don't know. That's why he's missing. That's why he's I don't know, that's why he's missing. Okay. Logic. That's why we're looking for clues to find him. It's not brain surgery. What the hell's wrong with this kid with his analogies? It's not brain surgery, you know. Does everyone slow down when they become 16 or what? Ashley, you are seriously helping this kid out? You bet I am. That's so lame.
You really think you find any clues at all? Come on, grow up. If the police can even.
Forget the police. You never know for sure.
Yeah. What she said. Ashley, you're just totally weird. I can't figure you out at all.
And why are you calling her a scary old bat? One more thing. Mrs. Graham is not a scary old bat. She told me how to make medicine. She told me how to make medicine. She told me lots of other stuff.
Yeah, right. Like, I believe any of that. No way will I believe she's nice. She screamed at me for just getting lost and ending up in her stupid garden.
She doesn't yell at people unless they've done something. I bet you did something. I bet you did something, Elizabeth.
Oh, I did not. How dare you?
Yeah, she did something, for sure. I can see her in the face.
I did not. Nothing any normal person would shout about, anyway. I just thought her flowers were pretty. So I picked 2 or 3 of them.
So you did do something.
Well, yeah. But it was just a couple of flowers. She didn't need to scream at me like that. A bit over the top, right?
Not really, no. She cares a lot about her flowers. They're really special to her.
What?
Just like you with the music box. Remember how you yelled at me for that?
Ashley.
I'm sorry about that, Elizabeth. I shouldn't have messed around with it before asking for your permission.
It's okay. I already I've already forgotten about it. The music box was has a birthday card from my mom in it from when I was small. It's the last letter I ever got from her, so it's really important to me. So I guess I'm kind of possessive about it. But yeah, about earlier, I'm sorry too.
We're getting all sympathetic, are we, Elizabeth?
Am I hearing things?
What?
It's not like you to come out and apologize.
Hey, if I'm in the wrong, then I'll apologize. I don't hide things and blame people for them like Dad does.
Elizabeth.
You saw them too, right? He has no right to hide Mom's letters from me. No right at all.
I agree. But
what?
I can't imagine him just not showing them to you. There has to be a reason.
No way. He never has a reason for anything. And even if there is, I don't want to hear it.
Continuing on.
You don't want to hear it?
Yeah. Even if I ask him, he'll probably give some real lame excuse.
Why do you think that?
Oh, come on. He's never told me about them before, has he? He just thinks I'm a little girl who doesn't know anything.
Elizabeth.
When he and Mom got divorced, he told me I might have split up with your mother, but you can see her whenever you want. But I knew the truth.
The truth about what?
They never got on well, not even when I was small. They got divorced because Mom found someone else. And Dad told Mom she was never going to see me again.
No way.
Crazy, right? I knew about it, but I pretended not to. And I know he wants to get remarried, even if even if he tries to hide it. And he has no idea.
That's pretty bad.
Anyway, I'm going to head off now.
Not so fast. Hold it!
What?
Don't you have something to say to me?
And just what do you want me to say to you?
There's something, all right. You gave everything back right. So you gave everything right back. Back right. Right. Ash. Right. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that. Ellipses. You don't hide things and blame people for them like your dad, right?
Alright. I'm sorry about before. I said you stole the music player when I actually went and hid it. I'm sorry, okay?
Yeah, sure. That's all I wanted to hear.
Hey.
Sorry.
Hey. Did you just say you hid it? Why did you do that?
I wanted people to pay attention to me. I wanted someone to care, that's all.
That's stupid, Elizabeth. Doing stuff like that won't make your loneliness go away. Ellipses.
You didn't need to do it anyway. There are already people who care about you.
Yeah? Like who?
Janet, for one. She called me over to talk about why you wouldn't speak to your dad.
Really?
Yeah. And Tommy and Sam were worried about you when you didn't come back to come to practice. Elizabeth, can't you see? You have lots of friends who care about you. So why not stop bottling everything up and tell them how you feel?
Ellipses. I can't. I've always been bad at opening up. The only one I could ever tell anything to was Princess.
Wait, Princess?
Yeah, my dog when I was a kid.
Huh? You had a dog?
Yeah. When my parents were fighting all the time, only Princess was there for me. She understood me when I was sad, when I was lonely. She was there for me. But she ran away somewhere. Dad yelled at her, so she ran off and never came back. I miss her.
Elizabeth?
Yeah?
Have you seen a big dog around here and the camp area?
No.
It's a big grey and white dog, a stray, with quite a fancy name tag.
A fancy name tag? Ashley, that dog, it wasn't an old English sheepdog, was it?
I don't know much about dog breeds, but Princess was on the name tag.
Princess? It has to be her. Where is she? Please.
I saw her in a few places. She's got to be around here, around somewhere.
Okay, I'm gonna go find her.
Elizabeth.
She's going one way. Okay. So wait, Princess used to belong to Elizabeth?
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. That must be why she was over at Elizabeth's music player in Hanky. Must be, yeah.
Anyway, come on. We need to go check out my dad's old office.
Right. Oh, I forgot. I need to give the keys to the clock tower back to Mrs. Graham. Let's go over to her place.
Okay. Sure, why not? Onward! Yo, Ash!
Huh? Oh, Tommy.
Sha! Hey, Ash, what's up? Say, you've seen Elizabeth around?
Yeah, I was just talking to her. She should still be around here somewhere.
Right.
Do you need to talk to her? Did something happen?
Kinda, yeah. Something I said before. I told her she could fight with her dad all she wanted, but to be more serious about the band. We're trying hard to make it work, so she shouldn't be letting the side down, you know? And when I said that, she quit the band, right then and there.
Don't let her quit.
Say what now?
I don't think she's serious. She's just really upset about her dad, so...
I know about that. We've known each other for years. I know how selfish she is. Sorry. She's been stubborn. She's always been stubborn, and she always gets real lonely.
Girls are a pain, right?
Wink. Bingo. I won't let her quit. Don't worry. My guitar, Sammy's drums, and her vocals, that's it. We come as a set. One part falls, we all fall. Or fail, even. How about y'all fail? Plus, isn't she on keyboard as well? Yeah. Her vocals and keyboard skills. Don't forget the keyboard. It's like Junsanoi would love the keyboard skills. He loves it.
Topical.
Well, whatever.
I hear you. Good luck.
Thanks. Catch you later. Walk, walk, walk away. Okay, let's get going. Now, I'm sure... I was gonna say, I mean... We got this badge. Looks like I can't use it here. Okay. Because I'm sure that's like the gate that JC Valley people will be able to use with that, with that badge. So, you know, never mind. Right, so we're going to head over and give all the keys back to Mrs. Graham. Let's give it a knock, I guess, to be you know, courteous.
Mrs. Graham?
Who's there?
It's Ashley.
Ah, Ashley. Just a second. Okay, come on in.
Okay.
Into a conversation, I guess. Don't mind me. I have to sit down because of my blasted hip. Let's talk to her then. I heard the clock tower bell, Ashley. Thank you so much for starting the clock up again, dear.
No problem.
Didn't I tell you to figure it out?
You should listen to me more.
Your father's diary was in a cupboard in the clock tower, and there was a picture with clues about how to make it work again.
I see.
And I used them to get it working.
Matt, how did you know I did that? Ugh, honestly.
So Ash used her dash to take photos of them. It was cool.
Say what now? Das? What's a das?
It's a device. Ash's dad made it. He's a real brilliant scientist. He's cool.
Ah, is that right? And Jester, who are you, my boy?
This is Matt, Mrs. Graham.
Ah, so you're this Matt fellow I've heard about. Very scrotty.
Yes, Mrs. Graham.
Looks like your fever has gone away, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm all better now. Thanks for the medicine.
You're welcome.
Here are your keys back, Mrs. Graham.
Thank you, my dear. Put them in my hands. There we go.
Thanks for letting us use them.
Matt.
Sorry.
Matt. Matt? Matt?
Sorry.
Did you find out anything about your father?
Yeah, yeah. There was something of his in there. He must have been there before.
I see. Matt, I've met your father before, and you when you were only little.
Really? I knew it. I was here with Dad, wasn't I?
That's right, Sonny. You had a fever then too, so I gave you some of my medicine.
Yeah, thanks. Mrs. Graham, what did Matt's dad come here for?
He came to apologize.
To apologize? For what?
For ruining my garden.
You ruined your garden?
That's right. It wasn't pretty, I tell you. Every single one of my vegetables uprooted. And the greenhouse looked like a hurricane had hit it.
Why would my dad do that?
It wasn't your father. It was those crooks who worked for him. The employees of Crusoe Resort. Your father found out about it and came here to apologize to me.
But why would they do that?
Those crooks wanted to chase me away. The Crusoe Resort was buying up all of the land around here. I was the only person who refused to sell my land. They were harassing me over and over. Even going as far as to say that an old woman living alone could have all sorts of accidents.
That's horrible.
Matt, your father found out about all this and came to apologize to me. I might have not seen eye to eye with him on a few things, but he wasn't the kind of man who would resort to dirty tricks. I know that for sure. That was the first time I met the famous Michael Crusoe. He was a good, honest man. You can take it from me. Which is why I won't believe those dirty rumors about Crusoe Resort.
And what rumors would that be?
What rumors?
Bah! Bunch of hot air about Crusoe Resort polluting the lake. In the beginning it was different, of course. It always is. When Matt's father was starting his resort development at Lake Juliet, everyone in the area fully supported him. But then the city tourists started arriving in droves, and people started noticing pollution in the lake. And the finger was pointed right at Crusoe Resort.
Why were they blamed?
How's an old woman like me supposed to know? But rumors spread like the plague, and these weren't any different. The tourism gradually dried up, and soon there were no tourists at all. And the people who had supported the resort development turned completely against it. Your father had no allies left, Matt. No one on his side.
Dad. That was 5 years ago, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. A lot of things happened back then. The resort development was completely halted. And then there was that thing which happened at the clock tower. And the thing, that thing. What? You mean, the thing from the Adams family or the thing from the Antarctic? What have you?
You mean the rumor that spread about the clock tower?
Yes, that's right.
What happened?
Did you tell Matt about the clock tower rumor?
No.
Oh, come on, Ash. Don't leave me in the dark all the time. You really want to know, Ash? Or Matt, even? Sorry, Ash already knows about this.
Yeah.
Well then. They say someone saw a person falling from the top of the clock tower.
No way. Someone fell?
I don't know if the story is true or not, but the rumor spread like wildfire, all the same. And that's not all. It developed into an even stranger rumor.
What was that?
That the one who fell turned into a ghost and wanders the lake every night.
No way. I don't believe that.
You'll be surprised. There are a lot of folks who do believe it. And they all stayed away from the clock tower. It was a sad time for me. Because of that hogwash rumor, I locked up the clock tower. Remember, Matt, just because you don't believe a rumor,
it doesn't mean it's not there, right? Right, Matt. Come on, Ash. Let's head to my dad's old office. We might find some sort of clue about where he is.
Ashley, did you find anything about your mother in the clock tower?
No, but I remembered her when I heard the bell.
I see, Ashley. Do you miss your mother? Well, we could either say yes or dunno, so we'll say heads for yes, tails for dunno. Ah, that was a shit throw. Ah, there we go. Yeah, heads. There we go. Because she does kind of miss her,
Yeah, I do.
It's only natural, I suppose. I'm sure wherever she is, she misses you too. I wonder what your mother was like, Ashley.
So do I. I barely remember anything about her, so I don't really know her.
I can imagine.
But since coming here, I've met people who met her and knew about her. And then there's... Oh, Mrs. Graham, please, look at this. My mom got it from her mother when she was still in Japan.
Oh, That's very nice indeed. Are those cherry blossoms on the tube?
How do you know about cherry blossoms? Oh, I guess she's the flower expert, I guess. Yeah. You can see cherry blossoms when you look through it.
Ashley, did you know that this is a chamber kaleidoscope?
A chamber kaleidoscope?
That's right. There's a removable chamber at the end of the tube. You can see different things by replacing the chamber.
That's really neat.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, that reminds me.
Oh, that reminds me, Ashley.
Yes, Mrs. Graham? Even though you had my voice for a second there, I don't know why you had my voice there. It was kind of weird. It's almost like you reversed the time. Reverse time period and all that. Oh dear, it's weird.
I have my own chamber kaleidoscope here. Follow me. Oh God, this hip. Oh, my poor hip. Even though I can walk quite well at the moment. Anyway, follow me through here. Oh well, let's follow her. Open the third drawer on the right. Beside the mirror, dear.
Oh dear. Third drawer on the right. Okay, fair enough.
Sorry, my eye just tearing up.
Ah, dear.
Anyway.
Third drawer. Is this the one Mrs. Graham was talking about?
Here we are.
There's an old kaleidoscope in the drawer. This must be Mrs. Graham's kaleidoscope.
There's a chamber.
This must be it.
Charlotte's chamber. Yes, dear, that's the chamber. Go on, attach it to your kaleidoscope. Don't be shy.
Okay, fine. Let's get my hands out. And, combine that with the kaleidoscope. Let's see what's in this chamber. So,
Butterflies.
oh dear. Ooh, butterflies.
Cherry blossom.
The butterflies in this are beautiful.
Don't you think so?
These kaleidoscopes are really cool. They're like magic. You just look and turn the tube, but the patterns are so amazing. Just looking at it makes me feel really happy.
I'm sure your mother felt exactly the same way when she looked through it.
My mom, you think?
I'm sure of it. Kaleidoscopes have been warming people's hearts for a very long time. When you look through them, all your fears and worries just melt away.
Mrs. Graham, that's just what my mom said about the kaleidoscope. No matter how lonely she was, she looked at this and it warmed her heart.
Ashley, you can have that chamber if you want.
Really?
Yes. I want to show you something else too. Just wait here. Just wait there for a minute. Oh God, my back. Oh God, I'm too old for this shit. Here, look at this.
What is it? I've seen that before. Mom covered me in that blanket.
Oh dear.
I remember. Mom wrapped it around me.
Ashley?
Huh?
I wove this blanket when I was pregnant with Olivia. To me, this is just like your kaleidoscope, see?
What do you mean?
Just like you feel warm when you look at your mother's kaleidoscope, I feel warm whenever I look at this blanket. This was the one thing I could never get rid of, even when Olivia grew up and left home.
Ah,
I used to bring it on walks and wear it around my waist. Oh, and there was that time. It must have been 10 years ago, no more. It was when my husband was still alive. I was going to the clock tower to bring him some tea, and on my way, I met a woman walking with a small child.
a woman? What was she like?
She was an Eastern woman with beautiful dark eyes. Her little girl was tired and cranky. So I let her borrow the blanket. I said, wrap your little girl like in this. She'll be asleep in 5 minutes. Just you see.
And then...
She wrapped the child up, and then 5 minutes later, fast asleep. Just like I said. She had such a lovely, peaceful look on her face. Then I left them, while she still had my blankets. Later in the evening, I heard a knock on the door, and it was her. She must have asked someone where I lived, bless her. She thanked me proper, or real proper even, and gave back the blanket.
So that's what happened.
So, this blanket is more than just fabric, see? It has special memories woven into it. I'm sure it's the same. I'm sure the same is true to your mother's kaleidoscope. So take good care of it, Ashley. You hear me?
I will.
Good. Now I can put this shit back. Oh God, I can't believe I need to do this to prove a point. Oh, my back! Oh, I feel like I'm about to go keel over any time now.
Mrs. Graham waiting for me. I should go back into the living room.
Sure, okay. Yeah, let's not nose around in our kind of like drawers. Matt?
Yeah.
Talking to you reminds me of your father.
It does?
Yes. When he came here to apologize, he brought you with him. You were only little, though. Didn't take much time before you got bored. So, you were whining and tugging on your father's sleeve, being a real little monster. So he took a toy out of his bag and told you to play with it. But you didn't seem to take to it at all. You absolutely refused to play with it, and your poor father looked so frustrated. You actually turned out to have a fever, and that's why you were gibbering about so much.
Mrs. Graham, what kind of toy was it?
It was a little car, I think.
The toy car.
Oh, you remember it?
Yeah.
Matt, I remember your father told me something that day. Children always want to play with the newest toys. But he said he kept all the toys from when he was a child and could never throw them away.
Really?
He played with old toys? That's right, Sonny. When your father was a child, his family was very poor. He couldn't have anything... He couldn't have... Oh, right, sorry. He couldn't have anywhere near the amounts of toys that you had. So he wanted to buy a lot of his own for his own child. But children who have lots of toys don't care about older toys. Not like him, who kept his toys all of his life.
Yeah, I guess.
Regrets, Matt. Regrets ever being a bastard. Oh dear. Matt, you want to see your father again, don't you?
Yeah.
Well then, I'm sure that he wants to see you again, just as much as you want to see him.
Yeah.
Ashley, if you two are going to the old Crusoe Resort office, go through here. There's a shortcut if you go out through my back door. I'll unlock it for you. Oh, god damn it, my hip. Why do I keep getting up from that bloody sofa? I'm such an old fool. Alright, well, let's go through the door then. Oh, dear. Follow the path out here, and you'll reach the old Crusoe Resort office.
Thanks so much, Mrs. Graham.
Ashley, please look after Matt for as long as you can.
I will.
But if you find you can't look after him anymore, for any reason, send him back to me. I'll look after him for you.
Thank you, Mrs. Graham.
Look after yourselves, both of you.
Will do.
Well, onward and upward. So now we're on the back path. Got like a tree here.
Looks like there's nothing in this direction.
And there's a bucket.
It's empty, I think.
A wooden barrel.
Wonder what you could use that for.
You don't want to know, Ashley. Anyway, let's go this way. Through the gates here. Hey, Ash! Just then, what were you talking to Mrs. Graham about?
Oh, nothing important. Don't worry about it.
Keep in denial, Ashley. Keep in denial. Right. Here we are.
Look, Ash! That's my dad's office over there. Yeah, the Crusoe Resort office. Come on, let's go.
Right. Yep, let's go then. Yeah. And of course, if we go that way, that's to JC Valley, so. So here we are.
Here it is, Ash. Look. My dad's old office. Where's the entrance? Oh, hey. There's a security camera over on the other side of the fence. So JC Valley monitors this area too.
Thick rope tied around the fence.
Oh, great. This rope's tied far too tight. I guess we can't go in this way. Let's look around for another entrance, Ash. Right.
But yeah, if we got a camera there, then we might as well look at the DAS and look at the connect function. Of course, we got campsite, Juliet. Okay, apparently. Okay. Ooh, abandoned building.
Hey, wait a minute. This is from the security camera on the other side of the fence.
Oh, no. Ah, eek! Mouse. Mouse. Or rat, even.
Whoa, that rat was huge. Did you see that?
Yeah, pretty cool, huh? It's pretty cool, huh? But yeah, let's get that DAS out again because I'm sure it's updated with another photo of that mouse.
There are turret entrances by the drums. The lids aren't open. The lids aren't on properly.
Look at that.
Ash, look! A rat's coming out of the tunnel. Hey, isn't that...
Apparently the rat is just having a rat race.
Oh dear, sorry. That rat! Yeah, it's the one we saw before. I thought so.
Come on, Ashley, just put two and two together.
Matt, I think one of these tunnels runs through to the inside of the fence.
Want me to take a look?
How? Go through the tunnel, duh. You think you can fit?
Yeah, no problem. Don't think you can fit. Don't think you can fit in it. Don't think you can fit in though. You're a bit too big, Ash.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Right, I'll head in. Operation Infiltration is a go. Dun 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 da 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 dun.
But which one should I go in?
Like that one or this one. Okay. Okay. Let's see which one works. Although I think both of them are connected, so let's go with it. So heads, that one. Tails, this one. Ah, damn it. Sorry, Mike Spike. There we go. Heads. So you're going in that one. Into that one, Matt.
Try that one, the far one.
Roger. See you later, sucker.
Matt? I hope he's okay. Ash!
Guess that's not the case.
Matt!
Definitely the wrong direction.
Sorry. Okay, let's try again.
Right. Which one then? Okay, this one then. Okay.
Try this one, the closer one.
Roger. I don't know why it would give you the suggestion, you know.
Matt? I better go see if he got in. I hope Matt's okay.
I'm sure he's fine, Ashley.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, Ash. Mission complete. No, wait. No. That's it. We need to have the proper thing for this, so. Mission complete! Looks like we got the right one.
Yeah.
Come on, let's check out that rope. I might be able to open it from this side.
Right.
Although, really, in all honesty, I don't think you can.
Can you untie it from there? Ow!
Earthworm German motions. Anyway. Nope, I can't get it open.
No luck from that side either, huh? What do we do then? What was that? Did you hear something?
Yeah. Actually, I think if we check our DAS again and check the connect, I think it'll indicate what's off. Ah, there we go.
Oh! There's a toolbox on the ground! That must have been what fell.
What should I do, Ash?
I know!
Got an idea?
Look at this!
What about it?
There's a saw in that camera picture.
A saw? Oh yeah, there it is. Cool.
Matt, go get it. Go get it. Go gadget. Saw, whatever. It should be over by the tunnel you came out of.
Roger.
Oh dear. I hope he knows what I meant.
Okay, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed there, Ashley. But I think he's sensible enough to know what a saw is.
Ash! Get it?
This right?
Yeah, pass it under the fence.
Okay. Be careful to not, take your fingers off.
Got it? Yeah.
We acquired a saw. Okay, so with that, let us use that saw on the rope.
Right, we'll cut the rope with the saw. Matt, help me out here.
What do you want me to do?
I'll push the saw through the fence, you grab it, and then we can both saw the rope.
Check. Alright, okay, so simple kind of like, motion. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Just keep in motion. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Hey, there we go.
Oh dear, my eye. We got it!
Open sesame.
Now I can get in.
Ash,
You did it! Nicely done, Matt.
yep, we're a pretty good team.
For sure.
Come on, let's head inside. The office door is closed.
It's locked.
And of course, it's locked with one of those items. So we have to use our task again. Right. Oh dear.
Right. I'll use the task.
Okay. This is an old lock, so. Oop. Well, it's changing codes. So we have to be fast with a combination. Maybe one. There we go. So yeah, just basically input a code as quickly as possible before it changes. So, and because that was only a free character code, you know, I mean AB1 was easy enough. So yeah,
Unlocked.
let's go in.
Whoa. What a mess. This is an absolute pigsty. This place is a mess.
That's what I just said.
I can't believe it's gotten this messy. It was much cleaner when I was here with Dad.
That was well over 5 years ago, Matt. So
I'll bet. Let's take a look around, Matt.
so. Obviously, go into the first door on our right.
What's this room for?
I've been here before, Ash, but there were more desks and chairs here then. Let's check through. Ooh, paperwork.
Maybe whatever was in those drawers was put in here?
Photo frame. It's empty. It's a key in the box.
What's this key for? It says reference room on the tag. Guess that answers that then.
So reference room. Yeah. What's this black folder? Oh, so we can't read through it. Okay, fine.
This is all company stuff?
And president, a plaque.
Looks like it belonged to the president of Crusoe's resort. And that's Dad.
Fair enough. Let's check these drawers. Nothing. Nothing.
There really is nothing in there.
So, I'm determined to find something, Ashley. Don't tell me what to do. It's like we are on a mission. So, we will go through each and every one of these.
Looks like it's been completely cleaned out.
Sure. I am having heart. I will not. Okay, I'm defeated now. Bunch of books. Of course, this is Russo Resort.
It shows the mermaid statue in the clock tower. So this was what this is what your dad was working on.
Ash?
What's up? Did you remember something? Dad brought me here and showed me that big poster. Look, Matt, that's your dad's big dream. But I couldn't make it come true. That's what he said. And then what did he say after that? Trust me, Matt. I didn't do anything to that lake. That's what he told me. He didn't pollute the lake.
Yeah, we can. Okay, we can understand now. Okay. Nothing in these boxes.
These weigh a ton. Are they full of documents?
Of course, we can't look at those, so guess we'll just have to come out of that room now. And seeing that we got that key now, although, look, what's up here? Notice board. Gone bankrupt. Oh, lovely. What's in this filing cabinet? So it's empty. Okay, fine, whatever. Nothing.
Rats. Rats and cockroaches. No doubts.
Reference room. Seeing that we have just gotten the key for it.
I'll try that key I found. It opened.
Well, here we go. So this is the reference room, eh?
Oh my. This place is totally deserted, huh? Yeah. Ash, I've been here before too. You have? See those lockers? I hid something in one of them. Hid what?
Sorry.
Hid what? Kelly's doll.
Kelly's doll?
Yeah. Which one was it again? I put it in the one with that sticker on it. That sticker, eh? Matt, tell me about Kelly's doll. She had this doll she'd been carrying around since she was a baby. I hid it in one of these lockers. Why would you do that? She was a real crybaby. The waterworks start. What? Waterworks? The waterworks.
I don't know how that's pronounced. You know, with that apostrophe. Is that apostrophe D? Is it? So it's waterworks. Waterworks. Woxel. Where? Oh, I don't know. I'll just improvise.
The waterworks would start without me even doing anything. And then Mom would come along, blame me, and yell at me. I didn't do a thing. It was so unfair. So I started getting back at her. I teased her and stuff like that. So you hid away her favorite doll? Yeah. It's not a very caring big bro, are you?
And the sticker?
What sticker do you mean?
I thought I might need to find it again, so I stuck a sticker to the locker door.
What kind of sticker?
One with a bear on it. It has to be a bear. Hey Ash, I want to find that doll again. Come on, let's get it.
Okay, I'll help you.
Thanks. Alright, let's find out. That sticker with a bear on it. I don't know which one it would be. I'll say then.
Huh? There's something in the locker.
Old newspaper.
This is from 5 years ago. It's got an article about Crusoe Resort.
Sunday, March 23rd, 2002. Strong opposition to Lake Juliet Development Project. Local residents of Lake Juliet who aim to establish the area as a model environment area staged a demonstration against further development plans by Crusoe Resort Development Co. Limited. Crusoe Resort Development Co. Limited was established 2 years ago with the motto of coexisting and harmony between humans and nature, and has proceeded with a large-scale development project called the Lake Juliet Resort, and construction of cottages and a hotel. Although Lake Juliet was known for its beautiful lake with pure water, there have been a series of complaints with tourists citing undrinkable water and a complete lack of fish. According to the guest house staff,
reservations have sharply decreased in the pre-camp season. The local residents staged the demonstration due to the timing of the resort development and the contamination of the lake water. For this project, the company brought up local land in the face of fierce opposition from local residents. How Michael Crusoe, president of Crusoe Resort Development Co. Limited, will deal with this matter is attracting considerable attention from the public. Interesting. It's empty.
This won't open it. I think it's locked. No good. I can't get this open. It won't open. I think it's locked.
Okay, well, basically, we'll look at the ones. Same thing.
Why is this even locked? Maybe whoever owned it didn't have time to clear it out and left it shut.
It's open. No, that one's open. So, project of elimination.
This is where the doll. This is where the doll is? The locker is empty. Matt, are you sure you put the doll in here? Yeah, Ash, it's definitely there. Look harder.
Okay. There it is.
Phew, got it.
Kelly's doll. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point this little Easter egg as such. The doll there, obviously, right now it's a kind of like, it looks like a rabbit, but of course, when you're playing in a second playthrough, once you complete the game first time around and you get to this point, the doll is actually a ninja doll.
Ooh, ninja doll.
Yeah, sure, whatever. But I don't know what the reasoning is behind it, but hey. Yeah. So, it's just a funny little thing to know.
Matt,
What's up, Ash?
I found it. Really? Show me.
Here it is.
It was hidden under a shelf in the locker. Ah, I remember. I put it there so nobody would find it. Here you go. Huh? What's up? Someone just came in, Ash. Huh? Don't be crazy, Matt. Nobody's here. I swear, I heard footsteps. I didn't hear anything.
Matt? What are you doing?
Whoa! What's wrong? It's Kelly! Huh? Where? Where is she? She's there! Behind you!
It's like what?
Holy shit!
I just tilt my remote to the left, but
Kelly!
oh god.
Are you Kelly? Kelly, you were here the whole time. I missed you so much. Kelly, I'm sorry I hid your doll. I'll give it back now. Ash, pass me the doll. Right.
This wouldn't be I mean, quite interesting, eh?
Here, Kelly, your doll. Kelly! Kelly, don't go.
Now we know the truth.
Matt. Ash, let's go find Kelly. Matt. Come on, Ash. Wait. What? We won't find her, Matt. She's not here anymore. What? Where the heck are you getting that from? She was right here. Matt, listen to me.
What? What? I'm just, we need to find my sister, man.
I think Kelly was looking for that doll. The doll? Yeah. The one you gave back to her. Matt, what happened to Kelly?
I don't know.
What do you remember about her?
Kelly. Where are you, Kelly?
Matt, you have to remember. Where is she?
Kelly.
Where's Kelly?
I went looking for her. She disappeared.
Matt, where did she disappear?
I don't know. She fell. Let's answer the questions.
Matt, why did she disappear?
I said, I don't know. I just don't know.
Matt, where did she fall?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Matt, I understand. Just take your time. Remember being with Kelly.
Wait.
What's wrong?
Ash, I remember. The boathouse. It was at the boathouse.
The boathouse? Here? You were there with Kelly?
Yeah, we were at the boathouse. I told her not to, but she wanted to touch the water. I told her not to. I swear I told her. It's my fault, Ash. It's all my fault. I let her go. I let go of her. It's because I let go. Kelly. She fell into the lake. When she was born, Mom told me. Mom said that I was her big brother, so I should always protect her. Kelly, you were small, crybaby, pretty selfish, but I know you loved me. I know you love me. But I let go of you, and Kelly, you fell into the lake. Ash, that means Kelly's dead. Damn. Harsh, that. Being responsible for your own sister's death. It's the hard issues that this game can push onto you.
Matt.
Ash, I remember now. I'm so stupid. When Dad disappeared and Mom got sick, I was with Kelly all the time. But she was always crying because she didn't have her doll. So I wanted to bring her somewhere she'd stop crying and be happy. I brought her to the boathouse.
It's okay, Matt. You're not stupid. You don't have to say anymore.
Ash,
It's all my fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. So don't say that. It's not. Ash, you saw Kelly too, right? Yeah, I saw her too. Do you know why she was here? She was waiting for you, for sure. Waiting for me? Yeah, she missed you. Really? I know she did. She knew you'd come here looking for your dad, and that you'd remember about the doll. You think so? I know so. Maybe.
So much emotion. You could just tugs at your heartstrings, doesn't it?
Matt. Yeah. I just remembered something. About the first best friend I ever had. You remind me of him, in a way. Really? Yeah. His name was D.
If you want to know what this story is all about, go watch my Let's Play of Another Code, 2 Memories for the DS. Double Drive Live Let's Plays, people.
Although, right now you can't see it on Twitch because Twitch is an idiot and they deleted all my files. So, yeah. So you'll just have to wait until it gets uploaded onto Last Minute Continue. Which could take a while.
D? As in the game? He lived on a deserted island called Blood Edward Island. He was a ghost. A ghost? You were best friends with a ghost? Yeah. D was a ghost who'd forgotten everything about his own life. He didn't know his own name, how he died, and he was all alone, just like me. Ash. Matt, do you believe me?
Of course.
Thanks, Matt.
Is Dee still on that island?
No. When he was with me, he discovered who he was and why he died. Then he was able to move on and finally rest. So I could never see him again.
Ash.
Do you think Kelly's moved on too? Do you think she's happy now? I think so, Matt. Because she was able to meet you here. Because she got her favorite doll back. For sure, she's moved on. And she was able to move on with a smile on her face. Because she could see you again.
Really?
Definitely. And now you remember everything about her? You remembered something that was so painful. You blocked it out. You blocked it all out. So Matt, don't cry anymore. If you cry, Kelly will worry about you, and she won't be able to move on.
I got it, Ash. I won't cry anymore.
Matt. Hey Ash, if someone's moved on, does that mean we can never see each other again? You can see her anytime you want, Matt. Put your hand over your heart and close your eyes. And you'll feel Kelly again, living on in your heart.
Yeah. Thanks, Ash.
Matt, let's go find some more clues about your dad, okay?
Okay. So yeah, that little emotional thing there. Check these drawers. I'm sure they're all locked.
No good. Can't get this one open.
Oh, it's unlocked. Oh, it's empty. Oh. Wonder what they kept in these. Empty. Oh, well, we can't get the other bottom ones there, so. Oh, well, I don't think there's anything else in here. These look like they've never been opened at all. Well, there's nothing more in there, so we're out clues, I guess. Oh, hello.
Huh?
What are you two doing here?
Mr. Smith! I was about to ask you the same question.
I came here to research Crusoe Resort. The gate has been locked ever since every time I've tried. And now I come in here, and who do I find? You two again. How did you get in here? Oh, we can flip it. We either sawed our way through, or just opened the door. So heads we sawed, tails will. That was a fucking. There we go. That's a bear flip. Tails. We just opened it. It was like it was open.
The gate was open.
Really?
Really?
Hang on. I think I remember you. What?
When I was here with my dad, he took a phone call. Then he went outside. I was here, and when I looked out the window, you were there. Mr. Smith, is that true?
Well,
tell us what you're researching. What happened 5 years ago? You know my dad, don't you? Where is he? Why did he disappear? Mr. Smith, you told me that it was impossible for Matt to find his dad, but Matt's been trying really hard to find him. He's gone through so much just to remember him, and he hasn't given up, not once. So please, if you know something, tell us.
Look, even if I told you,
then what?
Don't tell me. It wouldn't make a difference.
Matt?
It's okay, Ash. We don't need someone like him to tell us what to do. Forget it. Let's go find more clues. We're a team. We'll be just fine. Wait.
Mr. Smith.
Ashley, my name isn't John Smith. It's Greg Davis.
Greg Davis! Reporter extraordinaire! Greg Davis? Then why did you tell me it was John Smith?
I'm sorry I deceived you, but using a false name when I'm researching a story is just what I do. Matthew.
What?
What? Listen to a little of what I have to say. And what are you gonna tell me? More about your father.
Huh?
You're searching for Micro Crusoe, correct? Well, so am I.
You're looking for Matt's dad too?
Yes. Ever since that day, 5 years ago, when I wasn't able to meet with him.
You're looking for my dad?
Really? Yes, that's what I said. Matthew, around that time, your father was helping me with a story.
Helping? How?
I was researching Judd Fitzgerald, so I came here to visit JC Valley. That was when I became acquainted with your father. When he found out that I was a journalist, he came to me. He asked me to write an article about his company. Your father was a young and ambitious, a real entrepreneur. So when I went to JC Valley, I was convinced to come here to your father's office. It wasn't long after that when the water in Lake Juliet was found to be contaminated. The locals staged a demonstration, claiming it was the fault of your father's company.
Did you investigate that too?
Of course. Michael strongly denied any involvement from his company in the pollution. He told me that there must have been another source, and that the real culprits had framed him.
And who might that be?
They framed him?
That's what I think, yes. Michael was investigating the source of the contamination, and he said he had found his answer. I was due to meet him one day 5 years ago. He was to give me his findings and a report about the whole thing, but he never showed up at the meeting place. I couldn't find your father, Matthew. I've been looking for him ever since.
Where were you planning to meet him?
At the clock tower.
The clock tower? Ash, my dad was there. I knew it. That must have been the day that Mrs. Graham was talking about what happened there.
You're pretty sharp. That night, I arrived at the clock tower a little late for our meeting. I left the car and hurried to the clock tower, but your father wasn't there. And of course, the musical box with the report in it wasn't there either. I still haven't found it.
Mr. Davis? Why did Matt's dad disappear?
I don't know. But I remember Michael had said that he was being followed. Perhaps somebody wanted to stop him from handing over that report. He may have been ambushed and had to run away.
Musical box?
Michael was supposed to hand it over to me when we met. It was a multicolored box which contained his full report.
That has to be the puzzle box. Yeah. Matt, how about we show it to Mr. Davis?
Okay. Show what to me? Show him the puzzle box.
Look at this, Mr. Davis. This is the puzzle box my dad was carrying around. It makes sounds.
How did you come to have it?
We found it in the clock tower.
In the clock tower?
Yeah, Ash borrowed the key from Mrs. Graham and we went in to take a look around. And this was in the machinery.
I see. So that's where it was. Ashley, take a look at this. Michael mailed it to me.
What is it?
The key to open the musical box.
Michael's note. This is a key? Michael gave me that note. Okay, fair enough. Items. Oh, can't combine them. Okay. Can't really use it. Let's talk to Matt. Matt, now we can open the puzzle box. Ash, I don't want to. If I do, I might remember more bad things. I don't want to. Huh? Run away! Oh dear. Matt! I'll go find Matt. Can you wait for us here? Of course. I'm sure he's gone this way. Yeah, this is where he's gone to. Ah, here he is. Matt. You know, you run away almost as much as I have. Those blackouts. Almost as much as I have those blackouts you keep talking about. Ash, I don't want to do this anymore. What? You want to give up looking for your dad? Ash, what if he's alive? Ash, your dad's alive. So what if someone fell from the clock tower? They never found a body. Didn't you say you wanted to see him again? I do. But so did Mom and Kelly. Which is why you have to find him. I guess. Come on, Matt, let's open the puzzle box. But I couldn't do it before. Try again, for me? Okay, I'll try. Here you go.
Yeah, well, you have a crack at it, even though we got the answer.
Ah, dear. No use. I'm no good at this stuff. Let me try then.
Go for it. So, basically, we have the remote here, and we can tilt it, you know, in different directions. But if we tilt it this way, if we tilt the remote this way, it'll obviously. There we go. There we go. Back. And forward. And back again. And there we go. That's how to do it. Yeah.
It opened! Yep, there's something inside. Is this the report Mr. Davis was talking about? Dear members of the press, I, Michael Crusoe, hereby accuse J.C. Valley Technology of their involvement in the contamination of Lake Juliet. This issue dates back to 1999, when I came up with the idea of a resort development project centering on Lake Juliet area in my hometown, and funded the start-up of Crusoe Resort by using the prize money from the lottery as capital. After that, the Lake Juliet project grew steadily, based around around the popular Mermaid's Home attraction, and we had closed many construction contracts, although we hadn't received approval from all those concerned. However, at the same time, general troubles occurred, such as fish numbers dwindling and water quality issues. As a consequence of this, Crusoe Resort was blamed, and the project came to a standstill in its second year. However, I could never believe that the resort development project had polluted my beloved Lake Juliet. I began an investigation with the few staff members I had left to discover the source of the contamination. I was able to confirm that the origin was JC Valley technology. I have sorted my findings from the last 3 months in the enclosed microchip. I only hope that the truth will come to light. March 2nd, 2002. Marco Crusoe, Crusoe Resort President.
Huh? No way! JC Valley was responsible for the pollution.
Hey, you two!
Huh? Mr. Davis!
So, this is where you went.
We opened up the puzzle box.
And the report?
It was inside.
Did you read it?
Yeah. JC Valley was responsible for the pollution.
As I suspected.
You knew?
I suspected them, but I had no proof. The report should contain all the proof I need. So please, will you give me that report? Should we give it to him? I don't know. How about heads we don't, tails we will. Oh, it's tails. The coin has spoken and it is on the side. So here we go.
Please, publish it.
I have every intention to. I'll report the truth to the world, even if it's 5 years too late. I can clear Michael's name and the name of Crusoe Resort. That's not what I'm after. I wanted to show you that because that was in the thing, and you know. I should have shown that first to him. I don't know what would happen if I actually did show him that first, but I can always find out.
Mr. Davis, this is what was in the puzzle box.
Thank you. Matthew, this report will make a difference. I promise you. I will clear your father's name.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Davis, I want to ask you something.
Yes, Ashley?
I heard you on the phone in front of that half-built cottage, and you mentioned my dad's name. What were you looking for?
Ah, yes, that. I was on the phone to an informant inside JC Valley. I was researching the pollution of Lake Juliet, and the unsolved case surrounding Judd Fitzgerald's death. Talk about the informant first.
You have an informant?
Yes, he is a staff member there, and he gives me information about the company.
You said his name was Mike, right?
Yes, his name is Mike Tyler.
Mike Tyler?
Mike is helping me to research something. It's a device called Another, which is under development in JC Valley.
What? Another?
Yes. Apparently he didn't question the fact that she knew what he meant. Well, not at the moment, anyway.
You said Judge Fitzgerald's death was unsolved. What do you mean?
His brakes gave out while he was driving, and his car went off a cliff. The police ruled it as an accidental death, but I still have some doubts about it. Granted, if Sergeant Angel was in the area, he wouldn't call it an accidental death. He'd be all over that.
Judge Fitzgerald was the old director of JC Valley, right?
That's right. He founded the company. He was also the director of MJ Labs. His focus was the field of memory research. He set up the EC project at MJ Labs, which led to the recruitment drive. Brilliant students from all over the country were brought together as scientists.
That was the EC project?
Correct. Yes, indeed. Judd wanted to create a device that could control memory, and he wanted to turn memory research into a business.
What does that mean?
He aimed to sell the technology for a high price to those who wanted to control human memory.
He wanted to make money off his research?
Indeed. It would have become a highly lucrative business venture. Sorry, I forgot what that word was for a second. 7 years ago, when I wrote an article about science and business, I heard about Judd and his incredible genius and ambition. I was immediately intrigued. I even researched the EC project. He gathered up all of his research into memory and developed it into that project. His attachment and drive toward the project were quite something. But in the end, the project ended up destroying him. Quite ironic.
How did it destroy him?
Because of the EC project, MJ Labs went bankrupt. MJ Labs had government funding, but the people responsible withdrew their support of the lab. So with MJ Labs unable to continue its operations, Judd set up JC Valley privately, here at Lake Juliet. He hired new members and continued his research into the memory control unit. He carried on developing another, which was the final result of the EC project.
JC Valley was set up to develop another?
Yes, I am certain of it. But Judd died 6 years ago, without ever seeing another's completion. Without even knowing that your father, Richard Robins, had researched and developed the first another one. And when Judd died, Rex Alfred became the director of JC Valley.
Elizabeth's dad.
As a scientist, Rex was very different from Judd. I researched him only once, and it only took one time to discover that, well, let's just say that Rex was highly critical of the research Judd had carried out on memory control. When Rex became the director, research on another had supposedly come to an end. But then, a year ago, Richard Robins appears on the scene at JC Valley, and now it seems that they have started development of a new another. Jeez, we've got so many questions to go through, Jesus, and we're about to run into 3 hours on the blasted thing. On this blasted chapter. Ugh.
Why did they withdraw funding?
The project didn't provide the results that the sponsors were expecting, so it didn't justify the extremely high cost of the operation. Judd created the perfect environment and had the perfect staff, but that wasn't enough. The development of his memory control unit did not proceed as quickly as he had anticipated. Also, the withdrawal of Sayoko Robins, your mother, in the middle of the project had grave consequences for their progress. She was a vital member of the project team. In any case, the sponsors saw no results coming from the EC project, so they declared that it had no merit and withdrew their support.
They're developing a new another? There was the memory research Ryan was talking about. That was the memory research Ryan was talking about.
Ryan Gray, Judd's golden boy. He was also recruited for the research into another. Ashley, I know your father's working for them, but JC Valley has a lot of secrets under its hood.
Mr. Davis, was another really created through my parents' research?
Ashley, your mother wrote the thesis and your father created the physical device. That was called Another One.
Another one?
Yes, 2 years ago, your father succeeded in creating Another One, a memory control unit based on your mother's thesis. Its function was to implant false memories into a subject, and he added a function to it called Another Two, based on his own research. The extra function restored the subject's true memories.
Yeah, he did it all by himself on Blood Edward Island.
I'm certain that the reason your father came to work at JC Valley was to work on Another Zero, the device that is currently being developed in their labs. Did Dr. Robins ever mention that to you?
No, he never mentioned it. We don't really talk much. Oh yeah, Mr. Davis, there's something I want you to see.
What is it? It's this.
Look at this.
A JC Valley badge.
It was on the floor inside the clock tower.
What? This is the badge that all JC Valley staff members wear. If it was in the clock tower... You're just gonna leave it at that? Okay, fine. Ashley, Matthew. It looks like JC Valley might be involved in Michael's disappearance. Ashley, Matthew, I'm going straight to my office to publish this report.
Right. And I'll find my dad. I know I will.
I'll continue the search, too. Matthew, we'll definitely find him. Alive or dead. Oh. Getting a call from, a message from the DAS.
There's a message from Dad.
Ashley, please come to JC Valley right now. We have no time. Just hurry up.
Huh? Come to JC Valley right away? Didn't you just tell me to leave? What's going on here?
What you got to say, Matt?
Ash. What now? Are you gonna go home? No.
Then what?
I'm going to JC Valley.
Okay. But first, let's look at this. The circle building.
So that's where Dad works.
So, come on, let's go to the lab. Okay, fine, whatever. I just wanted to see the view. Would have been nice. So here we are, JC Valley.
Hang on. This car looks kind of familiar. Oh yeah! It was at the bus stop when my bag was stolen.
Great observation there, Ashley.
So this is the entrance to JC Valley. Huh?
And we'll have another nice little flashback.
I remember now. I was here with Mom. Mom went into this building. Mom.
Kind of obvious, obviously, but hey.
The entrance to JC Valley. Mom was here.
Ash, what's up?
Huh?
I'm not even going to start on the blackout thing.
Yeah, thanks, runaway boy.
Did you remember something?
Yeah,
Your mom?
she was here, right here.
Alright, well.
Door's locked.
Well, that sucks.
What do we do now?
Well, there's an intercom at the side, so might as well press that and see what happens.
No answer.
Nobody in?
There should be.
Oh, well, let's leave then, I guess. Oh, hello.
Ashley! Huh? Excuse me, are you Ashley? Yeah. Who are you? Gina
Barnes, sorry.
Gina Barnes. Gina? Yes, I'm your father's assistant.
Gina Barnes. Dr. Robins' assistant. Supposedly.
Has Dr. Robins told you about me? No, not really. Just that there's someone called Gina at work. I see. Dr. Robins asked me to come and bring you in. He said that he sent you a message telling you to come here. Yeah, but why didn't he come himself? He's busy. He couldn't leave his desk, so I came instead. Come inside, Ashley. Why hasn't Dad come to see me? And why did he tell me to come here out of nowhere? Dad?
And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our chapter. Yeah! Finally.
Right. I have to go over everything that's happened. I have to remember.
So, play along, people, if you want to play along, and answer the following questions. You know, related to what you've just seen in this episode.
I borrowed.
Sorry. I think I need a drink, actually, so let's have a drink. A toast to Ashley's accomplishments. Okay.
I borrowed the clock tower keys from Mrs. Graham and went there with Matt. Using Benjamin's diary and the pictures as clues, I got the clock running again. Then Matt found something in the clockwork. What was it?
What was found in the clockwork? Was it the puzzle box, the JC Valley badge, or the blanket? Please make your choice. The correct answer was the puzzle box.
Yes, the puzzle box was in the clockwork. It's the toy box that Matt's dad hid his report in. I went to Mrs. Graham's house to return the clock tower keys. I showed her Mom's kaleidoscope. What did she give me after? What did she give me after that?
What did Mrs. Graham give Ashley after that? Was it the blanket? Was it the flower key? Or was it the butterfly chamber?
You have 5 seconds to decide.
The correct answer was butterfly chamber.
Yes. When I showed Mrs. Graham the kaleidoscope, she gave me the butterfly chamber, and she said that the kaleidoscope had the power to warm people's hearts. We went from there to Matt's dad's office, old office.
Yeah.
We managed to get the gate open together, then went in. What did I find in the locker? In there?
What did she find in the locker? Was it a report? Was it Kelly's doll? Or was it a saw?
Please make a choice.
The correct answer was Kelly's doll.
Indeed. That's right. I found Kelly's doll in the locker. Then she appeared in front of us as a ghost. And Matt remembered everything about the last time he saw her. When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly started remembering my mom. I need to put together all the fragments of memory that keep appearing. I need to remember her here 13 years ago.
Okay.
When I heard the clock tower bell, I remembered Mom again. Where was she?
Well, she was she was in front of the clock tower, really, so...
Yes! I remember hearing the clock tower bell and seeing her meet someone at the tower. I remembered then that the person she met in the front of the tower was Elizabeth's dad, and I remember her being given something. What did Elizabeth's dad give Mom?
Well, it was kind of obvious. Yeah, it was the pendant. Yep. So. There we go.
Yes, he gave her the pendant, and she put it around her neck. Mom, why did Elizabeth's dad give you that pendant? Did the pendant mean something to you? Mom.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the chapter for tonight. Thanks very much for watching. And we will save that appropriately in that slot there.
After getting the puzzle box from the clock tower machinery that with Matt, Mrs. Graham showed us a shortcut to the old Crusoe Resort offices. We met the journalist Mr. Davis there and gave him the report that had been hidden inside the puzzle box. Then after I got a weird message from Dad, I headed to JC Valley.
And that's where we are. It's like turn. It's like, Ashley, turn 180 degrees to your left. It's like a game of Nightmare. Ooh, nasty. Anyway, let's get on with the game.
I got a message on the DAS from my dad, and went to JC Valley with Matt. Then someone came to meet me at the entrance. It was Dad's assistant, Gina.
Chapter 7, Heartless Deception. Oh, so we're gonna be Earthheart then. Yeah. Because he's heartless, and all that. So, yeah. You can't. Although I don't know about the deception bit. He is a pirate though, so who knows? Oh, how did I voice Gina again? Ah, Christ, I can't remember. Or how to... Very sexualized, I think, or something.
Come inside, Ashley. Can my friend come too? Your friend? You don't mean that boy behind you? Yeah. He's Matt Crusoe. My dad knows him. Crusoe? I've heard of that name before. Matt's dad was the president of Crusoe Resort.
Sorry, I'm sounding a little softly, and it's like the mic not pick. Are you picking me up? Maybe you were.
Crusoe Resort? It was here 5 years ago. Their old office is right up the road. Ah, yes. That place. That place. I've heard about it from the staff who were here back then. They were the ones who failed in their resort development and ended up polluting the lake water, correct?
No! No! My dad didn't do that.
Pardon? Pardon? Oh dear. What a rude little boy.
My dad didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't Dad's company who polluted the water. They just got blamed for it.
Blamed, you say? What exactly are you implying?
JC Valley framed him. That's what. You're the ones who did it.
Are you claiming that JC Valley was responsible for the pollution?
Yeah. He said, "I damn right I am."
How cute. So that's what your family chooses to believe?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, nobody wants to speak badly of their own family. I don't know what kind of tale your mother told you, but the truth is quite different.
My mom doesn't make things up. Or up things, whatever. It wasn't Mom who told me anyway. It's...
Well, whoever told you this tall tale, it's all the same. Yelling about it won't make it true. JC Valley has had nothing to do with it. Gina, that's not quite right. Matt is telling the truth. Ashley, that's enough. I didn't come here to listen to fairy tales. I came to bring you to your father. Now come on, he's waiting.
Why did my dad... Yeah, sorry.
Why did my dad call me here, Gina? I haven't the faintest idea. He just told me to come and get you. Right. Now, come inside.
Okay. Thank you for answering my earlier question, Kev. At least someone's here to, oversee this.
Let's go, Matt.
Right.
Hold on. He can't come in, I'm afraid. What? Why? He's not allowed to enter the building.
Why not?
Why not? Why do you always keep asking questions? Only staff members may enter, except in special circumstances. The only reason you can enter at all is because you're Dr. Robins' daughter. Only you have authorization, Ashley. But Ash. It's okay. I'll wait out here. No, Matt. I won't just leave you here. I'm fine. I'm sure your dad will let me in when you see him. Right. Excuse me, but I don't think so. Not even Dr. Robins will let Matt come in.
And how about you know that?
Why not? Do I have to repeat myself? Only staff members may enter, except in special circumstances. You're the only one with permission to enter, Ashley. In any case, it's in Matt's best interest not to wait out here.
What's that mean?
It's quite simple. If you stay out here, the security guard will notice you, and he will call the police to come and take you away. The police? Are you serious? Now, I don't want that kind of trouble, and I'm sure you don't either. But if you insist on waiting here, maybe I should just leave both of you outside. I don't care. Do whatever. Matt, what do you think?
I'll go back, Ash.
What?
Go and see your dad. I'll head back. I'll keep looking for clues about my dad.
No, Matt, you can't. It'll be dark soon. You can't be out on your own.
Ash, I'll be fine. I can look around by myself.
No, Matt.
But... Think, Ashley, think.
I know. Matt, go back to Mrs. Graham's house.
Mrs. Graham's house? Or Mrs. Graham's place? Why there?
Just go and wait for me there. She said to me that if anything happens, you should go back there. But I'm sure she'll tell you more about your dad. Okay, Matt?
You think?
Definitely. That's pretty close too, so I can come and get you after I see my dad.
Right.
So, you two have reached an agreement? Yeah. Gina, please take me to my dad. Excellent. Let's go, Ashley. Okay.
Bye, Ash.
Right. Sorry, Matt.
Hey, no problemo. I'll wait for you at Mrs. Graham's place. Go see your dad, okay?
You got it.
See you soon, Ash. And now Matt's out of our hair. Thank God! I'm sure he's gone, Ashley. You know, you don't have to go like that.
Wait a moment while I unlock the door.
I know that delivery was just... she's... I don't know, I think I'm trying to pull off those kind of like, self-destruct system activate voices or something like that. I don't know. From like the Resident Evil series. It's usually female that usually says those, isn't it? Like 9 times out of 10 it's usually females. Female voices.
This door leads to an elevator, which will take us down. Is the whole lab underground? Most of it. Now, in you go. After you.
Okay. Oh, in we go. After, even though you went in first, lying bitch. Alright. So this is JC Valley.
Oh wow! You can see the lake from here. JC Valley is built on into the lake. You see the surface from here, but half of the lab is underwater. Wow, this is amazing.
And of course, it raises a lot of questions in saying, if they have the lab under the lake, then they must be the only people who would be able to tamper with the water.
Did any of the residents actually think that?
Idiots.
Is the whole building circular? Yes. It was built to resemble a spacecraft falling back down to Earth and landing in the lake.
I'm sorry, what? Resemble a spacecraft falling back down to Earth and landing in the lake. Why? Kind of weird thought on that. Jesus. Ugh. I tell you, people, sometimes the dialogue I go back to listening to is just. Ugh.
The building was designed by Judd, who founded the lab 13 years ago. He set up this research institute using his own private fortune. This was the place where he wanted his dream research to be carried out. And he gathered a team of brilliant scientists to pass on that dream on to. They were all gathered to study the innovative field of memory research. The plan was to accomplish great things for the world of science. But Judd died in an accident 6 years ago, without ever seeing the fruits of his labor. You're developing another in here, right? Ashley, all information related to the research here is classified, so I can't answer your question. Right. This way, please. Okay. Ooh, there's a map. Where's Dad's lab? Ashley? Why are you doing this way? Okay.
The laboratory map is now available on the mini-map.
Can you keep up, please? Where are we going? To the meeting room. Not my dad's office? He works on the B2F floor.
Best of friends floor. I know what it means. Bottom second floor. Duh.
I can't take you down there. Why not? Only the scientists can go down there. It's off limits for anyone else. So Dr. Robins asked me to bring you to the meeting room. Will he come to meet me there? Yes, of course.
We'll just have to roll with it.
Ashley, the meeting room is in here. Go on in.
Here we go.
So this is their meeting room. Ashley. Please wait in here. I'll go and get your father. I'll be right back. Wait! What is it? Did you sort out the problem with the security system? What problem with the security system? When Dad left...
Sorry, I'm going a little bit.
When Dad left, he said there was some sort of problem at the lab. I was just thinking, if it got sorted out, then maybe Dad can go home with me. Ashley, I don't know what you're talking about. There haven't been any problems here. But Dad got a call saying that there was a problem with the security system, and he left for the lab. And he said it was you on the phone. Me? Ashley, I didn't call Dr. Robins today.
Questions to drill on. I'm surprised Ashley doesn't hear the suspiciousness of this. Yeah.
Are you sure there weren't any problems? That's what I said.
I know, I don't think I changed my voice.
Really? There were no problems, Ashley. Then why did Dad say there was? Well, probably an excuse so that he could come back to the lab without letting you down. No way. So it wasn't you who called him? Didn't I just say that? You're mistaken, Ashley. Please stop making me repeat myself. No. He definitely said your name was name when he answered the phone. Well, I haven't called him all day. But stubborn, aren't you? Just like your father. Ashley, if it matters so much to you, ask your father when he comes up. Ask him if there really was a problem with the security system, and ask him who the call was really from. Okay. But you know, maybe it won't be better if you didn't ask. Why? Well, you might not like the answer. What? What if it was someone he didn't want to tell you about? What if he only used my name to cover it up? Who wouldn't...
Sorry.
Who wouldn't he...
What's wrong with me today? I can't get into character and whatnot sometimes. Oh, dear. Hyrule Warriors? Ah.
Who wouldn't he want to tell me about? I have no idea. But I'm sure your father might know one or two people. After all, he knows a lot of different people. What? I'll be back soon, Ashley. Wait for me here. I don't like Gina a lot. I don't like Gina at all. And she was really mean to Matt. I'm glad she didn't come to the barbecue. This is pretty weird though. Dad definitely said it was Gina on the phone. And that there was a problem with the security system. Dad, are you hiding something from me? Eek! That's the DAS. There's a message from Dad.
Ashley, something's happened at the lab. I'll explain later, but for the moment, please take the task and go home right away. If you stay here, you could get caught up in something dangerous.
Something's happened at the lab. Why do you keep sending these weird messages?
Put two and two together, numbnuts.
Something's wrong here. What's happened, Dad? I've got a bad feeling. What do I do? Right. I can't just wait around here. I'm going to Dad's office.
Well, let's try to go.
Huh? The door won't open. Why?
For good reason, I guess. So. Let's just check around here.
Every single one is black.
Spray cans. Well, if it's locked, there's only one thing to use. It's like Kevin said, "There's been a murder." Da da dun.
This is really weird. Right. Time to use the task.
Okay. Oh no.
Huh? No way. The battery ran out.
This thing had a battery? Damn it.
I can't believe this. The battery's dead. Why now of all times? What do I do? I can't get out of here unless I use the task.
Yeah, give it a knife. Although, granted, it doesn't equate to the actual controller that you're holding, which is good, thank God. You know. But this cordless phone might help.
A charger. Maybe I can use this.
So I was gonna say, can we? I was gonna say, I don't think it can fit into the slot.
I wonder if I can charge the task with this.
Of course not.
No, it won't fit. How do I charge the battery?
The cordless phone on the thing? Maybe? How about we use that with that? Oh, what?
Oh, it's a remote. Wonder what this is for. Oh, the monitor turned on. JC Valley Refurbishment Plan 2009. So they're planning to refurbish the place? This is a map. This is a map of the B1F floor. Ah, this room is room 101.
Ah, no, we're on room 101. All my nightmares are here. Okay, now I know there's something in correlation with the charger, phone charger, and whatnot.
Oh, actually, I wonder what kind of battery the task uses.
Ah, okay. Now that we kind of know that, let's rotate the task. There we go. Rotate it to the back.
There's a battery cover on the back of the TAS. Let's see what kind of battery it takes. Ah, so the TAS needs a lithium battery.
I was gonna say that that battery's like super old. Old lithium battery.
This one's dead. I'll leave it here. I wonder if I can find another one.
Well, cordless phone.
Hey! Maybe I can use the battery from this phone.
So yeah, let's use the cordless phone on the charger.
If I put the phone in here...
There we go.
Hey! Right, looks like it's charged.
That's the quickest charge time I've ever seen in my life. It's like, none of the shit I have charges that fast. Jesus.
I'll take out the battery.
And you're able to get those batteries out quite easily as well. It's a nightmare to try to get a lithium battery out of certain devices. Jesus.
I'll put the phone back.
Be a good girl, Ashley, and put it back. Right. Oh no. Combine. Alright, there we go. And that's us with a new battery.
Should be fine now.
Right, so let's get that door open. Now, this chapter does have some of the hardest kind of like door codes or door sections in it. So, there we go.
Right, time to use the TAS.
Okay. Let's try this.
Huh? Room. ROOM. No? The room number?
Well, now it's room 101, okay? We know that. But how do you input it when there's no 0 on your controller? Simple. You use the other buttons, kind of like a calculator per se. So obviously you got 1, and then 1 minus 1 makes it 0, and then 1 again. There we go. Simple. That one's obviously one of the simpler ones.
But they do get a little harder as they go along.
The door unlocked.
Right, let's get out of here.
It's gone pretty dark outside.
Right, let's go to the reception first, because that's the best place to kind of like start with. You know, central location and all.
Oh dear. There's nobody around.
There's a glass wall.
I've seen that logo before. Yeah, this is where Mom and Ryan met.
And now you will see it in full.
I remember now.
Yeah, you remember. Like, you've been remembering it like 20 goddamn times in this game.
That was when Mom gave Ryan the kaleidoscope. The cherry blossom kaleidoscope. Mom gave it to Ryan.
Yes, we know. God damn it, Ashley. You like repeating yourself, don't you?
Oh, there's something behind the screen. There's a room back there. I can see something. Ah! It's Dad. Dad's on the monitor in there.
how do we get by? That's the thing. Sign on the room says security room.
Security room? Oh, so the screen I saw Dan on was in the security room. I might be able to contact him from in there. I wonder if it's open. No luck. It's locked.
Of course.
There's a panel by the door. Is this the keypad for the door? The keypad's covered in something. What's on it? Huh? There's stuff all over the panel. It's lipstick. I can't even see the keypad with it like this. No. I can't press the keys like this.
And of course, there's the lipstick in question.
What's this? Lipstick? It must be lipstick on the panel.
Yeah, of course. Right, okay, so, well, I guess
Huh?
I was gonna go out, but let's call our attention. Ah,
The man on that panel. I've seen him before, I think. Judd Fitzgerald, founder of JC Valley. So that's Judd. Wait!
look at my evil scowl. Damn it, woman! I'm busy here. Oh, cool. I was kind of wondering that. Yeah. Thanks, Kev. Yeah. So, hello, people who are watching this on Last Minute Continue. On the Last Minute Continue Twitch page. Thanks for joining. I mean, I do this on my own page, but thanks, Kev. So, hosting.
I remember now. Mom knocked on the door with the lion knocker, and this man answered. He had a terrible scowl on his face. Judd Fitzgerald. Mom must have gone to see him.
I know, Kev, but you're busy, and all that jazz, So you can't do it all the time. So you got too many things going on. Anyway.
Judd Fitzgerald.
Actually, I won't say this in Ashley's voice because it's in white text. Judd Fitzgerald, founder of JC Valley, born on the 2nd of November 1936, a lead scholar in the memory research field, while contributing greatly to the academic community. He remained ambitious in his research and founded JC Valley in his later years to carry out a project that would set the direction for new memory research. Died in 2001. Interesting. Okay. Let's go back to the meeting room. Because obviously we found some things that could help us get that lipstick off.
This might come in handy.
Yeah, cleaner. Ballpoint pens. Paper clips. A4 copy paper. Don't care what she meant. And don't think there's anything else that I need here, so let's go back. Right. Okay, so we're back at the reception here. What's the date here? This help calendar.
August 25th. That's today's date.
Well, that's today. It might be the day she might bite it.
Sorry, I'm just remembering the outtakes in the Negima first series bloopers that was in the English dub. It was hilarious.
But that's today.
I can't do a Negima or a Negi voice because it's just too raspy and whatnot. Anyway, let's get to the store. Let's do some cleaning. Okay, so we got some spray. So it's cold spray. Let's give it a shot. Okay. First shake. Okay, that should be enough. Don't think that was good enough.
No, I can't get the stuff off it like this.
Right, so I used the wrong one. Typical. Shake, 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 shake. Let that soak in. Yeah, no wiping or anything. Just let it, seep into it. So, right, okay. So we've cleared the number pad. Now, what's the passcode? Yeah. And as you can see, the numbers keep switching around and whatnot. So, so let's go back.
What's the code for the keypad?
Well, there can only be one, really.
What is that? Some kind of sensor, maybe? August 25th.
Okay. So now, because obviously I'm from the UK, I go day, month, year. But I think the game will make me have to input the code month, day, year. Okay. So the code is this date. Okay. So August is 008, and then where's 2, 5, and 2007. There we go.
Is this it?
Yes, it was.
The door opened.
Very simple puzzle, that one.
This is the security room? Oh. Oh, never mind.
It's like, stop questioning things before you go into there. Jeez.
I knew it! Dad! He's on the monitor! Huh? Why is the panel broken?
So you just said that, Ashley, so I'm not going to repeat myself.
This must be the feed from the security cameras. That one must be Dad's room.
There's a screen. There's a panel underneath.
Yes, Dad's name is here. Maybe if I press this.
It's a vid phone. Ashley!
Dad!
Ashley, what on earth are you doing here?
You called me here.
What?
You sent a message to the DAS saying to get here quickly. So I did.
When did that message arrive?
Right before the one where you told me to go home and take the task with me.
What?
Dad, what's going on? Gina came to get me, but she looked at but she locked me in the meeting room. The control panel for the security cameras is broken. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Wait a minute, Ashley. Let's try to be calm. Just what's happening here? Who sent you that message?
Didn't you send it?
No, Ashley, that wasn't me.
What? Then who the heck did?
I don't know.
Dad, you were the one who said to take the tasks and go home, right?
Yes, that was me.
What happened here? What was the emergency?
Ashley, I really didn't want to have to tell you this. Sorry, I'm having my words muddled up. Oh dear.
Dad?
Curses. Curses! What's going on here?
Dad, what should I do?
What if... It couldn't be.
Dad?
Sorry, I'm just I'm going into my own self-thoughts. Actually, give me a moment.
Dad!
Huh?
Dad, what should I do?
Ashley, I'll be right there. Don't move.
You want me to wait here? Okay.
Good. But before that...
Huh?
Ashley, you have the DAS with you, right?
Yeah.
Open it up.
Done.
There's a button called Connect on the DAS menu. Do you see it? I'll activate it now.
I've already activated it, Dad.
Huh?
I used your computer at the cottage. Sorry I didn't ask for your permission. But when I put the DAS in, the Connect function activated all by itself. It shows the security camera feeds from around Lake Juliet, right?
Incredible! Ashley. Incredible, Ashley. Sorry. Well, if you know that, then this will go a lot quicker. I'm changing the area that the Connect feed accesses.
You're changing what now?
Your current feed shows all of the external cameras. I'll change it to show the cameras inside JC Valley. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
So, have I got a connection yet? That should do it. Right, Ashley. Press the connect button on the DAS.
Right.
Okay. That was automatic. That wasn't me. I was gonna do it myself, but apparently the game wanted to do that. So, access area changed. Okay. That's Ryan's, Alfred's, Callaghan, R. Robins, researchers, Tyler and Barnes. Okay. So that's all the camera set up.
Dad, The camera feed changed. Good, good. Now you can see the feed from all of the cameras in the building. For what? What for, though? Just in case. In case what? In case something happens, just trust me. Ashley, even if you get a message on the desk that claims to be from me, you can read it, but don't follow what it tells you to do. Understand? Understood? I'll be right up, so don't go anywhere. Okay. And don't go anywhere with anyone but me. And if someone calls you on the VC, don't answer under any circumstances. VC? Video conference. This system we're talking through. Hurry up, okay? I will. Huh? Dad, what's wrong? What do you want? What? Stop! Huh? Dad? Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Oh, now what?
Try to call him again, I guess.
I'll call Dad again. Come on, Dad, answer. He's not answering. What happened in his room? I want to find out, but I can't go down there. How can I check on him?
Phew. Connect. Simple as. There he is.
Dad! Dad's collapsed! Dad, what's happened to you? What happened to him? What do I do? Crying won't get anywhere. Or get me anywhere, in fact. I have to tell someone about Dad.
Ah. Remember this little piece of music? Right, so in room 103, there's someone there, so let's give that a call. But yeah, this little musical piece from the original soundtrack of the game from Another Code, 2 Memories from DS. Nice little meh. Anyway. What was it? 103.
Tyler. Tyler. I've heard that name before. He is a staff member there, and he gives me information about the company. His name is Mike Tyler. That's it. This has to be the guy Mr. Davis was talking about.
Well, press it. There we go.
It's ringing.
Mark here. Gina's not around at the moment. Is there something I can help you with? You do realize it's Saturday, don't you?
Are you Mike? Mike Tyler?
Huh? Who are you?
My name is Ashley.
Ashley?
Yeah. I'm Richard Robins' daughter.
Dr. Robins' daughter? What are you doing in the security room?
My dad called me here. And then Gina came to let me in. She took me to the meeting room and told me to wait in there. But then she locked me in.
Gina locked you in the meeting room?
Yeah, but...
Wait. Ashley, this makes no sense. Is this some kind of joke? Of a joke?
No, it really happened. But that's not important now.
No, it is important. Are you alone there? How did you get in?
I'll tell you all about that after. Now we have to help my dad.
What? Your dad?
Yeah. I saw him on the security camera. He was collapsed on the floor. I think he might have been knocked out or something.
Say what now?
Please help him. Please, Mike. Help my dad. Why is this happening? Everything's going wrong.
Alright, alright. Just wait there, Ashley. Let me try to contact him. I'll call you again afterwards. Alright.
Something's happening. Something's happened to Dad. I just know it. Dad, please be okay. Huh?
Well, time to answer that. Ashley, are you there?
Mike!
Dr. Robins isn't answering the VC. I'm on my way up there, so don't go anywhere. It's a good amount of time passed. Ashley?
Huh? You're here.
Yeah. I'm Mike Tyler. I work here, as I'm sure you know by now. Mike Tyler, researcher, and quite big boned.
I'm Ashley.
I remembered something after we disconnected. I've definitely seen you before.
Really? Where?
Dr. Robins has a photo of you on his desk. Anyway, Ashley, what's going on here? What the? The control panel for the security cameras is all busted up. And the monitors are frozen.
It was like that when I got here.
Who on earth did this? Never mind that. Why are you here?
I told you Gina locked me in the meeting room and...
Ashley, that couldn't have happened. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's not butter.
It's true. I really was locked in.
Where did she go?
She said she was going to get Dad, but she never came back. I'm telling the truth, I swear.
Okay, relax. But if you were locked in, how did you get out? And how did you get in here? Can you explain that?
Well,
You don't want to say.
I was locked in, but then, after a while, it opened again. And since Dad never came, I went into the first open room I saw.
The reception, right?
Yeah. Then I saw that. Sorry. Then I saw that there.
Okay, really the punctuation here is a little off, but hey, never mind.
Then I saw that there was a room past the glass wall.
You opened the security room door.
Yeah.
I see. But there was a keypad lock on the door. How did you unlock it?
I used a cleaner from the meeting room to get the lipstick off, then...
There was lipstick on the keypad? Who the heck would do something like that?
Don't ask me, I don't know.
Yeah, guess not.
Then I saw what I needed. I saw that I needed an 8-digit key, so I entered today's date.
I see, Ashley. Sorry to grill you like this. But I have one more question. May I?
What is it?
Was the security shutter in Was the security shutter in the corridor closed when you came down here?
I don't know what that is. If you mean the door thing out in the corridor, yeah, it was.
That's really strange. Who closed it? And when? The shutter is always open. It only closes when there's a fire. Anyway, let's ask him some questions.
What's so hard to believe about Gina locking me up somewhere?
She's the person I trust over anyone else in here. And I think the same goes for Dr. Robins too. So it makes no sense.
You both trust her that much?
Yeah. So if she really did what you said she did, there has to be a reason, or have been a reason. Has to have been a reason. Whatever.
You mentioned earlier that the security shutter is always open.
Yeah, it's there for emergencies. It's almost never shut. Who could have closed it? It's really weird. Ashley, you said you saw Dr. Robins knocked out on the floor on the monitors, right?
Yeah, I saw him on the wall monitor, so I knew he had to be here somewhere. So I used the VC thing to call his room. He was in his room. We were talking. He said he'd come up here to get me, but when he was about to disconnect, someone came into his room. Dad shouted, "Stop!" And then the call got disconnected. So I checked the feed on the security camera, and I saw him on the floor, like he'd been knocked out or something.
You saw Dr. Robins in the security camera? Correct me if I'm wrong, but the wall monitors are frozen. So, where did you see him? What monitor? Don't show connect. Okay, let's do a flip on this. So, heads, we will show him. Tails, we won't. Oh, tails. Apparently, we're not gonna see show connect to him. So that's kind of ridiculous. Let's see what hilarity it is.
Never mind.
Never mind. You're a strange one. I'll ask you again, Ashley. Where did you see him? What monitor? Okay, fine. We got no choice but to show him.
I'll show you. Look at this.
Huh? What?
See him there on the floor?
Actually, no. He's not in the picture.
What? Look closer.
Actually, he's not there. Look for yourself.
What the?
Even though it wasn't open up to connect, so never mind.
It's changed. He was right there before. Where did he go? What's going on? He was right there, I swear. You have to believe me.
Ashley, calm down. It must have been updated.
Updated?
Yes, if you really saw him through the DAS, the camera feed must have updated since then.
Huh? You know about the DAS?
Yeah, I do. Your dad invented it, right?
Yeah.
When Dr. Robins was looking after the JC Valley security system, he thought of using the DAS and added that function. It's called Connect, and it accesses the feed from the security cameras. Yes, we already know this.
How do you know about that?
He's shown me the DAS before. He took charge of the security system 6 months ago. Before that, I was the one looking after it. So when he was adding the Connect function, he asked me for advice and help working on it.
Right, I see.
Ashley, the internal and external cameras run on different systems. The internal ones take pictures at regular time intervals. The external ones are different. They detect living organisms within their observation area, and only take a picture when the motion of that organism extends a predetermined threshold.
Living organism? Threshold? I don't understand.
Oh, right. I'll simplify it a bit more. When someone moves in front of the camera, it takes a picture.
Really? But I stood in front of it, and it didn't take one of me.
That's because you had the DAS with you. When Dr. Robins added the connect function, he made the DAS able to act as a dampener. So if you access the DAS, if you have a DAS, the camera feed won't update even if you're inside the area it monitors. It stops the internal camera feeds updating as well.
Okay, so people with a DAS don't show up on the security cameras?
Exactly. Ashley, I couldn't see Dr. Robins passed out on the floor, but I do believe you when you said something happened to him.
Thanks, I guess. How can we find him?
Good question. If he was attacked, we may have an intruder on the premises. Aimlessly searching may be dangerous. Ashley, first we should go from here to a safe place.
Like where?
My office. My office is at the far end of this floor. You go there. Go there ahead of me. It's past the security shutter. The shutter should be open now, so you can get through.
What about you?
I'll check on the security system. Sorry, but you should go ahead on your own, and be careful.
Right.
I was gonna say, if he was just on the same floor, he took a very long time to get there. Jeez. I think it might be a case of you know, just losing a little bit. I mean, hell, even I can walk faster than you. Jeez. Anyway. This is terrible. What a waste. What a mess. Alright, well, let's leave him to his own devices, I guess. Right. So, Dr. Robins could be the case of a murder. But you never know.
The security shutter's open now. Mike said it was open, always open. So who closed it? Huh? So that's where the card lock for the shutter is.
Yeah. Keep that in mind, people. Right, okay. That's the seminar room. This is 103. This is Mike's room.
So this is Mike's room. I should wait for him in here.
The name Gina Barnes is written on the name tag. Or Gina Barnes. Or Barnes. Barnes? Gina Barnes? Barnes, I think. Yeah.
Huh? This is Gina? If this is the real Gina, who was that back there?
Batteries. Bless me, sorry.
That's the same one I got from Dad.
Some documents. Books. Calendar. Computer. Coat rack. in picture.
I wonder what this is meant to be.
Ah, Mike. Ah, don't scare us like that. You coming in so slowly.
Sorry I took so long. It's okay. Gina and I share this room. The desk over there is hers. Ashley, what were you looking at on my desk? That picture beside the computer. Ah, yes, that. It's a replica of the twin lions. How is the security room?
The security system's pretty messed up. The control panel doesn't respond at all, and the monitors are showing system errors.
Can you tell when it was broken?
Not really, I don't know. But I know it was working until at least this afternoon. So it can't be long since it was broken.
Mike, I found out something. Or found something out, whatever.
You did? What is it?
That person I met before wasn't the real Gina.
What?
Ashley, how do you know? I saw Gina's name tag on the desk over there. And it wasn't the same person who called herself Gina before.
Really?
What's going on here? Is something happening in the lab? Mike, I'm worried about my dad. I want to go find him.
I understand how you feel, Ashley, but you should wait here.
I can't. I'm worried about him.
Ashley, the fake Gina and the person who assaulted Dr. Robins are still out there. As I said before, it's too dangerous to wander around.
But
I'll go ahead and check it out. Then I'll be back. Wait for me here, okay?
Okay.
But how should I go about this? Right, first I'll check Dr. Robins. Or maybe I should report it to the director first. No, I need to assess the situation first.
Should I just go to my dad's office?
Huh? No, I'll go. You should stay in here.
Mike, is something going on here in JC Valley? I heard something like that from Greg Davis.
Greg Davis? What? How do you know about Greg Davis? You know Greg? Yeah, I know Greg. You say he's funny. You know, he's hilarious and whatnot. You know, can pull voices and be funny quite a lot. He's also a mediocrist. Push that reference aside.
Yeah, he told me that he was researching JC Valley, and that he was that he has an informant in here.
Well, this just gets stranger and stranger. I assume he told you about the director's plans too. So let's talk about the twin lions first.
That picture, it's called the Twin Lions?
Yes, it would have been the three lions, but then we would have gotten England's football team on our asses. It's a famous painting that was commissioned by Judd Fitzgerald, the founder of JC Valley. Of course, the original is much bigger than this one. It shows two lions standing on top of the world. It's meant to represent Judd's two primary qualities, knowledge and the drive for research. He had so much confidence in himself that when commissioning a self-portrait, he asked for this. Ashley, Judd was a brilliant scientist. I always looked up to him, and I still want to be like him. Which is why I have a replica of the twin lions on my desk.
Where's the real one?
It used to be in Judd's villa, but now it's in the director's office.
The villa was burned down 3 days ago, right?
Yeah, that's right. You're well informed, aren't you?
I saw the remains earlier.
It was a great pity that that place burned down. Everything that was left of Judd burned to the ground.
That's terrible.
He even had the twin lions on his door knocker.
Oh yeah, I saw it lying on the ground earlier.
Yeah, he liked it. He liked to use the motif for a few different things. Right.
What are the director's plans you mentioned?
If you don't know, you don't need to know. Don't worry about it.
But I guess so.
Okay, I'll be back soon.
Okay.
I'll go to Dr. Robins' room first to check on the situation there. If I find something, I'll contact you straight away.
And you want me to wait here, right?
That's right. I'll get you on the VC if anything happens. But don't try calling out, okay? I don't know what's happening in the other rooms, so it might be dangerous to make calls. But in case I need you to go somewhere else, I'll unlock the elevator down to B2F before I go.
Okay.
Right. That should do it. See you later, Mike.
Dad? What happened, Dad? Where are you?
Picture of Pinky Rabbit. There's little tiny colored dots. Like a pointy list painting. Ah!
Wow. How did they do that?
With a lot of hard work. I think Kev can agree with that.
Better recycle this.
So, get all these cool pop cans.
Hey, that's from Bob's place.
Yeah, this place is... Look at this thing. It's got a box of donuts right next to him. Jesus. It's a stereotypical fat guy. Oh.
Mike, it's Gina. Mike, it's Gina. Gina?
How can she make the call when she's calling in? It doesn't make any sense.
Huh? Who are you?
You're Ashley, aren't you?
Yeah. You know me? Of course. I'm Gina. Nice to meet you. Dr. Robins talks about you all the time. He's always showing me photos of you. But what are you doing in there? Where's Mike? He's not here. Dad called... Dad called me here, but I haven't been able to see him. Why not? He was attacked. What? So Mike went to his room to find him. Dr. Robins was attacked? You sure? Yeah, he... Huh? You! Sophia?
Run away! Must start running.
That was Sophia. Sophia? No doubt about it. That was definitely Sophia. What does she do here? She's the head researcher here. Ashley, you look like you've seen a ghost. What's wrong? Well, when Dad called me here, she brought me in, calling herself Gina, and locked me in the meeting room. I got out and called my dad over this VC, but he was attacked by someone. You sure about that? Yeah. He was attacked right in front of me. Ashley, please calm down. I'll come over to talk to you. Yeah. Mike went to Dr. Robins' room, right? I'll head over there right now. You should make your way there too. But Mike said to wait here until he called. You could be in danger if Sophia comes back. Ashley, I'll be with you. Don't worry. Okay. You need to use the elevator at the end of the corridor to go down to B2F, down to the BF2 floor. Whatever. To B2F, whatever. Got it.
So, the plot thickens.
So it wasn't Gina at all. It was Sophia, pretending to be Gina.
At least it wasn't like a random person. But yeah, it was kind of like bad timing for Sophia to just waltz in there. Yeah.
I need to get to the B2F floor. The elevator was at the end of the corridor.
Let's go. There's a lounge there. This is the elevator. That'll take us down. Alright. We're going deeper and deeper.
This looks like the right floor. Which room is Dad's?
And it was 202. His room also.
It's Sophia.
Damn it, she's getting away!
I'm getting deja vu. Oh yeah. That's exactly what I saw when my bag was stolen. It was Sophia. She stole my bag.
And now, and that's the end of that chapter. But anyway, we need to go into his room. Dr. Robins' room here, so.
So this is Dad's room. The door's locked.
Well, only one thing to use. Oh dear.
Is someone in there? I'll use the task.
Right. Ooh, it's a level 3. This might be a little tricky, so let's try this. Right. Oh. Yeah, basically, if you remove the signal, you get the missing digit. So you know that this third one is A2. So. There we go. Let's open up that one. Thank God.
The door's unlocked.
Let's go in. And of course, Mike's knocked out.
Whoa! Mike!
Mike! Mike! Wake up, Mike! Wake up!
Mike, are you okay?
What was that shaking?
Mike! Mike! Mikey!
Yeah.
Mike, it's me.
Oh, Ashley.
Where's Gina?
Sophia's office.
Sophia?
Dr. Robins' mail.
Mike! He's passed out again. What now?
Well, he did talk about Dr. Robins' mail, so... Ooh, there's another can to recycle.
It's turned on. Oh, there's an email on the screen.
I finally found out who it is. It's Sophia. Hurry.
Looks like Dad wrote this.
Open the drawer. Open in there. It's locked. This one's locked.
Mike! He won't make up. What now?
I'm sure there was something in there. I don't know.
Wow, that's when I was only just born. Hey, that's me. Wait, is this the photo of me that Mike was talking about?
Of course. Anyway,
Oh, this is...
it's Dr. Robins, the rocker. Rocker Robins.
Is that Dad? Looks like Bob was telling the truth. But this is... I can't believe it.
And nothing in the jacket there. Just small components.
Some pieces of electronics. What are you up to now, Dad?
He's making what? Why he's making the new DAS? You know, some chocolate.
You really love your chocolate, don't you, Dad?
Sugars. Okay, so
Sophia, run past here. How do I get through? Something's lying on the ground. What's that?
ah, it's Mr. Robbins, Richard Robbins' name tag.
It's Dad's name tag. What's it doing lying there? I can't reach it.
Well, let's go back into here, see if we can find something to help. Well, we know about that. Mike's still out of it. I don't think there's anything here that can help. Let's try if we can get to...
This is where Dad was talking to me from. I'll call Sophia's office. It's ringing. Nobody's answering.
Oh well. guess Gina's not there anymore, so let's find out other places. Researchers. I guess we'll have to open up this door then. See what we can find.
Right, I'll use the task and look around in here.
It's only level 1.
That's not bad. Oh god.
Right, so NWSEA. Okay. NWSE is northwest southeast. Okay. Easy enough. How do you input that in? With your D-pad. So north, west, south, east, A. Simple. That was definitely a level 1 code.
Woo! Unlocked.
Alright, so let's see what's here. That's nothing important there. DVDs about fishing. Okay. Ooh, fishing rod. I guess you use this to wind up your fishing line. I was gonna say, I wonder what that fishing rod would be. Good thing to use. Ooh, Okay, apparently I can't interact with the stuff that I want at the moment, so.
The shutter didn't close completely. I can see the other end of the corridor. Let's just see what's on the other side.
It's a name tag.
This must be what's keeping the shutter open.
Which, I'm very surprised that a bunch of books is keeping a shutter open. Because if it was a real shutter, it would have, you know, those books would be fucking imploded by now.
I can't use that mirror for some reason.
Because the puzzle is that actually I think I still need to wake up Mike. So it's like dousing him in hot boiling water with the kettle.
Let's see what I can use.
Ooh, I know. No. Let's go wake him up with the chocolate. It's like, hey, Mike, chocolate. Well, there's only one other room that I haven't gone to yet, so. Actually, no. That was the room that I went to. It's been so long since I've been here in this part of the game that I've forgotten what events I need to do to trigger
that access the Connect features. Oh.
Huh? The security camera feed for Sophia's office is gone. Why?
Maybe because obviously Sophia's an asshole?
Mike! God damn it, get up! Should be a card lock on the other side, but I can't see anything. There has to be some way to use this gap.
Okay. I think that's what I needed to happen for her to realize that there are some items in this room here that I can use to, you know, get to that card key thingy in the thing. So. Mirror. Yes!
Ah, a mirror. This should do the trick.
And I'll also be needing this. No? Okay, then fine. Right, I'll need to use the mirror first.
God damn it.
Need to go back and forth, Jesus. Puzzles! Critical thinking! Use mirror here. Looks like I can't use this here. That's ridiculous. Okay, I'll push it. I'll put this through. Okay, fine, good. Don't know what happened there.
No, I still can't see the card lock. It needs to go a bit further. I'll give it another push. I can't reach it. What now?
Now you need a fishing rod. It's kind of annoying that you already know about this, and you know, it's like you have to go by the game's scripted events.
A fishing rod. Maybe I can use this.
Of course you can.
Turn backwards. Jesus.
Right, okay. Back at this. Now use fishing rod on thing.
Right, I'll try moving the mirror with this.
Up for a game of pool, people?
Okay. I got to push the mirror just a tiny bit further back. Right. Now to try a different angle.
There we go. So, motion controls!
This should be the right angle. I can use the task now.
Right. The power of reflection.
slight delay as well, so. There we go. Yeah. A cubed is obviously A 3 times, of course. So.
Got it. I opened the shutter.
Good. Progress!
This is...
Dad's keycard.
It's definitely my dad's name tag.
Or name tag, yeah. I said keycard. Keycard, name tag, whatever. Okay, let's move on.
Office is locked. This is Sophia's office. Gina could be in there.
Alright, so let's get our tassel. And open up this door.
Right. Time to use the task again.
We'll be using this a lot. Okay. Oh boy. There we go.
It's like, twist! Twist it! Twist! I unlocked the door.
Good. With the risk of me twisting my body around.
Ah! Oh no! Someone's lying on the floor. It's Gina. What are you doing in here? Huh?
Ah, of course. I knew it was her.
Sophia, whatever. Why did you lie to me? You're right. I'm not Gina. My name is Sophie. Or Sophia.
Sophia Callahan. Lying minx. And head researcher, apparently.
Now, Ashley. Don't get in my way. I'm armed and dangerous. I'll tase you, bro. Be a good girl and don't move. Stay right here until I'm finished with what I came here to do. Got that?
I said, I'll threaten you with my taser. Huh? Bitch fried out the lock.
What was that sound?
What do you think, Ashley? Anyway, we got more pressing matters.
Gina, wake up! Gina!
Or shaking.
Gina, wake up! You're awake. Are you okay? Yeah. You're Ashley, right? I'm glad you're awake. Yeah. My head's still thumping though. Are you okay? A little dizzy, but otherwise I'm fine. So, you're the real Gina? Yes. I'm the real Gina Barnes.
Gina Barnes. Not hard on the eyes.
Gina, what happened here? I went to Dad's office and Mike was passed out, and you're in here. Mike? He's passed out? Yeah, he woke up for a few seconds, but then I lost him again.
You lost him again? He isn't dead, Ashley. Okay, when you say lost him, it could be misinterpreted.
Oh dear. That must have been Sophia's doing too.
Had I?
What about Dr. Robins? I don't know. Where is he? What happened to him, Gina? I looked at his computer and I saw an email he'd written. He said he found out that it was Sophia, or something like that. Yes, I came to search his room, or this room, when I saw that mail. What did he mean? What was Sophia doing? Dr. Robins discovered that she was leaking information. So you were attacked by Sophia? Yes. She got me with her stun gun.
It's a taser. A stun gun would be obviously, like a gun that shoots out prongs, and that way, and it's really only useful for one shot. She has a fucking taser in her hand. A taser, okay. I think taser and electric, a stun gun is the same kind of like thing, but the hand taser that she has, that's different. The guy. Anyway, mindlessly arguing about technicalities.
Probably Mike too. No way! I was caught off guard. I had no idea she'd go this far. Gina, she came in here while you were passed out on the floor. What? She saw me here. She said to stay in here until she'd done what she came here to do. Really? Ashley, did she hurt you? No, I'm fine. Thank goodness for that.
So, leaking information.
What do you mean by leaking information? Someone's passing classified information out from the lab. Dr. Robins and I discovered it. We were trying to find out who it was and plug the leak. And he said he'd finally found out who was doing it. Sophia, right? Yes. But she must have found out that we knew. She was taking more drastic measures. You mean like using your name and locking me in the meeting room? And attacking you and Mike? Wait, do you think she attacked Dad too? I don't know. She can't have done all of this on her own. Right. Ow. Gina, are you okay? Yeah, my head's clearing up now. Good. What should we do now? Let's go to my room. It's dangerous to stay in here. But first... First? Wait a minute. Ashley, let me get some evidence from Sophia's computer.
Kevin has made notice of there being a sunrose in the chat.
What's wrong? I must have hurt my arm when I was attacked.
Attacked? Sorry.
Are you okay? I should be. Here we go. Done. Okay.
Right.
No, I can't use the TAS if she fried the lock.
Let's see if what was it? Mike is alive.
It's ringing.
Ah, he's up. Ashley, are you okay?
Mike, you're awake. Sophia fried the lock, so we can't get out. Please, come and help us.
Ashley, I can't hear a word you're saying. Looks like the audio isn't working. What happened? Okay. Actually, you know what? We're not gonna do any more flipping of the coins because we're kind of obvious in what has happened and whatnot. So yeah, we're gonna stop this now. We're gonna stop with the floors. So it's this action that we want to indicate that the doors are stuck and we need to open them. So.
The door won't open.
Oh, I got it. The door won't open, right?
Right.
I see. Ashley, there's an emergency lock released by the door. Try to find it. Then open it up and tell me what the color light is flashing. Okay. Let's get to the door. Actually, no. There it is.
This must be the emergency lock release. It won't open. I need something to pry it open with.
Okay. What do I have? I have Dad's card. Nope. Got that souvenir token. Nope. Come on, you have to be specific, guys. I forgot to put it back. Ah dear. I forgot to put that thingy back. Anyway, let's talk to Gina.
You need something to open the cover, Ashley. Do you have anything thin that can fit in? I wonder.
Is that thin? Okay. Thin. Ah, pick.
Right. I'll use this pick.
Okay.
Oh. This looks like it might open.
That. Damn it. Open the.
Don't there.
There we go. I think I needed to hold the A button while it was locked in there. So. Okay. Got it.
Got it. Right, I need to tell Mike the color.
Off the flashing light, so it's a flashing blue light. Okay. Being that I'm in a technical lab, the conversation is all about computers right now. About Sunrose, obviously, you know, need to get a new fan for her laptop and whatnot, and Kevin and Sunrose are having a good chat. Very nice. Did you get it open, Ashley?
Yep.
What color is the light? What color is in the light?
Okay, well, she's pointing to her red t-shirts in this image, and this one she's pointing to her jeans, which are blue. So obviously it's a blue flashing light. So let's tell him that.
Blue. Blue, right? Okay, press the button under the red light. Then it should open up. Alright. I'll push the button Mike told me to.
Okay, so push the red button.
It's unlocked. Come on, let's get out of here. Right. Ashley! Huh? Mike! I'm glad you're safe. Thanks for helping us. Mike. Mike, we found the leak. Yeah, I know who it is now. Gina, take Ashley back to our office. I'm going to check out the other offices. We have to crack the code in this mail. Let's go to my office. Okay.
Sorry, I went in the wrong office. Go up the elevator. There's the lounge. Okay, Gina. Let's get here.
Ashley, are you okay? Yeah. Wait here a minute. I'll try to decrypt Sophia's mail. Oh dear.
You drink after all this.
I can't.
Your arm's still hurting.
Ashley, could you do something for me? What is it? My right hand hurts too much. I can't use my scanner pen. Use it to decrypt Sophia's mail for me. What's a scanner pen? It's a
Why can't I say that word?
decryption. Yeah, decryption. It's a decryption device I invented. It can crack codes. I'm not too good with complex things. Don't worry, it's easy. How does it work? You have to run the scanner pen over the code in the correct order. When you've scanned all of it, press the conversation button. Okay.
Well, let's have a go. Okay, so
So you start from there. So it's like... And then just follow which way the code says. So basically, if it has a gap on the left, on the right, you go to the right, or down, and so on and so forth. So quite an easy one there. So let's press A. Judd's documents are no longer necessary. Your last task is to find information related to mnemonic fluid.
I got it. It decrypted it, Gina. Thanks, Ashley. What did it say? Judd's documents are no longer necessary. Your last task is to find information related to mnemonic fluid. What are Judd's documents? It sounds like some kind of important information. I've never heard of it before. Oh. Ashley, that email means that Sophia's next target is information on mnemonic fluid. We have to stop her, or things could get infinitely worse.
How do we plan on doing that?
Where can she get information on mnemonic fluid? Where's Sophia gone? Was it Sophia who attacked Dad? Dad, where are you?
And ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the chapter.
Right. I have to go over everything that's happened. I have to remember.
Right. Play along, people. Because it's quiz time!
I read the message on the dash and came to JC Valley. Someone calling themselves Gina came out to greet me, then locked me in a room. Who was it?
So who was that? Was it Judd, Sophia, or Mike? Well, it's kind of obvious, isn't it? It was a girl. Two of those answers are male names, so yeah. The answer is Sophia.
Yes, Sophia locked me in the meeting room. She tricked me, then attacked Mike and Gina. In the reception, I saw Dad on a monitor behind a glass wall. I got into the security room, and I was able to contact Dad. What did I use to contact him?
What did she use to contact him? Was it video conference, connect, or emergency lock release? Okay. Anyway, yes. The answer is, of course, the video conference.
Yeah. I used the video conference to contact Dad. Then after he got disconnected, I used it to call Mike. Gina found out that Sophia was the one who was leaking information about JC Valley. She printed out an email from Sophia's computer as evidence, but the email was encrypted. What did we use to crack the code?
Was it a mirror, a scanner pen, or a cleaner? You got a wee bit, I'll give you a couple of seconds. We literally just did this like a minute ago. Okay. The correct answer is scanner pen.
That's right. We used the scanner pen to crack the code. Gina invented it, but I used it for her because her right hand hurt too much. I don't know why she couldn't just use her left hand, but we needed to shoehorn that puzzle in anyway. When I came to Lake Juliet, I suddenly started remembering my mom. I need to assemble the fragments of memory that keep appearing. I need to remember her here 13 years ago. At the reception, I saw a panel about the founder of JC Valley, and I remembered Mom. Who opened the door and let her in?
Well, it's kind of obvious, ain't it? We only have two selections, and what do we have? We have Judd Fitzgerald, who has a door in his photograph, so it's kind of obvious. So.
Yes, it was Judd who opened the door. Mom visited Judd's villa. Mom, why did you go to Judd's villa? What were you talking about with Judd? Mom.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is chapter end. Right. Ooh. Just in good time as well. You know, just over 2 hours. So, with that's done, we are coming very close to end game here. So, and trust me, people, it's not gonna be easy with the puzzles, especially with the door puzzles, definitely. So we're gonna go into this with this file here, file 2, where we kind of like left off chapter 7, with our dad missing, a woman who has evil intentions now, who tried to pass herself off as another person, and whatnot, who's around with a taser and all that jazz. So yeah, things are just not looking up whatsoever. So let's crack into it.
Gina came to pick me up in the front door of the JC Valley. Then she took me to the meeting room and locked me in. I got out and called Dad over the VC, but we got cut off. I got in touch with Mike and found out that the woman I thought was Gina was actually Sophia. Gina and I were locked in Sophia's office, but we managed to get out.
Right. That's what's going on. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna be clearing my throat a lot today.
I got a message that I thought was from Dad, telling me to come to the lab. I talked to him from the security room, but someone attacked him and then he disappeared. Sophia, who had locked me in the meeting room and attacked Mike and Gina, turned out to be leaking information from JC Valley. Gina and I found an email on our computer to use as evidence.
Chapter 8.
To my sweet daughter.
Just make it. Probably is the last chapter, I believe. You know, with a title like that, it's kind of, you know, fitting. Anyway, let me get this mic closer. Sorry about that.
Dad, where are you? What happened to you?
Of course. I think Ashley's vocabulary is just basically, you know, her name, where are you, what happened, why, you know, questions.
So many questions. Gina? It must have been Sophia who attacked Dad, right? It seems that. It seems very likely. But then taking him out of the room, taking him out of the room while he's unconscious, I don't think she could do that on her own. She must have an accomplice here, Ashley. An accomplice? An accomplice? Here? In the lab? I think so. But I don't know if it's someone who works here or someone from outside. Gina, I've got to find Dad. If I don't, who knows what Sophia and her accomplice could do to him? Ashley, calm down. I understand how you feel, but we can't just blunder around right now. It's too dangerous. Then what should we do? I can't just sit here and wait. I know, Ashley. I feel the same way. I truly admire your father, both as a scientist and as a person. That's why I was able to help him with his investigation into Sophia. Gina. Ashley, right now we're the only ones who can do anything about Sophia. We need to tell someone about her as soon as possible. Tell who? The director, of course. But I'm worried. About what? If we just go in and claim that Sophia is leaking information, he might not believe us. Why wouldn't he? He trusts Sophia more than anyone else here. And they're engaged. Engaged? Elizabeth's dad's new fiancée is Sophia? You knew the director was getting remarried? Yeah. Elizabeth told me. She's really upset about it. I see.
Ring, 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 phone call, phone call.
Is anyone there? What was that? Someone speaking through the VC. Wait a minute, I'll answer.
Well, we kind of know who it is. It's Ryan, because it's calling from his room.
Gina, is Mike there? I had heard that he was working today. He's out at the moment, Dr. Gray. Out? Where is he? I don't know exactly, but he should be back soon. I see. That is unfortunate. I wanted him to check something for me quickly. What is it? I have been having difficulties accessing the server. I believe there may be some issues with the network. Dr. Robins usually looks after the system, and he is supposedly here today. I attempted to contact him, but he also appears to be out of the office. Dr. Gray, there's something I need to tell you about Dr. Robins. Ryan! Ashley, what are you doing in there? Ryan, someone's kidnapped my dad! What? What happened? Ashley says she was called here by Dr. Robins. Sophia went up to bring her in. Sophia? She called herself Gina and brought me down to the meeting room. She said to wait for Dad, but he never came. Then I went out of the room and into the reception, and I saw Dad on the security room monitor, so I called him. Then someone came to his room, and the call disconnected.
Ashley, who was it that came into his room?
I don't know. But after that, I saw Dad collapse on the floor through the security camera, and then he disappeared.
Goodness me. Gina, did you know Ashley was coming here?
No. I heard that she was coming to Lake Juliet, but I had no idea Dr. Robins had called her here to the lab.
How curious.
Then why did Sophia... Dr. Gray, there's something I need to report to about Sophia. Which is... It's something I'd rather tell you in person. It's very important. I see. Well then, please come to my office. Bring Ashley with you. Then both of you can tell me everything. Understood. So, Ashley, you know Dr. Gray? Yeah. When I was out camping with Dad, he was suddenly called back to the office. Then Ryan came to the camp instead of you. Ah, of course. Yeah, we had a barbecue together. He came because you had some urgent work to do, right? No, that wasn't it at all. I was planning to go, but when I told Dr. Gray, he said he'd rather go instead. Something about wanting to try eating outside for once. Really? Yes. Come on, Ashley, let's go to his office. He's calm and an excellent scientist. We can trust him. I'm sure with his help, we'll be able to figure out what to do. Yeah.
I don't know. My suspicions might say maybe not.
Spoilers. Ashley, Dr. Gray's office is on the B2F floor. Let's take the elevator down.
Right, let's go to the elevator then. Actually, no, that one takes us up, so let's go this way. Right, here we go. Going the wrong way. It's like, tell me what are you doing? Right.
Ashley, Dr. Gray's office is at the end of this corridor.
But wasn't the corridor blocked off? Oh wait, no, we kind of resolved that, so.
Gina, the shutter's locked. Dr. Gray's office is past here. It's usually open. I wonder who closed it.
Never mind.
Hey, it opened.
Ashley.
Ryan!
Gina, what exactly has happened?
Dr. Gray.
What is it with you? What was it you wanted to tell me about Sophia?
Well,
Could it have something to do with that? What Ashley told me about Dr. Robins?
it may. Dr. Robins and I have been carrying out an investigation for several months.
An investigation? Into what?
Certain classified information is being leaked outside of the company.
Leaked? You mean to say that we have a mole inside JC Valley?
Yes, I believe so. Dr. Robins already reported this to the director, but the director didn't want to make the information public.
And why not?
I don't know what the director's thinking, but...
Let me guess. You and Dr. Robins began your own private investigation to find the culprit. And now you think you've found who it is?
Basically, yes. Today, Dr. Robins finally discovered the identity of the mole. But someone attacked him while he was writing me an email to tell me who it was.
Gina, when you said that this has something to do with Sophia,
Do you mean to say that Sophia is the person responsible for leaking this information? Yes, Dr. Gray. But then Sophia discovered that Dr. Robins and I knew the truth. And not just us, but also Mike and Ashley. If this is true, then this is a very serious problem, especially for the director. Gina, you are aware that he and Sophia, that they're engaged? Yes. Gina, you've yet to tell the director about this, correct? That's right. Do you have evidence that we found this email that was sent to her, which is proof of her guilt? Have you decrypted the code? Yes, I used my own scanner pen to do so. The email concerns an exchange of information. I see. Thank you, Gina. I will take this email. What will you do with it? Regrettably, I believe it is my duty to report Sophia to the director. That's true, yes. Dr. Gray, do you need help deciphering the code? That won't be necessary, Gina. I can use my own software to crack this code. Understood. Gina, do you think that Sophia is still in the building? I don't know. It may be a prudence to make sure. Is that the right way of using that word? I don't know. Well, when Mike gets back, we'll both check the entry and exit data for the building. Please do. Ashley, I'd like it if you come join with me in my office, please. And you can tell me about everything that's happened to you here. Ashley, is that okay with you? Yeah, sure. Dr. Gray, I'm sure I'll contact you as soon as I have more information. Understood. Right then, Ashley, shall we? My office is right this way. Okay. That's Rex Alfred's office. This is my office. Please enter. Okay. Said very, kind of like willing. I need a drink for this. This is a grave situation you've walked into, isn't it, Ashley? Ryan, please find my dad. I know it was Sophia who attacked him. I just know it. Please, Ryan, find him. Ashley, calm down. When in an emergency, it is critical that you remain to be calm. Or remember to be calm. Even. I'm so calm I even muddle up my lines. If you cannot make careful judgments, you cannot solve any problems. Right. Still, this is a surprise. I had no idea that you were here. It came out of nowhere for me too. I didn't even imagine all this stuff would happen when I was coming to Lake Juliet. Not for 1 second. I come here and start remembering my mom. My dad gets attacked. So much has happened. Indeed. Today has been quite unsettling for you, hasn't it? Yeah. How did all this happen? Calm down, Ashley. I'm sure your father is safe. But... Ashley, tell me something. Why did you come here, to the lab? I got a message from Dad telling me to come to the lab. But he didn't send the message at all. It wasn't from him? What do you mean? Dad said he hadn't sent that message. Did he say that when you were talking to him over the video conference in the security room? Excuse me. Yeah. I told him about Sophia tricking me and locking me in the meeting room. I see. But she was pretending to be Gina. Sophia pretended to be Gina and brought you into JC Valley? Yeah. I bet it was her who sent me that fake message too. She knew Dad was onto her, so she wanted him to keep quiet. So you're implying that she tried to kidnap you? I think so, yeah. Perhaps not. Ashley, I know Sophia far better than you do, so I find it difficult to believe that she would do such a thing. Kidnapping is a serious offense, Ashley. I can hardly believe that Sophia would... Ryan, she's a bad person. She attacked Mike and Gina with a stun gun. Taser. Did you witness her doing that? Well, no, but... So you don't know if it was really her that did it or not, correct? Huh? Sorry, I was kind of like, I didn't say, what was that again? No, I don't know. Listen, Ashley, this is what I think. I think that someone I think that someone instigated this, and they convinced Sophia to aid them. Convinced her? Yes. This is all a theory, of course. I'll tell you about it when you are more trusting of my theories. Ryan. By the way, Ashley, I have been thinking, ever since I met you at the campsite, why did Dr. Robins suddenly call you here to Lake Juliet? He wanted to show me a place that I'd been to with Mom. I wonder. I don't claim to know what he's thinking, but do you think he may have wanted to test you? Test me? Test me for what? Test me? Why would he have to test me? For what? Think about it, Ashley. All these coincidences since you arrived, are they really coincidences?
Oh, damn it. Damn it, I've lost my coin. Damn it, it was right here. Do I have it in my pocket? I don't know if I have it in my... Damn it. Ah, great. Give me 2 seconds. Jesus Christ. Ah, here it is.
I don't know why I had it behind the camera.
Who knows? Anyway. Okay, so... So... Heads, yes. Tails, no. Okay. I don't think there's any consequence for this question, so let's go for it. Heads, yes. Tails, no. Tails. I'll say no.
I don't think they were coincidences. Why do you think that? Well, from what you've said, maybe Dad knew I remembered Mom. I'd remember Mom, and that's why he called me here.
So, you think as I do. This is what I think, Ashley. Dr. Robins knew that Sayoko had brought you here 13 years ago, so he decided to have you come here. He was expecting you to remember having been here before.
Huh?
Ashley, your father researches memory. He likely predicted that these things would happen to you. Perhaps he wanted to know what Sayoko did here, and was expecting to find out from your dormant memory. Ashley, I believe he intended to open the doorway to your memories.
The doorway to my memories?
Yes, and he wanted you to journey into those lost memories. we almost had a title there, you know. It's like almost a he said it. If he could bring you here and induce such a journey, then he could unlock his wife's past and the secrets that he wanted to uncover.
I can't believe it.
Ashley, when you came here, you remembered your mother from 13 years ago. What did you remember?
Well,
And after you came here to the lab, did you remember anything else? Well, we can, flip. I mean, we could tell him the truth, or we can lie, So, heads, yes. Tails, no. Oh, heads.
yeah,
What did you remember?
you.
Me?
You were with Mom in the reception. She was giving you the kaleidoscope.
Ah, you remembered Sayoko giving me this kaleidoscope.
Yeah. When you gave it to me, you said she gave it to you before I was born. Was that a lie?
No, it wasn't.
I don't understand.
13 years ago, when I saw that she had a child, I wanted to give it back to her. But she gave it back to me, demanding that I keep it. She wanted me to have it, she said. But I still don't understand why. So when I met you, I thought I'd return it to you. Ashley, I want you to see something.
What is it?
Look at the clock over on the shelf.
This one? It has the twin lions on it. Wait!
Flashback! Ding dong!
That clock! That was on the mantelpiece. Mom was talking to Judd in that room.
Ashley.
Huh?
Did you remember something?
Yeah. I was in a room with Mom. That clock was on the mantelpiece.
As I thought. That clock belonged to Judd Fitzgerald, the founder of JC Valley.
Judd?
It used to be in his villa. Thus, if you remember it, that could mean only one thing. 13 years ago, Sayoko went to that villa, taking you with her.
Ryan, did you know my mom went to Judd's villa?
I had my theories, but now I am certain. Ashley, don't you see? I intentionally showed you that to trigger a flashback, just like Dr. Robins.
Ryan.
Ashley, let me tell you something. About 6 months ago, Dr. Robbins volunteered to take charge of the security system.
and at around the same time, a file stored here related to the EC project disappeared. That file contained the research of one Sayoko Robins. Ashley, I don't suppose your father ever told you about that, or showed you any research materials?
Huh?
Did he show you any materials?
Well, okay, just on hindsight, and it's like, well, actually, let's see. What was it? Yeah. It's like, no. Okay, so let's see what happens. Heads yes, tails no. That was a shit flip. There we go. Ooh, it's a heads. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
What did he show you?
Well,
Tell me, Ashley.
what do I do? Should I tell him about the task?
Okay, Ashley. Okay, Ashley. Okay. But don't show it to anyone. Not a single person. If you promise me that, you can have it.
No, I can't tell him about the task.
What's wrong, Ashley? Tell me, what did he show you?
He showed me a music player.
A music player? Is that all? No research materials?
No.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yeah. Ryan, is that important right now? Shouldn't we look for Dad? Please find him.
Ashley, I want to tell you something, and only you.
Just me? What is it?
Well, you have nothing to worry about regarding your father. Dr. Robins is safe.
What? How do you know?
I know because I was just with him.
Really?
Yes. Dr. Robins has already regained consciousness. He hid himself to escape his pursuer.
Why didn't you tell Gina that before?
Ashley, are you sure you can trust Gina?
Huh?
That was a new kind of like chime. Oh shit! Sorry. Skip the line. Sorry. Damn. I shouldn't have my like doing that there. And it's like, ugh, stupid.
I trusted both Gina and Sophia to the same extent. So I was quite shocked when she told me about Sophia's betrayal. That somebody here could do such a thing. Unbelievable. So now I find myself somewhat unsure of who exactly I can trust. What if Gina is an accomplice to the person who attacked Dr. Robins? Or if, indeed, she was the one who did it?
No way.
I believe Dr. Robins agrees with me on this. So just in case, I didn't mention him in front of Gina.
Where is he, Ryan?
I'll go and bring him here now, Ashley. So wait here for me.
Ryan, are you there?
Just a minute, Ashley.
I think it's a female voice. I don't know. We'll find out. Because I can. Obviously. Oh wait, it might be the director. So I'm saying to it. Right, are you there?
Yes.
I'm in the security room. Something terrible has happened in here. The security camera control panel is destroyed. What's going on?
Rex, I have something urgent I need to report to you.
What is it?
is of grave importance, so it would be better to tell you in person.
Understood. I'll come to your office right away.
No, I have a guest in my office at the moment. Perhaps we can meet at the usual location. We will not be disturbed there. I will go there immediately.
Good idea. I'm on my way.
Where are you going? I have to meet with the director before I bring your father back. I will report to him about Sophia, and of course about Dr. Robins. Wait here for me. Understood? Got it. One last thing. Just in case something happens while I am away, I'm going to lock the door from the outside so that nobody can get in. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Okay.
Are you sure you can trust this guy? I'm sorry, but you know, like it's locked.
Dad, you're safe, but I won't be able to relax until I see you. Hurry up, Dad.
Oh, hang on.
Ashley! What the? Ashley, where are you? If you're there, answer me! That's Dad's voice!
Another control room.
Ashley! Dad! I'm so glad you're safe. So that's where you were. Where's Ryan, Ashley? He was here just a minute ago. He said to wait here while he went to get you. What? Dad, where's the control room? I'll go there right now. I'll help Ryan get you back. Ashley, wait. Don't come here. And don't give the test to anyone. Huh? What do you mean? Ashley, calm down and listen to me. You have to get out of here. Right now. Go to Rex's office. Elizabeth's dad's office? Yes, Ashley. You can trust him. Take him. Tell him I'm locked in the control room. And don't trust Ryan. Don't trust Ryan, Ashley. Ryan is... Damn it! Huh? Dad? Hello? Dad? What happened? Why did you get disconnected? Don't trust Ryan. Why?
Well, duh. Because I've given him a very sinister voice. Yeah, he's got a cold voice. You can never trust a person with a cold voice.
I can't do this. I can't trust anyone in here. Everyone just keeps lying and lying. I can't handle this anymore. Hey, no problemo. I'll wait for you at Mrs. Graham's place. Go see your dad, okay? Right, Matt. I promised I'd go see my dad. Matt, I'll find him. I swear. Right. First things first. I'll go to Elizabeth's dad's office.
But before that, let's snoop around. There's a notepad, nothing important. A bunch of books. JC Valley badge. Ooh, 003.
Is this Ryan's badge? It has a number on the back. Huh? This is the same one. This is the same as the one I found at the clock tower.
Interesting.
There's something on the monitor.
Ashley, please come to JC Valley right now. We have no time. Just hurry up.
This is the message I got from Dad on the TAS. Or the DAS even. But that means...
That means what, Ashley? Nice little music player there. Anyway. What was it? Yeah, so yeah, Sonic Rex, Kev, he's in the chat right now, so he is surveying. Right, let us use. Actually, click on the door first, then use the TAS on the lock. Now,
right, I'll use the TAS to unlock the door.
Now, from what I can remember last time, this chapter is kind of like puzzles, all very complicated. So, right, okay. So there. Actually, no. This one's actually not that complicated. Okay, this one has the home button, and then those three kind of like a T, an I, or a 1, or an 8, and 1/2 apparently. But if we press the home button, look at the top there. From there, you see it being 1, 1, 0, 2. So, if we press the home button again, we'll press 1, 1, 1 minus 1, making it 0, and then 2. And that was one of the hardest puzzles because I didn't know that obviously this game obviously is always thinking outside of the box, always using, the controller in a unique way, even the HUD in a unique way. Kojima would be proud if he even knew about this studio and whatnot. Although granted, he probably didn't. Anyway.
The door unlocked.
Oh, here we go. Right, so let's go to Elizabeth's, Rex's office. Although it's locked, as it would be, so let's use our TAS. Here. Also, hi, Sunrose.
Right, I'll use the TAS.
Right. Okay, so 1/2. So that's 1. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. So it's it's changed. Okay. Ooh. Down to plus. There we go. And now we've got another row. So 1 plus 3, or 1 plus 2, plus and minus, 2, 1, A and B, minus A, plus A, and AB. And there we go. It's like always a three kind of like free layer code, I guess.
The door unlocked.
Right, through we go. And Sunrose has had a good week, which is good. Oh no.
Huh? Ashley. Sophia, what are you doing here? You're one to talk. How did you get in here? The door was open. The door was securely locked. I should know. I locked it. Huh? Do you honestly expect me to fall for that? Now tell me, who helped you unlock the door?
Mike. Nobody. Just, I love Ashley's it's like notification of who Mike is. It's like round, round. Anyway, heads for Mike, tails for nobody. Oh, damn it, dropped it. Ah, there it is. Son of a bitch. Anyway, there we go. So, not so high, John. Heads, Mike, tails, nobody. Tails, nobody. We gotta tell the truth. Nobody that you need to do.
Nobody. Don't lie to me, Ashley. A child like you can't just go in and out of locked rooms without any help. Don't underestimate me, Sophia. What? I'm the daughter of 2 brilliant scientists. Card locks like this are nothing to me. You mean to say you unlocked them all by yourself? That's what I said. Well, it seems I really have underestimated you. I wasn't expecting this at all. You really are quite an annoying little girl. Why couldn't you just have kept quiet and stayed in the meeting room? Sophia, what did you do to my dad? To Dr. Robins? He's in the control room right now, right? What are you going to do with him? Don't ask me. I have nothing to do with that. Don't lie! And why would I lie to you now? But you got Mike and Gina with the stun gun. Well, yes, I did incapacitate those 2. But I haven't gone near Dr. Robins. He was nowhere to be seen when I went to his room. Then who? I have no idea. Is he safe? You just don't listen, do you? I told you, I don't know. You're lying. Anyway, why did you lock me in the meeting room? Because he asked me to. That's all.
Who's he? I loving quote Kevin's kind of like a line there. Throw a bucket over her head. Throw a bucket over her. Maybe she'll melt. Well, she doesn't have green skin, Kev, so I don't think it'll work. It'll probably mildly annoy her.
He? Who asked you to lock me in?
Ellipses. So damn it! I knew it! I knew it was ellipses! So I'm gonna get that son of a bitch and gotta kill him!
You took my bag at the bus stop, right? Did he ask you to do that too?
She's being out uncooperative. I'll make her cooperative. I'll make her cooperative. Just give me 5 minutes with her. I do not condone female violence. Or, well, condone... Okay, I'll just... There we go. It's like, joke aborted.
Sophia, tell me the truth. I can't. I have a deal with him. Until we both have what we want, we keep our partnership secret. You want different things? Yes. We both have our own objectives at JC Valley. I want information on a certain project that Judd kept since his MJ Lab days.
Wonder what that would be.
And as for him, he wants to begin experimenting again with the memory control unit. What info? What project? A research project. I don't know. You don't know about it, so never mind. You mean the EC project? What? You know about the EC project? Of course. My mom worked on it, didn't she? But why would you want information from a project that old? Old? Ashley, you know nothing. Anyone with even a passing interest in memory research would be desperate to get their hands on any information about the EC project. Why? Because the EC project was the last one ever worked on by the two true geniuses, Sayoko Robins and Judd Fitzgerald. The last project? True geniuses? Ashley, there are two types of geniuses, regular geniuses and true geniuses. Regular geniuses will work long and hard to research their new thesis. But true geniuses don't need that kind of time and effort.
Really? Don't know about that.
And their theses shake the very foundations of science. Judd and Sayoko were true geniuses in the field of memory research. So the materials they left behind, the ingenuity,
Sorry, I'm looking at that word and it's like, what?
So the materials that left behind, the
God damn it. Ingenuity. That's what I meant.
So the materials that left behind, the ingenuity behind them, and the possibilities they hold.
I can't believe I had trouble saying that. Like, never mind. Let's keep going.
Gain hold of them would it be a dream come true for any memory researcher. And they were buried in JC Valley along with Judd Fitzgerald. Do you have them all now? Yes, I do. Except for one file. What about the mnemonic fluid? Do you still need that? How do you know about that? It was in the email you got from your partner on the outside. Ah, you cracked the code. Yes, the information about the mnemonic fluid is all I have left to get. That's why I came here. Is there any
Why do I say if there's any?
Is there information about it here?
There we go.
Yes, the room should have contained the prototype mnemonic fluid.
Honestly.
What experiments does he want to do with the memory control unit? Experiments related to a project that was halted 6 months ago. My partner's aim is to start that project up again. As for the project, what is it? I can't tell you.
Of course you won't tell me. Because you're a bitch.
What's the prototype? It's liquid memory storage. Called
whatever it's pronounced.
fluid. It's part of the memory research here. We only heard about it recently, but the prototype's been around since MJ Labs. Judd created it for the EC project. Memory research requires the storage of a lot of complex data, and to create mnemonic
fluid. Minosonic. Whatever.
You need a large amount of water. That's why Judd built this lab in the middle of Lake Juliet. But Ashley, all that is beside the point. You and your father have quite bad timing. If your father hadn't discovered me, I wouldn't have had to attack Mike and Gina, and I would have got out of here quickly and quietly. Quickly and quietly? Well, there's no chance of that happening now. What? Gina already knows you've been leaking information, important information. She does she? Yes. Gina found the evidence in your computer, the email. So she knows about it too. And even if you delete it, it's too late. She's printed it and given it to one of the top scientists here. She gave it away? Well, isn't that interesting? What's so funny? Well, Gina would have given it to Rex or Ryan. Rex isn't in the building right now, as far as I know, which means she gave it to Ryan. Yeah, she gave it to... Giving Ryan the email with proof of my guilt? I couldn't have asked for better luck. I'm sure Ryan's already destroyed the email. Then, your partner is... Oh, you figured it out. Well done. Yes, it's Ryan. Why? Ryan Gray is a top-level scientist, as well as a cold-hearted, terrifying human being. He lies and betrays without a second thought, if it will help him obtain his objective. Deceiving a stupid child like you is nothing to him. He lied this whole time? He said he met my mom. He told me about her. Was it nothing but lies? Ashley, I have absolutely no idea what Ryan has told you, but he always keeps his emotions in check. Every word he says has a purpose, completely unlike your father. I can't believe this. So the one who called me here and got you to lock me in was... Poor Ashley. I think I've told you a bit too much. What are you going to do to me? Oh, I have special ways. Okay. Good question. What should I do? Are you going to knock me out like Mike and Gina? Do you want me to?
Well, no, obviously, because she's crying at the moment.
Relax. I don't harm children. I have no intention of hurting you. So what should I do? Dad. I want to help Dad. I want to find him. Ashley, let's make a deal. A deal? That's right. One where we can both get what we want. Ashley, I want you to leave here. I want to leave here quietly. If you stay here and don't contact anyone until I get out, I won't do anything to you. And then you can go and ask Ryan to let your father go, or whatever you want. Well, does that sound fair? Okay. I won't contact Gina or Mike until you leave. Then it's a deal. But before I leave, a parting gift. I'll tell you something. You know about another, don't you? Yeah. It's a memory control unit my parents developed. Yes, your mother researched a memory control unit while she was part of the EC project. With the help of her husband, Dr. Robins, she wrote her thesis on another. But then they became aware of certain people's intent to misuse another. So they halted their research and hid the thesis. Yeah, and then Mom was shot dead by a man who wanted the thesis. And Dad brought the thesis she gave her life for to Blood Edward Island. He spent 11 years there and succeeded in completing another. Yes, Dr. Robins completed another. However, here's the ironic part, Ashley. Another was already completed here, before your mother died. What? While Judd had your mother write the thesis on another, he was developing his own memory control unit. 6 months later, he had created a test model. He called it Another Zero.
Another zero.
Another Zero?
Yes, Ashley, I just said that.
There was an another at JC Valley before Mom died? Yes, indeed. Judd succeeded in creating his own memory control unit. Is it the same as the one Dad built? No, they look similar, but their functions are different.
How do you know that? You know, was there pictures leaked off another, the another control memory device from the first game? It's like all that news report shit and all that. Was there? I don't know. Probably not. Or maybe it was all documented in some way or form. But how do you know? Ugh, idiot.
Sayoko's Another gave subjects new false memories, whereas Judd's Another Zero extracts or deletes the subject's memories. The way Judd looked at it, it would be possible to exert complete control over memory by combining the functions of Sayoko's Another and his own. That was the final goal of the EC project, but Judd died before ever seeing the two combined. And after his death, there were no more true geniuses left in JC Valley. Nobody left to make his dream a reality. I think it's time I stopped chatting. How do you know so much about Another? Were you on the project? No, I was never involved with Another's development. Only a few scientists were ever allowed to work on it. I heard everything from Rex. Elizabeth's dad, right? Yes. I heard you were engaged to him. And who told you that? Gina. Oh, Gina. That woman really can't keep her mouth shut. No, it's just a rumor, nothing more. But Elizabeth said her dad was getting remarried. Well, if he is, it's not to me. He proposed to me, but I haven't given him an answer. You mean you were using him to get information on JC Valley? As much as I'd like that to be true, not quite. Rex is a very mediocre scientist, but he's quite a warm, caring person. And I suppose he may have melted my heart of ice, just a little. What's that supposed to mean? You'll understand when you're older, Ashley. But please, tell Elizabeth something from me. Her father didn't just propose out of love alone. He was worried about her, wanted her to have a new mother figure. But I don't think I can deal with being the mother of a 16-year-old. Sorry.
Ooh, bird.
Alright, I'm leaving now. Don't forget our deal, Ashley. How long should I wait in here? Well, you can leave when you discover the secret of this room. What's that? A secret compartment. When you open it and look inside, then you can leave this room. A secret compartment? Okay, got it.
And she nonchalantly walks out of this story alive. Bitch.
Sophia.
Okay. So, we need to know what the secret of this place is. So, here's one clue here.
Looks like this has the twin lines on it too. Wait.
More flashbacks.
I remember this. This globe was in Judd's villa. In the hall. Mom was looking at it.
So, not much of interest. Anyway, let's look at this. Book on the disc. Picture of Judd.
It's called Memories of Judd Fitzgerald. I wonder what's in it.
Let's have a look. Loading. Right, let's open this. Do. Oh dear.
This must be a photo of Judd.
Judd Fitzgerald established his position as a leading memory researcher relatively young. How should his successes be as a scientist and a businessman be thought of and judged? What was it that set him upon the path that he ultimately took? What kind of legacy has he left to the world of memory research? These questions are vital to those working in this field today. This book aims to not only give a brief account of Judd Fitzgerald's scientific background and achievements, but also to shed valuable light on the challenges in memory research that he was trying to overcome. The caption on the photo says Judd Fitzgerald as director. Let's turn the page. Oh, hello.
Hey, wait. Is that Mom and Dad?
Raised in the South, he was a man of enormous presence. He was hailed as a genius by the scientific community after publishing his thesis in his late 20s. It was not only his fame, but also his great charisma that drew others to him. He took up the position of director at MJ Labs, a company set up for him in 1984. Oh, so it was a firm set it up for him rather by him. Okay. It was an advanced memory research facility with government VIPs on the board of directors, which recruited only the brightest American graduates as researchers. Everyone who ever worked with Judd agreed that he was able to elevate the potential of these promising young scientists almost immediately, and within a short period of time, he would push them beyond what they believed to be their own limits. Judd had the ability and the charm to convince even the people who worked with him that they were geniuses, but there was another side to him as well. If he didn't get on with someone for any reason, he would be coldly indifferent to them. The photograph shows Judd's researchers during his time at MJ Labs. Standing on left, Sayoko Kitazato? I think that's her maiden name. Standing center, Richard Robins. Standing behind Judd, Rex Alfred. Turn the page again. Oh, there's so many so much stuff.
Hey, it's Mom and Ryan.
But this run of favorable results was not to last, as he was publicly dismissed after problems at MJ Labs in 1993. At the time, MJ Labs was working on the EC project designed to create artificial episodic memories in human subjects. But the project was beset by problems and went far over time and budget while producing no results. The board of directors decided to cancel the project, but Judd refused to shut the lab and was essentially fired as a result. After being dismissed from MJ Labs, Judd used his own fortune and funded from private companies interested in the memory business to set up a new research facility, JC Valley, on the shores of Lake Juliet. The photograph on the left shows two of Judd's proteges from his time at MJ Labs, Sayoko Robins and Ryan Gray. The photograph on the right shows the main building of Judd's company, JC Valley. Ooh, hello. What the? There's another sheet of paper stuck over these pages. Interesting. Gotta take a... Nope, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Gotta take a picture of this. Snap.
Might come in handy.
What's on the next page?
And it's the same on these pages. Why?
I'm sure they'll come in handy, Ashley. Best to take a picture. Right, okay, so that's us done. And thus, episodic content failed. Funny, Kev.
Why are those pictures stuck in the middle of the book?
Right. So, if we take our DAS and look at our photos, got there, and then we superimpose that on this one. So yeah, obviously it's kind of like a slideshow of some kind. So what is it? A, G, X, A, G, X. So AGX. So so basically A, G, X. Okay. Remember that now, people.
Maybe if I move these.
Here we go. So,
Huh? Why won't this move?
okay. Here we go. There we go. That's the first one done. There we go. Simple.
The compartment opened.
And what is inside? A small case.
What's this?
It is empty.
The imprint in the case is shaped just like Mom's pendant. There's something written on the label. 1994. SR. SR? That's the same as Mom's initials.
Who's there?
Huh?
Hey, Rex. Rex, old buddy, old pal. Ashley, what are you doing here?
Mr. Alfred. Dad's in trouble.
What?
You've got to help him.
Ashley, what happened? Calm down. Tell me everything. Did you come here with Richard?
He told me you were the only person in here I could trust. He told me to come here.
Okay, Ashley, please. Calm yourself down and tell me what's happened.
Sophia attacked Mike and Gina, and someone's attacked my dad.
Sophia attacked them?
Yeah, that's why.
Ashley, I really don't have time for games right now. This really isn't something you should joke around.
I wish this was a joke. Mr. Alfred, please believe me. I'm serious.
Alright. What happened, Ashley?
Did you see Ryan?
What's he got to do with this?
Did he show you the evidence, the email?
He was just with me. What's this about an email?
Gina printed out an email from Sophia's computer as evidence.
Ashley, you already knew this. You already know what's gonna happen. You already know he's destroyed the evidence. Hi.
They were investigating an information leak here at JC Valley, and they found out Sophia was behind it.
What?
Yeah, it was her. She'd been leaking top secret information.
Ashley, this is a very serious accusation. Sophia would never do a thing like that. She's a valued and trustworthy member of my staff. You must be mistaken. I'll talk to her and clean this up.
But you can't.
What?
Sophia was here, but she left a few minutes ago.
Here?
She was here in the office, and she's left the lab for good. She told me. She said she was only here to get data on the EC project.
What? The EC project? I can't believe this.
Sophia told me about another 02. The mnemonic fluid.
Mnemonic fluid?
The liquid fluid that Judd and Mom developed. That was the last thing. The thing she was looking in here for.
What? The secret compartment's open. Did she open it?
No, I did from the book on your desk. Sophia told me to open it up when she left, to have a look inside.
What? Jesus Christ, Rex. Yeah. Maybe I should talk like Stone Cold Steve Austin for Rex and say, What? Jesus Christ. Honestly. So you unlocked the compartment?
Yeah. The case with the mnemonic fluid was in there, right? And the SR on it is my mom, right?
Yes, Ashley. The mnemonic fluid in there.
When Mom was here 13 years ago, you gave her that pendant in front of the clock tower, right?
What? What? How did you know about that?
Since coming here, I started remembering what happened 13 years ago. I was here with Mom. I saw you from the car. You gave her the pendant in front of the clock tower.
Yes, Ashley. I gave her the memory I'd promised her. And what was that?
The memory you promised her?
Ashley, the mnemonic fluid... one that only we knew about.
What was that? What was it?
I knew it had to tell you about this at some point. What I'm going to tell you is something even your father doesn't know about. I promised I wouldn't ever tell anyone about it.
Tell me. What was the secret memory in the pendant? Was Dad attacked because he was carrying it?
Alright, Ashley. It seems it's time to tell you the whole truth.
Mr. Alfred.
13 years ago, Sayoko brought you here to JC Valley. She came because Judge Fitzgerald had summoned her here.
Why did he do that?
He wanted to give her an ultimatum, to hear her final answer.
Her final answer about what?
Whether she'd come back to the lab, or whether she'd have her memories erased.
What?
Sayoko was a true genius, one that Judd had embarked as his successor. When he was recruited, when she was recruited for the EC project, he acted as her mentor and colleague. They worked together and had one success after another, and she won his absolute trust. And Judd entrusted her with all of his hopes and ambitions for the future. And then she met Richard and got married, and you were born. Sayoko decided she wanted to look after you rather than continue being a scientist.
Mom.
And so, 13 years ago, Judd called Sayoko to his villa to get her final answer. He refused to allow her to deny her genius for the sake of her family. He wanted her to come back to him, so that they could carve out their place in history. But she refused, and so Judd set down a condition for her departure.
What condition?
Judd said that if she was to leave him, then Sayoko the scientist must be erased. He ordered her to have her memories of the EC project removed and destroyed, and I believe she understood. If she didn't comply, then her family's lives would be in danger. And it's like, what the fuck? It was like, Judd's an asshole. Okay, we're gonna say that right now. Judd's an asshole. And also, that is, then her family's lives would be in danger? Not like she was already in danger herself. Hadoi! Honestly. Because she died! For nothing! Ugh, stupid. Anyway. So she came here to JC Valley to have her memories erased.
She erased her memories?
Yes. They used Judd's own another zero to do it. I was the one who had to do the job. I removed and erased 6 years of her life, from the start of 1988 to the end of 1993. When she came out of another zero, she was slightly dazed. A single tear fell from her dark eyes, and she said to me, "I feel like I've lost something very important."
Those 6 years?
She wasn't sad about losing her memories of being a scientist. That tear was the tear of a mother. She was willing to give up her memories to live with you as a family. But her greatest regret was the loss of her memories of the day you were born. I saw that tear and made my own decision. I told her to meet me at the clock tower at 5 o'clock, and I gave her the pendant with the mnemonic fluid in it. The pendant contained a part of her own memories.
A part?
Yes, her memories of the day you were born.
Huh? That pendant? It really has Mom's memories in it?
Yes, Ashley. It contains the most important memories of her entire life.
I had no idea. She kept such important memories in it. In that pendant.
Oh, Ashley's so emotional. Ashley, was Richard really attacked?
Yeah. And he's locked in the control room. Please help him.
Wait, what? Locked in the control room? Speaking of, beginning another experiment.
Huh? That's the VC. Wait, don't answer that. It could be a sales call.
The Another Zero project is, as of today, reopened. Ryan, the reopening of the project is not yet confirmed. I haven't given you permission to carry out any experiments. I no longer require your permission. I have already acquired a subject for the experiment.
Ryan!
Oh, Ashley, I didn't expect you to see you there.
Sophia told me everything. She said you were her partner.
What? What? Rex, you are far too compassionate.
which makes you a failure as a man of science. Ryan, is my dad safe? Dr. Robins is here with me. Ryan, you haven't. Dr. Robins is kindly assisting me with the experiment. Ryan, stop this! The preparations are complete. I shall now begin the experiment. Ryan, listen to me! Ashley, Richard is in danger. Ryan's using him as a suspect for his experiment. Where is he doing it? In the another lab. Where's that? On the B3F floor. We need to go there right away. Follow me.
We're on a race against time, people. Alright, let's go this way. Even though he's not leading the way. Here's the elevator, so... Down we go. And Ashley went down, down, down into the blue sea of water.
This is the another lab, Ashley. It's locked. Ashley, the door opens via a biometric sensor. I'll open it. That's strange. It's not responding. It won't open? Ryan. What? He must have deleted my biometric data from the system to lock me out. Huh? Then we can't get in? So it seems. Wait, Ashley. I've just thought. Maybe you can unlock it. Me? 13 years ago, when you were here with Sayoko, your data was entered into the system. He likely hasn't thought to delete it. Actually, try using the sensor.
Okay.
Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Yep, that works.
It worked.
It was just a simple case of just hovering my hand over it.
The door opened.
Had hands on the side, still had hand on the platform. Yeah, I know. This game had its flaws, okay, Kevin? Hell, we already had spelling mistakes, or, well, grammar mistakes or whatever. Anyway.
Dad!
There's no point in talking to him, Ashley. He is unconscious.
Ryan! What are you doing? What did you do to my dad?
I hadn't even planned on letting you in here. But it seems I made a critical oversight. Your information is still in the system, Ashley. But then again, we always had to allow for an experimental error.
Ryan, let Richard go. Stop this experiment.
Why should I do something like that? The first step is already complete. I have extracted his memories.
What? What?
It has been a long time since we extracted human memories, but it went smoothly. The next stage is deletion.
Ryan, nobody may carry out experiments in this lab without my express permission.
Your permission? And why would I require that?
I'm the director of JC Valley.
Director? A mere title. I refuse to accept the authority of one who is less able than myself.
Ryan, I know you're an excellent scientist, but Judd left JC Valley to me, not to you.
Judd left JC Valley to you? Is that supposed to mean something?
Judd respected your ability as a scientist, but he was worried about your tendency to take things too far. That's why he left the fate of the EC project in my hands.
And the proof is that that is in that laptop of his, I assume.
Yes, he gave it to me before he died, although the one he really wanted to give it to was Sayoko.
But she didn't take it, and you still cannot open the document inside the laptop. However, neither of those facts are relevant, as I have no interest in it. Don't believe that I could glean any new information from reading Judd's document.
Ryan, Judd told me something on his deathbed. He said that the final stage of the EC project was another zero, and that another zero would be completed by integrating the function of Sayoko's another. So I called Richard here after he returned from Blood Edward Island. Richard had studied and understood more about Sayoko's another than anyone. So if I had him work with you, since you were still studying Judd's another,
it would lead to the completion of another zero. That's what you thought, wasn't it?
That's right.
But you didn't think things through, did you? You did call him here, but then he refused to work on another with us.
Ryan.
Ashley, your father is quite the crafty fellow.
Crafty? What?
Yes, crafty. He pretended to cooperate with us on the development of another zero, but he tricked all of us.
How?
Rex, I'm sure you've already noticed.
Mr. Alfred, what did Dad do?
Ashley, allow me to explain. Dr. Robins came here with one goal in mind. He wanted to find Sayoko's true killer here, in JC Valley.
Her true killer? But we already know who it was. It was...
Bill Edward, yes?
Huh? How do you know?
It was in the memories I extracted from Dr. Robins. There is no question about that fact, Ashley.
Yeah.
It has been 2 years since Bill died. Another member of the EC project meeting his maker. Rex, I'm sure Dr. Robins has already told you about his suspicions, correct?
Ryan.
He is pretty much a Rex dog, and he's like, sorry.
Mr. Alfred, is it true? Bill didn't kill my mom? Richard had his doubts about that, Ashley. There's no denying that it was Bill who pulled the trigger and ended Sayoko's life. But the question was whether he was able to do it alone.
When Dr. Robins came back to Blood Edward Island, he carried out his own extensive investigation into the staff of MJ Labs. Rex, only a foolish man like you would invite somebody like that here. Ashley, as soon as your father arrived at JC Valley, he began searching through documents from MJ Labs, which Judd had left, almost like a common thief. And then he simply walked off with Sayoko's file.
He even investigated the reason she was here 13 years ago. All this without even lifting a finger to help me with another. Or help with another. And thanks to his efforts, another Zero project was put on hold.
No, Ryan. I put the project on hold because...
Rex, please. I can bear to hear your pitiful excuses no longer. Judd was respected across the world as a great scientist, but he made one fatal mistake. He gave JC Valley and the EC project to a man like you. A man who puts his faith in gambles rather than in solid facts. Did you think I had not picked up on your plan to mass produce mnemonic fluid?
Look, Ryan, I know you're not satisfied with me as your boss. So let's talk it out, man to man.
Rex, I have already said that I have no desire to discuss things with you. It is time to continue the experiment. The next stage is memory deletion.
Ryan! Ryan, stop!
Rex, please be quiet. I am beginning the experiment.
Wait, Ryan!
Oh.
Ryan, think about this! Do you realize what you're doing?
I don't need your permission. I have a gun.
Stop this! Right now!
You leave me no choice.
Ah!
Judo chop. Or pistol whip you, you bitch. I told you not to get in my way, Rex.
Ryan, please let Dad go. Don't delete his memories.
As Sayoko's were deleted.
Huh?
I'm sure Rex has already told you that Sayoko was here 13 years ago.
Yeah, he told me. She had her memories erased.
And about this pendant. Ugh.
That's...
The mnemonic fluid containing part of Sayoko's memory.
That's why you stole my bag. For the pendant.
Yes, indeed it is.
Please, don't do this. Let Dad out.
Are his memories that important to you? He left you when you were only 3 years old, giving up 11 years just for Sayoko's research. You really care so much about the memories of a man like that?
Of course. We haven't spent as much time together as most parents and children. But the time we spent together, the time we spent thinking about each other, I care more about that than anything else in the world.
Care? How peculiar. I cannot understand it myself, but maybe that love between a father and daughter does exist. Very well, Ashley. I shall give you a chance.
A chance?
If you do as I say right now, I will not delete your father's memories. Do you accept?
Ooh. Jeez. Do I really want to do a coin flip on this? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. Heads yes, tails no, but I won't go by the answer of the coin. Although it did say heads, so that's good. That's good.
Okay, I'll do it.
Excellent. I had expected you to say that.
What do you want me to do?
Go to Dr. Robins' office and bring something back for me.
What do you want?
He has a long cuboid box somewhere in his office. Open it and bring the contents to me. It is a memento of Sayoko, so to speak.
A memento?
Correct. He said that he brought it here with him. Gina told me that he brought some things of Sayoko's here, and that the box has not been opened once since Sayoko's death.
What's in it?
If my theory is correct, it contains an important device crucial to the development of another.
What do you mean?
It contains a device that is necessary to unlock the memory restoration function in another.
Memory restoration?
Yes, it is absolutely essential for another's completion. Ashley, Dr. Robins took Sayoko's thesis and used it to build another. When he came here, I wanted him to help with the development of our another, so I allowed him access to research materials from MJ Labs. But he took a device from those materials without permission, of course. It is the last thing Sayoko created when she was working on the EC project. It is an unfinished device, never used. It is called the TAS, and Dr. Robins took it upon himself to take custody of it. At first, it wasn't clear if all was his intentions were, or why he took it. But when I realized that he had no intention of assisting me with the development of another, he was here constantly, day and night, even on weekends, constantly working. Once I saw all that, I hypothesized that he was studying Sayoko's device. So when I heard that he had called you here to Lake Juliet, I had a feeling that you would bring something important with you, something related to Sayoko.
So you stole my bag?
Yes, but there was nothing in it, nothing of interest anyway. So that is why I would want to see what is in that box that Dr. Robins is keeping.
Why do I have to get it?
Ashley, this is my theory. Dr. Robins had to have a reason to call you here, and that may just be because you are the key to that box.
Me?
Yes, Sayoko was also very accomplished in the field of biometrics, so there's a strong chance that she keyed the box to your biometric data. So I want you to open it for me.
Ryan.
Ashley, one more thing. I wish to be very clear to you about this. If you tell Gina or anyone else anything about this, I will kill your father without hesitation.
No, don't. I'll go get it. Don't do anything to Dad, please.
And away we go. Off to Dr. Robins' room. Rex Alfred's. And wait, nope.
This isn't Dad's office.
Sorry. This is though.
Where's the box?
It's gotta be around here somewhere, so.
It's empty.
Ah, phew, lots of chocolate.
That's a lot of chocolate. Why would he put this much chocolate in the drawer? Unless... Wait, maybe...
You have to investigate it 3 times in order to realize that there's something hidden underneath it.
I knew it! There's something under the there's something under the chocolate. What's this? Hey, this is a kaleidoscope chamber.
So obviously, now you've got that kaleidoscope chamber, and then you've got this box here. So there's obviously something connected to that. So let's combine this with the kaleidoscope.
I'll use this chamber with the kaleidoscope.
So you got moon, circle, star. So yeah, it's moon, circle, star. Okay.
What are these shapes? These shapes, do they have something to do with this box?
So obviously you see this box here. This is obviously in the design of the Wiimote. So obviously you've got the the moon at the one button, the circle on the up, and the star to the left. So there we go. You just hold them down. Hold them all down.
What should I do? I saw the pattern in the kaleidoscope, but how do I use it to open the box?
Okay, fine. Okay.
What do I do? I saw the pattern in the kaleidoscope.
Okay. I know it's something to do with. Maybe it's star circle. Oh, okay. Okay, when I press them all down, what happens? Let's look at this chamber again. So moon, circle, star. No, okay. There we go. Aha.
It opened.
Yeah, you have to press them all together, and it's like cha. Yeah, there we go, and then it opens.
Completely forgot how to do that. There's something inside. Is this what Ryan wanted? Oh, that sound. The task is responding. It's responding to something.
Oh, it's responding to something, all right. It's responding to this white device. there's a cord in it, so it might attach to something. So let's combine it to the task.
Maybe these two.
Now,
These two look like part of a set. What am I supposed to do with them?
Now, of course, it's not just simply saying, "Oh, grab the end of the cable and plug it into the task." You see, this is why I like Cing, because they like to think outside of the box. Because, as you obviously know, that the task looks like a Wiimote, and what does that white device look like? Well, obvious. It looks like a nunchuck, doesn't it? Like this one. Yes. So, basically, to solve this puzzle, just take the end of a nunchuck that you have at home, plug it into the bottom, and
I could try attaching the model to the task.
and there you go. It automatically does it. Data is being transferred. Data transfer complete. Remove upgrade module. And simple enough. Take out the Wiimote, the nunchuck, and there you go. Task version 2. We've upgraded.
What now? Ashley.
Huh?
There's a voice coming out of the task. That voice. Let me say your name again. Ashley, my sweet daughter. It's Mom. Ashley, do you recognize my voice? It's your mother. If you're hearing this message through the task, it means that I'm not with you anymore. Mom. Ashley, please listen to me. Let me explain why I created the task and why I left you this message. Before you were born, I worked at a place called MJ Labs, and I was on the team assigned to a project called the EC project. We were researching human memory. The director of MJ Labs was a great scientist called Judd Fitzgerald. I became his assistant and learned so much from him. I discovered that what it really means to study memory. While I was at MJ Labs, I developed a number of theories and created several prototype units. One of my theses was on a memory control unit called Another. Ashley, do you know about memory control? A person's memory is their own creation, holding both past and present data, good things and bad, joy and sorrow. These are all stored in this memory unit, in this memory data. As the person lives on, these memories become the foundation of their decisions and choices. Another is a unit that allows total control over memory. It can implant false memories into human subjects. I wanted it to be used on victims of traumatic events to heal their pain. There are so many people in the world with terrible memories that they can't escape. They live only in the past and cannot conceive of any future. Another was meant for them, but some people wanted to use Another for very different reasons. They wanted to use it to mold people's minds as they pleased. They wanted to create their own brand of human being. I knew that if this happened, Another would become a terrible weapon. So even as I worked on my thesis for Another, I implanted a security system in the control unit that had been developed based on my theories. And I created this device to unlock the function described in my thesis. I call it the TAS, short for True Another System. Then I coded it so that only you can use it.
I left it in the materials related to the EC project, in case another was ever developed and used for the wrong reasons. Ashley, when I was a teenager, I knew, without a doubt, I wanted to be a scientist. I left Japan for America and embarked on the path of research. The pursuit of knowledge alone made me so happy. I wanted to go out and change the world. Such an arrogant mindset on reflection. So I think it was fate that brought your father and I together at MJ Labs. He was always so awkward at everything, but his heart was in the right place. He showed me the blue sky and green trees when all I had known was grey offices. He showed me how amazing it was to love and to be loved. He was the first person to ever show me that.
Sure, it wasn't a one night stand, Sayoko. I'm sorry, I'm ruining this moment.
And then he gave me the greatest gift of all. You, Ashley. You smile when you look up at my face. You cry loudly and sleep peacefully in my arms. The first time I held you, I made my promise. I made my decision. I would dedicate my life to you. So to me, the day you were born is the most important day in my whole life. Mom, I wish this happiness could last forever. But there are people who want Sayoko the scientist back. They don't want me to live as a mother. And as long as they're around, I don't think we can ever truly be at peace. I think that's why I decided to leave you this message. Ashley, everyone dies 2 deaths. The first is when their soul leaves their body. The second is when they no longer live on in people's memories. Ashley, do you still remember me? Mom, that was your voice. I can't believe it. You left that message just for me. Mom.
Tugs on the heartstrings, doesn't it? Anyway, now that we've gotten what we found, let's get back to the another control panel room, and stop this madness. Huh? Oh. Oh. Oh dear.
Dad!
You took your time, Ashley.
I opened the box and brought back what was in it. Dad, what's wrong? Dad?
And that's the end of this chapter, guys, so let's get into the chapter recap with our little quiz. Very sudden, I know.
Gina and I told Ryan about what Sophia did and gave him the email as evidence. Then Ryan brought me into his office and showed me something to trigger a flashback. What did Ryan show me?
What did Ryan show Ashley? Was it the celestial glow, the twin lines clock, or the mnemonic fluid case? Here's your chance to decide. The correct answer was that of the twin lines clock.
Yeah,
Yes. Ryan showed me the clock with the twin lines on it. When I looked at it, I remember seeing it in Judd's villa. When I saw Sophia in Elizabeth's dad's office, she told me everything, even about Ryan being her partner. Then Elizabeth's dad told me about the pendant he gave Mom at the clock tower. He had mnemonic fluid in it, containing memory data of Mom's most important memories. What memory data was stored in the fluid?
So what memory data was stored? Was it memories of the day I was born? Information about the EC project? Or information about another? Make a choice. Go ahead. Just go on. Yeah, so make a choice. Yeah, see what happens. Go on. Yeah, go on. Go on, do it. The correct answer was memories of the day I was born.
Yeah. The pendant contained Mom's memories of the day I was born. It was Ryan who attacked Dad in his office. Then he used another zero, the memory control unit, in the another lab, to carry out a memory extraction experiment using Dad as a test subject. I begged him to stop the experiment and not delete Dad's memories. Ryan told me to bring back the contents of a box that was in Dad's office. What was in the box?
What was in the box? What was in the box? Was it the TAS upgrade module, a password chamber, or Judd's biography? I mean, come on. You said, what was in the box? What was in the box? Go on, choose. What was in the box? I mean, you just literally saw it seconds ago, so what was in the box? The correct answer was the TAS upgrade module.
That's right. The TAS upgrade module was in the box. When I connected it to the TAS, I heard Mom's voice coming from it. It was a special message that she left just for me. Mom, 13 years ago here at JC Valley, you had your memories erased, and it was all to protect me and Dad. Then Dad came here to find the real culprit behind your death. Ryan, I brought the thing in the box, just like you told me to. So please, just let Dad go.
And that we will leave it at that tonight, people. So thanks very much for watching this episode. And of course, next week, I won't be playing Smash Brothers. I swear to God, I will not be playing Smash Brothers on 3DS next week. Trust me, we are going to finish this. We're gonna finish this puppy. We're going into chapter 9. And we're gonna be riding it high, and we're gonna stop the madness. Because Ryan's a madman now, so we have to stop it all. Yeah. So anyway, okay. So with that, we'll just save it on that file there, and we won't. So, click OK after that. That is it for tonight. So thanks very much for watching. In the Another Lab, we will continue our campaign.
I went with Gina to explain everything to Ryan. I was so happy someone was finally doing something. But then Dad called me over the VC and said not to trust Ryan. Then Sophia told me that Ryan was really trying to do, and he did an experiment on Dad using another. Dad looks really out of it. What did Ryan do to him?
So we'll find out.
It was Ryan who attacked Dad. Then he used Dad in some crazy experiment to try to erase his memories. To stop him, I had to go into Dad's office, unlock Mom's box, and take out something he wanted. It was a task upgrade module. After getting it, I went back to Ryan, but something's wrong with Dad.
And with that, the final chapter, Doorway to Memories.
Ryan, what did you do to Dad? Dad! Dad!
Repeat line! Line! Sorry. Where am I?
Dad, are you okay?
This isn't MJ Labs.
Dad, come on!
What is this? Sorry, I should say this in this tone. What is this place? Sounds like something from Resident Evil, ain't it?
Ryan, what did you do to Dad? He's acting really weird.
Ashley, ask Dr. Robins something. Ask him who you are.
Why ask him that?
Just ask him and you'll see.
Huh? Dad, you recognize me, right?
Huh?
Dad, answer me. Who am I, Dad?
Who are you?
What? Dad, it's me, Ashley.
Ashley? Have I met you somewhere before? I'm sorry, I don't think I know you.
What?
What? Why are you calling me Dad?
What do you mean, why?
I've only just got married. I don't have any children.
Dad, this isn't funny. Why don't you know me?
Oh dear. How can I make you understand? I'm not your father.
You really don't know me?
Actually, you do remind me of someone. Oh yes, you look like Sayoko. Actually, where is she? Where's Sayoko?
Dad.
Riveting, isn't it? So Ryan's just chuckling up. Well, he's not really chuckling. He has no emotion. The experiment is a success.
Ryan, what did you do to him?
I erased his memories. Dr. Robins has now forgotten the last 17 years of his life. So you no longer have a place in his memories.
What? You're lying. It has to be a lie. I can't just be erased from his memories.
Is that you, Ryan? Dr. Robins, how are you feeling? Ryan, what are you doing here? And why do you look so much older? Dr. Robins, try not to speak too much. Your brain is still sluggish from the experiment. If you try to think too hard, you'll become unwell. Oh, I feel like something's missing. What is it?
Dad, are you okay? Ryan, how could you? I did what you said to help Dad. I opened the box and brought the thing back.
Ashley, calm down. If you have brought the item from inside the box, as you said you would, then I can restore your father's memories without delay.
What do you mean?
Well, I am assuming that you have brought the item as promised. Don't assume anything, Ryan, because you can make an ass out of yourself, and you and me and you get the joke. Show me, Ashley. Show me what you brought back. And we don't get a choice out of the matter, we just give it to him.
This is what was in the box.
Is this all? It has a connector, but this won't fit in with the control panel. Ashley, is this really all that was in the box? Be honest now.
Yeah.
I see. Well, that is a pity.
Why?
It appears it had to be nothing more than an extra module. I cannot use this for memory restoration, Ashley. It appears my theory was not entirely correct. How unfortunate.
What's wrong?
I thought that the box must contain a security key for another. Something that Sayoko developed during the EC project. However, it seems that there was no such key in the box, correct? And thus, I cannot restore Dr. Robins' lost memories.
But you promised. You said that if I opened the box and brought back what was inside, you wouldn't erase my dad's memories.
I did promise that, yes, but you took such a long time to return. I assumed you had given up on your father and simply gone home. Will you stop using that word, Ryan? Because I just want to make the obvious joke over and over and over again. Stop doing that. Stop being repetitive. Stop being repetitive. Stop being repetitive. Stop being... you get...
Gone home? I wouldn't just leave my dad here.
You wouldn't?
Of course not. I'm the only one who can help him. I wouldn't just run off.
Honestly? Would you really? How can you say that? I don't understand you, Ashley. I don't understand why you wouldn't be willing to turn your back on your father.
What's there to understand? He's my dad.
Ashley, is your father truly that important to you?
Of course he is.
We don't have a matter on this. Even though she kind of hated her dad at the beginning of the game, she still has feelings.
Come on, Ryan. If it was your dad on the line, in serious danger, even you'd feel exactly the same as me.
Would I? I can't say I've ever considered it. I've never felt anything like that about my father. Not once.
Please, Ryan. Give my dad
Give my bag?
Give my dad his memories back. Please. Please.
Ashley, are you crying? Why would you be crying?
Because my dad doesn't remember me.
Ashley, stop crying, please. I don't like seeing people cry.
Dad.
Ashley, stop crying now!
Huh?
Wow, an emotion! Don't make me repeat myself. I don't like seeing people cry. Well, you do a good job of repeating yourself, Ryan, so stops me from doing my job.
Why?
I believe that the emotions that trigger crying are unnecessary for humans. So basically, Ryan's an evil bastard. You know, he's a heartless bastard. In fact, crying is more of a defense mechanism, nothing more.
A defense mechanism?
As I gave him a tweet, sorry. Kevin retweeting the thing. Retweeting the stream, so welcome one and all. Ryan says yes. Yes. When the weak believe they will be subject to emotional distress, they always resort to tears. They pour their stress into these eye secretions in an attempt to expel it from their own bodies. It is a defense mechanism designed to protect people from their own feelings. And even if those emotions are misguided, these weak-hearted people justify them with tears. The foremost example is small children whining and crying. Wow. It's like Ryan is a pure scientist, caring not for human emotion, only for the scientifical, sciencey, wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey kind of like feelings. I know that context was, that joke was totally non-needed. From this, it seems fair to conclude that tears are nothing more than a sign of weakness, and thus I despise crying.
You're wrong.
Am I?
You're totally wrong, Ryan. Everyone cries, not just weak people. We cry because our hearts are overwhelmed.
Oh, really? What could possibly overwhelm your heart? I don't know. Well, Ashley's given us the answer.
Our emotions. If there's something you feel really sad about, or if you're really feeling really scared, when you're feeling so lonely and you can't take it, even when you're really happy, the emotions overwhelm our hearts, and we start to cry. Ryan, has that never happened to you?
Never. Not once in my entire life. Bullshit! Bullshit!
You're lying.
No, Ashley, he's bullshit. I am not. Ashley, I understand your theory regarding tears and emotions, so let me ask you something. Using your previous statements as a base, when you saw that Dr. Robins had lost his memories, your heart was overwhelmed. So tell me, what emotion were you feeling? Sorrow because you were erased from your father's memories? Or anger because I carried out the experiment before you returned?
Neither.
Then what was it?
It was because I couldn't save Dad. I was upset because there was nothing I could do. It was regret.
Regret. I see. So such a situation can also give birth to tears. Ashley, would you like to restore Dr. Robins' memories?
Of course.
Pondering. I don't know. I see. Then let us restore his memories.
Really? Are you serious?
Indeed I am. Provided, of course, you aid me with something.
With what?
A memory experiment. If you aid me with my experiment, I will restore your father's memories.
What kind of experiment?
A memory override experiment with you as the subject using this data. Of course, the data being that of the memories of Sayoko Robins.
Mom's pendant.
Ashley, to you this is a memento of your mother, correct?
Yeah.
But to me, this is merely an old data sample, memories extracted 13 years ago. I wanted to find out what was in the memory data, so I analyzed it. But I could not read the memories directly from the mnemonic fluid. So I wish to examine this memory data using a different method, namely a memory overwrite experiment. This is the perfect data to use for such an experiment. And you are the perfect test subject. Well, he does have his reasonings, obviously, but we'll find out those answers right now.
What's a memory override experiment?
I will implant Sayoko Robins' memories into your mind.
Implant them into my mind? How does that work?
If successful, you will see Sayoko's memories as your own. They will become yours, so to speak.
Mom's memories will become mine?
Yes. I believe this experiment is relevant to your interests. But the memories overwritten in the experiment will be destroyed.
What? Will I lose my memories?
I'm afraid so. But don't worry, the experiment will not destroy any brain cells. So he says, the memory deletion will be selective deletion. Let's follow up on that.
What does selective deletion mean?
Your brain stores the memories which contain data for both past and present events. When implanting memory data from another person into your mind, the new memory will clash with a previously existing memory, and if the original memory is disposable, your brain will erase it and override it with the new memory.
What do you mean by disposal?
A disposable memory is one that you want to forget.
One that I want to forget?
Yes. Ashley, you are 16 years old, correct? By the time one turns 16, there must be many experiences that one would wish to forget. Trust me, I know. And these are the memories that will be overwritten in the experiment.
Ryan, what if there aren't any that I want to forget?
Who can say? I have no data regarding such an occurrence. And obviously, knowing that, understanding why she's the perfect test subject, well, it's clearly obvious. But we'll know here.
Why am I the perfect test subject?
You shared Sayoko's body before you were born, so your memories have a common source. The foundations of your own memory were created while you were inside Sayoko's womb, which means that you should have extremely high compatibility with her memories. Of course, you know, genetic code and all that jazz. Well, Ashley, Will you aid me in my experiment if it means the restoration of your father's memories? Answer me, Ashley.
What do I do? Can I trust him? But I have to save Dad.
Right.
I'll do it.
Excellent choice, Ashley. When you have those memories implanted, I will require you to tell me about them.
I know.
And away we go then, I guess. Ah, dear. Well then, into another you go. Don't do it, Ashley! It's a trap! Fooled you! Yeah, Dr. Robins is like, oh god, my head! Christ! Commencing the experiment, not connecting. Right. So, here we go. Very well. Let us start the memory overwrite experiment. Now, in this little kind of like puzzle and whatnot, it's quite simple. You're given the choice between two memories. You know, one is Sayoko's and the other is Ashley's. In the entire section of this puzzle and whatnot, you're just gonna be choosing one set of memories. Take a guess which one it is. Go ahead, crack on while I'm reading this. Scanning the experimental subject's memory and the data from the mnemonic fluid. There we go. Tons of memories spiraling into the ocean blue, I guess. Validation of memory data and subject's memory complete. I will now initiate the memory overwrite experiment. Selective memory deletion becomes possible once Sayoko's memories are placed into your mind. In other words, you will keep whichever memory you most wish to, yours or Sayoko's. Let the experiment begin. Alright, so obviously you got two memories here. You got Sayoko's memories on the left, and then Ashley's on the right. And like I said, you cannot choose Sayoko's. In fact, even if you try to choose it, you don't actually get to carry on with Sayoko's memories and whatnot. So you just keep picking Ashley's memories, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the night of my 3rd birthday. I peeked out of the closet at Mom. That was the last time I ever saw her.
Oh, well, obviously this time around Ashley's memory is on this side here, so... yeah, just continuously keep choosing Ashley's memories and just carry on, because you can't choose Sayoko's memories.
That's right. It was Dad who found me, hiding in that closet. I remember he seemed so big when he lifted me up, and it felt so warm.
Continuing on.
I remember whenever I thought about Mom, I would get so sad I couldn't stop crying. Jessica was always there for me. She'd stay with me until I cried myself out.
Yeah, here we go. Events from the another codes. 2 memories on the DS.
Yeah. 2 years ago, I got on a boat with Jessica to Blood Edward Island. I'll never forget my 14th birthday there on that island.
Continuing on.
That's right. Dad learned the truth about Mom's death from her killer in that cave. He was shaking with grief and rage, but he did everything to protect me.
With a gun pointing to his head, by the way.
Yeah, after we got back from the island and Dad moved in with us, he was always like that. So horribly awkward and always looking like something that was bothering him.
Continuing on.
That's true. It's only when I'm practicing guitar that I can let go and forget everything. And being with my friends who shared my dream, that's what I really treasure.
As we've notified, obviously. And so the memory override experiment is complete. So yeah, now all of Sayoko's memories are, you know, gone. Because once the fluid was kind of like being used and whatnot, it pretty much renders it completely useless, I believe. So, Ashley, how are you feeling?
I feel kinda dizzy.
I see. But there is nothing to worry about. Overwriting memories is not as taxing on the brain as removing them. Now tell me, were Sayoko's memories implanted into you? Well, yeah, we can either say yes or no. Let's have a coin flip anyway, just for the laughs, you know. What was it? Heads yes, tails no. Okay, so the coin is saying yes. Okay. But really, in all honesty, we said no, so we're gonna say no. The coin, you betrayed me, coin.
No.
Impossible. Don't lie to me, Ashley.
I'm not lying.
What? You didn't have any disposable memories? Not one?
Not a single one. I didn't want to forget anything. They're all important to me.
This is unfathomable. You've rejected all of Sayoko's memories? Ashley, I really thought you were smarter than this. Hasn't it occurred to you that the memories of your mother, a true genius, are more important than your trifling pathetic recollections?
I don't care.
Ashley, you're just like Dr. Robins, unhelpful to the very end. If the memories of her work are unreachable, then the memory overwrite was meaningless.
I don't care whether your experiment was important or not. What is important is my dad. I helped you, so put his memories back.
That promise was made to be broken, Ashley.
What?
What's wrong? Didn't you hear me? I'll tell you again. That promise was made to be broken.
Ryan, you're the worst. You're breaking another promise?
Ashley, I have no more use for you. Leave.
No way.
Oh, are you going to cry again? I wonder which emotion will overwhelm your heart this time. Sorrow, anger, regret.
I won't cry.
What?
I won't cry in front of someone like you. You don't know how to cry, or even what to
feel? Okay.
or even what to feel.
Okay, I think that might work. I don't know. Grammar experts? Help me out there.
I'm not going to cry in front of someone who can't even understand basic emotions.
I see.
I'm done. I don't need you. I'm gonna give my dad back his memories by myself.
Oh? And how do you plan on to do that?
I'll use the TAS.
The TAS? Ashley, you couldn't.
Yeah, I have it. I have the device made to unlock the security on another.
I see. Ashley, give me the TAS. I'll use it to restore your father's memories.
No way!
What?
I'm not giving it to you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wouldn't give it to a liar like you.
That is a pity. You see, I want it very much. And I will do anything I can to get it.
Huh?
And materialize gun!
What are you going to do? Stop!
You brought this upon yourself, Ashley. Didn't you? Ashley, give me the TAS. Stop! Stop it! Dr. Robins, kindly get out of my way. Ashley, give me the TAS now.
No, I won't give it to you.
If you don't, I'll shoot. Stop! Ryan, put down that gun! Dr. Robins, you don't know this child. You don't need to protect her. Please get out of the way. Ryan, stop! Out of my way. If not, I won't hesitate to pull the trigger. To shoulder tackle! Okay. It's like, dude was flying backwards, the gun was pointing upwards, and then he shot it, and he hit him in the arm. And now Ryan's running like a scared little bitch.
Mr. Alfred!
Tis but a scratch. Tis but a scratch. Haha. Ugh.
Wait here. I'll go get help.
Ashley, don't worry. It's only a flesh wound. No, it's not. Your arm's fallen off. No, it's not. Of course not. More importantly, Richard.
Mr. Alfred, Ryan erased his memories. He doesn't recognize me anymore.
If you had the TAS, you could restore his memories. Sayoko created it to unlock another.
Oh? Is this what I need?
What is that?
It's the TAS.
So you had it all this time.
She made it in case another was used for the wrong reasons. And only I can use it. So I can use it to save Dad. Mr. Alfred, what do I do?
Go into the control room and use the TAS.
That room over there?
Yes, insert the TAS into the control panel.
Alright. So into that room, the another control room.
So this is the control room.
There's some rope there, you know, that's obviously what some things were. There's a small laptop. It's just lying on the floor. Okay. Is there some kind... Sorry.
There's some kind of round thing. Is that the control panel?
That's the one.
Okay, so we'll just take our items. Where's the task? There we go. And use on this.
Richard, get inside another. Oh, okay. Ashley, insert the TAS.
I'll restore your memories, Dad. Just wait.
Do it, Ashley.
Okay.
So, now I always had the biggest problems for this puzzle here. So sorry. Need to clear out my eye and whatnot. Okay, so a lot of the times, obviously, I had a problem with whatnot. You know, trying to put the thing in and whatnot. But if you hold still, there we go. You just hold it upright. You know.
Okay, that should do it.
Yeah, hold it upright, and then it'll go in. Another way of doing it, obviously, was getting a table and just plopping it right there. You know, and then it'll instantly recognize that it's standing on a vertical end. You know, vertical stand.
Dad!
But yeah, kind of get an understanding.
I have to go check on him.
I'm sure everything's fine, Ashley. You know, the power of the TAS helped you.
Dad! It's me!
This is...
Dad, do you know where you are?
Isn't this the another lab?
Yeah.
Ashley!
Dad! You recognize me?
Of course I do.
You're serious, right?
You bet. You're my only... You're my one and only daughter. You're the most important thing in the whole world to me. My sweet Ashley.
Dad!
Ashley.
Bob! Marley! Schmiegel! I don't know. We're just shouting names now? Okay.
Jesus. Sometimes you gotta love the dialogue for for this game, man.
I'm so glad you remember me. Dad.
I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm sorry for what I did to you.
Dad. Don't ever say you don't know me. Never again, okay?
I promise.
Because you're my one and only dad.
Ashley.
Dad, why did Ryan attack you and do all this? Was it just because he wanted to use another?
No. Actually, I think Ryan knew. He knew that I was digging up the truth about Sayoko's death.
Dad?
Richard. Rex, are you alright? Yes, the bullet didn't hit anything major. But more importantly, please get the laptop in the control room. The laptop? Yes, it's extremely important. Alright, I'll get it now.
Of course, you gotta love how he's not bleeding there at all, you know, and his clove model, his model doesn't show any damage at all. It's a shame. It's like, you know,
this game had so much promise. Ashley, I'm sorry about all this.
Mr. Alfred.
Did you get it, Richard? Is this the one?
mm-hmm. That's it. That's it.
Wait.
Actually having another flashback.
I remember now. This laptop. Judd had it. He was standing by the window.
Ashley?
Huh?
Ashley, what's wrong?
Dad. I've seen this laptop before.
What?
It was in Judd's villa. I just remembered.
Ashley, are you sure?
Yeah.
Just okay. Hand it to Ashley. You know.
Yeah. It was this one. Huh?
Again, another flashback. Jesus Christ. Jay.
I remember now. Mom was standing beside Judd. She had the laptop. She was writing something on it. Mom.
Ashley?
Dad. I remembered again. Mom was holding this.
What? God damn it. Just honestly, it's like the dialogue needs to be better.
Mom had it. She was using the screen.
Sayoko was holding it? Are you sure, Ashley?
Yeah.
Rex, what is this? It was Judd's. When Ryan restarted the other experiments and attacked you, he stole this from my office. What's in it? It should have Judd's research results. It's still locked, though.
Richard? What is it, Rex? The only ones who knew the code were Judd and possibly Sayoko. And possibly Sayoko? Possibly? Is that a question? I don't know. Ashley, you said Sayoko used this.
Yeah, she touched the screen as if she was drawing a letter.
Ashley, can you reproduce the letter that Sayoko drew?
I'll give it a try.
We acquired the laptop, so let's do it. And of course, the letter was obviously a J, so... There we go. So you just hold down the A button and try to make a J. And of course, the game will, think about it. The game will think about it, and then it'll do it.
Oh. Dad, there's a message appearing on the screen.
As far as most people are concerned, memory is a dynamically self-developing process that functions to connect past and present. To me, however, it is the sole object of my research, the source of my most fundamental discoveries, of my joys, of the fascinations that drove me to my most pioneering work. How different it seems now that I am I am contemplating my own death. Now memory is nothing more than a record of my past. And that past is full of sorrow, regret, and repentance. I chose to be a scientist and followed the path that I believed in. But all of the fame, all of the riches I gained are worthless to me.
Sorry, I can't hold that voice quite well.
Perhaps I have gone from being Judd Fitzgerald, element scientist, to being nothing more than another man among many. And now that I am reduced to this, I cannot allow myself to go on living as I have done. The fame and fortune I have gained as a scientist were not from my work alone. I gained them through the sacrifice of Sayoko Robins and Ryan Gray. And now I leave this world without being able to repent for what I have done. Sayoko, forgive me. When you refused to be my successor, the parental love I had for you turned to hatred. I stole your memories, the one thing you never wanted to lose. And then one of my former employees stole your very life. I cannot but regret all I have done and all that has been done to you. And Ryan, I am to die without ever telling you the most important thing in the world. I know that you have a terrible secret that you have never told to another soul. You have no memories of your own childhood. I know how this came to be, Ryan. It is because I am your father, and also the one responsible for your memory loss. When your mother died protecting you in an accident, you were unconsolable.
Unconsolable? Oh, okay. We'll go with that.
You refused to accept that your mother had truly left this world, and after crying for days on end, you closed up and refused to speak to anyone. you locked away your little heart.
Look at that! Look at that picture. It's so emotionless.
I didn't know what to do.
Sorry, my the throat's really hurt me now.
I held you close to me every single day. As your father, I felt your pain and suffering tenfold, and then I made my decision. At the time, it seemed that it was the least painful option I had. I decided to remove your mother's life and death from your memory, even though I knew that it would also remove your memories of me, your father. I used a formula I had prepared in my lab to erase your memories. I gave you over to someone I trusted and then distanced myself from you. When we met again, I had no idea how I should treat you. I didn't know what we were to each other anymore. Ryan, I believe that you will surpass me one day as a scientist, but I will never be able to see that with my own eyes. Forgive me, Ryan. Forgive your foolish father, who could never build up the courage to tell you the truth. I could not allow myself to continue living like this.
Judd was Ryan's father? I can't believe it.
Heavy.
Rex, did you know about Judd and Ryan? No, I had no idea. I would never have imagined that something like that was stored on this laptop. Did you know that Ryan had no memories of his childhood? Actually, I asked him once what his most vivid childhood memory was. He told me that childhood memories were useless and that he didn't want to remember. Did he know that Judd was his real father? No, I'm sure he never opened that laptop. I don't think he knows the truth. But if he does, Richard, he might. I'll go after him. I need to ask him about something anyway. Richard. Rex, please look after Ashley. Leave it to me.
No, Dad. I'm going with you.
Ashley, you should wait here.
I'm going with you.
But
Dad, take me with you. I have to do this.
okay, Ashley, let's go.
Right.
Okay. So we'll just continue from here. Again, the question from Sunrose, the obvious question, because this will date this episode, obviously, is: did I get Smash Bros. For 3DS? What do you think? Sunrose, you kind of know what the answer is. It's kind of obvious. I'm not being rude or anything, but you know me better than that. You should know me better than that.
Ashley, call Gina on the VC. Get her to help Rex.
Okay.
Fair enough. Right, so see if they're actually in room 103. They should be.
Ashley! And Dr. Robins is there too. What a relief. Gina, Elizabeth's dad is injured. The director? What happened?
Dr. Robins, I'm glad you're okay. Mike,
There's been an accident in another lab. Rex needs medical attention. I'll give you the details later. Understood. Oh dear. Ashley, take the elevator down. We need to go after Ryan.
Okay, Dad.
Alright, let's exit out here and take the elevator. Ah, dear my eye.
The lab has a tunnel underneath it?
Ashley. Ashley, we need to get moving.
Right.
Let's go. Keep up, Dad. And we're about to hit warp drive. Here we go.
Dad, where does the tunnel go?
It ends in a forest behind the lab.
Can we get out into the forest?
Yes, there's a door at the end of the tunnel. There's a small spring in the forest, and the path leads to a wharf on the lake. You can get a boat from the wharf to a little island out on the lake.
An island? I never saw it before.
Yes, it's tiny. It's only good for walking around on. I used to go over there with Sayoko when we came here.
You went there with Mom?
Yeah, just the two of us. But that was long before you were born. I don't know if they actually conceded there. Who knows? Well, there's one way of going down that way, but let's see what's at this end.
Is that the way to the forest?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
I'll open it.
Or try, anyway. It looks shut, as most doors are.
Huh? It won't open.
Let me try. I can't get it open either. It must be locked from the other side. Probably by Ryan.
What do we do?
We need to find another way out.
Yeah.
Alright, so back the way we came. And of course we got this way, so let's go this way. The cave opening.
Dad, let's look down here.
Alright. Some large rocks.
Hey, I can see light coming from through the gaps between the rocks.
Ashley, there might be a shortcut behind those rocks. I'll move them away.
I'll help.
Let me do it, Ashley. It might be dangerous, so stand back.
Okay.
Here we go.
Be careful, Dad.
And 1, and 2, and 3.
I can see Al. You did it, Dad.
Yeah. Come on, let's go. Through we go. We ran through that hole. Gotta love animation sometimes.
It's getting brighter out here.
It'll be dawn soon.
Which way should we go?
There's a spring straight ahead. Let's go there first.
Okay.
And here's the spring in mention. Now we have to go here, obviously, because Richard was saying, let's do this sidetrack thing. Ashley,
Yeah?
turn right. Turn right there to get to the spring.
Got it.
To secret spring. No footprints. Ryan hasn't been by here.
Wow. It's beautiful.
Ashley, this place is known as the secret spring.
What are you looking at?
It's spring water. Dan once told me that this is the source of Lake Juliet's water.
Really?
The whole lake is filled from here. Look at it, Ashley. The lake might have been polluted more than once in the past, but as long as this water remains clear and pure, the lake will always recover.
But it's polluted now. Do you think it can still recover?
You know about the lake pollution?
I found out when I was using your computer. And I used the testing kit on your drawer to check the water lake.
Ah,
Dad, this is so beautiful.
it is.
Do you think the lake can be pure and clear like this again?
I'm sure it can. But there's a lot that we must do to help.
Yeah,
Ashley, let's go to the wharf and find Ryan.
right.
I was gonna say, I mean, I would have thought that. Yeah, I would have thought that log was the culprit, but hey, never mind. So let's go to the wharf.
Hey, that boat!
It-
It's scaring me! Ryan's on it!
Ryan! Come back here, you coward!
Dad, he's
Going to the island. Ashley, let's go after him.
right.
Well, there's a boat.
Dad, there's a boat here.
Get in.
Okay.
Loading. Ashley, can you see Ryan's boat?
No, not anymore.
Are you tired? It'll be a while yet before we reach the island. You can sleep if you want.
No, I'm fine. Everything's just happening so quickly. I'm not sleepy at all.
Okay.
Dad, can I ask you something?
What is it?
It's about something Ryan said. He said that you didn't come here to help with another. You came here to find Mom's real killer. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. I've been thinking ever since I came back from Blood Edward Island. It was definitely Bill who broke into the house and shot Sayoko 13 years ago. But I wasn't sure if he was the only one behind the whole thing. Or whatever. Or whether there was someone behind the scenes pulling his strings. All that time he was helping me develop another on the island. And when I thought about it, one name instantly came to mind. Judd Fitzgerald. Only Judd could have made Bill do what he did. But he was already dead, so there was no way of getting the truth from him. Then a year ago, I got an anonymous email. It said that there was another person responsible for Sayoko's death, and when I saw that email, it clicked. If there was anyone still alive who knew the truth behind what Bill had done, they would be at JC Valley.
So did anyone know who it was?
Yes.
Who?
Well, you'll find out soon enough.
Huh?
Ashley, can you see the island? Also, can you also put two and two together? Because it's kind of obvious, Ashley.
Yeah, I can see it now.
It's only a model.
Alright, here we go.
We're here.
Yes,
It really is tiny, isn't it?
that's right. It's so small it doesn't even have a name.
Are you tired?
Don't worry, I'm stronger than you might think. This won't faze me. But Ashley,
Yeah?
looks like I dragged you into a big mess again. Just like 2 years ago.
You didn't drag me into anything. If you want to find out, then so do I. Dad, there's all this. That's all there is to it. I'm with you all the way.
Thank you, Ashley. Let's go find Ryan then.
Right.
Okay. There's his boat. Wait, although, granted, we can't look at his boat, so we'll just move. We'll just go up the platform, up the path and whatnot. Rich is taking the helm.
Oh,
That's.
Ryan!
Gun in hand. It's like, why would he go all the way here? It doesn't make any sense. Dr. Robins.
Ryan!
Ryan!
Ashley, you're here too.
Ryan, just take it easy. Rex is fine.
I see.
He was more worried about you than his own injury.
Worried about me?
Yes, he forgives you for the attack, the experiment, working with Sophia, everything. He was just worried about you.
I don't need him to be worried about me. But more importantly, Dr. Robins, do you have your memories back?
Yes, I do.
I used the task.
I helped! That's what Ashley is. He's like, I helped! I see. You used the task to restore the 17 years of memories I erased.
That's right.
Yeah, Dad got his memories back thanks to Mom's invention.
I see. I had expected as much. The work that so many scientists spent so many years to complete was all undone by one scientist who died over a decade ago. Doesn't it make everything seem so pointless?
Pointless?
Yes. You, I, and Rex were brought to MJ Labs by Judd. All of us were trained by him. We began our memory research under him, trying to get the results that he sought. We're still trying to get them even now, but all of our research is confined by that security system laid down by Judd and Sayoko. So even now, no matter how hard we work, those restrictions kept us from our results.
You're wrong, Ryan. Judd and Sayoko developed that system by considering the idea of memory control from every possible angle, and not how people would react to such a device.
You can't think of that as a restriction. Really? I can't agree with that. Those two had no plans of ever passing on the leadership of memory research to anyone, which is why they put restrictions on the system itself. Dr. Robins, the woman you loved was cruel indeed.
What did you say?
She was Judd's most trusted confidant, the successor that everyone expected so much of. She was even tasked with the development of the primary system for the EC project. And yet, as soon as she married you, she turned her back on those expectations and his trust. She knew how important she was to the EC project, yet she just took off. And what's worse, she hid crucial information about the system.
No, she didn't turn her back on anyone. She wanted to live as my mother, not as a scientist.
And what do you base this theory on?
When Mom made the TAS upgrade module, she recorded a message just for me. She knew, Ryan. She knew people wanted her as a scientist. But that if she didn't listen, her life might be in danger.
In danger? She knew from the beginning that she might be killed.
Yes, Ryan. She thought that far ahead when she decided to hide another thesis. She hid it because she knew people wanted to develop and use it for the wrong reasons. And Bill was one of them.
Bill Edward, the man who killed her.
Ryan, how do you know that?
I simply read it in your memory data when I extracted it.
Don't lie, Ryan.
Pardon?
You know that Bill had killed Sayoko right from the day I arrived here. The very first day I came, you said, Dr. Robins, please tell me about the another you created on Blood Edward Island. When I heard that, I was taken aback. I was told Rex about another and about Bill. But I had never told him where another was created. So how did you know that I created it on Blood Edward Island, Ryan?
Well...
Answer me! The other person responsible for Sayoko's death. The one who had Bill kill her. Who was it? Was it Judd? Or was it...
Dr. Robins. Your theory is correct. The one who chased Sayoko to her death was none other than me.
What?
Da-da-da! Shock horror! And that's why I gave him that voice.
So it was you.
I was happy and relieved when Sayoko left the EC project. I believed I was next in line to be Judd's successor, but the reality was quite different. Judd refused to give up on Sayoko and insisted on getting her back. I told him that I would complete another for him, but he told me that I was the wrong person. When Bill heard that, he told me, Ryan, do you know why Judd doesn't want you to be his successor? It's because he's your father. And he doesn't want you to know that, so he won't name you as successor.
He told you that?
Indeed he did. And everything he told me was absolutely true. Bill knew that I had no memories of my childhood. He told me that Judd had fed me a formula that erased my memories. And the only ones who knew about it were Judd, Bill, and Sayoko. And when he told me that, I laughed out loud. I laughed at myself, at my foolishness. My own father had used me as a test subject for his memory experiment, and without even knowing it, I had seen that man as a mentor and looked up to him. I had never mocked myself as much as I did on that day, but I managed to regain my cool and analyze the reasons why Bill had told me what he did. On the one hand, he was one of the people who wanted to use another for his own purposes. On the other, he was someone that Judd trusted implicitly, whatever. I hypothesized that he was attempting to make me his partner and aid him. That was my theory, and when I confirmed it was true, I made my decision. I would pretend to ally myself with Bill, while at the same time taking my own brand of revenge against Judd Fitzgerald. My targets were his chosen successor, Sayoko, and his research results, all of his successes. I would take them away one by one, as he did with my memories. I promised Bill I would help him get the another thesis that Sayoko had hidden. I steadily worked my way into his favor, and then began to put ideas into his head. If Sayoko died, leaving the thesis behind, what would the man who loved her and wrote that thesis with her do? And so, because I knew that Bill loved Sayoko, it was easy to inflame his jealousy towards you, and indeed his mixed feelings of love and hate for Sayoko.
Ryan, how could you do such a thing?
Bill went on and killed Sayoko, completely unaware that I was pulling the strings. He became best friends with you and convinced you to develop another. I have not even dared to hope that my plans would go so smoothly, but they did. Then I worked with Bill and began removing the things that Judd held precious to him. The funding disaster that befell MJ Labs was, of course, orchestrated by me. But when Judd suddenly died 6 years ago, my revenge was unexpectedly halted. And then Bill died on Blood Edward Island 2 years ago. Before I realized it, the only thing left to me was the shell of JC Valley, and the incomplete another that Judd had left behind. Dr. Robins, I was the one who sent that email to bring you here to JC Valley.
Don't come any closer. Don't get too cocky.
I suspected you sent it.
Yes, indeed.
Ryan, why would you send him that?
Why do you think? Don't you understand how I feel about all this, even after hearing my story?
No, I don't understand you at all. And I don't want to. Why? Why did you have to kill Mom? Just for your revenge? Why did you have to make Bill kill her? If you hated Judd, why not just take revenge there and then? Why did you take away Mom? Why were you so cruel that you had to kill Mom? When I met Bill on Blood Edward Island 2 years ago, I remembered looking through the closet where Mom had hid me. I remember Bill's face as he shot Mom. For me, then, remembering that time remembering things I'd forgotten it was horrible. But I didn't know how horrible it really was. Ryan, you were the one who told me, right? You told me Dad brought me here to open the doorway to my memories. But you were wrong. The one who opened that doorway and brought me on that journey into my memories, it was Mom. She started me on that journey.
Sorry, I just need to clear out my eye a bit. Ah, dear.
She told...
No, sorry, the music kind of like stopped and then repeated itself. Kind of threw me off there.
She told him...
Yeah, sorry.
She told me to... She told me
that, but... Get on with it.
She told me and showed me just how much she loved me. But if she was still alive, if she hadn't been killed, then I'd never have had to go on this journey.
Ashley, do you understand why I sent that email to Dr. Robins?
No.
Then I will tell you. This is what I had planned, Dr. Robins. First, I intended to convince you that everything I did was part of Judd's plan. And I would get you to cooperate with me in completing another. After that, I would sell it to the company Bill had been dealing with, and thus my revenge on Judd Fitzgerald would finally be complete. But you didn't do it, Ryan. Why not? Because of you, Dr. Robins. You trusted me from the very beginning, just like you did with Bill. Now, how can you trust someone else so completely? It's basic human nature, Ryan! I cannot accept that. Why didn't you ever doubt me? Oh, I had my doubts about you from the start. You did? Then why didn't you carry out your revenge on me? Why not avenge your wife? Ryan! Why? I don't understand you at all. You should be thirsting for revenge. Dr. Robins, if I were to shoot Ashley here, right now, in front of you, what would you do? Would you take revenge? Could you go on without killing me in return? Stop! Don't push me, Ryan! I'm not out for revenge. Don't you understand, Ryan? Don't you understand the suffering of a man whose wife was taken away from him? Every night, every single night, I dream of killing the man who did it. And my hands, these strong hands, they still remember the warmth of Sayoko's dying body, her blood flowing out. The sorrow and hatred I felt 13 years ago hasn't lessened one bit since then. And I haven't gone a single day without feeling it. But I won't let that sorrow turn into vengeance. And do you know why? Because Sayoko would never have wanted that to happen. When I found Sayoko dying 13 years ago, when I held her as she took her last breaths, I asked her who had done it. She said he wanted another. And then she died before saying who it was. Do you know why she didn't say any more? Because Bill was her friend. That's why, Ryan. She shook her head gently, and a single tear fell from her eye. Which is why I, didn't go out for revenge. This is true, Doctor. Is this true, Dr. Robins? If I were to lower this gun and give it to you, and then stand right in front of you as you held the gun, the man responsible for Sayoko's death just standing before you, would you still be able to keep your sorrow and hatred from turning into vengeance? It might even make your pain go away. Allow me to test my theory. Go for it. I dare you. Dr. Robins, I am the man who caused your wife's death. And look at him, he goes for the gun. He's like, fuck you! Fucking lied! Ryan, I will never forgive you for what you've done.
Dad, stop!
Don't stop me, Ashley.
Stop, Dad, stop! Shooting him won't bring Mom back. It won't make your pain go away.
Ashley. Thinking about it.
Dad.
So, I am not even worth shooting. Goodbye, Ashley.
Dad, he's going to.
I regret nothing. Damn it, you fool! Don't take the easy way out! Ah! Ryan, let go of me. No, I won't let you die here. I won't let you run away. Only the weak take their own lives. And you despise the weak, don't you?
Dad.
All right, fine. You got me. Heavy breathing. The only voice acting.
Dad. Are you okay?
Go on, Richard. Just kick him in the face. Ah. Just once. Just once. Just give me. Let me at him. Let me at him. Ryan. Dying won't change anything. It won't absolute you. It won't absolve you for your crimes. Or of Sayoko's death. You have to live on and pay for your crimes. And you have to figure out for yourself why Judd removed your memories. Why he removed the most important thing in the world to you. You have to understand his reasons and the suffering that lay behind it. Ryan, it's okay to cry now. You can stop holding it all back. Let the emotion flow through you. Let the water gates flow. And all that jazz.
After that, Dad, Ryan, and I got on the boat and went back to JC Valley. Dad took me to his office, laid out a makeshift bed, and told me to sleep for a while. I wanted to go to Mrs. Graham's house to pick up Ryan, I'll pick up Matt.
Sorry.
But Dad told me not to worry and tucked me in. Then while I slept, Dad had a long talk with Ryan.
And that's a conversation we'll never hear.
When I woke up, Dad was there, and we went back to his cottage together. We didn't talk the whole way back. But we didn't need to. We both understood. We both felt each other's pain. About Mom. About everything.
So this is pretty much our epilogue now. Ashley?
Dad!
Are you ready?
Yep.
I'm sorry I can't go back with you.
Don't worry about it. I know how much you have to do here. I'll be fine on my own. I'm sure Jessica's dying for me to get back.
Ashley, tell Jessica that I'll be back next week. Definitely this time.
You bet. What happened to Ryan?
Ah, yes. Ryan promised me that he'd turn himself in for his crimes. Though, granted, I don't know how trusting that arsehole would actually be the case. He's on his way to the police now.
Right.
Ashley, he...
Wait, Dad. I'm not ready to talk about it yet. So much has happened. I'm still recovering.
That makes sense.
So, what's going to happen to JC Valley?
There was an article in the paper this morning. They put the blame on JC Valley for the water pollution 5 years ago. So I believe things won't exactly be quite as quiet at the lab for a good while. Rex said that he was going to openly admit everything that the lab had done. He's thought long and hard and decided on everything that needs to be done from here on. Of course, I'll help in any way I can. But after that...
What then?
What do you want me to do?
Dad?
Ashley, when I get home, we can sit down and talk. We can decide everything that we'll do from now on.
Sounds perfect.
Huh?
Ring, 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 phone call, phone call.
Sorry. Phone call. This is Dr. Robins. Oh, Bob. I'm sorry I asked you to do that out of nowhere this morning. Oh, you've already asked him? Yes. Oh, I see. And then... I see. Thanks a lot, Bob. I owe you one. Bye.
That was Bob on the phone?
Yes. Ashley, I asked Bob to do something for me.
What?
I asked him to get the full story about the man who fell from the clock tower 5 years ago. Apparently, the guy who saw it was an old acquaintance of Bob's.
Does that mean?
Yes, Ashley. I want to know what happened to Matt's dad, too. And I asked Bob what he knew about it.
Dad?
This is what Bob heard. 5 years ago, his friend was out by the clock tower, and he heard the loud splash of something hitting the water.
He didn't see a person fall?
Exactly. It was just a big splash. It seems that it spread like Chinese whispers, changing into something completely different. I'm sure that if the matter is looked into a lot more, into more thoroughly, the truth will come out.
Thanks, Dad.
I'm worried about your friend too, Ashley. Good. Although it does raise a lot of questions. Yeah. Oh, the bus is coming soon.
Right. I'll take off then.
I'll go with you to the bus stop. The door of fate shall open. If you knew that reference, congratulations.
Dad, you told Matt that what time the bus was, right?
I did indeed. He said wild dogs wouldn't stop him from seeing you off. I'm sure he's waiting somewhere.
Right.
I don't know who this is, so... Ashley?
Huh? Dan!
Oh, it's Dan. Hey, Stereotype! Morning, Dr. Robins! Good morning, Dan. You're seeing Ashley off? Yes, I am.
Dan, thanks for finding my bag.
No problem, miss. I'll be thanking you for finding Matthew.
Huh?
Dr. Robins told me the whole story about how you found him and you were looking after him. You don't need to worry about him anymore. He'll be just fine.
Dad?
It's okay, Ashley. I told Dan everything. He's going to take Matt back to his uncle's personally. That's right.
Dan, where's Matt now?
He went to look at the lake. He said he wanted to see it just one last time before he left. I'm meeting him at the mermaid statue in a while, and then we'll head back to his uncle's place.
Dan, he's a good kid. He ran away to find his dad.
I know, Ashley. I figured out from talking to him how driven he was to find his pops. Why, that boy phoned his uncle himself to apologize for making him worry so much.
Oh, okay.
I also have a message from Mrs. Graham for you, miss.
Really?
She said you were welcome to visit her gardens anytime. I can't believe you're friends with that old battle axe. Not many people can say that.
I guess so.
Oh, yeah. When I went over to Mrs. Graham's to pick up Matthew, I saw she had a visitor. She wasn't expecting anyone, from what I could tell, and you won't believe who it was. It was her daughter. Come back to see her after 5 years away from home. Said she was worried about her ma, living out here, all on her own. To be totally honest with you, I feel better knowing her daughter came back. Well, I'd like to stay and chat all day, but duty calls. Back to patrolling.
Goodbye, Dan. Thanks for everything.
Come and see me again. Come and see us again, miss. You take care now, you hear? Let's go, Ashley.
Right.
Yep. Take your time. Oh boy. So yeah, we're gonna have all the stories cleared up, kinda. Yeah. Except for Matt's. Matt's is still open-ended.
No sign of Matt.
If I had control of it. Actually, I don't think I have any control over the kind of like movements and whatnot, so. So, woof. Woof?
That's... Princess! So you came to see me off too, huh? Thanks for everything, Princess. Elizabeth was looking for you. Did you see her?
Princess says yes.
Really? Great! That's good to hear. I'll be back. I'll be back, okay? I'll never forget how you helped me find Matt. Princess, thank you so much.
Princess says you're welcome.
See you, Princess. I'm gonna go find Matt, Dad.
I'm sure he's around here somewhere. I'm sure too. And I need a drink after all this talking. Oh, hello.
Elizabeth! What are you doing here?
Oh, I find a fine greeting that is Ashley Mizuki Robins. Especially for someone who come to see you off.
Really?
Daddy just got back from the hospital. He told me the whole story about Ryan, Dr. Robins, and about you.
Elizabeth, your dad really...
It's okay, Ashley. He told me everything. About the woman he was seeing, and the article in the paper about the lab. I've never heard him talk so much. And he apologized for hiding Mom's letters.
I'm glad you made up, Elizabeth.
Actually, Daddy said something to me. I'm going to change, Elizabeth. I have to. So if Daddy's going to change, then I'm going to try to change a bit too.
That's great to hear.
Right.
Well, we'll see each other again, right, Elizabeth?
Totally. Matt too.
Huh?
Ash!
Oh! Matt!
Hey, Ash.
I'm sorry I left you alone, Matt.
It's okay, Ash. Mrs. Graham let me sleep at her place. When I woke up, your dad called and said he'd meet up with you.
Right.
Ash, I kept my promise. I'm going to go back to my uncle's place.
Dad said you called him yourself.
Yeah. I said I was sorry for making him worry, and I told him what I found about Dad. And then he told me something awesome.
Really? What?
Someone saw a man fitting Dad's description.
Really?
Really? The police called my uncle and told him.
Matt, that's great.
Yeah, totally. Ashley, when I was about to give up, you said, "Your dad's not dead. He's alive." And I kept on believing it. I believed he was alive.
I'm sure you'll get to see him.
Let's make a promise, Ash. I'll find my dad and I'll come back here so we can see each other again.
You got it. Promise.
Hey, I want in too. Give us a big hug.
You bet.
Right. Time for me to take off.
See you again, Ash. And thanks for everything, Dr. Robins. Of course. See you.
Ciao, Ashley.
I know, Sunrose. I purposely made that voice, okay? It's because it fits the character. And I think that's gonna be all the dialogue done, I believe. Oh wait, no, there's still more. Me and my big mouth. Ashley, aren't you sad saying goodbye to your friends?
Nah. I know I'll see them again.
Yes, that's right. Let's grab Jessica and your friends sometime, and we can all go camping together.
Awesome. But, Dad, when we do?
I know. I'll remember to bring the charcoal.
Perfect.
That's it. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. And that's the whole joke full circle. It's only a model. Sorry, I already made that joke. And here we go. This is the final cutscene of the game. Going back to Liberty Town, Ashley. Not to Liberty City, thank God. Jesus Christ, Ashley living in Liberty City. Oof, that would be terrible. But yeah, after all that's happened over the last 24 hours, oof, or even last over the weekend and whatnot. Anyway, and this is our ending credits. You know, Richard Robins, Princess and Matthew Crusoe, Elizabeth Alfred and Rex Alfred. Tommy Harrison and Bob Fox. Janet Rice, Sam Hillman. Hillman? Jeez, that was his last name? Okay, forgot about that. Dan Maxwell. Greg Davis! Greg Davis! Sorry. Greg Davis. Sophia Callahan. The traitorous bitch. We don't know what happened to her. You know. Gina Barnez and Mike Tyler. Charlotte Graham. And Ryan Gray. And of course, the last one being introduced... Well, actually, no. It's Jessica Robins. Sorry. Still got a couple of more characters to introduce. Or, you know. Kelly Crusoe, Michael Crusoe, Judd Fitzgerald, and Lucy Graham. Yeah. Benjamin Graham, Olivia Graham, and Gilbert Moss. And Sayoko Robbins. That was your cast of characters, people. And with that said, that is the game done and dusted. We are now at the credits, and this game is over. So, yeah, there we go. And like I was saying, it is pretty much on one set path, and I don't really think you can get game over in this game. Unless you do actually say, if you do lie in like the last chapter or whatnot, and you know something goes tits up, maybe, I don't know, but or some of your final decisions in the final chapters do lead you to a game over. But I think because this game was obviously marketed as a kind of like a novel, an interactive novel as such, there was no game over really. There was only one set path set for this game, and your decisions in the game don't really change anything to it. That's why there's no alternate ending and whatnot. The ending is exactly the same on the same playthrough. Unlike in the original game, where in Another Code 2 Memories, you had both. You had two endings. You had the regular ending and then the best ending, which obviously the best ending was better, obviously. Also, what was it with other things and whatnot? As you kind of like saw at the end there, obviously they were kind of leading up Matt's story to be another game in the series, but as we all know, Cing went under, and thus the implications of a sequel coming through anytime soon is a big never, obviously. So, because Cing, after this game's completion, and it eventually got, you know, released in Japan and whatnot, Cing announced it was going bankrupt, so they filed for bankruptcy, and thus all of it, the studio completely folded. But all the properties that were made by Cing are all owned by Nintendo, so I believe. So in hindsight, it's really up to Nintendo's decision whether or not they want to, you know, do another entry in the series, which I highly doubt they will. You know, so who's to say? But hey, yeah, and that's it. You know, it's so yeah, the end.
Ashley! Ashley!
Yeah! The end. There you go. And that's it. And of course, once you save that file, and of course I'll just save that here. It does have a star next to it. I put in 20 hours into this. Jesus. With that star entry, or like that star file, if you're ever going to be loading it up again. And of course it's obviously notified there because that was my first playthrough. What was it? For the star playthrough, certain elements are changed. What was it? You get regular messages from Dr. Robins on your DAS, which have what was it? More messages talking about Lake Juliet and stuff like that, and the histories and blah 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 blah. Like I was mentioning in one of the earlier parts, there was a moment where you had what was it? The Kelly's doll. I think it was Kelly's doll, or you know Matt's sister's doll. It wasn't a bear, I think. Yeah. Well, it gets changed to a ninja doll, you know, which is kind of weird. And what was it? Now there's one other cosmetic change to the world, and that's at the clock tower, where the clock tower actually has a dragon at the top of the spire thing. So apparently, you know, Dragon Orman at the top. Don't know why, but hey. But again, like I said, there's no alternate ending. There's just one canonical ending, and that's it. And that was portrayed at the end, right there. So there you go. That is it. And within 2 hours, which is great.
Hey there, this is John Turbo Finley thanking you for watching this video of Turbo Drive Live for Last Minute Continue. If you like this, then check out the rest of the Turbo Drive Live archive on the Last Minute Continue website or the Last Minute Continue YouTube channel right here. And if you want to interact with me directly, follow me on Twitter at TurboXLR, or catch me doing these videos live on Twitch at twitch.tv/Turbo Drive Live. Thanks again and hope to catch you soon.